2-2 to Diaz. Is hit in the air to deep left field. Back it goes. Elias Diaz puts the National League in front. At 32 years old in his All-Star debut, a go-ahead home run. 2 on, 2 out, and a 2-2 pitch. Ramirez swings and misses. Kimbrel slams the door. The National League's finally back on top. Its first All-Star game win since 2012.
Joe Davis on the call for Fox Sports, and that was a fun little all-star game up in Seattle. Diaz wins the MVP award, the Ted Williams MVP award, the National League. Snap a 9-game losing streak against the American League, win 4-3. Although I thought Craig Kimbrel, part of me wanted him to blow it because Philadelphia, that city deserves all the misery that's coming their way in football season. So part of me wanted Craig Kimbrel to give up a 3-run homer and get his ass lit up off the mound. We'll save for Philly because we'll get some all-star stuff and we'll get it. But I think I'm officially ready for football season. I'm officially ready for football season. And baby Chez's birthday, we had some plans around her birthday, maybe to take her to Disneyland. And I got to figure out a way to get to Philadelphia December 3rd.
Oh, it's December 3rd.
Her birthday's December 4th. The game, I believe, is December 3rd.
Okay.
I have to figure out a way to get to Philadelphia.
She's a Sagittarius like me.
Yeah, she is. She loves the
that's
outdoors.
Very cool.
Yeah.
We have that in common.
Yeah, well, she's a little
now you're like, oh, God.
Okay, yeah, now I'm scared.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm scared.
Comparisons end there.
Yeah,
They
basically.
do.
So I'm officially ready for football. But let's get to
I'm
the
kinda
All-Star
with you on
game.
that.
Because some sound was played yesterday. Some things made the rounds on the internet. And you used the word thugs. And I'm going to come down your road because they ain't no thugs in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, thugs, that's giving them too much credit.
Okay.
All right? That's giving them too much credit to be gangsters, guys who are about that life.
Okay.
We walked through Philadelphia all weekend long, and they called me every name in the book. FAG, they called me gay. They told me to give them, you know what, to get on your knees and do this to me and blah, blah, blah. They gave me everything in the book. And what did I do every time somebody says something? I look back and turn around, and they shut up and said, it's just a game, man. It's just a game. So they're not thugs.
It was bad.
They're punks.
Yes.
They're suckers. And you know what? I want to go back out there and go meet those suckers December 3rd. I swear to God, I don't care if the Niners win, lose, draw. I want to see what they really about. Because all this internet tough guy stuff, we're going to get this guy Elliot on from WIP. He has no idea what's coming towards his way. We're going to sun him. We're going to sun everybody at W94 WIP who's searching for content on a slow Tuesday. I'm officially ready for football, and I hate the city of Philadelphia. But Shasky, you call them thugs? They ain't no thugs.
Okay.
Ain't nothing gangster about those suckers out there.
Let me take you through what happened to me yesterday. So I've got a meeting or whatever, and then I got to go on a baseball trip because we're playing 2.5 hours away in Ceres, California. Game time, the temperature was 105 on the field. Your boy was cooking. I was wearing a hoodie just so I wouldn't get sunburnt from the sun. Anyway, so we stop at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know where we're at. And I hop out, and I'm going to buy all the kids snacks and stuff because we're all, we've been in the car for a while. We're going to use the restroom. And I flip open my phone like one does, and it's Joe. Is it Giglio or Giglio?
He's soft.
But
people
what's
in
his name?
Philadelphia don't even like him.
I know, but
I don't know. Giglio.
Yeah,
Joe
he's a
Giglio.
gigolo, baby.
And
Maybe he's a gigolo. I don't know.
I'm unaware. It goes, hey,
Deuce Bigelow.
it's Joe from WIP. I hope you're well. I was wondering if you'd hop on with myself and Hugh Douglas tomorrow at 1 p.m. to talk Niners and Eagles and maybe some Philly Giants. And I'm thinking, yeah, sure, why not? Let's do it. And I'm thinking, that's kind of random, right? I didn't know where he was going with that. I flip open Twitter, and I go, oh, boy. And WIP clipped my sound of me bashing Eagle fans, and I'm thinking, oh boy, and, dude, that thing has 750,000 views this morning.
Yeah, they're losers out there.
750,000. And here's what I would say. And I'm going to continue to say this. Every fan base has great, good, bad, terrible fans, right? Every fan base. I don't care who you are.
They're the worst of the worst.
The Sharks, the Yankees, pick the team, pick the sport.
Eagle fans are the worst of the worst.
But hear me out. Here's where I draw the line. And I would love to hear from other people on this. Just because you buy a ticket and you go to a game, right? I understand if you're an opponent and you're walking into enemy territory, when you're asking for it, we all know there's a fine line of asking for it. Being the obnoxious fan that's cruising for a bruising. That's not what I condone. And if you do, you're going to find somebody who's liquored up and is going to do something. And just being real. But I've walked out of Boston Garden after a loss and after a victory. In the finals, the highest of stakes. I've walked out of the LA Rams Stadium, all right, after a loss in the NFC Championship game. I've walked out of Dodger Stadium. I've walked out of Oakland Coliseum, Niners Raiders, after a loss. I've walked out of lots of different settings. I've walked into lots of different settings. And this is what I will continue to say. I draw the line at this. You don't touch people. I don't care what setting of life you're in. On the bus, on the street, shopping at Target, going to a game. You don't spit on people. You don't throw things at people.
Let me ask you this, because this spitting incident, that's drawing a line.
Right?
You should have told me right away when you got spit on.
We were leaving the stadium.
I don't care, Shasky. You don't get spit on and not do nothing about it.
Well, it's 1 on 8,000.
I don't care. I will take the ass beating. You're not going to spit on me and think you're just going to get away with it. I will take the ass beating if you're going to try to spit on me. I'm dead serious here.
I hear you
because
on
that fan base, because like you, I've walked out a lot of stadiums.
I know you have.
With my gear on. I went down to Dallas, Texas by my damn self.
I know.
To the Cowboy-Niner game.
Yeah, playoff game.
I talk that talk, but I keep it within the games. I'm not going to talk about you and call you out your name. I'm going to talk about your team and make jokes about your team. I've been in the Black Hole. I've been to Raider games in my Niner gear. I've been everywhere around this country in my team's gear. Hell, I was in Philadelphia at Carlos Beltran's first game as a Giant
crazy.
In my Giants gear. It was all good. I walked out of there, took the subway. It was all good. Nobody did anything to me. But the Philadelphia Eagle fan, those scumbags, because they are scumbags. They are. Not all of them. Not all of them.
Well,
There's some good Eagle fans, but most of them, from what I experienced that weekend, calling out your name. It had nothing to do with the football game. They're basically just calling you all kind of homophobic slurs, all kind of names.
Racial epithets.
Lot of that. What part of Camden are you from? That's in the video. What part of Camden are you from? Do you not know what? Come on.
There's a video with 6 million views that shows it pretty clearly.
Here's the problem, too. Unfortunately, a lot of those people who are on the internet coming at you, and a lot of people that were talking to me, were white people. It wasn't no boy. Like, there was a couple brothers out there who was talking to it. It was a bunch of white people out there calling you all kind of names. I used the bathroom, and this guy about 60 years old telling me, get down on your knees and do what you do. And I'm like, what? What? That's not, there's no place in the world for that. So Eagle fans can say what they want to say, but they're scumbags. And that's why I want to go back out there December 3rd, and I'll walk down the same damn route I did in the Lincoln Financial Field and won't nobody do anything. Because you know why? I went on these airways with Joe the camera, the bubble bath boy, told him where we were sitting. The one guy who sat behind me, he yelled in my ear once. I gave him a warning. I said, don't ever yell in my ear again.
Well, the guy, no, he grabbed you. We sat
there.
He
grabbed you, started yelling. I said, don't you ever do that
stop
again.
Touching.
No. I told him in his face, don't you ever do that again.
You did, that's right.
Ever do that. And you know what he did? He didn't do anything again.
Yes.
Because he got his ass checked. So forget that.
But it shouldn't come to that. I go back to the same thing. And this is where
I did give out my section because they were talking like you guys are going to die here if you wear your gear. And I'm like, what?
We're going to a game. And I guess this is where I want to. I honestly want to hear from people today. Like, I really do. Because, look, anybody, and a lot of Eagle fans were tagging, like, this happened at Candlestick, and this happened at this Giants-Dodger game. And they said, those people are bad people who aren't good fans. That's not acceptable behavior.
And there was about 50,000 of those people that Sunday in Philadelphia.
But here's where B, have you ever gone on as a member of the media and spoken into the microphone? That's just how Warrior fans are.
Nah, hell
That's just how. And that's where I like, and I'm going to say this to the Philadelphia people. You know, the media gives a microphone to a small segment of scumbags and says, that's just how we are. And that's where I'm like, really?
Well, Joe,
your standards aren't better than that?
Well, we had the crossover, and Joe Camera said on these airwaves, I don't want you guys to die, so don't wear your gear.
I mean, come on.
And so I gave out the section number. I said, I'm gonna be right here, row 5, section 113. And my buddies in Philadelphia, all those people, they heard it and said, man, you're a goddamn savage.
Ponte,
but they didn't do anything to us. They didn't bother us. I felt safe and sound at my seat.
But this is the thing, like, the passion here for sports is different.
Oh, it's not.
B, do I love sports?
No, it's not. You love sports. I love sports. It's not different. It's not different.
But I'm coaching a bunch of 12-year-olds last night, and we lost a baseball game. All right, a baseball game, and we put our heart and soul into. It's a 12-year-old baseball game. It's not the end of the world. It's not life and death. But for some of these 12-year-olds, it feels like life and death, right? And I get that, right? Like they've poured their soul into trying being a good baseball player for the time being, and they didn't win last night, right? And one of the kids threw the bat, and I had to have a conversation with them. I'm like, look. You could hurt yourself. You could hurt one of your teammates. It's a bad look. That's poor sportsmanship. And it looks bad on all of us. And you look bad. And I'm trying to teach you how to accept winning and losing. And there's a way to conduct yourself when you're winning or losing, all right? And it's going to translate to more aspects of your life. And it feels like to me, when you're walking through that stadium, I saw a lot of kids that were bat throwers at 12 years old, and nobody was in their family life saying, that's not what you do in life. You don't throw bats.
I was a bat thrower. I didn't accept losing. I hated losing. I would throw tantrums over losing. Monday, I said their Niner games going to elementary school was not a good place for me. It was just not. I had to learn, which is why I've kept my emotions in check. In the way I watch a football game at home,
control.
I had just like, you know what? Relax, knowing the game's not over in the first half. It's almost a mental mindset because growing up, I did not take losing very well, especially when it came to 49er football. I didn't take that loss very well to Philadelphia. I hated it because, one, I had to watch Josh Johnson get his brains beat in, but we just got physically manhandled. They physically manhandled the 49ers.
Yeah.
They punked us. They hit our quarterback. They hurt our quarterback.
Yeah.
They knocked him out the game. Guys were jumping like flies. Fred Warner got hurt on like the third, fourth play of the game. Nick Bosa was hurt just standing on the sideline. That was tough to watch. And then to hear the nonsense from Philadelphia fans, to hear their little fans, and to see them try to grab people's hats. Because most of the time, the worst part is about Philadelphia fans, it's the women. The women were just as bad as the guys out there.
That's a good point.
The women were out there calling names and out there grabbing hats.
In the video.
And it's like, and I'm like, I can't do nothing to you. You're going to get your boyfriend either beat up or get him into a fight. And then just flipping people off in your face.
You shouldn't have physical altercations going to a sport.
So you look at these guys online.
That's my setting.
But
if you are looking for physical altercations, which you're not, to me, I file that under you are a scumbag.
Right. So they got bold on the internet yesterday, calling people dorks or whatnot. And you look at the screenshot of these guys who are calling you dorks and calling you names. You're like, really? You're a dork. Really? We're dorks. We're dorks. So anyway, oh baby. I'm a little fired up.
What's acceptable fan behavior?
Not that. Not that. Anything. Look, if you want to talk
Where do you
trash,
draw the line?
You can't name call. You can't use swear words. You can't get physical with anybody. You can't get
I agree
loud.
with all those.
But if
Don't
you're talking,
touch people.
But
Don't touch people.
Like this guy at the Cowboy game, this Indian guy was like, he was sitting next to me with his family. And he had his Cowboys gear right. He goes, "You liberals from California." I was like, "Man, that's all you got? Liberals from California." I was like, liberals. I was like, you guys are talking. And then the guy, remember I had the video of the Dallas game where the guy flipped me up. I was like, "Man, you're so quiet. You was talking all that mess, man. You see this? First down. You know what his name is? His name's Deebo Samuel. He's a really good football player. You know about Deebo Samuel? So, I mean, my trash talk goes deep, man. I got depth to my trash talk.
It's one thing to be creative with trash talk, right? Again, to me, I draw the line at physically touching someone, throwing things at them, spitting on them. Like, those things are all unacceptable. And that's what I would say. Like, it's very simple to me, right? And to me, those are drawing the line. Nothing is worse than the guy cussing and swearing up a storm in the section, kind of making it uncomfortable for everyone.
Yeah, so I
just because you buy a ticket, it doesn't give you an excuse to act like a jerk.
I woke up this morning saying I want to go back to Philadelphia, and I want to go back there hard. I don't care who comes. I don't care who comes. I need to be at that game.
Is this becoming a huge rivalry?
Oh, it is a rivalry. It's set now. I hate Philadelphia. I hate the Eagles. I hate their fan base more so, but even WIP the next day. We walked in there with our Niners gear.
They were
and look,
pretty arrogant.
Angelo Cataldi's pretty arrogant. That's why they had to suffer 2 weeks later losing the Super Bowl. The letter of the law, defensive holding. You lost to Patrick Mahomes. Eat that. You lost the Super Bowl again. So those guys, Bubble Bath Boy, the producer. Who's the producer we had to check? Because he was acting like a sucker. Remember that guy? We had to check him. I checked him so hard, he didn't leave the office the rest of the day. He stayed in his little office the rest of the day and didn't say anything to me. All right? The guy who jumped in the middle of our show, we checked him. And then we walked in Reading Terminal. People were looking at us, and I was like, yeah, I'm here with my Niner gear on. What?
What was that gumbo spot?
I don't know. It was really good.
It was really good.
Hey, and they were cool.
They were great. What was that gumbo spot? That was one of the best meals I've ever had.
Yeah, it was great. It was great at Ready Terminal. So I'm officially.
What was that, Gator?
I know we got football season. I mean, I know the Giants are coming back in the second half of the season. But this right here, I said, you know what? I'm ready to roll. It's Operation Las Vegas for the 49ers. They need to figure out this quarterback situation, and we need to get to the Super Bowl and win this damn thing to shut that fan base up.
Yeah, I'm with you on
I
that.
need to shut those dorks up. Those guys who calling us dorks and every name in the book, I need to shut them up. I want to go to Philadelphia. I hope we see Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. I want to see Philadelphia. It has to happen. It is a rivalry. It is a rivalry officially from the 215 to the 415.
Is it the number one? The Niners right now, the current, not like old time.
Well,
the current
Dallas
number
has
one,
something to say.
What?
Dallas has something to say about it.
I mean, they faced twice in the playoffs.
Two years in a row. 2 years in a row.
Tight games.
And there was some big time talking.
Yeah, there was.
Big time talking.
That's a good point.
But I see these guys on the internet. They want to be internet gangsters. That's fine. That's fine. Now, I think Zach Gelb, a lot of people are getting on him with the Deebo Samuels because that's where everything started. Zach Gelb went to Temple. He worked at WIP, but now he's CBS Sports Radio in New York City. He had an interview with Deebo. They're both wrong. You know, Zach was searching because Deebo wasn't giving him anything. And I've been in that position. So I lean, it's more Deebo's fault than Zach's fault because we've gotten a chance to get to know Deebo Samuel. And we've heard Deebo Samuel come short. And it's like, wait a minute. You said the things nationally. They want to say, hey, what's happening with the Philadelphia? Do you still feel like that? So I'm not going to exonerate Deebo Samuel. I mean, Deebo Samuel was he was in the wrong too. But then Philadelphia fans will come out here and be big boys on the internet and start clipping pictures and start talking about people's families and whatnot. Well, I'm going to talk about you all damn day. All damn day. It's on, baby. And it's only, what is it, July 12th? I can't wait to see Philadelphia December 3rd. I can't wait.
All-Star break weekend. Boy, I took off and I became that guy on the internet. But my mentions are out of control.
Listen.
Out of control.
The Niners could be winless going into that Philadelphia game. If they win that Philadelphia game,
Super Bowl.
I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Anything to shut that clown fan base up.
You have to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I love that.
But I seriously, I'm fired up for them. So we're going to get Elliott Shore-Parks from
what did he say?
Sports Radio 94. Well, you know what he said yesterday at 5:07 in the morning? He said the 49ers have to be the most overrated contender the NFL has had going into a season in a very long time. In a very long time.
Really?
The most overrated contender in the NFL.
I don't believe that.
In a very long time.
When does that crack come into play for you?
So we're going to get on this booth. Elliott Shore-Parks. By the way, you know Sean down in
are on fire.
What's his name? Sean in Dallas. Who's what is this?
RJ and Sean.
Yeah, SHAN. Those bozos.
Brandon Belt.
Wait till we talk to those bozos. They are done. They probably won't even come back on. We own them. We own real estate in their domes. They got
it's
nothing.
a shame. It's embarrassing.
You know, Bobby Boucher ready to pop a blood vessel. But Elliott Shore-Parks. I've never met an Elliott with
fire.
one L. ELIOT. Shore-Parks. And you look at the guy, and he's a writer at WIP. And right away, some of my buddies from Philly was like, yo, this guy's a clown. Please own him. Please own him. Please own him. Clip that. Clip that, WIP. Bozos.
You think I could ever step into the state of Pennsylvania?
You may not be able to.
I don't know.
I may not be able to.
I might need, like, witness protection.
But you know what? I'm stepping
that
into
state.
that state. I'm going to that game. I'm going to one of those games in Philadelphia, whether it's the NFC Championship, because they'll probably get home field advantage, or that December 3rd game. But I'm going to Philadelphia. I don't give a damn about them. I can't wait for football. And I can't wait to give you some prizes.
Hey.
The All-Star Week blowout, baby, here at 95.7 The Game.
I can't wait to see Debo at training camp be like, Debo, you and me, huh? Versus the state of Pennsylvania.
All right, we're good to go.
So we still got tickets. Jim Gaffigan, Jerry Seinfeld. We got packages for them.
Hashtag let Bonte cook. That is you are cooking. The studio's cooking and Bonte's cooking.
Well,
Keep going.
I'm a little fired up because I saw you getting bullied on the internet.
I was
like,
getting bullied.
And I'm looking at these guys who are trying to do the bully, and I'm like, oh my God, these little weasels. And I was like, and then I listened to the clip again. I said, you know what? Shasky did misspeak. They're not thugs. They're little nerds. They're little dudes in their mama's base. Like the guy. I don't want to talk about wives. But the guy was out here trying to showboat, and he was like, you know, if you just want my number, just slide my DMs. I was like,
what?
Yeah, I was just like, okay, here we go again.
The internet is out of control.
Here we go again. But we still got an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. We got Muay Thai lessons, Evolve Training Center. We got jiu-jitsu training lessons. We got self-defense lessons. We got boxing lessons. We still have a couple $250 gift cards to Alexander Steakhouse and a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay at SAP Center on November 3rd. We got gift card to Buon Vino. Shout out to Shout out to everybody out there at Buon Vino. We love you guys over there at Buon Vino. So we're going to do that. Know the show. Know the show at 9:20. 888-957-9570. Know the show at 9:20. We'll give out some
Is that
tips
the number
here.
one enemy right now in the
They
Bay?
are.
The Eagles?
The Eagles. It's more so their fan base.
But is that, I want to ask the audience, is that it?
Yeah,
is that the team?
888-957-9570.
Any sport?
I was already thinking on the way in, if we do go back to Philadelphia, eye black is all over my face. It's straight up war, Daddy. I swear to God, it's war. Let's break.
Did you know a bar could sound like this? Hey, welcome. Cutwater.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Well, Mac Mall?
Ray Love.
Oh, Ray Love. Kyrie, dude.
I was so fired up, and I say good morning, everybody out there getting out the graveyard shift.
You are in the 2-minute drill.
Morning, everybody out there getting ready for work, unless you're in Philadelphia. I wish nothing but ill will on your souls out there in the 215. I really don't.
You know, I
Can't
got to
stand you
admit.
guys.
I got to admit, you know, there's times I'm sure you just want to kill me. And then there are other days where I know you just want to spoon me. And today's one of those days I just want to jump on your back and go into war. I mean, honest to God, you are the best. You're my Little John if I'm Robin Hood. I'm serious. Like I wouldn't want to go into Nottingham with any other person along my side than you, Little John.
Yeah, no, I want next year in Philadelphia. I want to walk into the stadium with the big flag. That's my goal. I want to lead the charge in Philadelphia. That was so fun walking into that stadium. I'd do it again.
It was one of the great experiences of all time.
It was. Do you want to start name calling? I'll start name calling too. We could do that too. But here's the problem. What they do is they take out their little camera phones and, why, you're saying mean things. You're saying mean things.
How about the girl? There was a woman who pulled out the phone and got right in our faces and then double flipped us off with the phone in her hand and the beer in the. I don't even know how she pulled it off. And it was at the very end of the video. And my wife goes, "Wow, I've never seen a woman do that."
It was wild.
It really
Dude
was
hit Hef's
wild.
brim, worldwide Hef.
Right
It took Hef a lot of restraint. It took Hef a lot of restraint. I was proud of worldwide Hef. I was proud of Ryan. I was proud of Ivan. I was proud of we read it to the guy who was sitting next to us in Philadelphia. What's his name? He came to Buonvino.
Oh yeah.
What's his name? I forget his name, but he was sitting next to us, and we were fine once we got shout out somebody. I forget their names.
I forget that. You know, while we're doing shout outs, I'm sitting in the dugout yesterday. It's a long inning. We was a tight game. We were up 5-3 at one point, and we just started giving up runs at the end. And we were gassed. It's 105 degrees out in Ceres, California. Beautiful stadiums out there. And this guy's over my shoulder. Now I'm wearing the hoodie. We have these little hoodies, like the thin ones, because I'm so afraid of getting sunburned because it was so hot that I just threw the hoodie on over the hat. And I'm sitting there and I'm doing the Game Changer. Game Changer is this app where you can keep all the stats so that the parents that can't make the game can keep up with it. And this guy goes, "Hey, man, is Shasky on this team?" And I look over my shoulder. I'm like, "I'm Shasky." He's like, "I listen every single day." And I forget the guy's name. He's coaching Vacaville right now. Shout out to the 707 and the Vacaville team. Yeah. Let me know if your team ended up winning or losing against Series 12U team last night. But anyway, he listens every single day, and he's coaching one of the teams, the 12U teams out of Vacaville. And it was really cool to see everybody from the Bay gathering there at this park. And he goes, "Hey, man, I text in all the time. I be talking a lot of smack, but I love you guys. I roast every day. You guys are great." He had the big straw hat. Like, so I had the hoodie on.
707, huh?
He had the big straw hat.
Yeah, I know that number for the 707. He takes a lot of shots at me.
But he's a good dude.
I hope your team loses, dude, in Vacaville. I hope your little league team loses.
Do that.
Hey, he wants to roast. I hope your team loses.
Anybody that volunteers has a big heart.
I'm just kidding.
Vacaville got some sweet jerseys.
I'm just quitting.
We lost to Rockland. Rockland just.
By the way,
they played well.
This segment is sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. We got Dave Fleming coming up at 8 o'clock. We got this dude, L.A. Shore Parks. He's an Eagles reporter for 94 WIP in Philadelphia. Go Birds podcast, the best football show podcast for Odyssey. I highly doubt that. He's the pride of Temple University. So they let anybody into Temple, huh? That's
Alan Stiles is from Temple.
Yeah, that's true. How do you go to Temple from De La Salle? Isn't that like a letdown? Aren't you supposed to go to like Ivy League schools? Or
you know what? As someone who never went to college,
kidding.
I wouldn't know.
I'm kidding. Hey, by the way, Dublin Marge, I slept great. As soon as the All-Star game was over, I was out like a light.
I didn't.
The night before, I did sleep great. Last night, I was like, "Damn, I'm about to get 8 hours."
You know, and while we're here, because we were talking about it at the break, I'm just going to put it on the air. You know what I mean? Because I know All-Star Game is the slowest sports day of the year today.
Nah, we're all gas, no brakes. There's nothing slow about today.
You know what I'm not going to allow anymore?
What?
And I know it's become trendy. In-N-Out slander. Now, look. I'm not saying it's the greatest burger ever. I'm not here to say it's the greatest burger ever.
It's overrated.
But when you're driving in a car with a bunch of kids from a sporting event, and it's late at night, and you're driving down a freeway or a highway, and you don't see anything for miles but gas stations, and all of a sudden, up in the horizon, you see that In-N-Out palm tree thingy, whatever that is, you pull over. Now, it takes forever to get one. All right, I'm not here to deny it does take a long time to get
You got to
In-N-Out
go
burger.
inside. It's probably quicker to go
It
inside
usually
to
is.
get the burger.
Absolutely. But B, we got like 8 burgers. We got like 3 or 4 milkshakes. We got a zillion French fries. And I looked up, it was $62. It's the best bang for buck out there.
It's not bad at all.
The bang for buck is incredible.
Not bad at all. But I'm more a Chick-fil-A guy these days.
Oh, I love Chick-fil-A.
Shout out to Susanna.
Spicy Deluxe is on
Shout out
point.
to Susanna. I haven't been to In-N-Out, before the soda died. I didn't go to In-N-Out for years because of Chick-fil-A right down the street in Serramonte. Shout out to Susanna. Remember they came here, delivered.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
The
I was like,
only
Chick-fil-A
problem
is
with
it.
Chick-fil-A, it's not open late night, and it's not
Yeah.
open on Sundays.
You know what? That's good for your health.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That's good for your health.
But here's what I will say. It's become very trendy to rip In-N-Out Burger. Watching a bunch of kids who just sat in 100-degree heat and yourself, and you're starving, and you're hungry, and you're exhausted, and you just lost a playoff game, and you're feeling low. Dude, you warm yourself up with a double-double right away.
By the way.
It cures the soul.
We're going to get to Anthony in San Jose just a second here. San Francisco's just, it's depressing. San Francisco institution, Anchor Brewing Company, Godfather of Steam Beer.
Yeah, Anchor.
Shutting down after 127 years.
What?
Yeah. Just saw the Chronicle headline.
What?
Yeah, Anchor Steam shutting down after 127 years. It's
So they're just closing?
San Francisco's a tough spot, man.
Damn.
We're in a tough spot in this city. Let's go to Anthony, San Jose.
Damn.
Anthony, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
What's up, Anthony?
What's up,
Real
bro?
quick, I got a couple comments and I got an offer for you guys, so don't cut me off.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. So, a couple comments. This whole adult fan base thing, this stuff's getting ridiculous, man. I've been a Raiders fan since before birth, basically, and I've witnessed some very nasty things inside that stadium when they moved back from Southern California. And let me tell you this, we got a lot of problems. If you're an adult and you can't control yourself,
Thank
in the
you.
game,
Thank
you need
you.
to find somewhere to go. You feel me? You guys aren't on payroll. You ain't getting a Super Bowl ring.
Right.
Enjoy the game. Have some fun little
Thank you.
banter. Let it go.
Thank you.
But check me out. Bonte, I'm going to tell you this. Shasky, you owe this man a dinner because if someone ever came running up on me like that, it's going to be a problem. I'll
Yep.
let you know that real quick.
Yeah.
So check me out. Here's my offer to y'all. San Jose, Antipasto's Deli
Ooh.
on the east side of San Jose, McKee Avenue.
Okay.
You guys come down anytime Tuesday through Saturday. Lunch, pints on your boy.
Okay. What's
I love it.
Antipasto?
Shouting y'all out. Antipasto's Deli.
Okay, we're coming. Antipasto.
I've been hitting y'all on the text line. You guys don't be shouting me out.
I
But, hey,
apologize.
Hey, we'll shot you out right now, Anthony.
Hey, once you try this deli, I'm going to tell y'all, it's going down. And Bonte, real quick, I'm on 75 hard. Let me tell you, your motivation, man. Keep doing your thing with soda, man.
Oh, that's so cool.
I'm just letting you
appreciate
know.
that.
We're going to get after it, and I'll see y'all in a couple weeks.
Hey, I'm seeing right here Rick Sandoval saying Antipastos has the best meatball sandwich in the entire Bay
All right,
Area.
we're down there,
coming.
Anthony.
I'm
You know-
running
you know
down.
I'm
Thank
coming
you,
down
Anthony.
there. I'll
And
be down
Bonte,
there.
what's soda, real quick?
SOTA, weightloss.com.
What is
listen,
it?
man, it's a great weight loss program, a nationwide weight loss program. I'm not asking you to take any pills, appetite suppressants, anything like that. It is about learning a healthy, sustainable lifestyle while eating. And it really checks you. No junk food, no sugars, none of that stuff. No eating after 6:30, no junk food. When we get the munchies and we want to crush
not gonna
to
be
a bag
good
of
for me.
Ruffles, it's not going to be good for you. But it's helping. Look at the Guru Johnson. Guru looks great.
He looks incredible.
Guru looks great.
I'm very jealous.
I feel good. I stepped on the scale today. I was like, man, I'm under 225. Damn, your boy's doing good. So I'm also thinking about, when I go to the beaches here and there, I could walk around with my shirt off these days and not feel embarrassed. So the SOTA is state of the art, man. It's really good. We got a break.
This is Steve from Vacaville texting in from the 707. They lost the series 12U. For a heads up, series is no joke. Their pitcher was throwing like 70. Tell Bonte, I don't talk smack. I give opinions and comments here and there. I love the show, and I seen you guys are going to play Vacaville or Rodeo on your next game. Good luck. Hey,
right.
Steve, good luck to you guys, too. I hope we see you on the field.
No problem,
Series
Steve.
did look legit.
Hey, let me tell you, Vacaville got it's a great sports town. I remember they had the Pop Warner football team, the Vacaville Bengals.
Oh, yeah? Big boys, huh?
Them boys came down to Washington High School and put it on us, man. Vacaville Bengals was no joke.
I don't know how all these teams play in the heat.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I'm not built for that.
No, not on. They do it. They do it very, very well. All right. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll slow down on Philadelphia for now because I do want to get into the All-Star game. And The uniforms? You guys really thought the uniforms were ugly? All this vitriol about the uniforms makes me think that people were just looking to complain about something. We'll get into that on the other side. Soda, that's right.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Look at Moose in San Jose. Moose. Antipastos, best Italian in Bay Area, best meatballs you'll ever have, won the best ravioli many, many years in a row. It's pretty cool.
Sounds like I'm going to be going there this week.
Yeah, I'll get there in the next couple weeks.
I love it.
Yeah. Antipastos, you're on my list. You're on my list.
Are you a sausage guy?
Segment sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Since we're doing shout-outs, I want to shout out young George. We went to his funeral yesterday. Unfortunately, he passed away at the age of 30. But a lot of guys, a lot of guys. But it was a lot of smiles because he had great spirit, great sense of humor, and it's a who's who at these funerals, right? You never know who's listening to the Morning Roast. You look at somebody, you think, man, there's no way that guy listens to sports radio.
Yeah.
They come to find out, there's so many of those dudes who be like, yo, Bonte. Man, I called your show, man. Y'all cut me off hella quick. I'm like, man, you listen to the Roast. They go every day, bro, every day. So shout out to everybody who's out there, man. Cool. The Barlows, of course, and everybody out there, the Franklins.
That's cool.
A lot of roasters out there, man. Even yesterday, somebody brought up Jimmy, who was bringing up Market Street Cinema, saying Jimmy was a real OG from San Francisco.
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't lying about Market Street Cinema. I was like, yeah, he wasn't. Maybe, this meeting today, though, we better get on the All-Star game now. Because somebody at the end of the chat, I saw that at the end of the show, they said, there's more tricks in this YouTube chat than a bag of cereal. I was like, the stripper names just went out of control. So I was like, I don't know who said that. I was like, yeah. A lot of those. All right.
All right, you were talking about those All-Star Game uniforms.
So I hopped on Twitter during the game, and I was just sitting back. It's an exhibition. So, I know Love, Minnesota going back and forth like it's a Game 6 of the second round in the Major League Baseball playoffs. It's like, dude, chill out. It's the All-Star game, but it's always
Game
fun.
7 of the World Series. That's the intensity level here.
Yeah, that's where Love was at. Then I go online and
Giants ain't
everybody
getting there anytime soon.
Yeah, not with Farhan. Everybody start getting on the All-Star game uniforms. Oh my God, they're hideous. Oh my God, they're terrible. Oh my God, they're trying too hard. Look, baseball tried to do something different. They tried to cater the uniforms towards the city of Seattle with the whole Space Needle and everything like that. And I don't think the uniforms were great, but I don't think they were as bad as what everybody was making them seem. I didn't mind them. I like all-star uniforms, different uniforms for different cities, like the NBA used to do back in the day, and now they're doing it again in the NBA. Look, the white pants and the uniform and the black pants for the National League and the blue.
I thought it was dark blue.
Dark blue, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I didn't mind them.
No, I think they were fine. It's interesting. I think a lot of people, when they see the dark pants on top of like dark unis or whatever, or any color, they go, oh, those are softball, beer league pants. And I'm like, well, you are not indoctrinated in travel ball, because in travel ball, they wear black pants. They wear black and with pinstripes. They wear dark blue. They wear the dark gray. I see team wear red. Team Cuba for the national team has worn red uniform, red on red, for
years.
40 years.
For years.
Yeah, and so I like it. I think we should have more of it. Did you know that the original Giants uniforms, way back in the day, were black on black? Right? Now, it was only for a small period of time. They said world champions across the front. That was John McGraw when they were the actual Gothams, and they would get off of the train wearing their uniform, and someone would say, wow, look at John McGraw and his Giants, as in the giant human beings that they had on the team. I like them. I think they're cool.
Yeah, they're not bad at all. So I saw those, and I was just like Guru.
Wow,
saw our old friend David Bruce. Saw everybody just ripping the uniforms. Oh, my God, these uniforms. Dude, they're not that bad. And the game wasn't that bad.
Well, and here's the other thing I would say. Goo and whoever, the game is for the kids. Yeah. And the kids like those uniforms.
Guru's not going to be happy about that.
Well, no, but I'll tell Goo to his face the same thing. Like, Goo, I love the old school uniforms too. There is something cool about everyone taking their photo in their team uniform, like Doval wearing a Giants uniform, standing next to a Philly or standing next to an Atlanta Brave or whatever. But those uniforms are for the kids.
They are. Camilo Doval gets to win in the All-Star game. Kimbrel gets to save. You had the in-game interviews with David Ortiz and A-Rod and Derek Jeter. They were not bad. too much Big Pop. Again, I told you.
You don't like Big Poppy?
It's Spinotti. You feel me on that? Big Poppy's
Yeah,
just
it was a little too much. He likes the attention. I get it. That's what you're there for. It's a big show, but it's like, all right, man. Like, I want not enough A-Rod for me too. Way too relaxed.
Yeah, way too relaxed. A-Rod. So awful announcing posted a question A-Rod had for Juan Soto after the game. Now, how are you guys going to get back into the race? And Soto goes, win a lot of baseball games. And A-Rod was like, okay, yeah. A-Rod laughed. Like, first he laughs. He goes, you know how he squints his eyes and he laughs, he squints and he looks.
Because he's not listening.
Yeah,
curls up his nose a little bit.
Right,
Yeah, he does that.
He does this thing. And then all right, but how are you going to win games? More offense, better pitching, better fielding? Give me something. He goes, give me something.
I kind of like that.
And then Soto goes, yeah, all that stuff. And A-Rod like nods his head like this. I'm like, dude, A-Rod is he's such a fraud that I actually like watching him.
No, he's great on television.
I just think
Bonte,
he's just too much.
He's so bad, he's good.
Kevin Burkhardt is looking at him and he's looking at he's looking at the camera like, yeah, KB, you talk about this. Jeez, I got to follow that. I'm just like, dude, A-Rod, man. He's just too much sometimes. And then got Jeter. And I think at times Jeter's just like, these dudes are clowns.
Yeah, but that's TV.
Jeter's like, I'm too cool for school.
But isn't that TV? Like, to a degree? I mean, you're on TV. Don't you have to perform a little?
You do have to perform.
That's exactly what the vibe Jeter gives off. Too cool for school. I was looking for it. I was like, he looks like he's too good for this. He feels like it.
Well, what are your thoughts? Because I know Bonte rides with Jeter, and I don't lie. I just think Jeter as a person, like personality, on television,
I mean, he was like the guy when Sam and I were growing up in our generation, like Derek Jeter. Everyone wanted to be like him because he was the best. He was the most clutch. He was a Yankee. Like everyone wanted to be like Derek Jeter, but his personality as you get older is stale.
Yeah.
Right? He just comes off as kind of like, whatever. Like, A-Rod has personality. Yeah, I'm saying Poppy's got personality. And to your point, maybe he is the Kenny Smith to the Charles to the Shaqs in this situation. Well, and he's more respected than a guy. No disrespect to Kenny Smith, but Derek Jeter, one of the greatest of the greats, one of the greatest franchises in the history of sports.
No doubt. And his career is incredible. But I look at someone like A-Rod, and the one thing why I'm gravitated toward him, it does feel like he really does appreciate the modern game.
He does.
Where I think, you watch some of the other sports, and when we get frustrated is like, especially in the NBA, the game was different when I played. The game was better when I played. I think A-Rod does a really good job trying to pretend to love the modern game.
He's just
fake.
The squint.
Yeah.
And the smile. And when he's not in the camera, it's just like you're not listening. You're looking around for the next girl because he's always with a different girl now, which I'm not mad at. Don't hate the play, hate the game. You're Alex Rodriguez. You're single. Do what you do. You went from J-Lo to Who's Who to a blonde chick to, and you could tell he's looking around to see what's happening. He wants to see where the action is. What am I doing tonight? Where is it at tonight? What's popping off?
He lives a great life.
Dude, I swear to God, one of the best home runs I've ever seen in my life was a home run he hit at Oracle Park in the night.
That 3-game Yankee series. I have a cup from that.
Can't find that home run on video to save my life.
Well, Major League Baseball probably scrubbed A-Rod out of existence.
Because he hit it off of Tyler Walker, I believe, from University High School.
Walker, yeah.
He hit it off of Tyler Walker. Maybe a Cowbear,
Yeah.
University
Tyler
High
Walker,
School.
big sweater. He sweat a lot.
Big sweater guy.
He
big
was
sweater.
not bad.
He was not.
He was not great, but he wasn't bad.
A-Rod hit a home run to dead center that Saturday afternoon. I was like, oh, my God. It was like 455 feet.
Was that 07? Was that Bonds' last year?
Whenever the Yankees came out
I think it was 07. It was the first time.
Yeah.
Because they played the Red Sox in Fenway that year, if I'm not mistaken.
A-Rod hit a bomb, and I was like, dear Lord, look at that power. Look at the plate covers from Alex Rodriguez. He got bigger and bigger and bigger. So, anyway, it was my favorite home runs I've ever seen. The sell the team chance during the fifth inning. How about that? How about that up in Seattle? You had to sell the team chance, and you had the Ohtani come to Seattle chance, correct?
Yes.
And he had Julio at the very end. That was pretty cool.
When he came up to that bat there, Julio. Look, T-Mobile Park popped yesterday. That big,
I love that park.
Retractable roof right next to Lumen Field where the Seattle Seahawks play. That whole area, and it's 15 minutes away from the airport. So if you think about doing a day trip to Seattle, you're right there. You get back to the city that same day. So I thought the All-Star game popped yesterday. The sell team chance, man, in the fifth inning. You think Rob Manfred heard it? What was he doing?
Well, Rob Manfred was completely rattled at the draft when he came out, and not only were they yelling "sell the team" and make Fisher sell, they were also booing him with the Astros the last week, and he was just rattled. I mean, just completely rattled. You didn't catch that?
I did see that.
Yeah, so I don't know. Rob Manfred. He was getting peppered yesterday regarding the A's because he did his little State of the Union, at the All-Star game, and he was getting peppered a lot. And then I guess the mayor of Oakland presented all of the information that they have done as a city to try to create a stadium. And there's just a lot of things that the commissioner has said and that the A's have said publicly that don't jive with what the mayor's saying. So clearly, they're not on the same page.
Yeah. Not even close.
And the latest report from Ken Rosenthal at The Athletic, this was like at 4 a.m. Mayor Shengtao has met with Rob Manfred just recently.
Really?
So, interesting developments there.
Boy, figure it out. Figure it out. Alex Cobb was talking about Shohei Ohtani yesterday, saying he'd be huge. Whatever you thought Aaron Judge would have been as a face of the Giants, Shohei Ohtani would eclipse that with the whole country. You look for people to be the face of your franchise. Not only the skill, but off the field, what type of people they are. I've never been around anybody who wants to win more than Shohei. I want to win as much as anybody, but he would do anything to win. So I'd be thrilled if there was some avenue for us to get him at the deadline and sign him long-term dirty all season. So if the Giants asked Cobb to campaign for Ohtani to be a Giant, Cobb said, I'm already campaigning for him. When Ohtani stepped into the box, fans chanted, "Come to Seattle," to which Cobb said in the interview that Seattle is Ichiro Suzuki country. And Cobb added, he's coming to San Francisco.
Oh, Alex Cobb, the best recruiter in the Giants. I mean, you know what? I'm glad that he did that. I love that.
So he's recruiting. Monday, he talked about it as well. He's like, I truly believe in the roster you have. But you heard what he said. Interesting quote from Alex Cobb. Interesting quote where he says, I want to win as much as anybody. So I'd be thrilled if there was some avenue for us to get him at the deadline or sign him long-term during the offseason.
I would love for them to get him at the deadline. I've kind of done a full pivot on that one. I think you were early adopter. I was, holding out. Now I'm like, you know what? I think you're right. I think you got to get him in here if you can. If the opportunity presents itself to get him in here and test drive the Giants organization, you got to jump on that.
The hell with the kids, as Matt Steinmetz would say.
Do you see Artie Moreno trading him, though? Because he seems like a very spiteful owner.
I know David Ortiz Monday was campaigning for them, for the Angels to trade him. He said, you know what? Trade Trout, trade Ohtani, rebuild now. Because you're not going to win with them. So you might as well start the rebuilding process now and get it out the way. And Jeter was saying, boy, you really want to live with that? Do you really want to live with that? And A-Rod was saying the same thing. It was like, boy, that's tough. I don't know what you do. Because Anthony Rendon has been a massive disappointment for them. Brandon Drury's now in the IL with a shoulder injury. They failed. The Pujols, his career was over once he got there.
Yeah.
He was never the same.
It almost feels like the final couple months with the Dodgers, like resurrected the last half of his career, which is crazy.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
So, should the Giants trade for Ohtani at the deadline? If there's an avenue to do it?
He's 29. He's 29, but here's the thing, you're going to give the guy a 10-year deal. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
And he's a guy that, if you look at what the Giants need right now, in a vacuum, could they use a left-handed power bat?
Yes.
Okay. Could they use a ridiculous starting of the, top of the rotation starter?
Yes.
Yeah. He fills two big needs, and he's top 5 in pretty much every statistical category. He would be unbelievable. Do they need a face of the franchise?
Yes.
Do they need a marketing strategy?
Yes.
Yeah. So he kind of checks off everything you're looking for. Here's the thing that I would fear, but you can't live in fear. You have to do something that's bold. I would fear that he would still test free agency, and there's just other situations that are more desirable. And you trade away all of these prospects you've been waiting for to test drive a guy for 2 months, only to have him test free agency and still not sign with you.
And you have a president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, who's proven that he can't be a closer.
Do you think he's risk averse?
I think so.
Because I don't see him being one of the type. I see, for example,
I don't have any faith in him closing a deal.
You talking about a contract?
A contract, a big time megastar. I don't think Farhan comes off as somebody who's endearing. I really don't.
Interesting.
It doesn't come off as somebody who's personable. Like if I had Bob Myers in that room.
Yeah. Oh, what?
And if I had John Lynch in that room.
Yeah.
And I'm a free agent, at least I know I'm going to get the best shot.
Yeah,
and
I
that free
agree.
agent is going to think.
Yeah.
I think about Farhan Zaidi and some of the free agents he is able to sign. He's had to attach player options to guys like Sean Mania and Ross Stripling. I'm not trying to rip them. Get your money, Sean Mania. Get your money, Ross Stripling. But player options for $15 million for those two guys. Player options for Conforto, who hadn't even played really in the last 2 years. Mitch Henniger with the player option. Do you have faith in Farhan going into a room saying, hey, he's going to convince Shohei Ohtani? He didn't even believe he could sign Aaron Judge.
When you say it like that, no, I don't have as much faith. But, like, just because he hasn't done it doesn't mean that he can, I guess, would be the argument. But I do agree with the equity that Bob Myers has when he sits in front of someone, and landing Kevin Durant kind of changes everything. But the equity you have when you are a champion, John Lynch has equity as a player and as someone who was talking in the living rooms of a lot of these players as they were growing up because he was doing broadcast work. But I just believe both those guys to be very personable people that when they step in the room, I think people feel good about themselves.
Feel good.
I don't know about Farhan. Like, Sam, you've been in the room with Farhan. What's the feeling? What's the aura in the room when Farhan steps in the room?
It's just, he's just a guy almost, he looks like. I wouldn't say he has like an aura or anything. It's just like, oh, hey, look, it's Farhan. We're going to have a fun conversation now.
I get the same feeling.
Like,
I've been in two
Brian
big
Cashman,
rooms. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. But like Brian Cashman, people probably say, well, Joe, what kind of cachet does Brian Cashman have? I don't know, 25 years of excellence?
I mean, aggressiveness.
I mean, because he kind of looks
bold.
weird. You know what I mean? Like,
but he's bold. And he sells that Yankee brand.
Exactly. And he's very arrogant. And I get the same arrogance.
You know what?
But it's earned arrogance.
It's earned arrogance. And I'm not mad at being arrogant.
So you get the feeling of what from Farhan?
So I've been in two big rooms with him. One at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame and one at the PCA, Positive Coaches Alliance, which is held at Chase Center this past year. And I saw Farhan. It was just like, I felt more swagger from Larry Bear.
Well, he has
at
a lot.
The stage.
Bravado is how.
Bravado.
Yeah. Larry Bear, when he walks around,
right,
you can kind of tell he's,
Even Bobby Evans
there's
at
an
Bay Area Sports
I saw
Hall of
Bobby
Fame.
Evans yesterday.
Yeah, was he?
His kid was on the 10U SFYBL team, and great guy. He came over to the dugout. We were talking. He's such a great guy.
That's what I'm saying. He's more personable.
He's a great guy
than Farhan. I talked to Bobby at that Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. We talked for like 10 minutes. I couldn't leave.
Yeah.
Bobby was running material.
He's a great
But he's
guy.
personable.
Such a great guy.
I feel something from him. I feel a little swagger. I feel like, okay, that's a guy I want to sit down and talk to, break bread with. I get from Farhan, and he's just kind of like ho-hum. He walks into the room, just like, it's not convincing enough.
Interesting.
So I don't
in a room full of charismatic people.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm saying like the Hall of Fame, the Barry Hall. There are a lot of charismatic people.
A lot of guys. Barry Bonds, Will Clark,
Ron
Wotus. Who else was in there? Keena Turner, Guy McIntyre, Mully, Festus, Raymond Ritter's in there. A lot of characters. Bobby Sarge was in there. Bob Sargent. You had a who's who. Jason Dubas was in the building. Marky Ibanez was in the building. Mark was out there looking dapper. Buster Andre Ward. All these people in that room.
Doesn't it feel like when they brought in Buster Posey, there was a lot of rhetoric, and I don't know if it was credible or not. I don't remember if, like, for example, Alex Pavlovich was saying this, but a lot of people were like, hey, Buster's part of the ownership now. It's going to really help in the pitch of getting people. I don't feel like he's involved in those, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading
It's not who he is.
Yeah.
Because I talked to Buster at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I asked him, I was like, man, I was shocked to see you on television. And his wife, I'm slipping the name, I don't like to just say wife, but his lovely wife, who's a great lady, was saying, yeah, we were both shocked. I was like, you didn't do bad, Buster. How was it? It's like, yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting. And it's just like, it's again, when you sell Buster Posey, this was from day one, when they announced the ownership group and they did the Zoom, I said, you can't, this is Buster Posey. You can't get the private jet
one of the
from Georgia
greatest Giants ever
to bring him out here and hold a presser to announce this.
Yeah.
You got to sell it as big time.
That's a good point.
Instead, they did it over the Zoom, and some people are like, oh, it's not a big deal. You're making a big deal. That Zoom was so choppy. It was like ho-hum. You're bringing Buster Pack to sell the Giants. You're bringing him back. Sell it.
What is it like? I keep going back to the dynamic. So let's say, hypothetically, Farhan's like, I want to trade for Shohei Ohtani. And he runs it up the flagpole, right? Because you have everyone has superiors.
Yeah.
Who's he going to?
the Johnsons?
Well, is he allowed to just do whatever he wants?
Well, I don't know.
Like John Lynch, right now, Kyle Shanahan wants to do something. 9 times out of 10, we kind of know he can do kind of whatever he wants.
Got the green light.
But at the same time, I believe the big stuff, like the trade up for Trey Lance, for example. Hey, Jed, this is what we're going to do. And Jed's like, all right. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I believe it goes in that direction.
Christian McCaffrey, same thing. Hey,
Yes.
we think we could make this move. Would you be willing to take on this money? And
Yes.
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
It
exactly.
works.
When Dunleavy made this big trade for CP3.
It goes to Joe Lacob.
Exactly.
But do you know what Joe Lacob says? Is it going to help us win?
Exactly.
Let's go.
So the big question I've had for a while, and no one has the answer to, if Farhan wants to do that, who's he running it by?
I don't know. And is he getting that green light? I think he would get the green light for Shohei
I do
Ohtani.
too. But who's he running it by?
But again, when you say things like, I don't believe we could really sign this guy, I don't have faith in him closing the deal for Shohei. So now I'm kind of backtracking. As you move forward saying trade for Shohei at the deadline, I'm saying don't do it because you're going to lose him in 2 months because I have no faith in Farhan retaining Shohei Ohtani. I don't have any faith in Farhan getting a big-name free agent here.
Do you
I
think
really
that they have the guts? Because it's very risky. Do you think they have the guts to give $500 million in 10 years? It's probably going to be more, but $500 million to one guy?
They should. They should. But again, the offer with Aaron Judge, for example, should have started at $400 million.
Especially considering what all the other contracts are going around.
And consider you can't get that big name. All it takes is one to come here.
And you were
All it
fighting
takes
an
is
uphill
one.
battle.
It takes one. And you still can't get that one. I just don't have any faith. And the things that he said, it's not just his actions, but it's the thing that's come out of his mouth.
Yeah.
The things that have come out of his mouth, does it tell you like, oh boy, we're going into this recruiting pitch with Farhan?
What's the riskiest thing he's done in 6 years?
Trade for Chris Bryant?
Is it that risky?
No, it wasn't.
For a rental?
No.
Like, you could say this about the Niners. They've done some risky things. They took Solomon Thomas in the top 5.
Oh,
they traded back out of the 2 slot. They traded up to get Trey Lance. They traded away to Forrest Buckner. The Warriors have been very bold. Very bold. All right? And so, like, I'm looking at Farhan and I'm like, well, I'm not saying you got about 1,000, but have you done anything bold?
Joe Lacob was so desperate to win, and he admitted that it was a mistake. He went all in on Kelly Oubre Jr. once Clay got hurt. The guy was just trying to win. The guy was like, give me anything. I want to win. Niners, bold moves, D Ford, Christian McCaffrey.
I don't get that same sense of desperation from the
Giants.
Giants.
There's no urgency.
Yeah.
That's my biggest problem with the Giants. It doesn't
Yeah.
feel like there's a sense of urgency. Nick and Berkeley gets you on the other side. That's what's coming up. Also, the All-Star Week blowout. You better know the show. Better know the show by 9:20, 888-957-9570. Know the show. We've got some really cool gifts to give out. We'll have details on the other side about that. And that's what's coming up. Plus your phone calls, 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by S.E. Johnson STEM.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize.
barely catches a break there. And then it's a ground rule double, and they're at second and third. That one is hit pretty well there, huh? It didn't matter if you saw it or not. 2-1 to the bottom of the seventh inning, and Camilo Doval's first pitch is flagged to left field by Kyle Tucker. One pitch and one out for Doval. The 1-2 from Doval. Swing and a miss and a high fastball. That got to be the most exciting matchup of this All-Star game so far. We've had plenty, but that was awesome. Digs this one out, straight away right at Soto.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Love green onions. The dog days of baseball coming. It is coming. Second half starts on Friday with the Giants in Pittsburgh. What are they going to do? 888-957-9570. We got some Dunleavy Jr. sound that we didn't get to yesterday. Larry Harris sound that we didn't get to yesterday. Philadelphia. Philadelphia. You fans. You lowlifes. That's what you are. Bunch of lowlifes out there. Think you're internet bullying. Think you're hurting people with your words. Oh, you guys are a bunch of ducks in San Francisco. You're a bunch of ducks. We'll talk to Elliott Shore Parks at 8:30. WIP.
All in the video.
94 WIP.
Let me ask you right now, okay? Because this is a moving target at all times. Most people like, oh, what's the fan base that everybody can't stand? What's the team that everybody can't stand in the Bay Area? And the setting for years was Dodgers, right? Giants, Dodgers, Giants, Dodgers, right? I feel like the Warriors, it was LeBron. Not necessarily the Cavs. It was LeBron.
Yep.
Maybe for a little time it was the Clippers, which, again, I don't think they had enough to constitute a rivalry. And the Kings thing right now feels real, but it's budding. I don't think it's in the middle.
Budding.
It's a budding rivalry.
And they're in the same group in the in-season tournament, the NBA mid-season tournament. So
I look at the Niners, and it's like Cowboys, Packers, Seahawks, Rams. It's been a moving target. Boy, it sure feels like the Eagles are at the top of the list right now.
Yeah, because of the things that were said after the game. The things that are said, the Devo situation earlier this week. And he said, we'll see. December, week 12, week 13, Devo knew exactly when that game was. That was something that we did not touch on. That Zach Gelb clip, Devo said you knew exactly when the Niners were playing Philadelphia. Usually players say, yeah, I think we play them this year. What week is it? They'll ask their PR, what week do we play them? Devo knew exactly when the Niners were playing Philadelphia. You don't think they got that game circled?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it didn't even feel like they could give their best shot. They had to run the ball, and the second half was embarrassing to watch.
Look, okay, I want you to be sincere with me, all right? I want you to be sincere with me. We're all, obviously stuck in the Bay Area bubble, and they get credit for taking the quarterback out.
They do.
All right? They get credit for that. Yep. I'm not trying to diminish or dilute their accomplishments, but we were all robbed of seeing the game. We wanted to see it play out. Now, I still believe the Eagles were the favored team, should have been the favored team. They had the better quarterback, a little more established, had a better year, clearly, than almost every other player on the planet not named Pat Mahomes. And they had a top-to-bottom stacked team. But isn't it the worst thing in the world to be like, dude, our starting quarterback got knocked out?
Yeah, but you know what?
I'm not saying that like that. I'm not trying to be sour grapes. I'm just saying, like, from the player's perspective, I can understand and be like, God, we could have lost the left tackle and it would have been, we would have been able to function a little better.
You know what? That's part of the game, though.
It is. I know.
And
that's the hard part to swallow.
And here's the part.
It's a good point.
Here's the part that nobody's talking about. Philadelphia led the league in sacks.
Yeah. And that guy had a great year.
Hassan Reddick had an amazing year, 17 sacks coming off the edge. Their D-line was 8-9 deep. When their defensive line warmed up in front of us before the game, what did I say, Shask? I said, that is a massive defensive line.
Huge.
And we saw this in 2019 with the 49ers ourselves. When they didn't have to blitz, they could just bring pressure with the front four. It makes everything easier.
Yeah.
Philadelphia they do not have to blitz.
No.
And they didn't. And they knocked Purdy out of the game, which is a question we had. Can Purdy hold up?
Yeah.
With this stature, with this body, with this frame? Can he withstand hits? We see that happen in times of time where a defensive lineman goes for the ball and the elbow goes back funny. Dude needed Tommy John.
I mean, unreal.
So as much as we say, we didn't have our Niners quarterbacks drop like flies under Kyle Shanahan.
Undeniable.
And the Eagles get credit for knocking our quarterback. That's part of football. Back in the 90s, when football was really rough in the 80s, the Philadelphia Eagles with Reggie White and Clyde Simmons and Seth Joyner and Jerome Brown in the middle where you had the New York Giants with Lawrence Taylor, Carl Banks, Harry Carson, Pepper Johnson, Jim Burt, Leonard Marshall. What did they try to do? They tried to knock the quarterback out the game.
Of course.
They took pride in that. The Niners took pride in that with their defensive fronts, which are led by Charles Haley. That's part of football. That is part of football. So, as much as we make excuses, they knocked our quarterback, that's part of football. Well, they knocked their quarterback out, and they advantage Philadelphia.
But I'm saying from the player perspective, we could say it's sour grapes and crying. But I do understand the frustration just in general of like, dude, our starting quarterback got knocked out.
Right.
I do get it. And I think that when I'm looking at it from just the Niner player perspective, they did a lot of talking that you and I both didn't love. And just like at that point, keep it internal. Yep. Keep it to yourself. Like you could be frustrated amongst each other. When you voice it out loud, you give it a megaphone. What do you think people are going to do? They're going to run with it, right? Yep. What do you think Philadelphia's done with my soundbite? They've ran with it, right?
Yep.
So from like Debo's perspective, I get where he's coming from, but you said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
The other part of this is, and I think this is a real conversation, I think that these guys in general, whether we're talking about defense, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, whether we're talking about Juszczyk, Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, I think the entire organization and the entire team is so sick and tired of talking about quarterbacks. The same way the fan base is, I think these players are so sensitive and so exhausted with that question. And the hard part is, it's the most important question on the team.
Yep.
And so you're going to keep getting pounded with it. And I know the fans at times can get exhausted. I am sure that the media is tired of talking about it to a degree. And I can only imagine what these players are thinking, because when they get peppered about quarterback, what do you think's going through their mind?
They're like, we need a damn quarterback because that's holding us back. That has essentially held back the 49ers from winning the Super Bowl for the first time since 94-95. It really has, the quarterback spot. And that's what's frustrating to me, where they have to answer the questions. And I look at Kyle Shanahan, and look, Shanahan is a damn good coach. I've come a long way with Kyle Shanahan. But my biggest problem with Shanahan, and it's the number one problem that keeps holding this team back, can you find your guy? Is it really Brock Purdy? Is it Trey Lance? Is it Sam Darnold? The fact that we're going into year 7, we can talk about Farhan going into this is year 5 for him. Next year will be year 6, and we still don't really know what his plan is. Got a bunch of players on player options, and Sam Lubman explaining the player options during the break. Get the player options, you get the top picks, and blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares. Go get a star, Farhan. 49ers still can't find a quarterback. We still don't know who the quarterback is in year 7. And the fact is, the guy you made a bold move for, Trey Lance, rumors about him being 3rd string, 2nd string, may not play, may get traded. That's on Kyle Shanahan to figure it out. And I think quietly, Debo, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, that defense led by Fred Warner Jr., they know that. They know that. Hey, Kyle, just settle on a guy. Let's go.
Is the Brock Purdy... I'm very curious on the Brock Purdy thing, because I see all angles from people. Like, let's say hypothetically, all right? Like, it feels like to me a lot of people, myself included, in the back of our heads have a little reservation on Brock Purdy as a long-term solution. And I don't think that's a knock on Brock.
It's not a knock on Purdy.
What he did was awesome, and he was amazing this year. But, like, when you're that small and you get hurt, like, I get it. Like, I understand being skeptical, right?
Yep.
Like, I think Kyler Murray, if we throw the attitude to the side, a lot of people are still like, I don't know about staying healthy. Now, Brock's bigger than Kyler Murray, but the same questions are going to be there.
Yeah.
If Trey Lance... I'm asking you, Bonte, if Trey Lance had done exactly what Brock Purdy had done the year prior, and he got hurt in the NFC Championship game with a very serious injury and was coming into this year, how would your opinion of the quarterback position change?
I feel a lot better about it.
Why?
Because I know that Trey Lance was the guy. They made the right pick. They developed him. He made the leap. The torch was passed from Jimmy G to Trey Lance, and it's like, okay, Trey got hurt in the NFC Championship game. But, boy, we see that they picked the right guy. The stature, the mobility. But then again, he's been hurt now. So now I have questions about his durability.
Well, yeah, I would have questions about his health. But the other part is this, is that I would also say, like, I think it would be fair to also be like, yeah, it's a small sample size. And we saw that with Kaepernick, where he was really, really, really good for 1 year. And then, I thought he had a better 2013 than people remember.
I
people
thought
people are gonna say it wasn't as good. And I get that. But when you say, you got to do it again.
Well, a lot of people, Kaepernick's second year was fine. People forget that the Niners were a run-first team. So Russell Wilson and Kaepernick had so many games where they didn't throw for 200 yards, and everybody was freaking out. A lot of those games were over by the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Like 2013, Niners were beating some people down. They were beating people down to where it's like, all right, let's sit on the ball. And you look at Harbaugh in Michigan. What does he do? Takes the air out of the football, and he runs the ball down your throat. Shanahan's got the same type of mindset. He's going to run that ball. That whole quarterback playmaker thing, Javier Vega, who we know, he used to blog for the 49ers or do podcasts for the Niners. He sent down something yesterday. I caught
What's
it.
that?
Playmakers. Shanahan was talking about the NFC divisional round game against Minnesota, and he said, I noticed our defense was getting after Kirk Cousins, and Minnesota was not going to be able to do anything against our defense. So what did I do? I ran the ball 45 times. Now, we didn't have a carry over 12 yards, but we're able to run that clock, run the football, and control the game. And I love that. NFC Championship game. Wow, Green Bay can't stop the run.
Yeah.
So why stop running the football? It's kind of what it's, so the whole thing would cap that philosophy of running the football or whatnot. But when it comes back to Trey Lance, if Trey Lance had done it, we'd feel a lot better because it would have been throughout the duration of the season. Right?
Okay,
I
was saying 2021, let's say, we're going back. Jimmy plays 8 games, 9 games, and then Trey comes in at the end and they go on a run.
We feel good because that was the high prize draft pick, and we're like,
that's true.
This is why you draft him number 3 overall.
But wouldn't you still have the same reservations regarding health? And wouldn't you have the same reservations regarding you got to do it again for a longer period of time?
But the future is bright because it's like we invested in this guy. The Niners really didn't invest in Brock Purdy. They spent the last pick of the draft on Brock Purdy. Who's Mr. Irrelevant?
Well, at this point, does it even matter?
Not now. But it will matter in the future. What's his contract look like?
Well, that there's no doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
and from a team building standpoint, do you really want to give up Trey like that? Because you gave up that haul for Miami, and Miami was able to do some things to better their football team to where they're a factor now. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You just look at Brock Purdy. He's a small guy. And you saw the Dallas Cowboys, the speed of the game, they were on Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy made great throws down the stretch there to continue to extend some drives, get some first downs, and bleed that clock. But the reservation is he's a small dude. And when he plays some faster defenses, it's like, can't get away with some of the things he got away with the first 4 weeks of his tenure at quarterback.
Yeah, I think you'd have similar question marks if Trey had done the same exact thing in a 9-game period that Brock Purdy. I think you would, because I think a lot of people would say, hey, it's great. It's amazing. You've been hurt a lot. Because he did. He hurt his finger. He got blasted at the goal line. And then, obviously getting hurt at the end of the year the way Brock did. Like, if that's what would have happened, I think a lot of people you get hurt a lot, so can you stay healthy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you do what you did again?
See, because the mindset is you drafted him in the top 5.
So you automatically elevated him because of pedigree of draft pick.
He's in the top 5, and you're like, okay, we invested our future into this guy. And mind you, you saw some flashes in 2021 when he won a game against the Houston Texans with a good second half to keep the Niners season alive. To keep their season alive. And you're like, okay, I know that's in the back pocket. He came in for Jimmy again. He played well. This is why they invested in him. We feel good about his frame. Okay. We feel good about everything. I think the reason is Brock kind of came out of nowhere. He was an afterthought coming out of training camp. Let's be real. He was an afterthought.
There's just so much. I don't know, man. I worry about his his arm. I want to see what his arm looks like. Everybody's just assuming he's going to be fine and he's going to hit the ground running and he's going to be ready to go. I think they should take it nice and slow. I mean, not that I'm some doctor. If you love the guy and you're thinking long term, what are a couple of weeks on the front end to get him right?
Well, here's the other thing. Because I hear that. But starting off slow the last 2 seasons has cost you home field advantage in the playoffs. And you've had to go on the road for back-to-back NFC championship games, and that's not an easy task.
It isn't, but do you think that that's the reason that they lost both those games? Not that it's not an uphill climb. I freely acknowledge that.
No.
I don't think that's the reason that they lost.
I feel a hell of a lot better if Philadelphia's coming out here to the West Coast.
That I agree with.
I feel a lot better with the Rams coming to Levi Stadium to where they get punked left and right. I feel a lot better about that.
Okay. I would.
Road playoff games are hard to
you.
win because think about all the travel they had to do. You know, you think about the traveling they had to do or the extra games they have to play the wild card game. You play Seattle week 1, that takes a little carnage out of you, right? Takes something out of you. Then you got to play Dallas. That Dallas game was a physical football game. Mm-hmm. You had to play it on the Sunday, basically mid-afternoon, early evening type of day. Philadelphia had the extra day of rest, and they were at home.
Yeah.
And they were rested, feeling good about themselves. You know, you think about the year before with Jimmy Garoppolo. You have to play in Dallas. You fly back home, then you got to go to Green Bay on a Saturday. Another short weekend playing basically 0-degree weather.
Yeah.
You know? And then you got to fly back while your quarterback's beat up. Everybody's beat up. Deebo Samuel's hanging out for dear life. Trent Williams bust his ankle. Then you get to the NFC Championship game. Trent Williams could barely block. Deebo Samuel's compromised. So it takes a lot of cardio. So starting off slow has cost you. It's cost you in the health department. It's made you put extra miles on your body. And that's why getting off to a slow start this year, it's like, again, you have to stop fighting an uphill battle here in the NFL. You got to come out hot. Like Dumas was in here yesterday talking about the Warriors. Like, they don't get off to a hot start. Things are going to spiral kind of out of control. Same thing with the 49ers. They have to start off hot this year.
That I agree with. I just want to get back to this because I think this is an interesting conversation. Draft status and stature are your two big reservations regarding Brock Purdy.
No, not mine.
Okay. What are they?
The draft stuff is over with.
Okay.
We saw Purdy perform on the field. Purdy was fine. I just, he got hurt, and now there's more tape on him. What does it look like? What does it look like?
See,
was it more fluky? It was.
I don't know about fluky. I don't like saying professional.
Well, I don't want to say
fluky.
All right, so
but I hear you.
I don't know. I just don't know. Coming off that injury, where's your arm going to be? Is he going to be better? And then, if he does perform well, you're going to have to pay this guy. Now's the time. If you're Kyle Shanahan, doesn't it feel like now, this year, has to be the deciding factor on where we go at the quarterback spot? It's like whoever wins the job this year is going to be the Niners quarterback for the next couple of years, right?
I've said that for like 3 years, though.
Well,
you know what I mean? I know. Okay. If I throw health to the side, which we can't account. I think football players, you just never know. Throw health to the side. What's the biggest area of weakness and strength for Brock Purdy for this year?
What's the biggest area of strength or weaknesses?
So what are the biggest areas of strengths and weaknesses? To me, I think his feel for the game is really good. Really good. Clearly, his decisiveness, but I felt like as the season was progressing, you did see him be a little hesitant, especially in the first half of games when defenses were more sophisticated.
Listen.
I think we make too much of arm strength, but there is something to be said. When I watch Jimmy and I watch Purdy, they do hit the same spots on the field because that's the design of the offense. I'm curious if there's extra layers to the offense for Kyle Shanahan.
See, I think Brock Purdy being drafted last in the NFL draft benefited him in a lot of ways. On tape, there was a lot of Jimmy O-no throws, especially those last 4 games.
Oh, yeah.
But we give him the benefit of doubt because he was drafted last. We don't harp on those plays because of where Brock Purdy was drafted.
So that it's like an
because
underdog.
That underdog Cinderella story is it's Brock Purdy. It's all good. He's got the name. He's got the feel. It's a hell of a story. You see his parents crying. He beats Tom Brady. He threw a lot of Jimmy on no throws. And the vitriol towards Trey Lance is just, it's like, all right, let's chill. So we overpraise Brock and we overcriticize Trey. It feels like that.
Yeah, well, I would agree. Overall. I think missing, from rookie to second year, you take a big quantum leap forward in terms of your comprehension of the offense, your synergy with the playmakers around you. And I really worry that he's missing valuable time right now because of the arm injury. It really sucks for the guy because I was hoping he could build on what he did last year and then say, hey, roll it into this year and be better, or at least understand the game a little more. And I think he's playing behind the 8 ball this year, and I feel for him.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Brock this year. Trey's like this. I think for Trey Lance, coming into camp.
I'm excited for the guy.
For Trey Lance, for example. Beat out Sam Darnold. You may get an opportunity to start week 1, week 2. You know you're drafted number 3 overall. You got your guaranteed money already. If you go to a new spot, refresh, rejuvenate your career, these are good reps for you to showcase another team. For Brock, I think there is pressure on him coming back early, which is why he's trying to push for that.
I would agree.
He's saying to myself, I cannot risk me being the last pick of the NFL draft. And I know this is a great story, but dealing with the head coach that I have at Kyle Shanahan, it's a what have you done for me lately business. And I have to go in there. Not only do I have to take that job, I have to continue to perform at a high level, because if I don't, not only is Trey going to take my job, then I'm going to cost myself money like Nick Mullins did. Remember Nick Mullins?
Yes.
He had every opportunity. This fan base was ready to hug Nick Mullins, welcome him with open arms once Jimmy got hurt, because people was fatigued with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he had that Sunday night game against the Philadelphia Eagles where he got benched, and his NFL career is basically over. Now he's a career backup. Brock Purdy comes back early and struggles. You don't think people are going to say, hey, try Trey. You drafted him number 3 overall. Hey, Purdy's not ready yet. Purdy's not ready to go. And Purdy, in his mind, he's got to establish. Purdy has a chance. If he comes out and he comes back early and he balls out, he's going to be the franchise quarterback.
Well, there's no doubt.
There's no doubt about that.
I think my biggest reservation regarding the Brock Purdy thing, and I mean this to my core. I did this with Kaepernick. I did this with Jimmy Garoppolo, right? It almost feels too good to be true, right? Like, it really does. And I've been let down so many times by the history of the position when it comes to the 49ers that, like, a guy has a 7, 8, 9, 10-week stretch that's incredible, and we feel infused. And I fall for the banana in the tailpipe, and it's too good to be true. I hope that's not the case with him, man. Because what we saw, it's one of the greatest stories in sports.
Yeah. By the way, Julian on Twitter sent me the A-Rod home run.
Oh.
From 07. Top of the 9th inning. 2-1 pitch from Tyler Walker. It's an absolute bomb. No, the Brock Purdy stuff, but then again, it's on Shanahan to figure this out once and for all.
Well, I think
because here's what the other thing that's going to happen, Chasky. If both these quarterbacks struggle, we're going right back to the Kirk Cousins sweepstakes. And you think we're going to be what? You think we're going crazy now? These quarterbacks don't get things going. What are these guys? Hell,
how much patience will they have? Brock comes back and he's healthy, all right, and it just doesn't look as good as it did last year for whatever reason. Around him isn't as good, whatever. How much patience is everyone going to have?
Exactly. That's a great question. That's a great question.
Because I know what will happen in the other direction. Let's say Brock's not ready to go, right? Let's say he's not ready to go. They start Darnold or Trey Lance. Our patience level is going to be very, very minimal for mistakes. Very minimal. But if the other thing happens where they get Brock back and he's fully healthy and he's out on the field, are we going to allow him the opportunity to get in sync with his guys? Because we barely allowed Jimmy Garoppolo to get ready last year when he came off the injured list.
And we certainly didn't allow it for Trey Lance, even though Trey Lance didn't play with George Kittle.
No.
If Trey Lance struggles, get this guy out of the game for Sam Darnold.
Well, yeah.
And that's the other caveat. You don't think Sam Darnold's stinking? Boy, if I could get a couple starts under Kyle Shanahan, I could rejuvenate my football career, and I could become the guy in San Francisco.
That's a great point.
So the whole quarterback thing, we keep talking about quarterbacks. I go back to Kyle Shanahan. This is on you to figure this out.
Don't you think they already have figured out, but the injury complicated things? Don't you think that they believe it's Brock Purdy? Because that's the feeling I get.
Well, John Lynch said it. He's a leader in the clubhouse, and I'm cool with that. Brock Purdy earned that right.
Why hasn't Kyle come out and said it that
He never does.
Succinctly?
He didn't do it because he didn't do it with Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember that? He never named a starter. Jimmy did, and that pissed him off even more because Jimmy was like, yeah, I'm starting. But Kyle, in his mind, it was an open competition. Kyle never tells you.
Hey, boss. Me and Bonte, we got that morning slot. Yeah, I'm doing that.
We're doing
I'm doing the morning roast.
And the boss is like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided on that. I was like, no, we got that slot.
Yeah,
that's
ours. Hilarious.
How do you think I got this producer job? I just walked into the boss's office, said, hey, I know Curly's leaving. I got you. I'll take that morning spot.
I look behind the glass. I bought these guys burritos. I look behind the glass, and I'm staring at this food that I want to eat. And both of these guys are face first into burritos. I'm so jealous.
And Lubman just popping on the mic, just lying. We had to go to bat for you. We had to, put 10 on 2 to get you to be the producer of the show.
Oh, I'm sure that was a very quick conversation. Hey, boss, we want Lubman. Oh, I know you guys want Lubman. I want him too. It was probably a lot like that.
No, the boss said, give me 2 weeks to think about this.
Is this a make or break season just for the Niners in general? Like, would this break our soul if we're going through
Right.
this quarterback thing one more year after this?
Maybe,
like, honestly.
But here's the thing. A lot of people getting on me saying, Bonte, just admit it. Trey was a mistake. This is Draymond Green. Okay, so if Trey was a mistake.
Wait, it's Draymond Green?
Yeah, Draymond Green.
That's a great name.
If Trey Lance was a mistake, then why are we not raising our arms looking at Kyle Shanahan saying, what's up, dude?
Because they think they found Purdy. So
is that why?
Because I'll use this and as different because it's quarterback.
Okay.
But the way that I think people are justifying
Is that why?
Well, when they whiffed on Reuben Foster, we ripped them. But then they found Fred Warner.
Right.
And we were like, who cares about Reuben Foster?
Right.
And I think that's how the general sports fan is. Like, okay, you missed on player X, but we found that guy.
Okay.
And I do think that overrides it, and especially at that position.
So I wonder, real quick, before we get to Dave Fleming at 8 o'clock, 888-957-9570, because we have really not talked much football since.
I can't wait.
And
did you see the training camp dates were released?
Yeah, I did. They were released yesterday. Open practice Wednesday, July 26th.
Are you announcing what practices you're going to?
I'll be at as many practices as I could get to.
Is that
Damn near every practice. That's just what I'm telling
No
everybody
pad?
right now. No pads, does not matter.
I love when you have the yellow legal pad with the cargo shorts and you're walking around pointing at people.
And I got the notes.
Oh, you're the best.
All ready to go.
And then I look at your notes and they're just chicken scratch.
Well, it's for me to read, not for you. I know what I'm doing. These like Molly Kira show Mad Dog Russo's notes from First Take.
Oh, yeah?
That's how my notes are. They're all over the place. It's unorganized chaos. But I love it. So I'll be at all these practices. I want to see what's happening. But, if Trey Lance is a bust and Brock Purdy's the guy, do we all believe that?
What do you mean?
If Brock Purdy's the guy right now, if they believe that Brock Purdy's the guy.
I think he's the guy for right now, yes.
Why are they waiting on a contract extension?
You can't. Because
you can't. I know you can't do it right now, but we haven't even heard rumblings about it.
Well, because you want him to play well enough to where the team succeeds, but not well enough to where he's breaking the bank as a quarterback.
Right.
Like, you see that Jalen Hurts contract?
It's pretty nice.
I mean, no, it's incredible, right? Like, that's the cost of doing business for these quarterbacks now. And I'm going to be real. I get sticker shock unless it's one of the top 5, 6, 7 quarterbacks.
Right. And look, a lot of people are trying to make race about why I like Trey Lance.
No, you just like Trey Lance.
I'll say this again. I don't know how many times I got to repeat myself. I don't give a damn who the quarterback is this year. I want a Super Bowl. And I'm tired of talking about the quarterback spot. I want my guy. Kansas City has their guy. Philadelphia has their guy.
Yeah.
Dallas right now has their guy. They invested in Dak, even though it doesn't feel like it's long term. The Niners, when they made the selection for Trey Lance, they said, finally, we got a guy. Develop him. And all of a sudden, in year 3, we're just going to, let's kick him to the curb. Okay, so if he's not the guy, Brock Purdy better be the guy. Because if Brock Purdy comes back slow and struggle, you ask the question, how patient are fans going to be? I tell you what, me, Bonte Hill will not be patient.
How patient were Niner fans with Jimmy Garoppolo at the beginning of 2019?
Not patient at all.
He was coming off the ACL injury.
Not patient at all.
And I think the first half of week 1 against Tampa Bay, how frustrated were Niner fans?
Very frustrated. Very frustrated.
Did he throw 2 picks in that game?
The Tampa game?
Yeah.
Well, he threw the pick 6.
A pick 6.
He knew the other one. Shanahan yelled at him. Against Cincinnati, remember he threw the pop-up and it was like 5 Bengals over there. They picked it off. And the next drive, Kyle Shanahan basically said, we're going to run the ball down the field and take the ball out of your hands. So if Trey's not the guy, fine. But if Trey's not the guy, Purdy better be the guy. And it's not even on Purdy. My vitriol.
That's a lot of pressure on Purdy.
It's a lot of pressure on Purdy. But you know what?
A lot of pressure.
Forget that. No. I want Purdy to do well. Again, we're avoiding the obvious here. Why are so many people scared to come down Kyle Shanahan's road for the quarterback position? Again, this is on Shanahan. Shanahan picked Trey Lance. He wasn't forced to pick Trey Lance. He had the autonomy to pick whatever quarterback he wanted. He stuck with Trey Lance. He didn't want him. The guy wanted Kirk Cousins. The guy talked up Nick Mullins. At times, he talked up Jimmy Garoppolo. It was obviously there was a disconnect with Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan. That was obvious. Okay, so if Purdy comes back and struggles, that's not on Purdy to me.
Well, are they winning?
Are they winning? I think that's on Shanahan.
Yeah.
It's a Shanahan problem with the quarterback spot.
Let's say they go 11-6, right? Okay, it's so weird saying that the 17 game. They go 11-6. But like the quarterback position looks a little rocky, a little shaky, but they're still winning games. I think the majority of people are going to say Brock's our guy.
Right.
But
he is. I've said that. Brock's the leader of the clubhouse.
But there will be a time when someone throws an interception in a playoff game and people are going to look over at the sidelines. Fans are. That's what fans do.
I don't know how many times I got to say right now, if Brock was healthy, he'd be your starter week 1, and I have no problem with that. He earned that with the way he played last year. But boy, if Brock comes out and struggles, are we really going to go back to Trey Lance? And then if he struggles, again,
Sam Darnold.
I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan saying, this is on you. You have to figure it out. Let's go to Austin in the Bay Area. Austin, what's happening?
Yo. Hi, how y'all doing this morning?
What's up, Austin?
I'm doing great, Austin. It's good to hear your voice.
Huh?
It's good to hear your voice.
Look, I want to talk about this Trey Lance thing, man. All right, Trey Lance needs a fair chance at that playbook. Only reason why Brock Purdy's in a position he is right now because our quarterback was injured. And Kyle Shanahan had no choice but to open up that playbook if he wanted to make a run. Now, this is all Shanahan's fault. It's the reason why Trey Lance is injured. He could have handed the ball off to Juszczyk for them 2 yards, or give it to the damn running back. Let's stop this Trey Lance thing and Brock Purdy. Trey Lance is our number 1. He beat out Jimmy G for that spot. Now it's time for him and Brock Purdy to challenge him for that spot. That's fair. That's the only way. I don't care if Brock Purdy won 11 games in a row or how many games in a row as a rookie. I don't mean that. Trey Lance won that.
It means something. Come on. It means something. Guys,
it does mean something.
He went on a run that was pretty freaking incredible.
He went on a run.
Come on. We've got to be reasonable. We all caught Purdy mania.
But the dialogue, though, to his point about Trey, everybody came out of training camp, oh, my God, Trey had an up-and-down training camp. Well, he was going against the number 1 defense. Nobody ever brings that up. He went against the best defense in the NFL every day in practice. Who's not going to struggle? The top quarterbacks in the league struggle. I watched Tom Brady get his ass kicked by that defense. And he's the greatest quarterback possibly of all time, outside of Joe Montana. Like that. So, of course, Trey Lance struggled. But, man, we saw 2 games that he did. When he did have the job, they did decide this is Trey Lance's team. They did decide that, but we don't ever give Trey the benefit of that. Oh, man, he struggled in the preseason. We put more stock into a preseason game to hate on Trey Lance than anybody in the world.
I think that the practices are going to be where they determine all of the pecking order of where everyone's looking at. I think all these particular
the inter-squad scrimmages, right?
Yes.
Because, again, you're going up against this Niners defense. Sam Darnold and Trey are going to struggle against Nick Bosa, Fred Warner Jr., right?
Do you think he's going to do what he did against the Raiders a couple years back and go back and forth, play to play, series to series with different quarterbacks? Remember when he did that with Trey and Jimmy? We all were losing our minds that year he was a rookie.
Look, man, I'm exhausted from the quarterback talk just as much as Deebo Samuel. I just want to win. At the end of the day, who gives me the better chance to win?
What do people say?
What if it's Brandon Allen?
Oh man, is he the new Brock Purdy? Brandon
Maybe.
Allen?
He might be.
I didn't even know which Brandon Allen. There was like so many Allens, I didn't know who was who.
Let's go to Nick and Berkeley real quick before the injury report.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, look, Kyle Shanahan, it's all on you, dude. You got to be like this. Call up your dad and say, Daddy, please, can I have your playbook? Because, dude, a double tight end set with Juice in the front and whatever running back, man, just run to the line and fall forward for 3 yards. If that's what you got to do. Protect the quarterback. If you're not confident in the quarterback, then run the damn ball, dude. Your dad, I mean, he made Elway look great. Elway he didn't win anything until he got Terrell Davis, and then once Mike Shanahan let the dogs loose, they was running down people's throat left and right, and then passing second, and he made Elway look like in his old age he was swinging it. You know what I mean? And I don't understand why Shanahan got cute in the shot with these weird blocking schemes. In a championship game, dude, you can't be having like a stunt blocking scheme against when you got a zoo in front of you with lions, tigers, gorillas, and elephants and rhinos up there on the front line in Philly. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with it. To go with a regular, just block the man that's in front of you. All this, pass him on to the next guy. That's ridiculous, dude. You're doing too much. He gets too cute, man. And then he gets tight in the games, and he gets all conservative and does some weird plays where he tries to run it right at the middle and get McCaffrey killed. Get Caffrey out in space. Get Debo out in space. What is wrong with you, man? And then you start last season, we have to start fast because that costs us home field advantage.
Yep.
You got to be in your bonnet with dude. There's no There's no doghouse in the pros, Shanahan.
Yeah.
There's no doghouse. They're professional players. They get paid millions. Stop with the doghouse stuff, please.
Hey, that's Nick in Berkeley. He always brings the heat. You know, look, I'm looking at the schedule here before we get to the injury report. You have to start off fast. First 4 games. At Pittsburgh, at SoFi in L.A. for the Rams game. They're going to be fired up for that. At home, Thursday Night Football, short week gets the New York Giants, who are filling themselves after a playoff spot. And their defense is tough. And with Wink Martindale, I believe their defense coordinator, really good. And then you got the Arizona Cardinals at home for week 4 before the Dallas game. Then you got Cleveland, Minnesota, and Cincinnati. You have to start off hot. So I don't care who's playing quarterback. Get me the guy who's ready to win football games right away. And stop playing from an uphill battle, man. Playing from behind. No. You got to start fast. So whoever it is, it's on Shanahan at the end of the day to figure this thing out. Can you beat me there at least?
Oh, of course.
Because a lot of people don't want to give Shanahan. We go straight to Trey Lance. Oh, Trey Lance sucks. Well, that's on Shanahan.
Well, you identified him. You picked him. You hand-selected him.
You traded 3 picks.
Either picked the wrong guy, failed to develop him to the point where you felt comfortable. Like, there's a variety of levels of that. But if you hit a grand slam with Brock Purdy, it kind of erases the whole Trey Lance thing. Doesn't mean it was great. It just means, like, you can offset it. Yep. It does.
Boy. Hey, no, Michael Mills, I don't want Brock Purdy to struggle. I don't want a team to win. I just want a guy. I want a quarterback that I could wrap around my arms and say, this is my quarterback. Cincinnati has theirs. Jacksonville has theirs. Buffalo has theirs. I want mine. I want my quarterback. I'm tired of playing quarterback roulette every single year. It's driving me insane.
Well, you talked to a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, Kenny Pickett. They're like, we like him, but and I'm with them. I'm totally with them. Like, they have resurrected. Now, Kenny Pickett didn't do half of what Brock Purdy did. But he had a couple of nice comebacks, and he also doesn't have the personnel that Brock had.
Look at Justin Fields. How would he look in a red and gold uniform right now?
The way he runs, the way Shanahan likes to run guys that can run, I don't know. I don't know if he'd be looking so hot.
I think Justin Fields would be looking really good with these weapons.
And maybe they should have took him.
Maybe. Again, I'm looking at Shanahan. You've got to figure this thing out. And I don't care who it is. Honestly, don't. All right. Hopefully they don't get injured. That's all I want. Just get a quarterback who could play throughout the season, man. Jeez. We're down to our 4th stringer in the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia, Josh Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that was depressing. Not as depressing as it was coming for, what's his name? From WIP, 94 WIP. Who we have on Lutman? What's the guy's name? Little clown.
Elliott Shore Parks.
Yeah, there you go. Said they're the most overrated contender he's seen in the NFL in years. Okay. Did you know that Johnny Cueto was still pitching, Shasky?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Guess what?
The Marlins.
They just activated him. He's been out with bicep tightness. He had originally started a rehab assignment back in May, but was shut down for 30 days after just one appearance. He's not expected to be part of the Marlins rotation, however, after allowing 27 runs.
Yeah.
In damn near 27 innings during his latest rehab assignment that began back in June. But he will be a factor down the stretch. Johnny Cueto, South Florida, South Beach, Miami.
I like the Marlins.
It's a match made in heaven, baby. I gotta love them down there.
I like them.
Marlins, they're coming around. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Dave Fleming. And then we'll get right back into football talk. And I promise you, don't leave me and Larry Harris out. We got a lot going on here on a Wednesday on the Morning Roast.
Being a baseball play-by-play broadcaster demands a blend of learned mechanics, intense preparation, and a calm sense of entertainment.
Harris in Dunleavy today. No, my blood is boiling with Philadelphia. We'll replay the clip that got everybody in Philadelphia up in the uproar. All the name calling from them. Don't forget, know the show, because it is the 95-70 game All-Star Week blowout. We still have a pair of tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan, plus a Gold-Blooded Warriors t-shirt. We still have a round of golf to give away at the Berkeley Country Club. Still got a couple private lessons for jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons, courtesy of Evolve Trading Center. Got Muay Thai boxing lessons, courtesy of Evolve Trading Center. We got a couple $250 gift cards, courtesy of Alexander Steakhouse and Buon Vino. Shout out to Judy and the rest of the crew up there at Buon Vino and Walnut Creek. Plus, we got a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay at SAP Center on November 3rd. So, know the show coming up at 9:20, and you'll qualify for one of these great, great prizes, the All-Star Week blowout here at 95-70 Game. Nobody loves you like 95-70 Game, as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Hopefully you enjoyed the Major League Baseball All-Star Game where Camilo Doval gets the win. Diaz from Colorado gets the MVP award, the Ted Williams MVP award, hitting that home run there late in the game. And the National League win for the first time since 2012? Wow. National League finally getting off the schneid during the All-Star Game. So it was a lot of fun. I had fun watching the All-Star Game yesterday.
Yeah. I love seeing Camilo Doval and Alex Cobb both go out there and look good. I mean, for a Giants fan, isn't that what you want?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing worse than, that Lee Hammaker.
Sean Estes.
Sean Estes.
Somebody else got rocked.
Rick Russell, I believe, was the one who gave up the home run to Bo Jackson.
Yeah, he gave back-to-back home runs.
We've got a lot of bad all-star pitching moments.
Yeah.
Although I think Vogelsong pitched well, if I remember.
Yeah. Well, a guy who was up there was Dave Fleming on the international feed, calling the All-Star Game up in Seattle. And Seattle popped at T-Mobile Park. Home run derby was a lot of fun. The game played out well. You had some great chance with Shohei Ohtani come to Seattle, sell the team, courtesy, trying to defend the A's fans there, their franchise in Oakland. But let's talk to Flem as Camilo Doval gets the win. Alex Cobb made some rounds as well. Flem back on the roast as he is every single week, enjoying the great city of Seattle. Good morning, Flem. How you doing, man?
Good morning. I'm good. It is. It's been fun to be up here.
How was the game itself, man? I know you called it for the international feed there up in Seattle at T-Mobile Park with that big old ballpark next to Lumen Field. But I thought the game popped. I thought the uniforms, a lot of people made big deal about the uniforms. I thought the uniforms were fine. They weren't great, but they weren't bad. Overall, your experience at the All-Star Game, tell us about it, Flem.
Well, it is a great venue. Summertime up here is just so nice. So you get the visuals of the park and the water and the mountains. So it's just kind of like cool to be there. And even if you're not here, watch it on TV and just see. To me, it's one of the great venues in the game. I mean, I really think this ballpark has held up so well over the years. So that was one thing, just sitting inside there with the sun shining and all the games, great players down on the field. That was cool. I mean, we missed, no Judge, no Trout, no Yordan Alvarez. The American League team was a little thinner than usual on star power just because there's some of the biggest stars in the game weren't available and healthy. Ellie De La Cruz, who's taken the game by storm over the last month, wasn't there. That, felt like a little bit of a void. But the game itself was a really good game, and I heard you guys just talking about the Giants who pitched. It was fun to see both Cobb and Camilo Doval come in and do a great job. Cobb had a battle with Shohei, which was really cool, and Camilo struck out Julio Rodriguez. I thought that was one of the great moments of the game, the battle between those two. So I enjoyed it.
Cobb actually made some comments regarding Shohei Ohtani, which I found to be really, exciting to hear from a player on the team. I mean, you're around this team. Is that even a reality? I mean, Flem, are we just talking nonsense, even wishing, dreaming, thinking about a trade deadline to try to bring in someone like Shohei Ohtani?
Well, trade deadline, I guess I shouldn't say that it's impossible, but I really feel like that is unlikely. I mean, number one, I just don't see the Angels. If they lose every game from now until the trade deadline, then they'd probably entertain it. But assuming that doesn't happen, I just don't see them trading him away. And
totally fair.
The owner, you could argue with that logic. Like you could say that in theory it sounds good. Hey, if you're not going to re-sign him and your odds of actually going to the playoffs are not that great, But I sympathize with. You've got that guy on your team. I just don't think I would want to be the guy who traded him away. And I would still feel like, hey, we're going to make our best pitch, and if he chooses somebody else, he chooses somebody else. But I'm not going to take it for granted that he's leaving us. So that's my first thought, is that it's going to be really hard to trade for him. And I think the haul would have to be so high that even though he is the greatest player in the game right now and the most unique player of all time, I would pause before I gave up my whole farm system for 2 months of a guy when I don't believe that's going to give you much of an advantage in signing him in the. I mean, I think he's going to do a true free agency tour and consider all his options, no matter where he gets traded, if that were to happen. So that's my long-winded answer. Now, Ohtani as a free agent, a whole different thing. Right. And it's going to captivate the sports world. It's going to be the biggest story in baseball, like Judge was, but times 2 probably. And the Giants are going to be in the mix for that. Now, does that mean they're going to sign him? It does not mean that, but they're going to be in the mix for Shohei.
You know, Flynn, do you believe that Shohei is going to be the first Major League Baseball player to get $100 million per season? Or what's that contract going to look like for him once he does touch down to free agency?
Question.
Yeah, that is a great question. I don't think it's going to be that high. The parameters of but I mean, I say that, and it doesn't sound impossible to me.
Right. Because last year, real quick, Flynn, last year I floated out $75 million per season. Some people like, you're crazy, Bonte, but I'm thinking you're getting the top 5 pitcher. You're getting the top 5 hitter. He is box office. He's going to put butts in the seats. He's going to sell a lot of jerseys. He's probably the most marketable player you have in all of Major League Baseball. I thought 75 right now would probably be a bargain for Shohei Ohtani per year.
It's crazy.
I do think that he pays for a lot of his contract himself with all the extra stuff. I do believe that, and I think he's probably the only guy. Judge is close. I mean, I think Judge pays for a lot of what you pay him just in peripheral benefits. But I mean, my guess had been, coming into this year, Shohei like 60, 65 a year for a long-term deal. It is probably higher than that now. It probably is. And maybe, there is a chance you could do like a shorter-term deal with him. It would have to be really short-term, because I think Shohei's going to be 29, I think. Mm-hmm. So you could at least pitch the idea to him of, hey, come to us. We're going to give you this opt-out after 2 years, so that if this isn't what you think it is, you don't have to commit to us for the rest of your whole career, and we're going to just pay you an insane amount of money. Say it's 2 years, $200 million, and it's like a little trial period. See if you like being a Giant or whoever. I mean, I think if you wouldn't be able to get him to do that on like a 4-year deal, because then his opt-out would come at age 33 or 34 or something. The agent, I'm sure, is saying, then we can't. But if you gave him a 2-year deal, maybe you could get him to at least consider it, where he could still be a free agent at a relatively young age. But my guess is probably all that's out the window, and it's going to be a 10-year deal for $700 million, something like that.
Well, looking at the team that they've put on the field this year and how they've performed, how would you assess the infrastructure and the squad that they've built? I know there's not a lot of carryover, because there are some guys that are going to be free agents moving on, or could be potentially free agents moving on. But like Patrick Bailey looks really nice. I know Schmidt has struggled a lot, but God, that glove is just incredible. I mean, he makes some plays at shortstop the other day were just unbelievable. Matos is coming along, like there are some encouraging signs. How does that infrastructure look to someone like him on the outside?
Yeah, I think it would look pretty good. I think it's a good year for the Giants to put their best foot forward, to be in the mix for him. Now, again, are the chances, everybody's got a pretty small chance of signing him because the competition's going to be intense. But I do think the pitch would be a pretty strong one right now. The health of the organization, the young players. I mean, the catcher, to me, that is a pretty good piece. The catcher, you can throw some numbers up there to Shohei, like, look how this guy's helping the rest of our pitchers. He's going to help you when you're out there. I was told that one of the main criteria for him is going to be a 6-man rotation. That he wants a team willing to do it a little differently, like they do it in Japan. He feels like I've heard that he feels like that's the best way for him to manage the workload of doing both, for the long haul. And there's no team that would be better equipped to consider something like that than the Giants. And the Giants this year have demonstrated to him and to everybody in baseball that they can get creative with a pitching staff, and they can manage around an unusual circumstance. So I think from that standpoint, the Giants would be extraordinarily well positioned, and they have a lot of arms in the system to where I think they'd feel like, hey, we can do that. Alex Cobb will be back next year. You got Logan Webb locked in. You got all these other young guys. I think they would feel like they were in a pretty good position to do something like that.
Talking to Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Look, Flem, we know you're on a little vacation, get a little 2-day break before this big road trip. I'm looking at the month of August because Shasky hates when I do this, but I look ahead.
Binocular Bonte,
Binocular Bonte is what they call me, and I'm looking at August and, boy, you got to go down to Anaheim. You got to play the Texas Rangers and the Tampa Bay Rays. You got to play the Braves 6 times. Got to go to Philadelphia. You got to play Cincinnati again. You got to play. So basically, I'm saying all that to say, is this probably imperative for them to get off to a great start here on this 10-game road trip coming? 11-game road trip, I should say. 3 in Pittsburgh, 4 in Cincinnati, 3 in Washington, and, of course, that 1 in Detroit. How big is this road trip coming up for you when it comes to the San Francisco Giants? Get it out of the second half on a hot start.
You're looking ahead to August. I'm looking ahead to what I'm going to have for breakfast. That is a different. Look, now that you rattle it off, it is true. I guess I would say that this Giants team has been so unpredictable in terms of who they've played well against and who they haven't. Like, it almost hasn't mattered who the Giants have played this year. When they're hot, they're hot. When they're not, they're struggling against anybody. But I do think it's important. I think last year, the first series, literally the first series after the All-Star break last year, torpedoed their whole season. And they never recovered from it. And, they finished strong, but by then it was too late. And so I do think it is a tone setter. It's a tone setter for the rest of the season, leading into the trade deadline, trying to give your front office an idea of what they might need to do. I mean, I think the Giants front office is feeling like there are some moves that could be made to help this team, particularly with Tyro's injury. So, yeah, it's big and it's tough. Pittsburgh has never been easy on the Giants. 4 games against the Reds is a lot more difficult than it looked a month ago. And then, then you're talking DC and Detroit at the end of a long trip. Now, it's probably good timing for a trip like that in that everybody's coming in fresh. And so you should be set up to play your best baseball. But we'll see how the pitching lines up. I mean, Logan Webb's coming off that great outing.
Amazing.
You might work it. This is where, Bonte, you would fit in well with a front office, because I guarantee you part of the All-Star break planning for this team is they got the grease board out and they're plotting ahead like, okay, where do we slot Logan in and who's he going to face, not just the next couple turns, but they're probably looking that far ahead with exactly how to manage him and his workload. He's been that important to him.
Shasky, you ready for a divorce?
What? Hey. So now you're doing a little coaching like you're me?
I want that front office job. I want that grease board flip. I want circles. We're going to Atlanta. We're going to Philadelphia. We got the Dodgers before. First week of Labor Day weekend, we're playing this.
I'll be on the infield.
What'd you guys hire Bonte for? Oh, he's our VP of schedule look ahead.
Seriously. I just want to be on the field with Crawford getting those ground balls with those tiny little training gloves that he uses. I'm looking at that first half, right? And I'm a realistic Giants fan, right? I understand you can't win it all every year, and there's levels to success, right? And where they're at in their life cycle, I thought it was an extremely successful first half for a variety of reasons, like Lamont Wade's and Conforto's and J.D. Davis's. These are just great years these guys are having, and that have just been way above my predictions. And then I look at the rookie rookies and seeing what they've done, some wildly successful, stretches for these guys. Logan Webb shoving like a true ace that you paid him to be on a game like Sunday that you needed in a rubber match. A superstar closer coming into his own. There are so many successes on this team. But what for you will define success for the entire season? What do they need to do in this second half for it to be a truly successful season?
Yeah, just from a bottom line results, because I agree with what you're saying. I mean, it's been a hugely positive year for this franchise. From a bottom line standpoint, making the playoffs will be now in this division. I usually would say win your division, because I think to me that is. I don't want to be like a Billy Bean. The playoffs are just a total crapshoot, because I don't 100% agree with that. But I think the test in this sport is winning your division, especially when you're in a tough division like this. So ordinarily my answer would be the real success would be if they can win the National League West. But I'm willing to give them some leeway. They've been so beat up, and the Diamondbacks and Dodgers are both really good, and the Padres aren't going away, that just making the playoffs, I think, would be a nice accomplishment for this team. I think peripherally, just as an aside for some more specifics, I think if you went into this offseason really, truly feeling like Patrick Bailey and Luis Matos up the middle positions were guys you thought going forward were going to be big parts of your team, that would be just an enormous win. It would be. It makes everything easier when you don't just find rookies, but find rookies who are going to be in your lineup for a long time. That was the secret sauce in the championship years. It wasn't just young players. It was young players then that the Giants could pencil in year after year. And even if it was only those two, I mean, I have high hopes for some of the others. And, I mean, heck, Blake Sabol right now has been about as impressive as anybody. I am totally smitten with the improvements that Sabol's made. But I just think catcher and center field, if you go to the playoffs and feel like those two guys, I think Camilo's established himself now, and Logan Webb definitely has. I'm not thinking that's even in the cards. Those guys are locked in. But if Bailey and Matos were your guys going forward at those two positions, gosh, that would be really, really exciting.
No, that would be. Second half starts on Friday in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. And that exciting team in Cincinnati, a 4-game set starting on Monday. I won't look ahead to August just yet, Flem. I'll taper down a little bit.
Hey, Dave, before you go, do you follow Gabe Kapler's Instagram with him trying burgers and doing montages over videos as he's sipping smoky whiskeys?
I don't. Should I be?
It's pretty interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And his music selection, too. He's got an eclectic music taste, man. He's all over the place.
Hey, man, he brings the speaker on the bus. I ride behind him on the bus, and he got, it's a little different than most big league managers, I think, which I love. I mean, he's got his personality. He's not obsessive about it. He's a hard worker. But he and Bochy are so different, so different. But one thing that I think they do share in common is the baseball doesn't 100% define their lives. And to me, that's healthy. They're more fun to be around because you can talk to them about other stuff. So they're not as different as everybody. Everybody has always painted them as total opposites. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I do think they both have that quality of they're kind of fun to talk to about other stuff, and that makes them interesting people.
Can't wait for the second half to start. The boombox guy with the Niners, and now you got Gabe Kapler coming on the bus with the loudspeaker. Good details right there. We got to talk to Cap about that in the near future. Flynn, man, have a great call this weekend in Pittsburgh at PNC Park, a park we want to get to, man, and glad you enjoyed the All-Star festivities.
See you, buddy.
I did. It was fun to be up here, and I'll look forward to talking to you again. I guess we'll do our next chat from good old Cincinnati,
Let's go. What were they? Synergy Field? Is that what they call it?
Great American
Ballpark.
Great American Small Park is all the pitchers call it.
There you go. Great American Small Park.
The Patrick Bailey versus Ellie De La Cruz.
Let's go.
That's going to be something else.
That could be fun.
That will be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun. All right, Flynn, we'll talk to you next week.
See you, buddy.
All right, bye.
Dave Fleming here on the roast, and you can't tell me nothing.
We're on to Cincinnati.
So it's Sam Lovin in my ear goes, how's Farhan's old baby? You imagine doing a show with Farhan and Shasky. You'd be ready to rip his head off.
Probably.
You want to kill him.
Probably. Now I'm envisioning Gabe Kapler coming out of the 49er tunnel. So it's Boombox Guy, and it's Trent Williams and Debo and Kapler.
Well, Boombox Guy got fired in Houston, I think.
What?
He's not there anymore. Nick Cray is his name? He's not there anymore. Dang. Something went down in H-Town. Now, H-Town's a dangerous place.
What is that?
Well, dangerous for other reasons, the way we ended our show yesterday. I don't want to go back down that road. Well, did have me thinking a lot about cinnamon and candy. Gabe Kapler out of Boombox Guy with the Giants.
I know.
Yeah,
I got the JBL speaker in my golf cart, and I got to say, it's fun. I like being the music guy.
One of the biggest things I look forward to at training camp is what are they bumping on the loudspeakers
I agree.
so I can Shazam.
Yeah.
I Shazam everything.
Yeah.
I'm the Shazam guy.
Well, you're like we have a dad who Dewan Fields. He plays the music pregame, and they banned music from the pony tournaments, and it really ticks me off because I need my jams, bro.
You gotta have it.
Kiki, do you love me? Like I need all the hitters,
dude. I mean, when Part B came on that practice, I saw it came on. I mean, it was hitting hard. I looked to my right. Shasky's like bobbing his head. I look to my left. The voice of the Niners is bobbing his head. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is a hitter. And Jimmy was just wilting in the summer heat.
As a spinner of records. So what are we doing at 8:30?
Oh, know the show coming up at 9:20. 8:30 things are about to get spicy.
What's that?
They're about to get spicy.
Why is that?
Because we're going out to Philadelphia, folks. Buckle up. We're going to talk to Elliott Shore-Parks, Eagles reporter for 94 WIP in Philadelphia. And he's going to come on the show because yesterday he had a tweet. Basically said the Niners are overrated. They're the most overrated contender in the NFL he's seen in many, many years. In many, many years. That was from his Twitter account at 5:07 a.m. I don't know what the hell sparked that. Well, I look at his Twitter bio. Eagles reporter for 94WIP.com. Podcast host for Go Birds Pod. And he has a caption that says, a bad take is better than no take at all. Which I sort of agree with. At least you have a take.
Have a take, don't suck, clones.
You're not sitting on the fence. I can't stand a fence hitter. Well, I can believe it could go this way, but it all could go that.
I don't have a strong opinion.
That's not right. He's on vacation.
That's not fair.
And you know what? Steiny's had a lot of opinions.
Boy.
I got to say.
He's been getting loose.
Steiny's been on fire. Guru and Steiny hit their stride. I'm telling you. There's no such thing as dog days in the summer here at 95.7.
Who went more viral yesterday, me or him?
Oh, you did. You did.
What about him with the Steph Curry thing? I had millions of retweets, no?
You guys are going viral for the wrong reasons. I'm not sure I want to go viral that way. Alice Dallas is jealous.
Oh, that's not fair.
Just throwing shots at everybody. Alice Dallas is sitting there. He's going to be in with Mark Willard. He's soaking right now.
Why?
Because he didn't go viral yesterday. He lives to go viral.
I don't.
We got a break. Here we go, folks.
Probably got to get the break, and your producer's going nuts.
Yeah. It's brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. We're going to Philadelphia, folks. Get your war paint on.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA. Get ready for...
Philadelphia. This goes back to my original problem. Oh, our fans, we're tougher than anyone. No, you're lower life scumbags more than anyone, and I'm sick of it. We've perpetuated this. It's okay to be a dirty, crappy fan in Philadelphia because that's what Philly fans do. That I'm so sick of it. If Niner fans did this, okay, you know what they would file it under? Thugs. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
You know why? Because our fan base looks a little different than the Philadelphia fan base. Yeah. Believe me, I've been to both stadiums. All right? I'm so sick of this. We do this thing with Philadelphia fans. You don't know what's coming for you. What? A bunch of low-life scumbags cussing and swearing and throwing things at people?
Yeah.
Like, I'm so sick of it. And you know what? Good for Debo for hanging up on him. Screw Philadelphia.
Now we're here. And now we're here. And I wouldn't even call them thugs. That's giving them too much credit. Because thugs, in my mind, are guys who are going to kick your ass, guys who are tough, mean. There's nothing mean about Philadelphia fans. They're a bunch of nerds who call you a bunch of names. And that's all they are. You're a punk. F you. I'm going to stick my little middle finger at you. They call you a bunch of homophobic slurs. But as soon, and this happened to us that whole weekend, as soon as I turned around and said, what was that? It's just a game, man. So, no, you're not thugs. Because a thug would have been like, you heard what I said. Screw you. No, they were saying, well, it's just a game, man. It's just a game. So they are scumbags. I agree with that. They're
It's not all of them.
It's about 90% of them.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't put it. There are good and bad fans in every fan base.
No. 90% of Eagles fans are trash. Well, straight up. Let's just be real. 90% of their fan base is trash.
All right, well, let me.
And I'm not caping back. No.
But I'm going to say what I'm saying, right? There are good and bad fans in every fan base. We can identify groups of people that give a bad name to everyone. I'm just saying I've been to a lot of games, and there's this thing that the media does. Just hear me out. There's this thing that the Philadelphia media does in general where you just wait till the fans get a hold of you. Where it's like, well, wait a minute. So now we're saying being physical, getting in people's faces, throwing things at them, pouring beers on them, spitting on them, that's just part of the culture that's acceptable? No. Raise your standards. Because I know my culture and my family, and I would say, yeah, that's not acceptable. And nor do I take these airwaves. I'm not even a journalist. I don't take these airwaves and be like, oh, you wait till Warrior fans get a hold of you. I expect our fans to be better than that.
All right, but we have Elliot Shore Parks on, and he's a reporter for 94 WIP out in Philadelphia, and we made the rounds there during the NFC title weekend. It wasn't a great weekend for us. Had fun at the studio. The studio's nice. The studio's nice, but a couple other people got checked.
Ishka-Bibbles was delicious.
It was delicious. I love Reading Terminal. I love Reading Terminal. Philadelphia's cool.
Reading Terminal was delicious.
But at 5:07 a.m. yesterday, we missed this. This is unbelievable. Some out of nowhere, LA Shore Parks, who we have on the line right now, tweeted, the 49ers have to be the most overrated contender the NFL has had going into a season in a very long time. It's as if the Cleveland Browns never existed.
Come on.
It's as if some of those Tampa Bay Buccaneer teams weren't overrated. It's as if some of those Philadelphia Eagle teams weren't overrated, like the Dream Team back in 2011. So, Elliot Shore Parks, welcome to the West Coast. You're going to get dogged. I don't know what you signed up. I don't think you know what you signed up for, but I'll let you defend yourself with this horrible tweet that you put out there. And I know a bad take is better than no take at all. I see it on your Twitter bio. But the most overrated contender you've seen in the NFL in years? Have you watched the NFL outside of Philadelphia, Elliot?
Well, I'll give it to you. The 49ers are better than the Browns. So we can start with an agreement on that. But no, I mean, they're just overrated. And I think it's pretty simple. And you'll say it's beyond this and it's not. But no, it's this simple. 49ers don't have a quarterback. And that's all that matters in the NFL. You can talk to me about how good their roster is and their defensive line. They do have a good defense. And how they have some weapons on offense. They do have weapons. You don't have a quarterback, it does not matter. So when I look at the other contenders going into the season, right? Like in the AFC, obviously tons of loaded quarterbacks there. You look at the Eagles, they have Jalen Hurts, almost won MVP last year. The 49ers have a good roster, but if you don't have a quarterback, it doesn't matter. So when I project who's a real contender this year, I cannot take a team led with no quarterback as a serious contender.
Who's the next best quarterback in the NFC that strikes fear in you then? Because I clearly agree with you that the Eagles absolutely are a contender. There's no one's dismissing that, and Jalen is probably the class of the entire NFC, I think, head and shoulders. But, look around the NFC. It's not like it's murderer's row.
I agree with you on that, but Brock Purdy is probably the seventh, sixth best quarterback in the NFC, and so that's really what it comes down to. You say, what other quarterbacks worry you? Dak Prescott, way better quarterback than Brock Purdy.
Well, he lost to Brock Purdy in the playoffs. Wait.
He did. But Brock Purdy didn't play well in that game. Dak had a year last year that was
time out. Dak had multiple turnovers in that game, and Brock had none. So Brock outplayed Dak in that particular game, even though the game is more nuanced than that.
Did Brock not outplay Geno Smith?
We watched that game right before yours.
Did Brock not outplay Geno Smith?
Can you guys say to me with a serious face that's going into this year, you would rather have Brock Purdy than Dak Prescott?
I would not. Dak Prescott ain't win you nothing.
So who would you take?
Whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo, hold on, Elliot. Whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo with a broken thumb and a right shoulder, and we couldn't stand Jimmy Garoppolo, or whether it's Brock Purdy. They're 2-0 against Dak Prescott the last 2 years in the playoffs. They beat him in his house, and they beat him out here on the West Coast. So I would not rather have Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott ain't won a damn thing.
And neither has Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's won, 2 playoff games, right? One
against Dak.
The other against an overrated Seattle team. Hey. Every other GM in the league would take Dak Prescott. So you guys can say Brock. Deep down, I know you would take that.
Elliot Shore
bring
Parks.
Up Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo won playoff games. He's way better than Brock Purdy.
Oh, my God. Did you not watch the playoff? This tells me everything I need to know about you. Jimmy Garoppolo won playoff games. They beat the Green Bay Packers without scoring an offensive touchdown. What game were you watching? I watched Jimmy Garoppolo almost throw up over himself in Dallas Cowboys. And by the way, you say Brock Purdy only has 2 playoff wins. How many playoff wins did Jalen Hurts have?
Jalen Hurts has 2, but he's
same amount of playoff wins as Jalen Hurts.
I'm taking Jalen.
Who would you rather take?
Jalen was good.
Of course, I'm taking Jalen. Of course.
You can justify all you want. You know Brock Purdy's not the end.
But you said overrated contender. The biggest contender towards you guys in Philadelphia are the 49ers. Come on, keep it real.
The team is as good as their quarterback. You can sit here and say, great offensive line, defensive line. Look at the Super Bowl, which the Eagles lost. So going into that game, it was, the Eagles have a better roster. They're better at 50, however many starters are better than the Chiefs roster. Why did they lose? Because the Chiefs had Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. So ultimately, the team is as good as its quarterback. And if you look at the other teams that are contenders in the NFL, they all have way better quarterbacks than Brock Purdy. If Brock Purdy's even ready, if you have to go to that, it's Trey Lance or Sam Darnold. You guys have one of the worst quarterback situations I have seen of a contending team in a really long time.
What's a really long time? Is it 5 years, 10 years, 3 years, 2 years?
Yeah, Jared Goff a couple years ago.
Give me a long time. Give me a long time.
First of all, Jared Goff was way better than Brock Purdy was last year, number one. Number two, Jared Goff.
The numbers don't. Wait, time out. The numbers don't.
Did you not watch Brock Purdy outduel Tom Brady? Did you not watch any games outside of Philadelphia, Elliot?
Brock Purdy showed some promising signs. He's also completely unproven. He's coming off a major arm surgery. Again, name me a team that was a contender that had a worse quarterback situation.
Well, I just gave you one. I gave you the Rams. The Rams, when they had Jared Goff was mediocre. C.J. Anderson was running the ball down team's throats to get to that Super Bowl. And Jared Goff was, and I love Jared. He's from this area. But Jared was a pedestrian. He was a passenger on that bus.
Okay, so if your comparison, I think Goff has improved and is better now.
Agreed. But we're talking about
contenders.
And then Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, they were a contender and were a quarter away from obviously losing to Patrick Mahomes with Jimmy Garoppolo, who's very mediocre and threw like 6 passes in the NFC Championship game. So this team is uniquely equipped, unlike the other ones, which I agree with you. It's a rare case. This is a unique situation. But the rest of the roster, it's like diminishing everything. They got a top left tackle. They've got a top middle linebacker, some great personnel, one of the best running backs in the game, great secondary. I mean, come on, man. I understand that the quarterback situation's murky.
But here's what we disagree. I agree with you that their roster is good, but the other teams that also have good quarterbacks also have really good rosters.
But they've won 7 playoff games in the last 3 years with that crappy quarterback position.
See, we just disagree on Jimmy G. And I'll concede you guys know more about Jimmy G than me. You watched every snap he's ever taken. But Jimmy G at least has been in playoff games and won them. Brock Purdy, again, Brock Purdy, I think, is significantly worse at this point in his career than Jimmy G was at his best.
Elliot Shore Parks here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. He spells Elliot with 1 L. 1 L, not 2 L's.
1 L, 1 T, one of everything, yeah.
There you go. And he called the Niners the most overrated contender the NFL has had going into a season in a very long time. All right, let's get to the business. Let's get to the other business here. You guys at 94 WIP, clip my guy over here, Joe Shasky the Butcher. calling your fan base out, which your fan base are scumbags. Let's just be real, Elliot.
No,
90% of this.
Time out.
No. Let me finish, Shasky. Let me finish with this. Let me finish with this. 90% of your Eagle fan base are scumbags. I'm not going to call them thugs because they're punks. Because whenever you walk up on them, they back away and they say, "Hey, man, it's just a football game." So why are your fan base like that? They say it's just passion. I just think it's despicable. I don't think that's a way to enjoy a football game. You want to call me names, this and that? How about you talk some trash? Why is your fan base like that, Elliot?
Well, I just don't think you really know what you're talking about, to be honest. But also, I think you're just focusing on the fans because you can't focus on the team. Like,
I focus all over the team. All over the team.
So you're deciding to focus on the fans.
No. You want to talk football, we can talk football, Elliot. I just asked you a question about the fan base. You want to talk about football, we can talk football.
What makes the fans scumbags? Because they curse in the stadium?
No, throwing things, touching people. That, come on, you would agree. Come on, be
I
reasonable.
would not agree.
No, I'm asking you. You be reasonable. I don't care what fan base it is. Touching people, throwing things at them, spitting on them, firing beers and hot dogs at them.
So it's cool. So you telling me it's cool to call people homophobic slurs? It's cool to call people homophobic slurs? That's okay? That's just a football game? Hey, it's just a football game.
No, I agree. Everything you're saying is unacceptable. But it does happen, unfortunately, in all stadiums. Like, it just does. And that's unfortunate. So if you want to have a larger...
But the other cities, here's what I would say. The other cities' media do not come out and go, "Ha, that's just Dodger fans. Ha, that's just what us Yankee fans do." Would you agree the media takes some culpability in this as well? I mean, we've had Howard Eskin on. We've had Cataldi on. And they're out there puffing their chests like it's a badge of honor when I say no. Like, raise your standards a little. Be a better citizen. You're going to a football game, for Christ's sake. I mean, come on.
We all agree, if your ultimate point is don't use homophobic slurs and throw things at people, yes. Good point by you. We agree on that. Okay, but when you talk about when you talk about the media wearing it as a badge of honor in Philadelphia, you're wrong about that. What Philadelphians wear as a badge of honor is that they are probably the best sports city in the entire country. You could debate, maybe Chicago, Boston, but certainly those are the top three. Philadelphia has earned a reputation as a good sports city because of their fans and the home environment. Are there bad sports fans in every city? Yes, but the difference is Philadelphia and the national media likes to focus on Philly because 50 years ago, someone threw a snowball at Santa Claus, and that became the reputation.
So
if your whole point is just talking about, like bad things fans do, then let's talk about other fan bases. It happens all the time.
Well, here, I will give you my experiences. I was in Boston for the finals for the Warriors versus the Celtics, and I walked out of a loss and a victory, okay, in both situations. I went to the NFC Championship game the year prior against the LA Rams in LA, all right? We lost that game, walked out of that bad boy, and then I went to Philadelphia for the NFC Championship game this year, all right? So I'm giving you my experiences. There was nothing even close to what I saw this year. And I have it on video, which we posted online, and you can make the judgment for yourself. I mean, it's pretty clear cut to me. You touch people, you throw things at people, you get in people's faces, you spit them. Like, that's low-level scumbaggery. And if we did that in any other fan base, me as somebody who's a part of this fan base, because I'm a big fan, I say, that's unacceptable. I wouldn't file it under, that's just how us Niner fans are, because that's ridiculous.
But nobody's saying that's just how Eagles fans are. And also, I apologize, I guess, that you had a poor experience at the game. I don't think that qualifies you to say what all Philadelphia fans are like overall, because you had one bad experience. But also, what you're doing is you're saying the Philadelphia media and me, right? Or not me, but you're saying Philadelphia media as a whole is condoning the poor behavior.
Well, you guys did. I was at 94 WIP. Elliot, I'm sorry. I'm not going to, I know Shasky's being politically correct towards you, but Elliot Short Parks, I appreciate you coming on. But let me tell you, I went to Bubble Bath Boy, Joe DeCamera told us not to wear our gear. You're going to die out there. We walk out there with our gear. It sounds like whatever, dude. And I told everybody in Philadelphia where the hell I was sitting. And when I sat down, I was safe and sound, and I was cool. I didn't have a problem. The problem was all the other stuff. But then that Monday, we come in. You guys kicked our ass. You get credit for that. Your team was dominant. I thought you guys were going to blow out Kansas City in the Super Bowl. You're probably going to regret that one, or you guys are blaming the field like you did all season. Yep. But the next day at WIP, guys are like, well, that's just passion. That's just who we are. Really? That's just who you are. So your media actually did say that's who you were.
They leaned into it.
Media did say that as a badge of honor.
They leaned into it.
This is where I think we disagree. You're saying that our media, and I wasn't there, so I can't speak exactly what was said. But if you're saying our media is saying it's okay to hit people and throw things, no, that's not.
No. What your media said was that's just who we are.
Yes.
So that's just who you are.
Philadelphia fans are. And
it's despicable, Elliot. And it's despicable who you guys are. That's what it is. You guys are the lowest of the low.
You're wrong about that.
No, you guys are the lowest of the low. You ain't going to change my mind. You ain't going to change my mind. So December 3rd, we're coming out there to kick your ass, Elliot. We're coming out there to kick your ass. It's on. You're kicking your ass.
Week 13, right? We'll see you in week 13, I guess.
Hey, let me ask you this. Debo Samuel, because we will meet in the middle here. Let's meet in the middle on football talk. Me and B both agreed. God damn it, can the Niners just be quiet? Do they have to keep crying and whining about the woulda, coulda, shoulda? You lost, right? You could feel it internally, but you don't say it externally. It's the loser's limp. We don't want to hear about it. Like, it does stink. How does Debo land, especially this offseason? Does he feel like a huge crybaby to Eagles fans?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest rivalry the Eagles have had in their franchise history is the Dallas Cowboys. It's a big deal every week. Everyone cares about it. Beat Dallas. Dallas sucks, all those things. I have never seen a fan base more excited to play and beat a team than the Eagles are with the 49ers in Week 13.
Oh, my God.
All we talk about, it's on the radio every day. They're complaining. They're criers. And here's the funny thing. I think the Niners they have some truth, right? Like, that game was over once Brock Purdy went down.
Yeah, it sucked.
That's why you saw the NFL change the rule. But I agree with you. The 49ers players should not be complaining about it publicly. I love when athletes are honest. But I don't think they should be doing.
I mean, the kickers out here complaining. I'm like, dog,
it was a bad look.
Down, doggy.
It was a bad look for the city of San Francisco. No doubt about it. Hey, Elliot, you held your own. I'll give you some credit.
So keep it real with me.
It was a good time.
You guys have all that.
When you come here, you guys deserve it.
Hey, look, we're having fun with it, right? From one Odyssey station to another, we're both getting great traction off this bad boy. But no, on the real. Cowboy fans are number one. Years and years and years of equity in terms of the rivalry going back and forth. You got Giants fans and obviously Washington fans in there somewhere. But you think currently the Niners are about the top of the heat for Eagles fans?
I don't think just for Eagles fans. I think of any team of any four sports. I think right now, if you ask any fan walking down the street, if they could beat any team, whether baseball, basketball, no one cares about hockey anymore here, but any of those teams, they would all say the 49ers because of how the players have complained all offseason. I think it's the biggest game we'll have in Philly in a really long time.
And we're bringing Javon Hargrave. We got Debo back. Brandon Ayuk. We got some weapons coming for your asses out there in Philadelphia. And we have a quarterback. And trust me. And when we kick your ass in December, Elliot, don't blame the turf. Don't blame the turf like it did in the Super Bowl. Oh, my God, the grass was bad. The NFL did a bad job with the grass.
The Brock Purdy thing. I find this interesting. We'll keep stepping on you, and I apologize. We're two maniacs here. Hey, on the real.
I love it.
Give me the outside view of Brock Purdy, because look, internally, there's a big portion of the fan base. This is our guy. He's our dude. And there's a lot of people like, he's the dude, but he's kind of small. And was it a one-year wonder? And how do you view the Brock Purdy thing right now?
I think he's unproven. And I'm not going to sit here and say he's bad because, yes, he did play well last year. You know, in the game against the Cowboys, he did have that dropped interception in the red zone. But outside of that, he did play well. I do think he delivers a nice, accurate ball. I think you guys have an excellent head coach, and if he can run that offense, I think he could be successful. He's just unproven, and that's why, to go back to where all this started, I just look and I go, the other good teams, or great teams, I should say, because the Niners do have a great roster. But if you have an unproven quarterback, that's just a really big deal to me. So I think Brock Purdy has potential. Would it surprise me if come December I'm calling your station and sounding like an idiot again because you guys are good? It wouldn't completely shock me. But I just think until you have a quarterback, I can't take it seriously.
So you
Brock
basically
Purdy, I would say, is unproven.
So you basically use the word overrated wrong. Because they're not really overrated. They're your biggest rival right now in the NFL. You're more worried about the 49ers than any other team. So they're not really overrated. You just don't think they're as good as you guys are.
No. The Eagles are way better.
Because overrated would say the Niners are going to finish 7-10. That's overrated. The Niners are going to be in the playoffs. You know that. And we're going to see you guys again.
They probably will, but are they definitely going to win the division? I don't know. Overrated to me is, I think, when I looked last night, I think they were 5th or 6th in Super Bowl odds, something like that. They are not the best. They are not a top 5 team in the NFL. So to me, that's why they're overrated.
Overhate or overrate?
Overrate.
No, I know it was a joke. It
didn't work well. How long? So I know, Debo, and we're going to get you off. We're going to get you off in just a second. But how long did you guys blame the grass in the Super Bowl in Glendale, Arizona? Did you 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or did you blame Gannon? Did you blame Sirianni? Because you guys always point fingers in Philadelphia.
No, look, fans have brought up the grass too much, in my opinion. Now the grass was out of the Eagles' control, so I would say that's a slight difference than what happened within the rules of a game. But you are right. The grass has absolutely come up a bunch. So the Eagles are to blame for that loss. Turnovers, poor coaching, they're to blame. But haven't complained as much as 49ers fans and players.
That schedule ain't soft this year, Elliot. That schedule ain't soft this year.
Hey, I'm going to keep it 100. You're a fun sport. I'll come back on again.
Okay.
This was fun. And I know we were jamming down your throat. You were holding your own. You were holding
I was jamming down his throat. I got something to
this was fun.
Hey, Elliott Shore Park, you're fine. You're fine.
Odyssey,
but we're coming to kick your ass in December. There ain't no love here on the West Coast.
Me a check for all the run
I will forever think your fan base is full of scumbags. 90% of them, Elliott, and you take that to the bank.
Nah, well, you guys are wrong about that, but maybe we'll talk again in December.
Right,
you know what? We can meet at an Ishkabibble somewhere, and you can buy me one of those Niners jerseys from Mitchell and S.
I want nobody around me from Philadelphia.
The way you guys talk about Philly fans, I don't know if I want to walk around the street.
That's
maybe
true.
We'll find a place to get a cheese.
All right,
Have a good one, buddy.
Have fun.
All right, talk to you guys later.
Elliott Shore Park. I ain't eating no cheesesteak with him. I want nothing to do with him. Nothing. Ain't no love. Ain't having fun. This is war.
At least we're complaining about our quarterback getting hurt. Complaining about the grass? The only grass we complain about here is the prices for weed.
I wish you would have said that when he was on the air. Wait until he got off the air. It's war.
What did you think about what he said about Purdy?
I kind of tuned him out. Once he said Jimmy Garoppolo won you playoff games, I tuned him out. I was like, all right, he doesn't watch nothing but Eagle games. And that's what a lot of fan bases do. You know? A lot of fan bases just watch their own team and they move on. I know Philadelphia fans, they just watch Philadelphia. He didn't watch the playoffs. To say that Jimmy Garoppolo won your playoff games, come on, man. I tried to fight that fight. It's like, no, he did win. Devo won playoff games. The defense won playoff games.
The worst part of that entire
Mostert won playoff games.
The worst part of that entire thing, Spadoni feeds me a line in my headset. And Spadoni, I'm running you over with the bus. Overhate or overrate. And I dropped that line, and it fell like a ton of
It was
bricks.
a great line. He was in his feelings. Didn't want to laugh at it. But it was a great line.
I looked back thinking I would get nothing but applause from dropping Spadoni's one-liner because he's the greatest ghostwriter in the history of one-liners here at 95.7 The Game. And that thing did not hit.
My favorite is when I feed him to Goose sometimes and they don't hit and it's crickets. He's like, Spadoni told me to say that. Thanks, Gil.
Philly fans. That fan base is trash.
I love when you said, I'm bringing Javon Hargraves. Like the two of you are walking in together.
I need to be on that field. I may have to get a credential for that to just be on the field. And just berate Eagle fans.
Like Arthur Blank just walking around through suit.
I need to be on that field. I hate Philadelphia.
Bonte
I
John
swear to God.
Lynch walking behind the players in their long pea coats.
I always get on Shasky about hate, sports hate, whatnot. Nah, I don't sports hate Philadelphia. I hate Philadelphia. I hate them. I hate that city. I hate everything about it. I hate the smell of it. I hate the air. I hate their buildings. I hate the construction. I hate everything about Philadelphia. I hate where the stadiums are at.
Can you believe that they actually have us power ranked number 1?
And yet we're an overrated contender. Doesn't make sense.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Philly hates San Francisco. We taking credit for that?
Listen, Elliott Shore Park will be back on the radio.
Are
Trust me.
we taking credit for that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
let me tell you how much credit we're taking.
Give me the resume.
So Christian McCaffrey trade.
Okay.
I'm taking all the credit for that one.
You're taking all of it. Credit. Okay.
All right. We got receipts.
GM Bonte.
What else? Chris Bryant.
Chris
came
Bryant.
up. Chris Bryant.
Oh, yeah,
I'll give you credit for that.
I remember that.
Aaron Judge. 2 years before he was a free agent, I was bringing him up. So I'm taking credit for that. He took the meeting because of us. All right? He took the meeting because of us.
Probably why he knew he could play the Giants.
Thank you, King. Keep going. What else?
Crossovers with other radio stations.
Oh, yeah.
We made them popular.
Yeah.
We've exposed certain radio shows like RJ Sean and Bobby Boucher. 105.3 The Fan.
They're saying that we sound like Dylan Brooks and Ja right now.
Probably.
I'll be Ja, you be Dylan.
I am light-skinned.
What else?
What else do we take?
Well, we started the war with Philly.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Telling them where we were sitting at.
Yeah, probably wasn't the best.
But I'd do it again if I had another chance.
Oh, by the way, people were going through my timeline from Philly, and they were retweeting my old Philly photos. The one with me in the ski mask, I didn't realize how bad that looked. I look ridiculous.
Like some damn mosquitoes. Stay off of my timeline.
I give Elliott credit.
I actually felt like goo.
I give Elliott credit. He got rattled for a second, but he recovered. But he was rattled.
What if I told you there was a little radio show in San Francisco that would spark a sports war?
It's war with everybody in Philadelphia, except for Hugh Douglas.
No, Hugh Douglas.
Hugh Douglas.
Hugh Douglas. We met Hugh Douglas. He came out of that room, and Hugh was like, "Yeah, I don't like those fans either."
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Sep Joyner tried to say, "Oh, well, we are on Market Street. You want to give out the address?" Sure, give him the address. I'm not going nowhere. I mean, come on, man.
Two of us in all our Niner gear with all of our packed bags looking like Will Smith, like we were going to the airport.
Don't make me see Cry Eagles cry again, because they definitely ran that and got mad. Remember that?
We'll always have that one moment.
What's that?
When the entire stadium dropped to their knees and me and you jumped up in the air. When Christian McCaffrey, I'm telling you right now, in my mind, Christian McCaffrey broke 10,000 tackles. Roger Craig play, move to the side. The Steve Young run, go to the other way. The Marshawn Lynch run, go there. The Christian McCaffrey play where he broke 1,000 tackles, honestly, in my mind, will be an 85-yard run.
They're also rattled when they were on that next drive, and they got some very beneficial calls. People forget. It was 7-7. They got 3 defensive. It was either 2 defensive holding calls and a pass interference.
Into the kicker.
No, but Jimmy Ward.
Yes.
Jimmy Ward on 3rd and 7.
Yeah.
They said it was pass interference against A.J. Brown, and I thought it was within the 5-yard box. They punt there. Maybe it's a different game. If Josh Johnson controls the snap, maybe it's a different game.
What about the play at the beginning of the game where they dropped the ball? And you were yelling, replay that, review that, challenge that.
That was my 3rd time in Philadelphia. I've been there a lot.
I have to admit, though, it is a cool stadium.
It's not bad. I ain't giving them credit for anything. Forget Philadelphia.
All right, we're good to go. Bye.
I can't wait.
Their fans.
When I see Debo this year, I'm about to give him the one of those, the Paolo Banchero.
Well,
pat my chest and point
Debo
at
may
him.
turn his head because, Debo be in his own world.
Yeah, he is.
Let's go to the lines. Uncle Gene, then we'll get to Clark the Shark.
Clark the Shark?
I need to calm down.
Swimming in these deep waters.
Know the show. Gene in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, a couple of points that Elliott make I'd like to address. First of all, the reputation of the Philly fans. As you well know, I grew up in Boston with the Celtics dynasty. I go all the way back to the late 50s. The Santa Claus incident was really just the culmination. I mean, I remember the reaction was generally, yep, see, that's who they are, okay? So that wasn't a one-offer. That was just basically who the Philly fans were and still are, apparently. Secondly, Elliott apparently didn't watch any Niner games last year. Calling Brock Purdy basically trash. Purdy played at an elite level. Now, you can't say he's an elite quarterback yet. But you can't say he's not going to be either. And, if you want to compare to Jalen Hurts, well, guess what? Size-wise, they're almost exactly the same, all right? Purdy's 6'1", 220 listed. Hurts is 6'1", 223. All right, Hurts, and of course Hurts has big, strong legs. I got it. But, the year before last, there was some question about Hurts, right, including his arm strength. And now the guy's an MVP candidate. So I would dismiss the possibility that Purdy could be an excellent and maybe even potentially an elite quarterback. We just have to see. He's definitely going to have to play at an elite level if we're going to win a Super Bowl with him. But that, once again, remains to be seen.
Agreed, Gene.
All right, Uncle Gene. Good stuff, Uncle Gene. Good stuff. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Clark the Shark. Clark the Shark, Myrtle Beach. Clark the Shark, before you start, 650 here on the Comcast Business Text line says, can we talk some Clemson football with Clark the Shark? How is Clemson looking this year before we get your Brock Purdy take?
Hey, brothers. How are you guys doing? God bless.
God bless.
Clemson, I don't know. Clemson seems to have a little bit of a downturn, but everybody's real big on them around here. Now, I'm from the Bay Area, so I'm not a giant Clemson fan, but, everybody seems to be big around here on them.
All right.
Now, hey, I wanted to say, Vontae, don't be a hater. Don't be like those Philly people,
No,
man.
they suck.
They're
scumbags. They suck.
That guy was insufferable.
Oh, my
and
God,
everyone knows.
They suck.
Everyone knows. Yeah, everyone knows Phillies fans are bad. Everybody knows that. Don't they have a court down below the stadium for those guys? Come on.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. But here's my take on Brock. Is that, look, I'm an older guy, even though I don't sound like I am, but I'm an older guy, and Brock reminds me, I know you're going to say this is crazy, but he reminds me a lot of Joe Montana. He's smaller, doesn't have the big arm, but it knows how to play the game. And I'm telling you, in those 8 games Brock Purdy played, he was the number 1 quarterback in the NFL in terms of efficiency. That had to have been one of the top 5 rookie performances in the history of the NFL. Now, and your eyes are not lying to you. This guy knows how to play the game. And I guarantee you, he's going to be great. I already know it. Anyway, go Niners.
All right,
Thanks, Clark the Shark. You're a legend.
He is a legend.
My favorite line in that entire thing.
Comparing him to Joe Montana?
Well, no. I mean,
Joe Montana
I'm an older guy. You may not know from my voice. I didn't know if he was working material or being sincere.
That was good stuff. He's a legend. I'm starting to believe he called other radio stations before this one. He said he didn't, though. So I like to take credit for that, too. Right, Shasky?
Yeah.
He called us and he said, you guys are the only ones that make me want to call a radio station.
You could take credit for my career, too.
No, I'm not.
I took off the second you and I linked up.
No. You could say the other way around.
Well, I mean, I am the secret sauce.
Yeah, there you go.
he can't even let me finish the sentence without laughing at me.
It's the same. I'm trying to think of other things.
Malish?
Hey, I think what else can we take credit for? Oh, post-game show. You and I turned this into a Niner station.
Yeah, we did.
Single-handedly.
Niner 5-7 the game.
There you go. Shout out Will Kiss with the Oakland Raiders.
Is that
or
what
Las
we're
Vegas
calling people
Raiders
now? Is that what we're calling? Because I was listening to Matt and Higgins, from the corner office, and he's like, "What's up, gamers?"
Wait, he's still doing that?
Yeah.
The corner office stuff?
Yeah.
All right. Twitter's algorithm's all messed up. I don't see stuff for 2 days. And I'm like, oh, wait, that's a good tweet. Oh, that was 2 days ago?
Are we already off of Thread?
I've slowed down a little bit. It's too much going on. It's too much.
Oh, my God.
It's too much. Because we've established ourselves. I'm like, damn, I got over 32,000 followers on Twitter. I got to start all the way over on Thread.
That was the most humble brag thing you've ever done.
No.
I got over 32,000 followers on Twitter.
What am I doing on Thread right now?
Fedoni.
What am I doing on Thread right now?
This guy.
You know? But you know what? Screw Philadelphia, man. At the end of the day, screw them. I want that game so bad. So bad. They need to be humbled in a worse way.
So go 1-16, but just win that one?
Just win that one. It will be great.
It's the lone Trey Lance game, and he happens to win that. Bonte's head will explode.
650 Comcast Business Text Line. Don't you guys get credit for Stephen Langford? Yeah. We think it'll promote it to KCBS.
Langford did a lot on his own.
We get credit for that. We get credit for Spadoni.
Yeah.
We bring the best out of him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to claim Lubman quite yet.
You taking credit for Boxer and Gerson?
Did help him seal the deal on the Zoom. Did help him. There were some technical difficulties, and I jumped in. So, guys,
All right, we're good to go. Bye.
Bye.
Hillary's tweeting at us. By the way, Hillary set up.
I told you.
She tweeted at us.
3 TVs.
And did you see the humble brag she had?
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is what happens when you're the best attorney in California.
That's pretty good.
She talks that talk.
Bye.
Bye.
321 Comcast Business Text Line. He doesn't even believe this. Vontae Butcher ain't never been to save since those 2 Dallas Bozos poked you all over the Cowbubs. No. They got owned. They've never been to save. I don't even know if they're on air anymore. because they had those crossovers. Are they still on air? They got bodied, especially when it came to basketball. Oh, my God. When it came to basketball, Sean and RJ, Bobby Boucher, they had nothing.
I can't get over that Philadelphia, it took one game against Philadelphia to instantly become their biggest rival. That's all they're talking about?
Well, they're sensitive. You got to realize that they're sensitive and they're soft mentally. That's why.
That doesn't
After one
surprise
game.
you?
No,
But
it doesn't.
Decades of rivals with the Cowboys, decades of rivalry with the Washington teams,
Look, and
decades of rivalry with New York.
I want to say this because
And
I do love.
one game?
Listen, Jason Dumas is my guy. Philly Zoo's my guy. I love Philly. I got love for those guys. Freddie P, all those guys. But the rest of Philadelphia, this is why I say 90% of their fan base are terrible. They're soft mentally. It doesn't take much to rattle their cages. They should be pissed off at the Kansas City Chiefs and Andy Reid.
Can you get a stop?
Oh, wait, no. Let's blame the grass. It slowed down our pass rush. Let's not give credit to Kansas City's offensive line or Pacheco for running the ball up their throats. Let's just blame the NFL and the grass and the turf that the NFL puts everything into. Kansas City didn't have a problem.
When was the last time we had a regular season game that we're looking forward to like this?
It's been a while.
Like, even the Rams game didn't feel like this.
It's been a while. But they're soft mentally.
I think it's the Seahawks regular season games.
You know,
back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. But I'm just thinking about Philadelphia fans or why we've become the number one rival for them. Because a little chirping, which is all that they do. All weekend long, all they did was a bunch of chirping.
Well, didn't we have a slight little microwave rivalry over the Phillies Giants?
Yeah, because we ended their dynasty.
Yeah, that's true.
Ended them. They were done.
I feel like that would have been a much better rivalry also if everyone in the Phillies didn't get hurt in 2012.
That's true. And it was more so individual players, Chase Utley, Jonathan Sanchez.
I always loved Jimmy Rollins, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I always loved Ryan Howard.
And I love the Flying Hawaiian.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of like Chase Utley.
Roy Halladay, very easy guy to respect.
I heard Chase Utley's significant other is a local.
Yeah.
Has local ties.
He went to UCLA, too.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think she's from Marin.
Okay.
Obviously, we got Gabe Kapler now, so his Philly ties.
Yeah, I bet you Gabe Kapler can't stand Philly.
Smoky Gatorade drink that I'm drinking now, I put a hint of honey in it before.
The most exquisite Gatorade.
Hey, Lubman.
The electrolytes alone are so stimulating.
Lubman,
How
do me
many
a favor.
times does he film that before he actually hits send?
Actually, Joe, I get each one in one take because I put so much preparation into getting these videos done.
That's pretty good. Lubman, you want to go viral? What'd you ask Gabe about Philadelphia?
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. It'll be a consideration.
They gone to Philly? No, they haven't gone to Philly yet, have they?
No, they're going to Philly in August.
August.
I can't remember when they played there last year.
We'll fly Sam out there.
I could just picture Sam next to Howard Eskin, elbowing each other for space alongside Gabe Kapler.
Who gets the spot on the couch?
I mean, these Philly fans. This is. You know who's the poster child of Philadelphia sports right now? I just thought about this.
Who?
Because Eddie in Brentwood is texting us here from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line. Ford Ball. All of a sudden, he became an Eagles fan. Remember we had to own him and shut him down? Remember that?
I don't care.
Guy never carried Philadelphia here at 95.7 The Game. It's kind of a,
I thought Kate Scott was running Philadelphia media now.
She is.
Yeah, she didn't pick anybody. Remember that
Also
article?
the Seahawks, too.
Yeah, she's a 12 now.
Wait a minute.
It's called a preseason game for the Seahawks.
I must have missed that.
You missed that?
I must have missed that. Good for her.
Yeah, she's going to raise the flag in the first preseason game.
Everybody's getting checks all over the place with me.
No, you're getting checks, right? Don't you got a cabin?
Well, no. Philadelphia is not giving me a check for the content I've created over at WIP today. Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
I mean...
shouldn't I get royalties?
You're the secret sauce. You got 2 houses.
By the way, of all the days for that to go viral, the day where there's no games except the All-Star game going on was probably the worst timing.
No, it was great timing. It's never bad timing. Know the show coming up. All-Star Week blowout. We got giveaways. We'll get the Larry Harris sound. Maybe we'll switch it up a little bit. Because I'm sick and tired about Philadelphia. We'll deal with them punks in December. Got some great prizes. Line them up right now. 888-957-9570. Know the show coming up. Know the show. You have a chance to play golf. Chance to go see Seinfeld. Chance to go get a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. gift cards, much, much more. Know the show coming up, 888-957-9570. Line them up. It's your chance to win a great, great prize here at 95.7 The Game, and that's what's coming up. Sponsored by nobody.
Jamming down your throat.
Want to own a home in the Bay Area? RSVP to the Urban League Bay Area and U.S. Bank's free program, the Financial Journey to Owning a Home program. Wednesday, July 12th, 6:30 p.m. at Uptown Station in Oakland. Space is limited, so register today at ulbayarea.org/homebuyers.
Slowed down, held back, inhibited. What you get out depends on what you put in. Rejuvenate your engine's performance with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline, because true performance knows no bounds.
Kiki, do you love me?
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Enough of Philadelphia. I'm Phillied out. I am Phillied out. But it's war. I need to get to that game. Their fans suck, and I'll say it every day of the week. They suck.
Mm-hmm.
Clipping Shasky to get material. That's how bad they are right now. They got nothing to do out there in Philadelphia. We got the Warriors. We got the Giants. We can talk about whatever. They've got to clip my guy to build content out there, to get themselves fired up. Oh, my God, the San Francisco 49ers, they're bad.
I wish our producer was as active. Did you hear what they said in Seattle about our team?
Yeah. Nobody's mad. Listen.
Sam is giving me a death stare like he wants to shoot me.
My existence gives you guys content. Let's be real here.
No, it doesn't. No. You give me this way
every time.
Credit.
All right, Lubman, what are we going to talk about on the show tomorrow? And then I just 20 minutes of just nonstop content.
Because somebody DM'd me, I forget their names, DM'd me a couple weeks ago, said they were talking about us in Philadelphia 2 weeks ago. And I was like, really? And I was trying to fight it. And I was, like we got Barry Bonds. This is the Barry Bonds audio. What's our producer doing? He's worried about player options and Farhan Zaidi. Barry Bonds spoke yesterday about not being in the Hall of Fame.
And what'd he say?
I said, like, it's a joke.
Yeah, well, I agree with him.
It's a joke. He's human. He wants to be in there. He also brought up, he's talking about, somebody asked about all these flamethrowers. These guys are throwing over 100. He goes, that's fine. The harder they throw, the farther I hit it.
He's right.
Eric Gagne.
But my guy is so caught up in Farhan Zaidi, he even know Barry Bonds spoke yesterday.
Well, I was about to send that into the chat yesterday, but then you put it in the chat, so it's like, all right, there we go.
Oh, yeah,
I could make a team of the greatest players of all time, and I think that lineup would beat any team that you assembled. So if not in the Hall, Roger Clemens is on the hill, right? I got Sheffield in right. I got Bonds in left, or young Bonds in center and go Shoeless Joe Jackson in left. Like Pete Rose somewhere on that infield.
I'm going Fred McGriff first base.
Fred McGriff, think about that. I could put together a lineup that's as good as any lineup the game is. Of all the Hall of Fame lineups you want to assemble, I'll go with the non-Hall of Famers, and I think we can win. It's kind of a joke.
No, don't worry, Drew, now. Shasky's not naming his all-time lineup. We're not going to do that today.
Dude, that was the best part of yesterday. I thought they'd clip that. I thought that of all the things I did yesterday,
we almost didn't recover from that.
I thought that
we almost didn't recover from that. A lot of people were nervous about that 2 minutes. We almost derailed everything. All right, let's get back on track here. Know the show. It's time for the All-Star blowout giveaway. Know the show. You got to know what's happening. You got to know what we said earlier today.
Okay.
Because we got some great gifts. All-Star Week blowout. No other radio station's doing this. None. All right? Because we love you here at 95.7 The Game. We talk with you, not at you. Shout out Steiny. We got some great gifts. Somebody's going to win a pair of tickets to go see Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. Somebody's going to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Somebody will win the round of golf at the Berkeley Country Club with some of the hosts. Somebody's going to win some gift cards. And we got the envelopes. Boy, we got some numbers out. We got 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, and 15 in Shasky. I hand you the envelopes before I ask the question. Know the show. We got full lines right now. Spinoni, give me a thumbs up. We're going to start with Marcos and San Leandro. Okay. Marcos and San Leandro, you're up. Know the show. Know the show, Marcos. I'm going to ask a question. You better answer it. Oh, boy. We had Dave Fleming on earlier this morning. And we asked him about what kind of deal the Giants could offer Shohei Ohtani in free agency. What did he suggest the Giants offer?
Oh, man. I probably missed that. Let's see. I say he off. I know the guy earlier in the morning said that he was worth about $60 to $65 million a year. So I'll just go with that. I don't think that's what Dave said, but
man, damn it.
Nothing. You lose.
You lose, Marcos. You lose. Brad in San Jose. We had Dave Fleming on earlier this morning, and we asked him what kind of deal the Giants could offer Shohei Ohtani in free agency. What did he suggest the Giants offer?
He suggested 2 years, 200, plus they could offer a six-man rotation possibility.
Wow. No, that's not it. Is that it? I got a different answer, Lutman. I got a different answer on the paper. Come here, run to the studio. Tell me. Look at it right now.
We got an official review.
We're reviewing behind the glass right now.
All right, hold on.
We're going to
run it here, Lutman. Look at my answer. Look at my answer, Lutman.
I know what the answer is.
Okay, so, yep, so let's ask him one more time. We want just the years. We don't need the actual number that he gave, like the total. We want the contract length in specific.
All right.
So
Brad.
one more time, we'll ask Brad the contract length.
What did he?
2 years.
What is it?
2 years.
Not specific enough. I'm sorry. This is a great prize. I got to make a call.
You get nothing. You lose.
You lose.
I don't know what the hell it is.
Here's the answer, Shasky. Can you see it?
It's very specific.
Right?
Well, Lubman is the king of these. Him and Farhan, they love them.
We strive for excellence on the morning roast, and we strive for excellence from our callers.
You usually fell at it, but
it's something that you add on.
No hints. What are you doing? Henry, Redwood City. Good morning, Henry.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Your Highness. Good morning, San Franceschi.
What up, dog?
I missed that part, man. And Shasky was about to give a tip, but Vontae didn't let him. Vontae.
Dog, are you calling us from jail?
We had Dave Fleming on earlier this morning. We asked him what kind of deal the Giants could offer Shohei Ohtani in free agency. What did he suggest the Giants offer?
I suggest 10 years, man.
All right.
You get nothing.
Bro, did
you
you
lose.
not hear? That sounded like he was like behind the walls.
Yeah.
Like, were we at Oz?
Yeah.
My guy was calling from San Quentin.
Santa Rita somewhere. All right, Blue and Fairfield. Blue,
you're my dog, Blue.
Blue.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, we had Dave Fleming on earlier this morning. We asked him what kind of deal the Giants could offer Shohei Ohtani in free agency. What did he suggest the Giants offer?
Oh, man, okay. I remember right. It was like 6 years, $50 million.
You get
Come
nothing.
on, guys.
You lose.
This is hilarious.
Hey, we keep it going. You got to get this right. You want to win. You want to get a Clay autographed jersey. You got to come correct with specific answer. All right? You ain't just giving these out like candy. This ain't Halloween. Trick or treat. No, you got to earn this. Kevin in Fremont. We had Dave Fleming on earlier this morning, and we asked him what kind of deal the Giants could offer Shohei Ohtani in free agency. What did he suggest the Giants offer?
I believe it was 2 years, $100 million.
You get nothing. You lose.
Do we line them back up? No, we don't line them back up. That's it. What happens now? Somebody's giving out.
Moves on to the next show.
Wow.
Sam, way to pick a right one, huh, bud? Was that you? Keep it real. Was that you?
No, that was me. Well, Spadoni and I deliberated, but I'll take the responsibility for it. But, yesterday we picked that American Gladiator one, and I was thinking, oh, man, no one's going to get this, and I ended up getting it right off the rip. So I'm got to listen to the show.
Go say what it is, Bonte.
The correct answer was a 2-year deal with an opt-out. 2-year deal with an opt-out.
I'm a little disappointed.
Those opt-outs are big. You know how Farhan works.
Very big. 2-year deal with an option. Damn, I was looking
Well,
forward
it turned
to
into a
giving something
conversation about player options, too. So if you were listening, you would have gotten it.
away. Yeah. All right. You could ask us anything because I see the phone lines lighting up. These calls. Are they mad at us?
It's not my fault. We have contest rules.
And it's too late. Thumbs down. 5 up, 5 down.
What is this, Gladiator? And you're, is it Joaquin Phoenix? Who's the Gladiator?
Correct. Yes.
What? Yeah.
Commodus.
And he was like, ah.
Yup.
What was his name? Maximus? What was, come on. My guy's name.
Oh, no. I watched Gladiator for the first time coming from Italy last year. I watched it on the plane coming back.
Dude.
It's good.
All-time movie.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Going up against the Tigers.
It's good.
Maximus Decimus Meridius.
That's it. Maximus Decimus Meridius. You, Joe, you got memory.
Father to a murdered son. Husband to a murdered wife.
It's pretty good.
Well, revenge in this life and the next.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm such a sucker. Someone's like wife gets killed, the family gets killed. I'm in. Like, isn't that the plot for all of our favorite movies?
Shasky spoiling thing. He almost gave away the answer.
What do you? What? No, I didn't. Braveheart.
He's trying to give
The
away
Patriot.
hints.
Actually, those are just those two movies. The Gladiator.
So what happens?
300.
Is the next show going going to give away 2 prizes now? What happens? Or does a prize go unclaimed?
No, we'll still get all those envelopes pulled, but it just gets pushed on.
What's your name?
If we do 2 tomorrow, we'll have to do tomorrow, but it'll get pushed
All right,
down.
we'll figure it
We'll get
out.
it done this week, though.
Yeah.
We'll give you another chance.
You're not happy with that.
I'm just a little disappointed. People don't know the show. It means they're not listening. Not listening. Just calling the contest line, calling the hotline, not listening to the morning roast. You lose. Warrior tickets, Clay autograph jersey. You know, Dumas said something yesterday. Dude, I wonder if we pulled this, but Dumas said something about Clay Thompson yesterday and Jordan Poole. And Jordan Poole is not happy about not starting. And obviously Clay Thompson at that 2-guard spot was probably in the way. When did Steve Kerr quote from that season when Clay Thompson returned? And Anthony Slater asked Steve Kerr, you know, what's the deal when Clay comes back? Will he come off the bench or will he start? And Steve Kerr said, it's not even a question. He is starting. And from that moment on, I thought it was a dead issue because Steve Kerr came out there and said it, saying, you know what? It's not. There's no question. We're going to nip that in the bud. Clay will start. If Steve Kerr didn't say it, what if Kerr had eased Clay back into the lineup and brought him off the bench? I wonder if it changes the dynamic of everything with the Golden State Warriors. Now we're revisiting something that happened 2 years ago, essentially, but because all the conversation about Clay coming off the bench and Jordan Poole wanting to start, what if Kerr didn't say that to Anthony Slater back in December of 2021? What if he came back and said, you know what, we're going to ease Clay back into the lineup? I thought once he said Clay's a starter from here on out, that was it. It was done.
Yeah, I feel like that too. What are you talking about? It was done in terms of removing Clay from the starting lineup. Yeah, you're probably right about that. But let's play this out. Psychologically and physically, I'm sure that they had a variety of reasons why they wanted to stick with that particular game plan. Clay hadn't come off the bench since what? His rookie year? Bonte? Rookie year?
Rookie year, yep.
Yeah. So, you know, there's the, you know, I'm accustomed to doing X, Y, and Z. There's the mental hurdle of trying to get over, you know, from obviously the injuries and everything like that. The familiarity of being able to acquiesce alongside a guy that you've played with for forever. You're trying to maximize your money on Clay Thompson at that point. Trying to salvage his career, obviously. Help your team win, obviously. But you want the best out of that guy. So to get the best out of him, you want him to be in his most comfortable spot. So it makes a lot of sense. It does. It makes a lot of sense. Now, I think it's fair to critique, well, moving on after a couple of weeks, months, whatever, would you reconsider that idea?
Right.
That's fair, I think, to think about out loud.
And so I'm going to play 2 cuts here. First, the Kerr cut from 2020 and then, or 2021. Okay, all right. Let's play Dumas then. Dumas talked about the rise of Poole threatening Klay Thompson.
The idea of Jordan Poole, before he went into the postseason slump, helped Steph Curry. And I think Steph realizes that Jordan Poole, the emergence of Jordan Poole on some levels, threatens Klay Thompson from a pure basketball standpoint. So you got to keep all that stuff in mind because these are these people's jobs, their livelihoods, how they put food on their plate, egos. So I can see why it kind of went left.
So that threat right there, there's some validity to that.
I think so.
But again, when Kerr comes out and says Clay's starting, there's no question. Thought right then and there. You have that one. Here's what Steve Kerr said in December of 2021 during the championship season about Clay's return.
When you look at lineups, you have to look at all 5 guys. And you know, when Clay was out earlier, we were starting big. We had Draymond in the starting lineup as the 4. And so we had, you know, Wiggs, Draymond, Loon on the front line. That's a pretty big front line. Now we're starting Gary Payton because our defense has suffered over the last few weeks. So, you know, if you want to start Steph and Gary Payton in the backcourt, which we're doing, you want to throw Jordan out there, that's a tiny perimeter group. And going against an offensive rebounding team like Minnesota, you got to put somebody on Jared Vanderbilt, who's one of the best offensive rebounders in the league. You know, those are the decisions you got to make. And so while Jordan was definitely more in a groove as a starter, this is the role we need him in right now. And we've got to do everything we can to help him get more comfortable.
That was the year that they won it all.
Yeah, won it all. It's
His
another
logic's
quote.
pretty sound. I mean, when you
Right.
listen to the reasoning, I connect the dots, don't you?
Yeah, no doubt. I do too.
So let me ask you: do you have maybe not revisionist history, not buyer's remorse? I don't know what the term would be. Do you think maybe they set it in stone when they didn't need to regarding Klay Thompson?
Well, I just think that set the tone.
I see what you're saying.
Mentally, it set the tone for everybody. Now, Steve Kerr said, you know what? We're going to ease Klay back into the lineup, which I thought they would do when he came back after missing 2 straight seasons.
Meaning off the bench.
Off the bench.
Okay.
Easing him back into the lineup, playing him 16, 20 minutes. Obviously, he wasn't playing back-to-backs. And Jordan Poole's still on that groove, right? If he didn't do that, if he had elected to bring Klay off the bench, who knows where the hell the Warriors would be right now? Who knows what would be happening?
As in they would be
As
better
in
or
Jordan
worse?
Poole would be here? Would he not be here? Would Klay have already accepted that bench role that a lot of people were clamoring for last season?
I do think on some level I underestimated, the years leading up to the injury and then obviously what he's done since the injury. I think I underestimated his emotional fragility, which is totally fair. Like I would be way more of a wreck than where he was at. But I'm not even saying he's a wreck. I'm just saying, like, I do think that in my mind, he was more robotic as a player or as a person, meaning things didn't faze him. I actually think things do faze him. And I actually it makes him the vulnerability makes him, to me, be more endearing and more lovable. But I think we've underrated his sensitivity to things like being a starter, to things like being considered one of the top 75 players of all time, for people diminishing his impact on a championship team. I do think those things bother him.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you?
Yep, absolutely. No doubt
And
it does.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that
it's not.
I think it actually, to me, makes him. I view him in a better light, and I've probably been one of his biggest critics.
Yeah, no, trust me.
At
he
least
knows.
at this station.
He knows. He knows.
Oh, trust me,
all
I'm
know.
aware he knows.
They all
But he
know.
knows I love him.
They all know. Now, I don't know if he knows that. I don't know if he knows
All right,
that.
Clay, if you're out there, I love you, dog.
Oh, man. Larry Harris, he was on with Willard and Dibbs the other day, and Larry Harris, assistant GM with the Golden State
Great
Warriors,
hair.
has been great hair. He's been running the draft for many, many years. Larry is a great dude. Great dude. Here's what he said about the egos. Everybody's talking about egos with Chris Paul now here, with Draymond's ego. Here's what Larry Harris had to say about that.
I think the biggest thing is it comes back to our core. I really believe that all, our 3 Hall of Famers, along with Kevon Looney, they're past the stats and all the accolades. It's all about winning. I mean, if you saw our last championship, it was probably the hardest one to get, and I think it was the most emotional. So, acquiring somebody like Chris, it really was not a hard task for our stars when we, reached out to them and to kind of get their input into the situation with Chris, that they're all about winning. So I don't think, though each great player has an ego, I think ours are all in check and really focused on one thing, which is winning.
Okay, I want to interrupt there. He says that they want to win, but I think one of the things, because a lot of people say they want to win, and a lot of times what I realize is that, and I don't think this is a bad thing, it's just you have to acknowledge it. The guys with ego, that's what got them where they are, and they think in their mind, we win because I'm at my best and when I'm scoring or when I'm doing X, Y, and Z. And that's part of what makes these guys so great and so superhuman. But I also think it's part of the limiting factor, which is very difficult to manage. It's like, so for example, Klay Thompson, right? Hey, Klay, we think it's best to win, and you'd take a backseat role. Well, in his mind, he's saying, no, I'm one of the top players of all time. And I think the best way to win is with me as a frontline player taking, shots as they come and playing this particular position and these particular minutes. That's what I think gives us our best chance to win. So I do think at times those things don't line up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And they do want to win. I'm not saying they don't want to, because I think that's dumb. It's clear they all want to win.
Doing it their way.
They
believe
you said it
can
perfectly.
win. They can win doing it their way.
I agree with that.
And my way is I need to take 20 shots a game. I need to bomb from 3. I need to be the second option. That's my way. That's how I think we get the win. And Klay forced it early last season. Now he took a step back midway through, and he got hot in the month of January, February, or March. But players do believe that if I play this way, we're going to win. Egos.
Yes.
It's all good. Here's what Larry Harris had to say about CP3, and how he brings stability to this roster.
I think the one thing is that he brings, which is stability, some leadership, accountability. And I think he's been a guy that wherever he's been, the teams have always gotten better. And I think the two things that are probably the most important is we seem to turn the ball over at an alarming rate last year and in the years past. I think adding him and a Corey Joseph type will help us in that, with that stat in particular. But I think the most important thing is he's just going to bring, I think, a different way of scoring, if it is in the second unit, or how we're going to approach, how Steve's going to approach our game offensively. Where in the past, I even think Steph said it after, our loss to the Lakers, was we became predictable. And I think with Chris, I think he'll, I use the word unlock. It seems to be like a cliche term, but I think he's going to help our younger guys as well, whether he's playing with them or just, whether that's JK, whether that's Moses, whether that's Andrew, but also the rookies as well if they get an opportunity to play.
By predictable, I want to define that. We mean there was two ways that they were trying to score, at least in that Lakers series. Holding the ball at the top of the key while someone runs around off of a screen, and we're going to try to throw them the ball late in the shot clock and pray that something good happens. Or, which was working, but it was, again, it's one way of playing, high pick and roll with Steph Curry. And I think what's funny to me is that we watch with the Warriors against James Harden over and over and over again. The high pick and roll is extremely effective until you're running it to death, and that's all you're running, and exclusively.
So that's where the variety comes in that Draymond Green speaks about.
Exactly.
That variety, whether or not Jordan Poole could. I think Jordan Poole could be a hell of a pick and roll player. But last year it just wasn't working out. We know Chris Paul has mastered the pick and roll.
He plays in a lot. I wouldn't even describe his game as pick and roll.
No,
yes,
it's not.
He is.
But he's mastered that play.
I agree with that.
And mastering that play with Dario Saric alongside of him, I think is going to unlock Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and bring that variety out that Draymond and Steph is talking about, the variety of the offense. They did get stagnant last year. It did look stale at times. And at times we went crazy over that motion offense. But I think now with CP3, and you're getting, I think, like what Larry said, that's the most important aspect. If you could get Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody to play and take that leap in year number 3, that almost feels like you're acquiring a two-way player.
Yes.
For everybody going crazy over OG Anunoby or a Pascal Siakam, maybe those guys are on your roster.
Yeah, hopefully. I just keep thinking about how many different possessions ended with, Kevon or Klay Thompson being forced to play make when that's not their strength per se.
No.
Draymond Green or, Gary Payton, guys being ball handlers and playmakers, and I mean off the dribble at terms of passing or creating for themselves, and that's not their strength. And I do believe, it was so predictable, and it's low efficiency, right? I think CP3 adds variety to it.
No, he does. A lot of variety to it. And then we haven't even talked much about Dario Saric.
I like Dario.
I like Dario a lot. Here's what Larry Harris had to say about Dario's impact.
I would say that Mike and our staff, especially Mike, that was the second call that he made was to Dario and his agency about, hey, we need this particular type of player. And then I think as a front office, even before Bob left, the one thing that we knew we needed this summer was a stretch big. I mean, whether that was Belly or Otto Porter, we've just, the way we play, we need to space the floor. And I think the one thing we recognized on the championship team was having a threat out there that you have to guard. And I think Dario, he started getting his legs towards the end of the year. Chris was very high on him. Draymond was very high on him. And I just think he adds an IQ, a toughness, an ability to make shots, but also the ability to pass and just know how to play. And I think he's going to find it a lot easier to score on our team. And I think we're going to appreciate even more what we think we're going to get. I think we're going to actually get a little bit more once he gets in the fray of what it looks like to play in our system.
So Saric and Chris Paul with the pick and roll. Saric can step out and hit the three. He's a willing passer. Look, he's not the greatest rebounder in the world, but he could go out there and get to the rack, and he'll put his body on somebody. It's a sneaky good move for the Golden State Warriors. It just feels like he's going to fit like a puzzle with this team.
To me, he's a great start of the fourth quarter guy and see where it's going from there. I think there's going to be times he comes out, goes back in. I think there's going to be times that they're going to use him at the start of the fourth quarter to, maintain leads or hold off leads. I think there's going to be some games where he closes. I don't know how many. I just think he fits. I keep thinking about smart, savvy players who do a variety of things on a court well, who can help them in the fourth quarter.
Warriors are really put an emphasis on IQ.
Yeah.
On guys who are willing to pass and play the game the right way and not turn the ball over. I mean, they were last in the league in turnovers, or second to last. It was them and the Rockets battling. That's not championship basketball.
No.
Now you cut down the turnovers. Jordan Poole is number 4 in the league when it came to turnovers. You can't. I love Jordan Poole, but man, you can't turn the ball over.
Live ball, not even passing to people.
Well, not even that. And then bad shot selection counts as a turnover.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, Dario Saric are going to make sure you get a good shot off, and that's important here. I do find it interesting to grind. Everybody was going crazy. Hurry up and sign Dario. You know, these fans are screaming, sign somebody, Dunleavy. Well, hey, it's a grind. And Dunleavy Jr. talked about the grind to sign Dario Saric.
We have the intent to sign him. If he does sign, we'd be tremendously excited. Look, we've had a lot of success the last few years signing guys like they probably should make more than the minimum, and they've come in and they've been able to help our team. And, you know, we talked about guys like Belly and Otto and even Dante last year, who was more than a minimum, but he took less than market value. So, yeah, it took some work and some convincing, but I think we're able to sell, you know, our program, our culture, and the way we play. And I think that Dario saw that vision, and, you know, we're really thrilled to have him.
So was able to sell the culture, a culture that was fractured last season. There's no doubt about that. But with Chris Paul here fighting for Dario Saric, obviously they were good friends on the Phoenix Suns or played well together. That's a big fish right there to land for the Golden State Warriors. It's a good signing. Now all of a sudden you're feeling a lot better about the roster. I think a lot of people are, including Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, what's happening? What up, Tim?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, man, I think, honestly, what we've been talking about, man, is that they're finally going to coach to the talent of the team. And I think that's what was missing last year. And we've been saying this for the longest. You got Kuminga, a guy who could score on all three levels, who could create his own shot, who could power his way to the basket. And this coaching staff refused to utilize that aspect of the team. I think that's why I was saying they weren't going to trade this guy. I knew Joe Lacob was not trading Kuminga, man. It just ain't going to happen. And everybody talking about Siakam. You could their first 2 years in the league. Kuminga has already outperformed Siakam in his first 2 years of the league compared to his. I wouldn't trade Kuminga straight up for Siakam.
I'm not a Siakam
I just think
fan.
This guy's future is crazy, man. And we're going to finally utilize the kid's talent. And that's all I've been asking for longest time, Bonte.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you, Tim. I mean, for a second, I thought they would trade Kuminga. When Jordan Poole, I was like, oh, boy, they're going to just blow up the youth movement. They didn't. And Joe Lacob has been adamant. He loves Jonathan Kuminga. We know that. And the whole Pascal Siakam thing, don't you find it fascinating that Pascal Siakam has not even been traded? Like, what is really his market? Him and OG and Anunoby, they've become the new Bradley Beal from a few years ago. Go get Siakam. Go get OG Anunoby. Why? I'm kind of with him.
Well, he's a player that beat you in the finals and had a really
didn't
good.
Beat you, Kawhi.
Well, you know what I mean. I mean, like, he was a part of a team. Right. Like Van Vliet was a part of the team.
Yeah.
Powell was part of the team. Lowry was part of the team. So he's part of the team that beat you. And I just in general, in my estimation, I think when you're looking to solve flaws, when you're looking to solve a flaw for your team, I don't care what the sport is, we identify the warts of your own team and probably overrate them, right? The flaws. Mm-hmm. And then we look outside and we elevate others thinking they will solve a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's what sports fans do in general.
Yep.
If I had that guy, you know, not acknowledging any of that guy's shortcomings, if I had that guy, we would be able to do X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And we just do that in general. For example, Mike McGlinchey just got signed in free agency by the Denver Broncos. They have a horrible offensive line. They gave him $50 million guaranteed. What do you think Niner fans think of that deal?
They think it's a joke.
Right? No, and I'm worried about right tackle. Right? I'm worried about right tackle, and I think it's going to be a big drop-off. But like most Niners, like, it don't matter. It don't even matter. Mike McGlinchey was no good. Well, I mean, he was good enough to get $50 million in the open market. Now, is it an overpay? Probably. But Denver's looking at it from, we could solve all our problems if we bring in Mike McGlinchey, and it feels ridiculous.
It does feel ridiculous.
Right?
But it may work out. Maybe it's the system.
But the way that you're talking about Pascal Siakam, to me, it reminds me a lot of the Mike McGlinchey. Pascal's a good player.
Good.
He's not going to solve all the Warriors' problems.
No, he's not. He's not. and he has to start.
Yeah.
And I would rather start Andrew Wiggins over Pascal Siakam any day of the week.
Yes.
So I'm as this roster shapes up, I get more and more excited about it. I think it's going to fit. Now, there's some athletic challenges, no doubt about it. You got the Chris Paul situation, whether or not he's going to come off the bench or start. That stuff will all work itself out.
Couldn't you say, like, and I always think about things this way, like the way we talk about Draymond Green. Oh, his best year was in 2016. Couldn't you say maybe, hey, has Pascal Siakam already peaked as a player?
Yeah, for that price tag, too. And he's going to be a free agent. So trading a young asset like Kuminga, I need to hold on to him for the price point.
If you were
alone.
betting, have we seen the best of Kuminga yet?
No, not even close.
I don't think so either.
He has to scratch the surface. That's why he's going to help with Chris Paul. It will help with Chris Paul. It will. As much as we can't stand Chris Paul's a damn good basketball player. And now Chris Paul gets to be the fourth or fifth option, a Hall of Famer on your team. I think our hate for Chris Paul has just clouded how good of a basketball player and some of the things he does on the court.
Of course.
But now that he's going to be on our team, when he does flop.
What, a week you think it'll take?
Off.
A week for everybody to love him?
Preseason.
Point guard.
Preseason.
You think?
Yeah.
That first pass to Curry?
Yes. Oh, it's going to be fast.
How much is he going to talk to Curry like he's the coach? As they're coming off because Curry's not one to like put his arm around somebody and tell them what he wants them to do. He kind of just like nods his head and goes to. I can already picture Chris Paul. It's going to take a week, and he's going to be running that huddle.
Right. I'm talking about the roster being good and feeling good about the roster. And here goes Austin and San Jose. Vontae, you're just a hater, period. I mean, Austin belongs in Philadelphia with those other scumbags. He does.
I don't know. I need more information about Austin.
I does. That's Philly fans for you. You're a hater. You suck. That's also. He wakes up in the morning to come chat on the morning roast and say, "Hey, Bonta, you're a hater."
This is not King of the Hill.
Good to go. Bye.
This is not King of the Hill. But I want your holy trinity of cities that you can't stand in terms of sports fandom.
Philly. It's probably just Philly right now.
Philly occupies all three spots.
I mean, Dallas, whatever. L.A., whatever. Seattle, they're rising up the rankings. But it's all Philadelphia. Philly's 1, 2, and 3.
Really?
Because Boston, I looked everybody in Boston in the eye. We had Chris Mullen on. He gave us a vote of confidence for Game 4. Said the Warriors will win. I was like, well, yeah, I ride with the Hall of Famer. And we went out and had crab legs, Shasky. And what did I do on the street? I looked at everybody, every Celtic in the eye. I said, hey, you guys are losing today. You know that, right? You're losing the game.
Yeah, my knees were buckling.
Yeah.
From all the food I ate.
You know?
I have a picture of the crab that we ate.
Oh, the big Alaska.
This crab leg was like, I'm going like bigger than the width of my body.
I went back by myself to Cape 6.
Did you?
Yeah,
How many clam chowder bowls?
Just one. But I also had, they had some nachos. That was really, really good.
You have to really like screw up nachos for me to not like them.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I would say about nachos. You cannot microwave the chips.
No, you can't.
It's got to be baked.
You can't.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Look at this. Look at this text.
Give it to me.
This is a great one.
Give it to me.
602 Comcast business text line. Bonte and Butcher duo are still more shady than that Philly snake Joe Fortin ball.
Come on.
Oh, man.
Hot take here. I'm curious. Who do you think, as our final takes here, who do you think is the best cook of the hosts here at 95.7 The Game?
Oh, certainly ain't me. You might be. You cook.
No,
I don't even
know. I think Mark is. He's always cooking. He's always eating. You know, he made us some pretty good burritos.
I don't know if I trust Mark.
Mark might be my power. Why? Oh, here we go. Here goes the seasoning joke.
Yeah, I was going to say the burritos lack some kick to it. A seasoning joke. No,
I knew it was coming.
I'll put my cooking skills against any other host here at 95.7. Yeah, I do a lot of cooking here at the house. I got to cook for 3 people. Now the little baby eating solids now. So, yeah, I'll put my pasta up against anyone.
Well, you are Italian.
Indeed. Not a great barbecuer, though, so I'll leave that to you.
That's okay.
In the kitchen, oven, all that sort of stuff, stovetop, I'm good.
I'm the worst cook because I just don't cook.
Okay, that's
Unless
fair.
it's baby Chaz and
That's
some
fair.
eggs.
You know who's an excellent cook? Who's not a host here, but it's the wife of? Is Guru's wife. I went up there
Mia?
for.
Oh,
she
yeah.
is a.
I mean, come on.
Oh my God! Like old school style, huge plates. I mean, she had me and my dad eating good up there. She. Oh my God! She can
I'm going
cook.
to say this.
She can cook.
I'm only going to say this because we have about a minute of the show.
That's my final thought.
My final thought is it's hard to find a black woman who can't cook. Loveman, what you got?
My final thought is I'll definitely put myself up there among best cooks, at least among the
course you
producers. Your boy cooks pretty well.
You platoon your cooking skills?
Oh no, I have a set starting lineup.
What's your
You know
go-to?
what?
What's your go-to? If we were on Chopped or whatever, you had to cook for Gordon Ramsay. What are you cooking?
Oh, I do a really good stuffed chicken breast. Then I do what I.
Can you do that in 30 minutes or less?
Probably. Depends on how. Yeah, I can probably do that.
Okay.
But Chassie, you're talking about nachos. I would love to make you a nacho platter one day because your boy makes a pretty damn good nacho platter. So if you're ever interested.
Was that a? I'm not even. You know what? I'm just.
We got the show meeting today.
We do have a show meeting today.
Oh boy, this one's going to be
Well,
tough.
I have a call in 6 minutes.
Oh,
with
so
Philly.
this guy's already trying to weasel out.
Is the contest going to be about 10 minutes?
Are you going to do it through Zoom?
No, why would I go on Zoom?
I gotta lock in. I gotta listen to this one. I'm gonna actually listen to this one. I'm not stereotyping black women. I'm just saying it's tough to find a black woman who can't cook. All black women I know how to cook. They throw down. That's all I'm saying. Like yesterday, the repast.
You said can't. You said can't cook.
It's hard to find a black woman who cannot cook.
Okay, there we go.
Meaning that they all can cook.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's what you're meaning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard to find a black woman who can not cook.
It's a clarification sensation.
I didn't
Thank
say
you.
a black woman. Trust me. You know? All right. That was Fast Five. Got a little uncomfortable here. I get it.
You coaching?
Could be.
All right, I got a hit to do with Philadelphia.
See, I got
put my helmet
I got
on.
I got a DM from my boy Oakland's finest, BT. What's up, BT? Bro, you hit the nail right on the head just now. You're really not lying when you said it's hard to find a black woman that cannot cook. It's rare as hell. Fast Five, brought to you by the Next Generation TG Network, only from Xfinity. Would you rather talk about cinnamon and candy or cooks? You let me know tomorrow. Future starts now with Evan Giddings and Daryl Guru Johnson.
Jamming down your throat.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. At East Bay Law Practice, our mission is simple: to secure the best possible outcome for you, whether it's getting...
What's going on, Bay Area? Matt Steinmetz out. Evan Giddings in. But don't worry. We still got Daryl the Guru Johnson with us.
My boy, E. Giddings. And I got to tell you this. That's a nice shirt you got on.
Oh, appreciate that,
Hey, tell the people where you got it from.
Oh, I got it from you, man. Well, I should say I got it from Phil Handy.
There you go.
Shout out to the
Dude,
Los Angeles
Rising
Lakers.
Stars, and you fitting it like a T.
Dude, I got to say, I've never felt so good in an XL. Like, this is, I don't know if it's just kind of halfway between large and XL, but this fits nice and snug, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, look at you. Now, we gotta put the rat on the table early.
Let's do it.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Did you see Steiny's picture with the ham sandwich at the charging station? That is now his profile pic that pops up when he calls.
Yes, it
That was
has
classic.
to be. No, I've never met a man that in person gives less dad vibes, but on social media
That's all
appears
it
to
is.
be a father of three.
No
Like that
doubt
was them
about it.
screaming, "I am a father of three daughters."
Enjoy yourself, Steiny. We miss you, but let's go, baby.
Yeah, he'll be out for the next couple of days. I'll be in with Goo, rocking from 10 to 2. We got a lot to get into. Of course, we're going to be continuing to give away prizes. All-Star Week blowout. That'll be later on in the show. So, again, you got to listen the entire show. We'll throw out a question, a topic that you have to answer correctly for your chance to win some of the still great prizes that are left out there. Klay Thompson autographed jersey, golf still available, Warriors tickets, $250 gift cards, Buonvino Alexander Steakhouse, a lot of great prizes, as well as Evolve Training Center, a chance to golf at the Berkeley Country Club. So, Goo, let me ask you quickly. I know we're going to get into the Warriors. We got stuff for the Niners. Of course, the All-Star game yesterday is going to get us into the Giants. But before we do, have you been working on your golf game?
I have. And shout out Mike Souza, Union City, Mission Hills. Remember, I got that wrong a couple weeks ago. We've been at the range. But, Evan, it's not like 24-hour fitness and basketball where I could just go run with randoms. Golf is 18 holes. And to answer your question, I haven't done 18, but I'm ready for this tournament. I'm going to be ready. So we'll see. Do you know a guy like myself? And I'm going to throw Bonte in it because I am trying to beat him without trying to beat him. What range should I be happy with after? Like, if it's my first time on 18, are we talking 200, 190? What should be my metric to where, pat yourself on the back, young man. Old man, you did a pretty good job.
Young man, as long as you're on the fairway, like really, as long as you're keeping things straight.
No number.
Oh, it's all about the accuracy game. It's it's like in basketball. If you're taking threes, it's not about how deep the three is. About what percentage you can make them at. Okay. If you're shooting 30% from 35 feet, I could care less. But if you're shooting 40 feet or 40% from 25 feet in, 20 feet,
I like that.
Then we're cooking with something.
All right, there we go. So hit them straight.
Exactly. I know everyone out there. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Shout out to the Comcast Business Hotline, 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz for the next couple of days. So, Goo, I was just kind of looking around, seeing some of the news. Yesterday in the All-Star game, Camilo Doval gets the W. First time that's happened for a Giants pitcher, I believe, since Matt Cain in 2012. We've seen Mike Dunleavy. He spoke a couple of days ago. Of course, we got the CP news, or I should say the CP noise that we've been hearing. But I want to start with what some of the morning show was talking about, and that's the 49ers. Because we heard about the training camp dates that have been finally revealed. July 25th officially is when the veterans are going to be at Levi Stadium. I can't wait. Going to try and get down there as best we can. Of course, we got shows during that time. It would be a lot of fun. Rookie's going to be there July 18th. But where are we at with the San Francisco 49ers? And I also just saw that the New York Jets are going to be the subject of HBO's Hard Knocks. It would be against their will, but they're going to be the subject of it this year. If the Niners were in the eye the way the New York Jets are, what do you think would be the biggest kind of topic? What do you think the biggest subject would be that everyone would have to be glued to their TVs for?
Wow, that's a fascinating question. And I'll say this, Hard Knocks got it right with Aaron Rodgers. He's a content machine. I don't know if you agree with that, Evan, but the whole offseason's been about him. But to hone in and answer your question in regard to the Niners, I want to see the relationship between, I would like to see revealed more of the relationship between Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and Trey Lance? What are the dynamics in that quarterback locker room? What are they telling Trey? Because I'm still stuck on Mayoko's comments about the 49ers, and it could have just been a line, Evan, but I liked it. I said, okay, the kid's working about this is the highest they've been on them in a long time. Now, what does that mean? I don't know, but I like the sound of it. But I'd like to see how they get along. Is it, you know what, Brock? If you're the guy, I got your back, and vice versa. So I like to see that. And also how this injury, and I know by all accounts, Brock Purdy didn't have to go, he didn't have to get Tommy John, so it wasn't the 100% reconstruction of the elbow.
Yep.
That was good, but that was a vicious hit by Reddick. I want to know, and they probably wouldn't tell us, Evan, how close is he? How cautious are the Niners going to be? Because I think right now they might know, hey, Evan Purdy, you're ready to go week 1, but we're going to err on the side of caution. You're not going to see the field to week 4 or week 5 because we'll feel better about it.
Well, let's go ahead and listen to that sound. You're talking about Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, on 49ers Talk. Here's what he had to say about what you're talking about with Trey Lance and his relationship, it appears, with the 49ers.
I mean, the 49ers invested so much to go up and get him. What does that mean now? It means absolutely nothing. But what does mean something is that he showed in the offseason better than he has since he's been with the team. And I've gotten the sense for several months that the 49ers really like where he is. All that said, they like how he is mentally. They like how he is physically. All that said, there are just still so many unanswered questions about what he can bring to the table because of one reason. He simply has not played a lot of football since his senior year at Marshall High. And that was a long time ago. And so I think that, he may never get his chance with the 49ers if Brock Purdy gets healthy, stays healthy, and performs well. So that's why I think that this is make or break time for Trey Lance. As much as the team likes him, let's face it. I mean, this is a tough, brutal business, and he's a commodity. And so, if he can't win the number 2 job, then the team's going to have some very difficult decisions to make.
Wow, so a lot to unpack there.
Interesting music selection.
Yeah,
you
said it was from Dead Mouse? What is that?
I don't know. I was kidding. Maybe some sort of EDM artist. But what are we doing with these? We had the Windhorst one. Like, can we just leave the beds alone?
Yeah, that one I couldn't even dance to if I tried. I have no clue what to do with that.
Are you a dancer, Evan? I can see you moving.
Yeah, but I got a little rhythm.
And Spadoni's Italian. I know he can move.
Right and left foot.
Can you cut a rug, Spadoni?
Cut a rug?
Did a lot of grinding. Okay. That was the deal today back in high school.
Stay in your lane. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not quite Jordan Poole with the Fred Astaire shoes, you call them?
No doubt.
But we try to get
so
down.
Mayoko said it meant nothing about the verbiage about him. They like what they see. But Evan, he said basically he could be playing, if I can paraphrase, you let me know, he's aiming at the starting quarterback position, Trey Lance.
He's aiming, I think he said if he can't even beat out Sam Darnold for the backup, then we got problems. But I want to start first with, we can just go through this one by one. It's like, all right, you hear Matt Mayoko report that the 49ers like Trey Lance more than they ever have. Do you believe them? 888-957-9570. Do you believe that the 49ers, in fact, do like Trey Lance more than they ever have?
I don't. I think what this is, and I do like it, I think they're trying to build him up. And there's been a lot of, we're looking to trade him. We've heard it from people within the Niners organization. So I always talk about it. The mind game is half the game. It's more than half, Evan. So I feel like they're putting that out there to build Trey Lance up. I could be wrong, but it would be a good wrong if, what's he doing to where they're so high on him? He was your starting quarterback week 1 in Chicago last year. So it can't be higher than that. And the whole thing about Mayoko Sound, too, is, dude, when you get drafted this high, Evan, the CNN of it, the politics, you get to show the world what you have. And I just don't know if Brock Purdy is going to be that obstacle in the road because Brock was excellent. Are you telling me that we're 100% sure what Brock is to where you don't want to find out what's behind door number, what's the last number, 5? Like, that's just, I want to see both.
Well, it sounds like he also could be behind door number 3, which is the quarterback spot he might be slotted in. Like, it's so confusing to me the way that they have spoken about him publicly and then the way that it appears that he's been treated. Like, the actions and the words to me don't seem to match up. And that's why I'm with you. It seems like this
Which one is greater, Evan?
Well, the actions to me should be greater. Like how you treat someone, how you use someone, how someone performs, that should speak volumes. When we cover athletes, we talk about athletes, everything is ancillary compared to what they do on their respective playing field. So we start with how they are, whether it's basketball, baseball, football in this case, what you do on the gridiron should define you mostly. Now, of course, you get into, is a guy easy to deal with? Does he have chemistry issues? Is he a good public speaker? How does he deal with the media? All of that stuff is, to me, secondary to what you do on the field. And from what Matt Mayoka was saying, which is fair, is we haven't seen him on the field. So all we have to base right now is things that we hear, things that he has said, things that the team has said about him, and it all just conflicts. And to me, it creates a kind of a confusing narrative about where Trey Lance is in his progression, because to me right now, there doesn't appear to be a path available to him in order to be a starter if Brock Purdy is indeed healthy, which all signs point to him being.
I'm not mad at anything you said, but I will say this. You talk about actions and words. The biggest action to me was last year, week 1, or in training camp. They said, Trey Lance, you are our starter, for better or for worse. So, Evan, can you lose your job to injury? Because that's what essentially this would be if Trey Lance is not inserted or deemed quarterback number 1. And I don't expect that to happen, but there are a whole lot of people running with what the success Brock Purdy had and forgetting about a guy that they moved mountains to get who got injured in week 2. So I'm asking you, what has he not done at the practice facility, the laptop? Like, am I off basis? Am I living in the past to say and bring up that term, the phrase, you don't lose your job to injury? And does Kyle and company owe it to their organization to see what Trey Lance can do as a starting quarterback, given more than 2, assuming he doesn't get hurt again? Like, where is that part of it?
Well, I do think you can lose your job to injury. I mean, we've seen it throughout history, and especially in football. But look, if Lou Gehrig's coming down the road, Wally Pipp is done. Like, that's why he's famous for who he is. A quarterback of a team that you got right now on your back, the Dallas Cowboys. Tony Romo went down to injury. Dak Prescott won X amount of games in a row. He's the guy.
That's a hell of a pull.
So, to me, that is an example of where you can lose your job to injury, and that's just the fact. And it's only because the guy who replaced you has been so successful. Now, is that fair to Trey Lance? No, absolutely not. But that's the reality that they're dealing with. And I just question whether the 49ers at this point, I think they have their hierarchy. Like, they know who they want, Brock Purdy. But if there's a setback,
Evan,
I have no clue if they even have a contingency plan at this point, because it appears they're taking it a day at a time.
But, okay, why did you say, and I'm asking, and I'm listening, why did you say you feel in regard to the hierarchy that it's Brock Purdy? Because
he hasn't lost a game.
Right, but the reason he got those games was the guy that's supposed to be the franchise quarterback, or the guy that we owe it to our fan base and our organization to give an opportunity, right or wrong, to find out what he can do. Why are you so strongly to feel like it's Brock Purdy? Like, how can you ignore the rat on the table that is Trey Lance? That's my whole. Hey, how can you justify not giving this kid 8, 10, 12 games? Because are you going to go Steiny on me and say, Goo, he's doing something in practice that is so foul, or he's doing something that's so, the gravity of it is so enormous that we know he can't be successful? What do the Niners owe to themselves to find out about Trey Lance, and if he is what we thought he was when Goodell went up there and said the Niners make a trade and this is who they're drafting?
I don't know if this comes off as controversial, but I don't think it has to do with what, like the question mark that is Trey Lance. I think it has to do with what they believe Brock Purdy is. And right now, he's undefeated in games that he's started and finished. Like, that's the reality. And so let's strip resumes aside. If Trey Lance and Brock Purdy were taken in the same spot at the same time in the same draft, who's got a better resume right now?
Brock Purdy. I can't even argue that.
So if we came into this season and you told me that Trey Lance deserves the chance to play, do you see how that might sound a little off-putting to a lot of people? Like, the only reason that we're having this conversation to me about Trey and whether he deserves something or whether he needs an opportunity or whether we got to find out is because of where he was drafted and what you gave up.
Which is a lot.
But it was also 3 years ago or 2.5. So right now, Trey Lance, his beginning in San Francisco is almost irrelevant at this point. Meanwhile, you got Mr. Irrelevant that's coming in to take his spot. Now, that's Kyle Shanahan saying, we can win with Brock Purdy. I don't know if we can win with Trey Lance. And I don't think they're willing to find out if they can't win with Trey Lance.
Wow. So we differ on it. And again, people are saying, Goo, you're crying and caping up for Trey Lance. I'm really not. I'm just caping up for the opportunity. Are the Niners so sold on Brock Purdy and what he did? It was phenomenal. And I hate he got knocked out of that championship game. And, the movie script that was waiting for him to take him to the Super Bowl and possibly win it. Evan, I'm just talking about, okay, when are we going to find out what's behind door number Trey Lance? Like, to me, that's so provocative. That's everything. And I'm going to ask you, has anything changed with your assessment of Trey Lance since he got hurt against the Seahawks up until now? Because to me, there have been no games. There's been no errant passes, no touchdowns, no delay of games. How do we just ignore what this kid is supposed to be if we don't give him a chance?
But I do think coming off of injury, and look, we've only had OTAs and rookie minicamp so far. Again, training camp officially begins for veterans on July 25th. That's when I imagine, yeah, it's right there. It's coming up, and I can't wait because once the beginning of football season hits, it is all eyes on the 49ers. And I cannot wait to see what happens this season because everyone's got high expectations, and that's the other part of this too, Goo, is when you have an expectation to win a Super Bowl. Like, okay, if the 49ers do not get to the NFC Championship game this season, you will feel how about their year?
Wasted. Because it's redundant. It's like this team is loaded, especially offensively now with the addition of McCaffrey. As much as I criticize Kyle, it's the biggest compliment that you're getting to the destinations, the game, NFC championships right before the big dance. Mm-hmm. You've been in the big dance with what people deem lesser in regard to quarterback, what you did with Mr. Irrelevant. But damn, Evan, I got to ask, If they don't get to the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, how long do we expect this window to be open? And we are going to watch why they didn't get to their destination. And I got to tell you, I'm not like Steinmetz. I don't feel like the quarterback. I'm going with Garoppolo, back to Garoppolo days. I don't feel like the quarterback's the reason they haven't got there.
Wait, that they haven't gotten to the mountaintop?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You think the quarterback isn't the reason?
No doubt. I think play calling was the reason.
Kyle's the reason.
No doubt.
Well,
or the
he's at the root of all of this.
Okay?
Yeah.
So two things can be true at once, Ralph Barbieri. I can criticize Kyle and commend him on his genius. Hey, you might be right, and I won't be mad. I'm not related to Trey Lance. I'm just blown away at what Trey Lance represents. And last time we saw him, they deemed him the starting quarterback. So I just want to tell all the Brock Purdy, not stands, all the people that, feel like they've seen enough from Brock Purdy. Evan, I'm going to ask you point blank range right now. Do you feel like you know how good Brock Purdy is?
No, and I have my concerns. But the point is, this is the season in a way that is going to define, I think, how big your window is. Because you do have some contract decisions coming up at the end of this next offseason. You have potential opt-outs for Fred Warner, George Kittle, Trent Williams getting up in there in age. You're going to have to decide if you want to pay Ayuk. How is Debo's contract that's going to inflate? That goes up. You're going to have to pay Nick Bosa probably $30+ million. You got to pay him like a quarterback. Wish he could be the franchise quarterback. So there's a lot of decisions that rest on the outcome of this year. That's, I think, why you can't let a question mark be under center. Now, I'm not saying that Brock Purdy is the franchise quarterback and he's going to be here for a decade and he's going to take the San Francisco 49ers back to where they were in the 80s and the 90s. I don't believe that whatsoever, or at least I haven't seen it whatsoever yet. But does Brock Purdy give you the best chance to win right now on what we've seen so far, which isn't a whole hell of a lot? It happens to be a little bit more than what we've seen with Trey.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And obviously, he's quarterbacked more games, won 2 playoff games. I'm talking about Brock Purdy. But it's almost like, damn, not an oxymoron, but Evan, it's like, I can't tell you the answer to that question if we can't see more Trey Lance with his failures or hopefully, successes. But if he's not on the field, then I'm always be like, I wonder what 5 could do, especially with the addition of McCaffrey.
Oh, well, and that's the thing. I don't know if it's just Trey, but it does come back to Kyle in the sense of like, I'm curious to see what I'd be curious to see what you could do in this offense.
This is quarterback.
Like, I'm serious.
Quarterback.
You throwing left-handed with your other hand tied behind your back. Like, I'm curious how much they'd be able to get out of literally a scarecrow back there under center, because that's how it seems that this offense can move.
And if
it's a machine.
Darnold's agent, I believe they had a conversation, and they'll never say this. You don't want anybody to get hurt. But, Evan, he's got to be looking at this like, if these 2 young kids can't stand up, insert myself with the tutelage of Kyle and this buffet of an offense. I got them loaded everywhere. Like, man, it's pretty hard to mess that up.
It should be. Oh, and not to mention you got the number 1 defense on the other side.
That's what Niners top team in the league, man. The top 3 team to me.
Well, some people are saying there might not be a top 5 roster in the league because of the quarterback.
What was that? And who was that?
I couldn't tell you.
Didn't they beat him up at Monte and Shasky? They got with him this morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Look, to me, if you're talking about a roster, there aren't many.
Let's talk
in the same category. There's 2, maybe 3. You're looking at Philadelphia. You're looking at
put Dallas up there.
Dallas to me is I'm high on them. I think they're probably the 3rd best team in the NFC right now. But to me, there is not a chasm, but a gap between Philly, San Francisco, and then unfortunately the boys down in Dallas.
Okay. Hey, you know what? You got me
for
thinking.
you, I should say.
You brought up the gangrene.
What about him?
Jalen Hurts. Does Evan Giddings, is there anything Jalen Hurts has to prove to you? Because to me, you had a great season, son. I will not hate. But I'm not ready to say you're Mahomes or you're the next Donovan McNabb. Where are you at with what he needs to do? Because it just goes to Brock Purdy after 8 games and a couple playoff games. Like, dude, you're not doing anything wrong, Brock. But boy, when you talk about rankings and what you are, if you're that guy, he's got a long way to go too to prove, the confidence level in who is he? Is he that guy? So where are you at with Jalen Hurts? And it takes you to Brock Purdy. Like, we're like in the first quarter of who he is.
Hopefully. And we can talk about that on the other side, because I want to get into maybe, I don't know if it's a question, but a concern you have about Purdy as it relates to Jalen Hurts. Because if you're questioning the guy that just got paid $200 million, I sure as hell probably got some questions about the quarterback that was taken the last pick in the draft last year. We're going to get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Gerald the Guru Johnson for the next couple of days. 49er training camp dates are revealed. What are you looking forward to seeing? Also, the Hard Knocks announced that the New York Jets are going to be the subject of their latest HBO series. If the 49ers were there, what would you want to know more about? What would you hope to glean, to find out about? We're talking about that on the other side. And also, make sure to pay attention, because throughout the show, later, I should say in the show, you're going to have a chance to win an amazing prize at the All-Star Week Blowout Giveaway. We're going to do it 1 o'clock hour, but you got to pay attention to all three prior because we're going to ask a question that you have to have the answer to for your chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Golf at the Berkeley Country Club, July 25th. Daryl the Guru Johnson Steiny will be out there. A pair of tickets to the Warriors game, $250 gift cards, Buonvino Alexander Steakhouse, 2 jiu-jitsu or self-defense private lessons courtesy of Evolved Training Center. And then, of course, also maybe some tickets to a comedy show, to a rock show. You never quite know. We got a bunch of prizes coming up, and that's throughout this show. Evan Giddings in for Steiny. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Well, now I know.
Have you been...
You cannot put homeless people in cans.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny is out. He's in, Reno?
Yeah, Tahoe.
Somewhere
Reno.
getting on the links.
Yep.
Evan Giddings in for the next couple of days with Daryl the Guru Johnson, taking you up until 2 o'clock. Just heard from San Francisco Chronicle's Scott Osler. He's going to be joining us at noon. He had an interesting article in reference to what's going on, both at the All-Star game up in Seattle, but also the mayor of Oakland going up to talk to Rob Manfred. And, of course, he can help us break down the Giants, the Warriors, what's going on. Mike Dunleavy spoke 48 hours ago. And, of course, what's going on with the 49ers we're talking about right now.
I retweeted his tweet, Osler's tweet, who's a friend of the family, the Johnsons.
Yeah?
And his lovely wife.
You get a drop?
Yeah, he had something to say about the All-Star game. We'll get into it. Yeah.
Looking
I
forward
watched
to that.
every pitch.
We're also going to have ESPN Baseball insider Kylie McDaniel at 1:30. So looking forward to talking to him. He does get into some draft coverage, but we're going to ask him. I think the biggest thing to me about what's going on in baseball and the Giants, we're going to get back to the Niners in just a second, is just the spectacle that is Shohei. I know Dave Fleming was on with the Morning Roast talking about that possibility. Is it even possible? What happens? Because every team in baseball is just going to be sitting there salivating for this guy.
He's incredible. I told you he's my fave. I'm watching Angel games, Evan, and I'll say this, and I think it was Willard and Dibbs or Willard and Allen. They posed the question, like, would you give up some nice pieces, top pieces on the farm to get him as a rental? And why you shouldn't do that. And it was an interesting conversation, but Evan, he's a game changer. I mean, the dude can hit it out the park and shut the offense down with his arm. He's one of a kind, but could you imagine him in a Giant uniform? And do I sound like a hater or I have PTSD, PTSFFD, because of the courtship that the Giants have had with Stanton, who ended up being good. That was a good miss. Judge, who I thought and went to bed at night, Evan, thinking, okay, he's a Fresno kid. He's coming.
He's got
and he didn't come. The Correa fiasco, which the Giants won, but is any of that in your psyche at all about the Giants trying to, if they say, this is who we identify as the face of the franchise for the next umpteen years, do you have confidence somehow they can make it happen?
Well, because of those reasons you just mentioned, I would lean towards no, but I think we can dig into that because that's a player, like you were just asking me right before the break, that I go through a Madden phase, like a video game phase.
Yeah, the sticks.
In college,
on the
when
sticks.
hopping on the sticks. Yeah, I was the guy getting dubbed and had to pass the sticks because I was terrible.
21-0.
Oh, man, I forget who my favorite team was. I love playing with good running backs like Adrian Peterson, Marshawn Lynch when he's in Seattle, Frank Gore, obviously the 49ers. Like those would be my guys.
Chris
I love
Johnson
running
back in the
offenses.
day.
CJ2K. That was my guy. But, Shohei would be like if you had Patrick Mahomes, but he could also play free safety, and he was Ed Reed out there. So, I don't know, man. It is incredible.
It is. It really is.
I mean, it'd basically be like if you had, well, I guess if the 49ers had a top-flight quarterback, and then also you could be Nick Bosa on defense and go out and get you 18 sacks a game. And so it's funny because, like, the face of the 49ers right now, I feel like the question that everyone has is about the quarterbacks. That's the topic of conversation. But the face of the 49ers is a little bit up for grabs. I think we had this conversation with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley a couple weeks ago, which could be Kittle, could be Bosa.
What about Kyle? I think he's
Kyle
the face.
Shanahan.
And is that a good thing, Evan?
No, I don't think it is. When your head coach is the face of your team, it's because you don't, in my mind, have anyone that you would love to market more. And it also means that every time there's an association with something good or bad, the credit goes not to the players, not to the people on the field, but it goes to the guy who's wearing the headset. And I personally don't like that.
Yeah, that's incredible. And we'll see because, I wanted to call the Oakland Tribune, the San Francisco Chronicle, because, Evan, I felt like I knew what made Kyle Shanahan tick. I said he wants to be the star. He doesn't want that dual threat quarterback that Kyler Murray was a couple years ago in the NFC West, where Kyle and the Niners had to play him twice when Russell Wilson wasn't big-boned and he was the man in Seattle. And then what does he do? He goes and tells the world, I have identified a guy in North Dakota State. Y'all don't know him, but he has the goods. So I said, you know what? I got to apologize to Kyle because he don't want to shine. He's identified as the next Steve Young. And now I just feel like we're at a spot to where, are we really going to pull the plug on this? Whatever Kyle was selling to us, are we going to just ship this kid off without really, really finding out? So there's a fine balance, Evan, of can they start both? I know that's not the way you do it. It's not traditional. Are we going to see both of them hit the field? Will Purdy be ready? But I just drinking the 49er Kool-Aid of, I would like to see, and I told Spadoni, both of us during the break, guys, I would like to see him not just fail. There's a part of me that wants to see what Kyle saw or what he thought he saw and how far he was off, Evan.
See, in a way, and this is where I can understand why we might not see Trey Lance this year, which is if Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe that he is ready, and whether it's because of practice or training camp, whatever, we're going to see Trey Lance at preseason. Like he's got to play.
You're right.
He's going to play.
Remember the bomb to Sherfield.
Now I do wonder if he's going to get those first team reps for every single game, like I believe he should, because evidently in practice, Sam Darnold's kind of splitting those first team reps. At least he was in training camp, in OTAs. Yeah. Will he continue to do so in training camp? That's a question I have. 888-957-9570. What's your biggest question right now? About a week and a half away. July 25th, training camp coming up for the 49ers. What are you excited about? Is it the quarterback? It might have nothing to do with the quarterback. It could be Kyle Shanahan. I don't know, but I want to hear from people right now at 888-957-9570. Of course, also listen to the show throughout these next 2.5 hours. Coming up on 1 o'clock, that's when we'll give you your opportunity during the All-Star Week blowout prize giveaway. Chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Golf with Guru and Steiny. Berkeley Country Club, July 25th, the same day that the 49ers start their training camp. So a lot happening in the Bay Area right now. We also got tickets to Aerosmith, month memberships to Evolve Training Center, a whole lot of stuff.
This is crazy.
Coming down. Klay Thompson.
Spray Clay.
Spray Clay. Wow, that's a great nickname.
Because he lets him go. Evan, I try to stay hip, like a hippopotamus. That's my E40.
I was about to say that's Uncle Earl.
Okay, so I did not know the ESPYs were tonight. What's that say about my social media game? They don't even have the host like they Drake, Steph. I guess it's just the screens, kind of the MC. I'm like, maybe they shouldn't have did it this year with everything that's going on at the four-letter network.
It's kind of funny because I feel like this is the first year in a long time that the Golden State Warriors haven't really been front and center at an award show like this. I guess maybe you could 2020 or 2021. Like Stephen Curry was the host last year.
The man.
Draymond Green was there. I would imagine Andre Iguodala was there because he seems to go everywhere that Stephen Curry does. But, of course, you got the championships, and then they're at all of these award shows. Like the Warriors have been the best this, best that at the ESPYs. Steph's this, Steph's that. This year it's, I'll probably watch because I think it's interesting. But I don't blame you for not having that on your radar.
And it kind of bothers me. I got it from the Comcast business text line. Thank you, 415. And Goose Salty, he didn't get an invite. No, I'm not. But yeah, I was just like, I didn't even know, Evan. But
we got to get you the Barry Sports Hall of Fame first before we jot down to the ESPYs.
Well, we saw Bonte and the rest of the gang do a great job this year, and we're going to pub that and pump that. Evan, we should go.
I'm down.
Okay.
This is where I got to lean on you. You got to get me in.
All right, Bonte will get us in.
Well, there we go. Thanks, B.
Bonte, help me. Real quick, face of the Giants. It's not Kapler. Austin San Jose saying it's Kapler.
See, it might be. Like, if you told me that Gabe Kapler was the face of the San Francisco Giants, I'd believe you. Wow. Well, so who is it? Is it Camilo Doval?
Infinite number of outcomes.
That's how it feels like the 49ers and the Giants are right now.
And I'm going to keep it so real because he's phenomenal. But he would be my answer. But, Evan, I don't think he can be your answer. I don't think a relief pitcher can be the face of the franchise. I mean, Eckersley and you know what I mean? Like, that's not how you draw it up.
Oh, he got the win last night in the All-Star game. First time since 2012 that a Giants pitcher has gotten a win.
Some great plays in that game.
It was Matt Cain.
Can it be Farhan Zaidi? Can it be the general manager of the team? I know president of baseball operations, but can it be a guy like that? Could be the face of it?
Well, what message does that send if it is?
Well, the only person that's seen his face in real life recently would probably be Sam Lubman because he's there at every single Giants game. Shout out to the morning show. I don't really see Farhan Zaidi a whole lot. I hear from him an awful lot, but I don't see him as a face. I think him and Kapler are inextricably linked just because of the modern game. But
when was the last time the Giants, or you might be onto something, that we had to sit here this long and say who was the face, whether it be Buster Posey or, you know what I mean, or Bumgardner or Lincecum. Like, right now it's by committee almost.
Well, in 2010, he wasn't the face, but he was the beard of the Giants. Like, Brian Wilson was probably the most recognized player on that team just because of how he looked and, the kind of the emotion that you would see on the mound from him. But I want to get to Rich and Fremont. He's
Rich.
Wants to talk about the quarterback room in Santa Clara right now in San Francisco. The 49ers, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy. What's it going to be? What's up, Rich? You're on with Evan and Guru.
What's up, Evan? Thanks for taking my call. What's up, Guru?
Oh, good to hear from you, baby.
Hey, yo.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to steer away from the quarterback. And the reason why is because, they say, man, speculation or too much of it brings stress to the body. And I don't really know, if speculating right now on how that's going to go down is going to really help anything. I personally feel like Brock Purdy's the guy. But when I think about the 49ers, my focus right now is on the defense. I want to know if we still will have that dominant pass rush that we need to be to take the NFC, and if these corners and these linebackers are going to be ready to handle the long haul of this season. Because really, if we have a, offense that can produce points, but a dominant defense, that means, the Niners are geared to take the NFC West, and they should take the NFC title. But it all really, basically hangs on whether that defense can show up and perform like we know it can. Thanks, fellas.
I like that. Well, so Rich is saying essentially the face of the 49ers should be someone on the other side of the football. Like, usually it's the quarterback, clear cut, no doubt about it. But with the 49ers having a rotating cast at this point, one of their quarterback just got out of a cast. Is it Fred Warner? Is it Nick Bosa?
Oh, it's Bosa by a long shot to me, and no shade at Warner. But, man, I think it's Nick Bosa and this blank check he's about to get so he can fill in that, those zeros. But, Evan, I think it's him. I mean, how can it not be? I mean, if you listen to every telecast, especially on the national level, when they talk about the 49ers, what is 97 not doing, And he led the league in sacks last year, and I know there's Micah Parsons out there, but to me, and I'm being a true one right here, a real one, Evan, I mean, Nick Bosa would be, what's he lacking when you talk about the face of the franchise? And dominance. He's a modern-day Reggie White or Michael Strahan right now in his prime, Warren Sapp.
He's lacking communication in my mind.
Personality?
Yeah. I mean,
I hate that counts.
What do you, or what do we, I mean you, what do we really know about Nick Bosa?
He can get to the quarterback.
No doubt.
Beat your
Better
man.
than anybody in the league.
Okay, I believe one of them. Yeah.
Outside of that, once he steps off the field, what do we know about Nick Bosa? What is there to like about Nick Bosa?
See, so I love that, but when did that start to matter?
I
And
think
is
it
that
always
fair?
has. But like we said earlier, it does first and foremost matter what you do on the field.
Gotcha.
So, box check. Nick Bosa, a borderline MVP candidate. Best
A+.
player on the 49ers. And then the ancillary stuff comes in, which is how you deal with the media. Are you out in the community? How you speak publicly? Are you a likable personality? I'm not saying Nick Bosa isn't likable. I just don't know. I just feel like I know nothing about the guy. And that doesn't mean I can't enjoy watching him every Sunday, that I can't root for him, that I can't feel like he's the best defensive player in football, bar none. But it does mean that when I'm trying to figure out who I associate with a franchise, I kind of need to know a little bit more. Like Jalen Hurts has a story.
Wow.
Even Trent Williams, to an extent, has a story, but he doesn't have the 49ers lineage at this point to be the unequivocal face. Fred Warner has a story. I feel like I hear from Fred Warner all the time. Usually it's associated with the quarterback, but outside of that, is it a wide receiver? Is it Christian McCaffrey? I just don't know a whole hell of a lot about Nick Bosa.
That's wow. And let me ask you this. I'm being real, Evan. You kind of just stated it. What would you like to know? And do you think fans in other cities, when they hear the team name San Francisco 49ers, that they know all they should know is that number 97 for 60 minutes is arguably one of the best defensive linemen? Like, what does he owe the world or the community, the fan base, to do anything other than be the best athlete on the gridiron he can be. Because you got me thinking now, Tim Duncan, we didn't know him, but it didn't we almost respected him more because of his privacy and he wasn't outspoken. Like I don't think he didn't reach levels of greatness because he was Michael Irvin or on Twitter like Micah Parsons. I kind of hate that. Like, just on there too much.
No, I think that's fair, but I think it's also the reason why up until this year we have not given a player like Nikola Jokic his due. Is because he's from a different country, doesn't speak out a whole lot, isn't necessarily the most outgoing person, and yet he's got 2 MVPs and now an NBA championship, and now all of a sudden he's top dog in the league. And that's where the game absolutely speaks for itself, and people that follow the game, and I believe that there's a lot of intelligent, very knowledgeable football fans here in the Bay Area and around the country that recognize Nick Bosa. But I don't feel like I even know whether he enjoys talking. Like so, for example, there's a quarterback in Los Angeles, Justin Herbert. There's an article written about him on ESPN a couple years ago about he's an outspoken introvert. I know that's counterintuitive.
Yeah,
but
whoa.
He's very forthright about how much he doesn't really like to interact with people. And so he kind of has fun with it. He tries to dodge the media. He'll slip a sly remark here and there about how he's got to go, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
At least I know that's who he is. I feel like I don't have an idea about the person that Nick Bosa is. He doesn't owe me that, but that means that if I'm looking to select a face for my franchise, I'm not necessarily just going to look to market only him. You know
I get you now. I get you. So, yeah, right. You want it to be a relationship. Okay, I get it. But you don't take away anything from the athlete's ability on whatever sport it is or whatever entity that they're in. It's just like, hey, I don't know you. I'd like to I think I know Steph Curry. He's a good dad, a good husband. He likes golf. He's a pretty good dude. So I don't know if that meets your criteria, but I would say if I were that guy, Evan, if I were Bosa and I'm driving around listening, like, damn, maybe I need to get on, if I'm Jokic, maybe I need to get on social to kind of boost my Q rating. But at the end of the day, what's it really all for? If I'm going to be named All-Pro, okay, maybe
That's
the
fair.
Evans of the world don't go by my jersey.
No,
but,
I mean, he doesn't give a damn about me.
No,
but,
right.
But I do think that when people are trying to either take their kid to a football game, it's like you are going to see Nick Bosa play, but you might also say, hey, look, like there's George Kittle down the sideline. He might be able to go sign an autograph. Like I'm trying to take my kid down there
I get
to
you.
go kind of have an interaction, like you said, have a relationship. Because as much as we love watching our teams and we love being invested in the results and mainly the wins, I do think people also want that kind of back and forth that is less prevalent now than ever. I think because of social media, you have a medium to interact with people without actually having to talk to anybody. And if you aren't on that and you also don't feel like you don't want to interact, then it becomes very hard for me to feel, like that's my guy.
I love it. And you know what? Hearing you talk, before you even finish, Evan, I just went to our Golden State Warriors. I feel like I know Klay Thompson. I know Draymond Green.
Yep.
And, aforementioned Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, I feel, his politics. So it does matter, but it's kind of interesting that, all these athletes don't like to be, in
the spotlight
all day long.
No doubt. Let's sneak Polo in from Redwood City. He's been hanging on. What's up, Polo? You're on 95.7 The Game with Evan and Guru. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. What's up, you guys? How you doing?
Hey.
Chilling.
Hey, look, check me out. Hey, my main, like the last caller said, man, it's going to be that defense. And the main focus this year I'm kind of worried about is that front D line. Are we going to get another Justin Smith to really unlock Bosa? Because we kind of melted in the clutch moments last year where Nick Bosa was, like, shut down. I like to see us get a Justin Smith to really unlock him. And if we do that, oh man, we're going to be the number one defense. What do you think about that, Guru?
It's a great call. Yeah, different positions. I know the Cowboy and what he meant to Alden Smith, but Evan, I don't know if you remember, I told you and Steiny, they lost some depth on the defensive line, but you got that shiny object, which is Hargrave, another beast, another Bosa in a sense. But what about the other guys? And I know you got Armstead, and I think it's just apparent that he steps up. But the Niners did have not stars, but some damn good dudes that could get out that road. You need that. And what did I tell you? And I kind of was driving in after the playoffs concluded, like, Bosa didn't have a bad playoffs, but it was relatively pedestrian. And that was because they were chipping him, double teaming him. And it's like, I'm sure he was like, can I get some damn help? But I don't think he didn't record a sack this postseason. So that is something I'm watching, but you got another bad boy on the other side of you from Philly. Do you got the depth, though?
I don't think they have as much depth as they did last year, but they absolutely are more top-heavy. Like, I mean, Javon Hargrave has been one of the best defensive interior linemen in football the last half decade. I mean, he was fantastic last year for Philly. That's why you went out and paid him $80+ million. So I think that is going to be their Justin Smith. That's the guy that's going to take, maybe not with both arms, two offensive linemen and drive them back like the Cowboy used to do, but you got Armstead in the middle. You got Hargrave in the middle. You got Bosa on the outside. The question is that second pass rusher. And if you're saying, look, all you got to do is find a serviceable DN to kind of rotate in with Bosa, I think you're doing okay because Bosa, in my opinion, he's got more help this year. And, oh, by the way, he had 18.5 sacks last year as the defensive player of the year. Yeah. So if you're telling me that Nick Bosa could be better next season, then it's undoubtedly the number one defensive football because he can wreck a game by himself. Nevertheless, if he's got two guys to help him
No
out
doubt.
front.
That's a great point. And that's why, Evan, I got him again. Nobody cares about Guru's rankings. I went third person. But I got the Niners top 3 team in the league, and it's because I don't think you're going to be able to run on them. They can get after the quarterback, and we'll see just how open that window is. And a lot will have to do with the offense. I don't think any setbacks. And, Evan, I'm ready to say this because we talked about our Madden days, the sticks. I had friends that, I was the guy that wanted the best team. Give me the 99s across the board. But you know what? I always had a friend, little Frankie, and he would try to take the worst team, and he would beat everybody that had the best team. And that's the biggest compliment to his IQ and his knowing of the game. Why does that remind me of Kyle? Why do I feel like Kyle's like Steiny's like the quarterback position I keep because Steiny won't let go of it? A dog on a bone, that's the weak link. But is it if you're getting as close as they're getting and you're winning the playoff games? Is it really? Of course you want Montana Young, but it's almost like Kyle's telling you, I'm different. 2 Chainz. I can do it with Mr. Irrelevant. I've done it with Jimmy. Now it is hoisting up the trophy, and that's what he's missing.
Well, and I think a big reason for that is number 23, who James in Palo Alto wants to talk about. We'll get to you on the other side because we got to hit a break here. Evan Ginnings in for Matt Steinmetz, so Daryl the Guru Johnson next couple of days while Steiny is out. Pay attention to the show. We're going to ask a question that you're going to have to answer later in the 1 o'clock hour for your chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Golf at the Berkeley Country Club coming up on July 25th, same day the 49ers training camp and their veterans report. That's what we're talking about right now. And the question I want to pose to 49ers fans, 888-957-9570, do you believe that teams are inquiring right now about Trey Lance? If we're hearing that they're in love with him more than they ever have been, and yet he might not be the backup quarterback, well, then wouldn't he be potentially available or attractive to other teams? If so, why? I want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. We're going to get into that on the other side. This segment was brought to you by Cars.com. Evan with Guru here on 95.7 The Game. We'll be back after these messages.
Sweet.
Oh.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, everyone? 1 hour down, 3 to go. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Not quite all the way up.
Look
Shout out French
you,
Montana.
Fat Joe. This Fat Joe. All
Is this Fat Joe?
And Remy Ma.
Oh, we do have Joe behind the board.
Well, that's a 4.
Skinny Joe.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Of course.
Where's your volume button at? Dude, I'm going dead. Shasky has it almost all the way to the left, and he said, I'm like Buster Rhymes. My thing's all the way to the right. Where is your button?
I actually have noticed I can't hear in general. Like if we're in
you're a play-by-play guy. You better work. You better get some cute tips.
Oh no! So I keep one can off. For those watching on YouTube, like your headphones, right? So I keep one ear in that I can hear you, Spadoni, someone get into my ear, but I got to keep one headphone out in order so I can hear the rest of the ambiance, at least when I'm doing play-by-play. Because you want to hear everything that's going on in the rest of the stadium, but it does mean that my left ear is significantly deafer than my right.
Dude, the wife is complaining. I'm just, hey, what's for dinner? Do you gotta yell? And I'm thinking now, the world has become what's in my cans. Like, maybe I need to turn it down a little.
No, I feel like people think I'm nosy because I'm always leaning into conversations. It's like, no, I literally just can't hear what you're saying.
What's wrong with my unit?
That's
Evan, this face of the franchise has me, man. Some people saying, Goo, you and Evan are dissing Debo. Like 2 years ago, wasn't he the face? What he did against Dallas and Green Bay, the frozen tundra. And you know what I'm saying? Like, how can we now just take that away from him? Debo was the face.
He was.
Jimmy. It's McCaffrey.
Well, Jimmy might have been the bigger face.
Well, he was the good-looking face.
Also the face of some shortcomings. To me, Debo Samuel, and it's cyclical. Like, football is, you could have a different face every year depending on, but I think for Debo Samuel, to me, he was the face of the success of that season, but that's also kind of why, if we're posing the question at 888-957-9570, who is your face of the 49ers? To me, it's Kyle Shanahan. And that relates to Debo in the sense that
mad at you, man.
Any single play, the ball could go to any one of those ridiculously talented weapons, Samuel, Ayuk, Kittle, McCaffrey, who I see James in Palo Alto wants to talk to in just a second. It could go to anyone. And that's why this season, I don't know who the face of the franchise is going to be, because all I know is the guy who's calling plays determines who I get to kind of fixate that question on.
Is that a good thing when it's all said and done, though?
Not in my opinion.
I'm with you.
Like, you can be the commander or you can be the chief, but you can't be the commander-in-chief for everyone to see. Like, Kyle Shanahan can't be the president, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Feel free to tell me I'm wrong. YouTube chat, Comcast Business Text Line. I do not like when my head coach is getting more pub, both good or bad, than the rest of the team. When everyone associates a head coach with a particular franchise, only. Like Belichick,
I was
obviously.
I was going to Gruden on his heyday with the Raiders. You know, Andy Reid. Like, isn't there enough pie to go around? In the NFL, I think it's okay. Jimmy Johnson to Troy Aikman. You know, like there's enough to go around. But the Niners don't have the quarterback. The Walsh to Montana or the Walsh to Young. That's what they're missing.
Well, and I think that's the point, Goo, is what do all of those Pantheon coaches have in association with their ledger, with their success?
Chuck Noll, Bradshaw.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be a quarterback. John Gruden, who do you associate with the Tampa Bay team? Their defense, the Tampa 2. So, Warren Sapp and all the rest of those boys, John Lynch. Like, there are other players associated with those rosters.
He won with Brad Johnson.
He did win with
Brad
Johnson. So
he did what but I'm not trying to diss Purdy, because I'll tell you what, we can both agree. Tell me if I'm wrong. At best, right now, on this Wednesday, Purdy and your boy Lance are unknowns.
Yes.
Lance being more
One's
of an
a greater unknown, for sure.
Exactly.
But they're both question marks. You're right. James in Palo Alto's been hanging on. What's going on, James? You're on 95.7 The Game with Guru and Evan. You want to talk about the running back room. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, thanks. Hi to both.
Hey.
Guru, thanks for taking my call. Hey, you asked who I thought was most interesting for the preseason, and I think the most interesting position is running back. We all know McCaffrey is going to take the lion's share, but who's going to back him up? I think that Elijah Mitchell is a little too injury prone, and I love this guy, Jason Mason.
Oh, okay.
Jordan Mason, yeah.
So, and they've drafted a couple of guys. So I think who becomes 2, 3, and 4 in the running back area is what I'm really interested in. And I'd love to see that.
I'm kind of with him. Yeah, no, appreciate that, James. I'm with him because I do think it is important who's going to be the backup to Christian McCaffrey.
Because they stay getting hurt.
Because the last 5 years, there have been 5 different rushing leaders for the 49ers.
Mitchell,
might be a 6th.
Mostert. I mean, man. And hopefully McCaffrey, Evan, he would be we've seen the Niners overcome, and I'm using Mostert, injuries to the star running back per se in years past. But the way it's set up to me now, I think this offense and its identity is McCaffrey. If he were to get hurt, I think it would hurt more. No pun intended.
I think it would too, but also one trait of all Shanahan-led teams, especially ones that run the rock the way that he does and has in San Francisco, is there has always been a way to kind of fill that void. Now, generally, there's been more of a known commodity at quarterback, at least in the successful seasons. But I think Christian McCaffrey, look, he's going to be 27 years of age. That's around the time that guys tend to decline in this league. It's not fair, but it's just facts. I do have my own questions about Christian McCaffrey and if he can remain as durable as he was last season.
I'm with you.
This upcoming year. He almost got 400 touches last season.
And if you watch that Cowboy playoff game, Evan, it wasn't made a lot. I done watched it 100 times. He was he was limping. He was down a little bit, like the pounding takes a lot out of you, and he ain't the biggest. What's the guy they missed on from USC? My guy that I just running back. They just drafted a couple years ago. He ain't even on the team anymore.
Out of USC?
What's my guy's name? And I'm probably getting the college wrong. And he was supposed to be the bruiser.
Saquon?
No,
Derrick Henry?
For the Niners.
For the Niners.
No,
Trey Sermon? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
shout out Eric Sermon, EPMD. Thank you, Spadoni.
Trey
And
Sermon.
Spadoni, I
Ohio
heard
State,
your
yeah.
shot at me this morning saying when he gives me something in my ear, if it's a bad joke, I'll say, oh, Spadoni gave that
You
to
do,
me.
though.
Oh, my God, that hurt me. But yeah, Sermon. So, man, Evan, I'm watching Jordan Mason, Ty Davis Price, Mitchell, that, every year he's going to get hurt.
Something about Trey's in San Francisco just not working
That's
out.
a 4. Man, did you just come up with that one?
You've been low-hanging fruit.
Okay.
Leroy's out in Oakland, wants to talk about the question we're posing, the face of the franchise. My face of the franchise is Kyle Shanahan. Seems like Guru's kind of on the same page. But
I'm with you.
Leroy, what's up, man? How you doing?
E, what's up, Goo? What's happening, guys?
What's up,
Happy
baby?
Hump Day. Y'all know, man, lifelong 49er fan. And I think who is going to emerge, I don't think that person has emerged yet, but I think the person who's going to emerge, the player who's going to emerge as the face of this team, it's going to be Joey Bosa. And I just think that he's young. He's got charisma. Man, he's got the face. And, of course, we know he can freaking play. And if you look at the history of the San Francisco 49ers, it's always kind of been a defensive guy. Like, even when Montana was there, we always talked about Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, Haley.
Heart and soul and being the face. So it's always been a defensive guy, whether it was Patrick Willis or so. I'm going to say it's Joey Bosa. And real quick with Debo, right?
Wait, hold on. Leroy, you're talking about Nick Bosa, right?
Nick Bosa. I'm sorry, not
Gotcha.
Joey Bosa. Nick Bosa, yeah. Nick
gotcha.
Bosa is going to be the face of the night. I'm sorry, guys. Real quick, Debo needs that other receiver on the other side, and I'm interested to see who that's going to be because I think that's going to open up Debo. That's going to open up Kittle. You know how?
But Leroy,
Irving,
you got Ayuk. Ayuk is that guy.
But we got to see it. We got to see it, Goo. Wow. We got to see it, right? Like Irving, like Michael Irving and Jay Novacek from Dallas. They had Alvin Harper.
Yeah.
It's got to be that other guy on the other side. And I think IU can do it, but I got to see it this year. And then that's going to open up everything for Debo.
Wow. Because I know you, Evan. I don't want to speak for you to leave. I didn't have a hard to say, Nick.
We all know who he's talking about. Nick Bosa. He was talking about the better Bosa.
There you go. The one that's not hurt as much as his brother. Hey, I got Ayuk as a budding star. I don't know what Leroy wants to see, but if you wanted to pull me into a room and just tell me and make an argument just as the natural tools that a receiver has in regard to running routes, the breaks, you could sell me on Ayuk might be further than Debo in a lot of areas as a receiver, Evan. But everything I've seen from the young kid from Arizona State and Ayuk, I'm like, I get excited thinking about him being on the other side of Debo.
Yeah, and the YouTube chat's with you. Carlos, Ayuk gets open, balled out last year. Damon Chang, Ayuk's a baller. Victor, Ayuk's going to be on the other side of Debo. Way better route runner than Debo from the 5-1-0. Ayuk was incredible last season as the fourth option. I'm with all of them.
Ayuk is a problem.
Now, the question is, will you be okay? Because I know you love your stats. I know you love your numbers, especially when it comes to fantasy. Guru, are you going to be okay if the 49ers win 13 games again this year, but Brandon Ayuk is not a 1,000-yard receiver?
I would be okay.
Because I think both are possible.
Yeah, I love you for that, asking me that question. And I had Ayuk last year, but I know what it is. And as a diehard fan of any team, I know what supersedes everything in this fantasy world is the dubs by the big club. So if Ayuk doesn't get 1,000, I could hear Steiny saying, "What's up with your boy? He didn't get 1,000." There's a good reason why. And if he's a team player, I know he probably wants to put up Jefferson numbers or whatnot. But if you're winning, Evan, that's just par for the course. You are in an offense now that you got Kittle. I mean, my goodness, we hadn't even talked about him. Some say, he could be the face of the franchise. But you got so many options. That would be the reason that you didn't get 1,000 because everybody else has to eat.
Well, and that's the thing. I think everybody is going to eat on this offense, just not every single week. And it sounds like Rocky in San Francisco agrees with you, Goo, as far as the face of the franchise is concerned. Guru and I's face of the franchise right now for San Francisco is Kyle Shanahan. Rocky, what say you? You're on 95.7 The Game with Goo and Evan.
What's up? Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Yo.
Yeah, I think, when we look at like public speaking skills, for example, Bosa is not a great interview. And Kyle Shanahan just says, a little too much for my taste.
You're on fire.
No, I think it's Kittle, I mean, he's got the Zenny ads, right? He's super affable. Every time you see him, he's smiling. He's got a great attitude. That's the guy. I mean, he's got some longevity with the team, so people actually recognize his face. Whereas, I still don't even sort of know what Bosa looks like.
Let me ask you this. You got me thinking. Yeah. Let me ask you this real quick. So can a guy that has an outgoing personality like we know Kittle does, can that kind of make up Kittle a good player? But if they got that personality, can that take them to a level that they deserve in regard to maybe great because of what they do off the field and how like the fan base likes them?
I'll use you an example, Goo. You didn't go to school for communications, and look at how brilliant you are on the air.
Wow.
Debatable.
Well, yeah.
I'm just playing.
No, you got me. Look, I kind of owned it, but yeah, that was I'm gonna have to throw it back at you. Like you got me thinking.
I didn't go to school for communications either. Huh?
For your personality to kind of boost your profile of what you do on. Like Kittle's good, but can he be great because the fan base loves him and he's outgoing? And I'm not saying he's not great at his job, but where do you draw the line on that? Because that's where you were going down an avenue to where I was like, damn, does it matter? But now I'm asking you with that call, how much does it matter?
I mean, it shouldn't take precedent over the play on the field. Like George Kittle is a fan favorite because he's on WWE and he interacts with people at training camp and he's very outgoing and outspoken, but he also set the tight end receiving record his second season in the league. It was first team All-Pro. So like that's I think where the connection happens at a face of the franchise level where you check every single box. To me, and I think it was the 510 earlier was saying, we don't need to know about a certain player, Evan, get off Bosa, stuff like that.
Called you bright, said you got a great future.
Well, I appreciate that. Also, come to some other words too. That's fine. I'll take that. It's just for me when I like and look, I'm not the most extroverted person off the mic. But for me, when I'm trying to figure out which athletes I want to root for, who I enjoy watching, sure, it starts with what goes on in the field, but I'm also kind of interested to see what their extracurriculars are. And that doesn't mean that I'm not going to, again, say that Nick Bosa ain't this and ain't that. But George Kittle, to me, is a far more likable and kind of connected individual. At least from a fan perspective, I think.
I love it. And that was well said. Now, before you grab another call, Evan, the origin of this conversation started kind of with, to me, Lance and Purdy.
Yeah.
Am I wrong to tell you, I know the NFL is about winning, but I want to get your gauge here. I'm more intrigued to see if Trey Lance can be an NFL quarterback. More so, it's like 90% to Brock Purdy's 87% because I've seen more of Brock, and I think that's who he is, but I know we still need to see more, but I'd like to start seeing the beginning of the Trey Lance movie. So when people say, oh, Goo, you're hating, it's not hating. I'm just more intrigued to see, is Lance going to be a bust for the Niners? Can you follow me there? Does that?
How long are you willing to give him before you label him a bust or not?
Capitals. I'm going text man ASAP. That's why I want to see it now. And I think with this injury to Brock's elbow, you could slow play and be cautious before you put him back in harm's way and kind of get the answers. And then, I could see you thinking like, oh, Goo, you could go 0-3, if Trey were to get those games. But it's imperative to me that use that injury to kind of see if Trey's ready.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but to me, if Brock Purdy is indeed healthy, then he has to start. And that to me is what we've been hearing from the 49ers. I think that's what Brock Purdy has also earned so far in his brief time. Now, the question to me becomes, if he comes out and fails, or let's say he does play and the Niners still go 0-3. Well, then what do you do? Now, I don't think they are.
Okay, gotcha.
But, maybe Brock Purdy has one of his first few turnover-prone games.
Because he's been almost perfect.
Maybe he's seeing deer in the headlights from the injury last season. There's a lot of, I think, factors that could play out. Maybe the 49ers defense isn't as good right off the bat. Maybe they're a little bit slow out of the gates. Maybe Kyle Shanahan doesn't have everything he needs at his disposal early in the season. Maybe someone gets hurt in pre. You never know. My question is, are you willing to find out what you have in Trey if Brock fails? Do you give Brock Purdy the same leash it appeared you were going to give Trey Lance last season when you named him the Week 1 starter?
Wow. That's a great question, and I'm just going to say I think the leash is way shorter just because of what Trey Lance and what he was supposed to do and mean to you. You got to find that out sooner. And if you see Brock struggling, I don't think that it would be unfair, Evan, to give a quick hook to see what this young kid can do that you drafted a couple years ago.
I think it does become dangerous, though, because you cannot have a rotating door at quarterback outside of it being due to injury. Like, in my mind, once you name your starter, that's your guy.
Oh, man.
So either Kyle Shanahan names the wrong quarterback, or an injury is going to be the only thing to me that allows Trey Lance to get on the field.
That's how Brock got on the field. You're right.
It is. And so far, he appears to be someone that can help this team win. And that is the most important thing at the end of the day. Not, do you know what you have in Trey? And I think that's why, maybe a team like Atlanta, who's got a young and unknown quarterback in Desmond Ridder, might be interested in someone like Trey Lance. The reports out there from Adam Schefter a couple of weeks ago were that there was no trade talks concerning Trey Lance. I do not believe that there has not been a call from an NFL organization to the San Francisco 49ers about Trey Lance. Now, how far that conversation went is absolutely a discussion. Maybe they say, hey, we're looking at a bottom three. We think Trey Lance is worth a sixth or a seventh. Okay, click. John Lynch is hanging up. But you can't tell me that someone hasn't made that call.
No, I get it, and you're right, and it's probably calls. And I don't want to say I took offense, but what I was reading, Larry, our own Larry Krueger, had tweeted he might be, to paraphrase, hearing that Lance could be traded. My thing was, Evan, I get taking the phone call, but it was sounding like the Niners were making the phone call. And that's where I was just like, hold up. So this guy, Trey Lance, last season's named starter, he makes it to week 2, breaks his leg, lower extremity injury. He's out. And now all of a sudden you're trading him? And Darrell L. Johnson the first is just asking, what did I miss? What part of Trey's performance where he wasn't even active and he couldn't play did you guys sour on to where you made a decision you're ready to use him as trade bait? That's all I've been about, Evan, is what did I miss? And by all accounts, that has not happened. But to answer your question, yeah, if I'm Atlanta, I feel like other teams probably have called just to see. Hey, I'm hearing noise, but I feel better because the Niners, I feel up until right now, 10-2, Evan and Goo, shout out Steiny, they haven't called anybody, and that to me signals they have not given up.
I don't know if it's that they haven't given up. To me, it's more about the necessity of the position because of the question mark. Like, again, you do not know yet if Brock Purdy is cemented as your week 1 starter just because he's still got some more physical hurdles that he has to clear. And that's why I don't think that, number one, Trey Lance will be traded, nor should he be traded, because if you're telling me that Sam Darnold is your last line of hope for a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, that's a problem. And what we're talking about right now is a quarterback competition for the number 2 spot. That, to me, is the umpteenth storyline for any team with a legitimate Super Bowl contending roster. You should generally have that quarterback position understood, and yet all of the conversation we have is about where Trey Lance is going to be slotted. That, to me, is... I know we might be making too much of it, but to me, that isn't that in of itself kind of a concern? Like we're talking about the second guy.
But if the theme here has been under the Kyle Shanahan tenure, Evan, the starting quarterback's going to get hurt. News bulletin. We haven't figured it out. It's like Hoffa. We don't know with what's going on. I do want to say this about what you just said there. Is it that big of a problem if Mr. Irrelevant took you to the NFC Championship game, and he did not start week 1? Can I one-up you with the guy from USC that was supposed to have a promising career, and we just gave both of us Kyle his kudos for making something out of nothing? How big of a stretch would it be if, okay, Mr. Irrelevant took us to the NFC Championship game, Sam Darnold is on you? Like, I wouldn't be floored if Sam could do the same thing, if not greater.
Well, we can get into that on the other side. I also do want to talk about some Warriors. Mike Dunleavy spoke in Las Vegas. There's also a question that we were kind of jostling with. Based on where you see Chris Paul as even a bench player or potentially as a starter, according to his comments, he might expect to be that. I want to get to that conversation as well. Also, of course, the All-Star game happened yesterday. Some stuff from the Giants that we got to get into. We'll catch up with Scott Ostler from the San Francisco Chronicle at noon. ESPN's Kylie McDaniel at 1:30. And, of course, remember to keep tuning in throughout the show because around 1 o'clock, we're going to give you your chance to win another prize. The All-Star Week prize will out officially here to listen intently through the show today, tomorrow, all week, for your chance to golf with Steiny and Guru at Berkeley Country Club July 25th, a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Evolve Training Center has got memberships up for grabs, $250 gift cards to places like Buon Vino and Alexander Steakhouse. All of that and more coming up on the other side. And that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Are you facing legal...
size matters.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson, having some fun here on a hump day. We got Scott Osler coming up in a half hour. We got ESPN's Kylie McDaniel coming up at 1:30. We're going to talk to Osler about an interesting piece he wrote about the mayor of Oakland going up to Seattle, talking to Rob Manfred. We're also going to get into the Warriors and the Giants with him. I want to talk about that, Guru. And then ESPN's baseball insider, Kylie McDaniel, can hopefully shed some light into if Shohei Ohtani is even a possibility for the Giants. But we're talking about the 49ers, of course, the revolving door quarterback. A lot of people chiming in on the YouTube chat, Comcast Business Hotline. We don't care. We just want to win. If the face of the franchise and Kyle Shanahan, be damned. Who cares? Guru, it's something that we're not going to be able to escape. It's something that we're not going to be able to escape until this season kicks off. And training camp is going to be the start of that, the preliminary kickoff, so to speak, on July 25th. Also the same day that you guys are going to be out at Berkeley Country Club.
Oh, yeah?
Golfing with the listeners.
Dude, I'm getting a little nervous.
Well, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be. You've been looking slim. You're looking trim.
Well, it ain't about. No, I'm talking about my golf game now, not the refrigerator game.
Well
yeah, I got that.
But it feels like you got more stamina in you now because you're down like what, 15 pounds?
23.
23. God,
Michael
damn.
Jordan.
23 pounds, Goo. What? It's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Can I share something with you?
Talk to me.
I know the boss is like back to Wiggins. So, just like Thursday or Friday, I have friends that have had migraines. My cousin Cindy, my boy Relaford.
Not
and
fun.
I never. So you've experienced one?
I've
never
had a migraine
one
before. My brother used to get them all the time.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry,
Okay, so I know what that is. I'm like, tough it out. Come on. But Friday, I've been getting these little, just like tiny ones. And my wife's like, oh, when you lose weight, your body changes, and it's part for the course. I'm like, no. So I've been a little nervous about, but you asked me, hey, Goo, you drinking a Red Bull, the sugar? I said, no. And you said that's probably what your body's doing. Like, hey, want some candy? That's sugar. So maybe, I know you're not a doctor, but that's what you were saying. Maybe that's what's going on.
No, it's something that I deal with all the time. Just a caffeination deprivation sensation.
Well, that's a 4.
It's no, if you drink a lot of coffee
and caffeine, which is the 20 ounce.
Yeah. So shout out every time I go to the coffee machine during the break. It's because I need it. Like I'm a fiend for caffeine. Every time I wake up without a cup of coffee after a couple hours, I naturally get a headache. So in my non-professional opinion, it has nothing to do with the diet itself. Is that you're knocking off the Red Bulls, the sugar and the caffeine,
like a crackhead. We need it. Oh my God! Okay, that's interesting, Evan. So I appreciate. Like I'm addicted to social media.
Yeah.
Everybody is. They just don't admit it. Mm-hmm. You say you're addicted to caffeine, and you know it.
Yes. Well, I have a couple of addictions, but caffeine is absolutely one of them.
Okay.
So the thing about but it's also probably the reason why you've been able to drop 23 so quickly is once you cut that out, your body's fiending for it less. It's fiending for the sugar less and the artificial stuff in the Red Bull.
I didn't know to call the advice nurse. I'm getting these little tiny, I want to be right now.
No, but that's why I'm proud of you because you cut all that out cold turkey. That's hard to do.
Right.
And your body's naturally going to feel different about it.
Well, I fell off the wagon. How about that?
Well, you
was
took
about
a
a month
step
ago.
down off the wagon.
Right,
you didn't
no
fall
doubt.
off.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to it.
Well, so, Goo, I do want to talk to you before we get to Osler at 12 o'clock. I do want to get into some of this Warriors stuff that we've been you guys have been dancing around with the last couple of days.
Boy.
Chris Paul spoke to the media in Las Vegas earlier this week. Mike Dunleavy spoke a day after. We can get into some of that sound. But one thing that kind of sitting behind the glass, honestly, got me thinking about if Chris Paul is indeed reluctant to come off the bench, if he wants to be a starter, who's your second best player right now on your roster?
There's no doubt. It's not even close. Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins played 32 games last year.
And there were extenuating circumstances as to why he played, a small amount of games. But if you're telling me who's your best player, and I'm counting on him for 82, 72, Andrew, I don't even think it's close. When you're talking about this version, and CP3, if you're listening, I'm not saying you're done. I just know you are not in your prime. Andrew Wiggins, I believe, in this system and birth certificate-wise, is in his prime. And he can lock you up on defense, create his own shot, shoot 40% almost from 3. My thing to you, Evan, is what got you to you kind of just explained it, but are you going to give me another answer than Andrew Wiggins?
Or
make a case?
Absolutely.
We would love to hear it.
Well, to me, that's part of the issue with the Warriors right now, and the reason that I feel concerned about them is I could make a case for 4 guys. I could make a case for Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, or now I could even make a case for Chris Paul if he's going to be a starter.
And how would that how would that sound? Let's take Chris Paul.
So Chris Paul last year averaged 14 and 9, 14 and 10. If he is in a system that allows him to control the rock, Curry's coming off screens, playing off the ball, so is Klay. If Chris Paul really wants to start and play 30 to 32 minutes a game like he has the last couple of seasons, I don't know if that's best for his body, but if he wants to do that, there's no reason to believe that, in my mind, he can't lead the league in assists because he's playing around some of the greatest cutters, movement, and shooters that the game has to offer. So if Chris Paul hypothetically led the league in assists this year, one, I might be shocked because that means he's starting in my mind, but wouldn't that be your second best player?
Wow. Now, if you want to say the maestro, the conductor of the offense, everything you just said perfectly, getting the ball to the shooters, okay, Chris Paul can then be that. But Evan, I don't have to tell you, there's our other end of the floor, and that's called defense. There's a thing called rebounding. I'm not dare calling CP3 a bad rebounder, but when you totality, Andrew Wiggins has shown in the NBA playoffs and finals, when all systems are a go, he is your second best player. And that's why I guess everything you said I agree with and has me excited. I've kind of done a 180 on CP3 and what this can mean. But, Evan, there's no part of my mindset that is looking forward to CP3 on the defensive end. And to me, when you say the second best player, that I immediately took Klay off. Because Klay's going to, I believe, guard more 4s and 5s. But the workout video that Steiny hates where he was going up the hill with his buddy on the sled to get his legs stronger, maybe he gets back out there with the 2s and 1s. But he would come off the list. But, Evan, I just don't think it's close right now that Andrew Wiggins, number 22, is your second best player.
But is that a good thing? Like, Andrew Wiggins was the best player in a final series.
He's a former number 1 pick. And he was. If he put up numbers, but if you want to go Sleepy Hollow, that, hey, anybody could put up, numbers with teams that are not reaching their full potential, I'll give you that. But, my goodness, has he not proven when I get around a good environment like the Golden State Warriors, I can change what people think of me. I can be the Robin to Curry's Batman. So that when you say if it's a good thing, I want to get my Marshawn Lynch on and say, hell yeah.
Well, and that's why I think it is a big season for Andrew Wiggins because he's going to have to prove that last year was an aberration.
Okay. Oh, man.
That last year was a one-off. And there was, understandable circumstances from the reports out there of why he was gone, and let him have his space, do his thing. But 2 years ago, he was a starter in the All-Star game. Last year, unfortunately, due to those situations, he only played 37 games.
All right.
If Andrew Wiggins is not your second best player, then the Warriors probably got some issues. Like, I think that in order for this team to be at its best, I'm with you. Andrew Wiggins needs to be the second best.
Okay.
He needs to be the two-way guy.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but when you said what you did, the way you said it, it's a mandate that he's back to that.
But even before the absence, we were wondering a little bit what was going on with Andrew Wiggins. Why he was not as efficient night in and night out.
But Evan, wasn't that across the board? And it was with everybody.
Yes.
And here I go. Shout out Hawaiian. It's about the punch. Like and Poole was this guy. They were close, but you just did a look. And I know it wasn't, oh God, goo. But Evan, I feel like, can't we use that for Wiggins in his, what's Dib's thing, his K-Wig, where he just slow plays it? Not bad, not good, but, I'm going to give him that benefit of the doubt.
But to me, if you want to be the second best player in a championship team, I need to know what to expect from you. And I don't want to get into the punch whatsoever. I think that's
I'm
old
not
business.
either. Maybe that was why he was a bit lethargic. And so was their road record from the outset. So was everybody else. And that's not Curry as much, but
Steph was fantastic throughout the entire season. But that's the crux of the question right now. 888-957-9570. Who is the second best player on the Warriors right now. If Chris Paul wants to indeed start, you're looking at a player that last season played 32 minutes a game, didn't shoot it great, 14 points, 9 rebounds, but he's 2 years removed from being an all-star, from leading the league in assists, from shooting nearly 50% from the field, 36% from three. And if we're saying that Andrew Wiggins can get back to what he was 2 years ago, well, then why couldn't you make the same case for Chris Paul? And if Chris Paul wants to
great
start...
question.
Appreciate that, Tim Roy.
Yeah.
And so if Chris Paul wants to start, well, then I do have to bring him into the conversation of potentially your second best player. I mean, that's why, in a way, you had to give up what you did, which was not only Jordan Poole, but was also PBJ.
Oh, my goodness.
Was also Rollins. Those are, maybe lesser pieces, but you also have to give up a draft pick. They wanted to acquire a quality player that also gave them financial flexibility, but did not allow you to take a step back as far as your roster.
Okay, I appreciate everything you just said. My answer to that, Evan, is and why I was down on the CP3 edition from the outset when Steiny made that, that proclamation that, he would be a good fit here, and then it ended up happening, is CP3 didn't finish his own playoff series last year with so much on the line. Just like the Warriors had championship aspirations as defending champs to go back-to-back, you know what, Evan? Chris Paul was playing with Devin Booker. Chris Paul was also playing with the great, mind you, Kevin Durant. And the only thing that some may disagree that changed that Denver, the biggest thing that changed that playoff series against Denver is CP3 had his, oh boy, it happened this time in the playoffs. The best ability is availability. He got hurt. Then, if I can just interest you in the playoff collapse against the Dallas Mavericks, which resulted in a just 80-point loss at home, it felt like, against the Dallas Mavericks when Devin Booker didn't have it going. I was watching that game like, okay, CP3 will take over, or CP3 will cuss somebody out in the huddle. CP3 will get into his bag. It was too big for him, and he couldn't do it. So, Evan, that's why I'm despondent on CP3, because I think just athletically and physically, he's way past his prime.
Oh,
and I'm hoping he proves me wrong, but that's why I would love for you to tell me, outside of the Wiggins absence and tending to his dad, when has his body and the breakdowns been an issue? Because that's my only issue with CP3 at this stage.
Well, and that's why I would love to see him come off the bench, because I think that Rick Celebrini, along with that medical staff and the Warriors, can keep him healthy for a postseason run. Or at least I would hope so, because that's been the only thing that has, in my mind, held Chris Paul back, aside from running into better teams, is he always seems to get hurt at the wrong times. And if that happens to the Warriors this year, like, make no mistake about it, one of the reasons why, you guys talked about this yesterday, you and Steinigu, one of the reasons to me why this season is ultimately more fascinating than maybe any in the Curry era is because there is a margin for error that is lesser than most of those seasons. Now, you throw away 2020, the injury year, 2021 coming back off the pandemic, trying to reorganize things with Russell then for Wiggins, Clay was out. Now, with your full cast of characters, ideally all healthy, you got rid of Poole, so apparently you moved away from the chemistry issue. You still have some of the young guys, and Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, along with Pajemski and TJB. Like, you have a little bit of that future, but now, if any one of these pieces, including Chris Paul, in my mind, goes down or gets hurt, if something like what happened 2 years ago happens, then it's curtains.
No doubt. And you know what? We could be talking is the run over, is the dynasty over. Not in, if you go to Chase Center and buy a ticket to see the Warriors, are you not going to see Steph, Clay, or Dre? Because you're going to see them. But just what you said, hoisting up that O'Brien trophy is going to be a bit more difficult. And now the fact that, the natural aspect of this, they are getting older. But, Evan, along with Wiggins, can I interest you in Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody? Like, the training wheels are off. The Warriors chose to go in this direction. It is a must. It's imperative that it's not just Andrew Wiggins. Those two gentlemen got to make the jump. And about CP3, this is what I say, because I do tingle when I hear CP3 will unlock Jonathan Kuminga. He'll make it. Dre maybe can take a rest with the second unit. Things that I think about. But you know what? And I always hated that people came down, great players or individual scorers roads like Dominique Wilkins and Kobe for a bit before he won the titles with Pa. Oh, he doesn't make anybody better. But damn it, if you know the game, I got to judge you on what you're bringing on an individual basis. And let's start there. If you mastered what you do on an individual basis, miss me with, Goo's not making Evan better. Now, was that a facet to it? Yeah. Am I good at it? No. But the first responsibility is me to show you that I've mastered myself. So CP3, before you unlock Kuminga, Goo's got a question of, can you unlock CP3 to the point to where you can master not getting hurt before you go unlock anybody else on this Warrior team? Unlock yourself. And we got to wait to see that.
You coaching?
You just play it one more time, man.
You coaching?
And that is what gives me pause in a sense. That's what gives me pause is that.
What do you call that? What word would Evan get? You heard me and Steiny laugh. What word do you use? Is that nothing? Because people, I get it. You don't want to hear mom and dads argue. Evan, you don't know this about the Johnsons. My parents, shout out Daisy Mae Johnson, rest in peace, and Norm, they very seldom argued. But if they got into like a disagreement, my sister and I were in the back room.
Yeah.
Tears, like a divorce is imminent. And now when we always laugh now, like we were lucky, but that was nothing. But people on YouTube, Warrior fans, think because we talk about this stuff, we didn't make that sound. We didn't make that clip up. We're reacting to it. So my question is that nothing to Evan Giddings? Is that something to monitor? How do you process that soundbite?
It's something.
No doubt about it.
And I don't because I'm with you. Both of my parents, even though they never always saw eye to eye, there was a united front. So like for me and my brother and my sister, there was they never, I think in my mind, came out and were in disagreement to the point of, okay, go to him, go to her. I don't want to deal with this. Like whenever they made a decision, it was both of them. Whether both of them agreed with it or not, they came to the conclusion. And right now, I don't see the Warriors, or at least Chris Paul, as being a completely united front when I hear that.
Man.
And that, to me, is a bit of an issue because Stephen Curry is your best player. Draymond Green is probably your biggest personality. But if you're telling me that Andrew Wiggins is the second best player, I'll hear you. Chris Paul is probably your second biggest personality on the team right now, and he might be coming off the bench. Well, who was the second biggest personality last year that also came off the bench that you said was the reason that you had all the chemistry issues? You shipped him out of town. His name was Jordan Poole.
Yes.
There's a different dynamic because Chris Paul is much older. He's been around the league. He's got cachet. But there is still a sense to me of non-unity in a way. And that to me, I think is still prevalent.
That's real. It's well said. And I told Steiny, am I a naive island when I say, Evan, I thought maybe they talked before this trade was consummated about CP3's role. But he's a gladiator. He's earned that. And I just thought, so you're telling me he gets injured, had championship aspirations with the great Phoenix Suns, played in an NBA Finals, Evan, and now all of a sudden we're speaking for him that he wants to come off the bench against a group that kind of has been a thorn in his side on getting the grand prize. So when he says, Chris Paul, when he tells us that he hasn't talked about it with Kerr and they'll talk about it in training camp, that's when I say, Evan, I don't want to go run in the street, but I'm like, they are a united front.
Yeah, I want to sneak Dave from San Jose in before we get to Scott Osler at 12 o'clock. Dave, you're on with Evan and Guru here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? I did want to agree with you that Wiggins is the second best player. But what I'm thinking about is all this talk about Chris Paul wanting to start. If we start him, that means if you look at our lineup, we have to either go small ball with Draymond starting, and I don't like that at all, to be honest with you, or we have to take Clay out. And even if we do small ball with Chris Paul, that eliminates the purpose of the small ball because Chris Paul maybe 10 years ago could have ran this offense.
but he's either going to get hurt immediately from running that much and that hard, and we're going to have to slow down for him. That's all I got. I'm worried about it if he has to start. That's all I got.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, when Aikman on us, appreciate that, Spadoni.
And from the 650, Evan, Goo, just to what I said, you can't master old age. CP3 is old with a lot of miles. That's true, but he's still smart. And there's no doubt he went Russell Crowe to Kendra Andrews in regard to, I feel like the subliminal was, Evan, I'm still a starter in this league.
Yeah, I think, well, and look, the starting, like, he's never come off the bench. And
why would he?
Well, why would he have to? I think that's a badge of honor that he understandably has worn his entire life, probably. So you got to check your ego at the door. And he would be the likeliest candidate to do it, in my mind, because he's the guy coming in. But when we're talking about who's going to be that second guy, yes, I agree. I would hope it could be Andrew Wiggins, but we're seeing people chime in for the 408. Where's Clay in that mix? I've seen Draymond thrown out on the text line, the YouTube chat chime in. Of course, it's
I did think, did I get Dre Andrew Wiggins in this system? You know, I went overall basketball player, but in this system, Evan, would he rank higher than Wiggins to you?
Draymond?
Yes. In this system.
And that's hard to say. I mean, ideally, he should be your best defensive player, right? He's the former DPOY.
Made all NBA defense.
But at this, he was second team all NBA defense. But at this point in his career, after getting a bag, is he going to be as motivated? Is he going to play 70 games again? Is he going to be able to lock down, top flight, both perimeter and interior players? I think he can. Does he want to, and can he do that consistently? I think that's what we're going to be able to find out, hopefully, soon throughout this season. But coming up next, we got Scott Osler, the San Francisco Chronicle. Make sure to continue to tune in throughout the show for your chance to win during our All-Star Week prize blowout. During the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to give you a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, chance to golf with Steiny and Guru at Berkeley Country Club coming up on July 25th. Also, a pair of tickets to the Warriors throughout this season. Should be very interesting. $250 gift cards, Buon Vino, Alexander Steakhouse, Aerosmith tickets, month memberships to Evolve Training Center, self-defense, jiu-jitsu lessons, tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay at SAP Center. A whole lot going on this week on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We'll talk to Scott Osler, covers everything in the Bay Area, has been talking to the commissioner, what's going on with the A's, what's going on with the Giants, the Warriors. We'll hit all of that with him coming up on the other side after these messages on 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
No Steiny today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz next couple days, but don't worry, Daryl the Guru Johnson here is with us. And, of course, you're going to be here to hold it down all week, Goo.
Yes, sir. And we got a legend coming up.
Yes, we
friend.
do. Scott Osler, sports columnist, San Francisco Chronicle, has been doing it since the 90s, Goo, here in the Bay. He's covered just about everything there is to cover. And we appreciate you joining us, Scott, here on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
I'm great, but you reminded me how long I've been doing it. I'm getting kind of tired. Jesus.
Well, it doesn't...
Hey, guys, good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. Guru, congratulations, man.
What happened?
Pounds. That's fantastic. Hey,
23
let
pounds.
me ask you a question before you guys quiz me. What do you miss most? What's the one thing that kills you not to get?
You know what? I appreciate the question. It is a cold 20 ounce of Red Bull. Scott, it didn't give me wings. I just like the taste of the carbonation. And that was dangerous to my heart, my whole body, and why I probably put on some. But that's what I miss the most when the Giants are about to play or any game, that cold Red Bull.
Wow, and you were drinking the big one like the size of a tennis can, right?
Yes,
tennis ball can.
But yes, sir. And I'll survive, Scott, for now. Yes, sir.
That's got some juice in it, too. That's got some jolt to it.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's been talking about maybe getting migraines because of no caffeine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you're doing that kind of Red Bull, you're going to get some detox migraines, man.
Yeah, Evan told me.
Well, Scott, we appreciate the fitness, the update, of course, with Guru and his Soto progress.
Yeah, right. Like you.
Game recognized game. But, Scott, before we get into, I want to talk about the Warriors and the Niners with you. But before we do that, I saw your piece about the Oakland mayor going up to Seattle to hold kind of a secret, although not at this point, not so secret meeting with the Commissioner of Baseball, Rob Manfred. Oakland Mayor Shang Tao flew to Seattle on Sunday to meet with him. What can you tell us about what happened there and if it means anything really for the future of baseball in Oakland?
Apparently, it doesn't mean much. It's really a weird story. First of all, I thought it was a great idea of the mayor of Shang Tao to fly up to Seattle to ask for the meeting with Manfred. She asked for a private meeting. And she was respectful. She wanted to go up and do it before the All-Star game, but she didn't want to Bigfoot the All-Star game, and throw that kind of monkey wrench in all the festivities and stuff. So she did it on the QT. She happened to be spotted by a national baseball writer while she was there, so it kind of blew her cover a little bit. But the point is, it was really smart, aggressive, and cool on her part to ask for that meeting, because Manfred had basically said, "Hey, man, Oakland can't do anything. They can't get out of there. They can't walk and chew gum. They can't make a deal." And she knew different, and she wanted to set him straight. And she did. She did it face to face, and I thought that was spectacular. But the ultimate takeaway is that apparently Manfred didn't give a fig. He just didn't. I guess he listened and was nice, probably smiled and all that stuff, offered an iced tea and all that stuff. But apparently it went in one ear and out the other.
So let me ask you this, Scott. For any diehard Oakland A's fan out there, is this thing over in your estimation? Do they have a chance? I know that you said that was a good sign and clever, aggressive, but in your mind, is it over, for the A's remaining in Oakland?
Not at all. I think it's closer to 50-50 than anything. There's so many hurdles that, assuming I'm pretty confident that the Major League owners are going to okay the move by a 3/4 vote. I don't think it'll be close. I could be wrong. But there are so many other hurdles up there in Las Vegas, including finding the funding. The A's have to find $1.1 billion laying around somewhere. They have to get all kinds of approvals and okays and submit all kinds of plans. They don't have any architecture plans. They don't have any. There are so many hurdles they have to overcome. For them to give that timeline of 2028, I think is ridiculous. But so I think a lot of things can go wrong. And if stuff goes wrong, like the teachers union is suing the state for giving the A's all that money. If that could hold things up, but that could completely kill the deal. So very good chance they could come back and say, "Hey, man, hey, we were just kidding. We wanted to be here all the time."
Well, I think that's good news. We appreciate the update from Scott Osler, columnist, San Francisco Chronicle. It's covering everything around the Bay Area. And Scott, so if you're listening to Goo's update about his health, I'm sure you heard our conversation about the Warriors and Chris Paul getting introduced, kind of let's say, ingratiating himself with both the media as well as the fan base and maybe in an unexpected manner. But if he does indeed expect to start, well, one, do you think he expects to start? And if so, does that change the way you look at the hierarchy right now of the Warriors outside of Stephen Curry?
Yeah, I get the impression that that he kind of does think he should start and wants to start, which to me is kind of, I kind of get it, because we know his history and he's started every game of his entire life. He's probably never had to come off the bench in third grade, you know. He's not a bench guy, but he's 38 years old. Does Chris Paul think he's going to be a starter on a championship contending team when he's like 49 years old? At what point does he, according to the situation, maybe take a different role, a different step? I'm not going to say a step back, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a step back. So I could be wrong, and he was just in a flippant mood, and he's kind of like that. Chris Paul, he can be a little bit chippy. He can also be very pleasant and very communicative and very cool, but he has that chippy, chip on your shoulder kind of vibe too. So it's kind of hard to read, but that was not a good sign when he said, "You coaching?"
Scott, let me ask you this. We were having an interesting conversation earlier, and when you talk Golden State Warriors, you know who the face of the franchise is, Scott? We all know, the great Stephen Curry. And we were talking about the San Francisco Giants, currently 49-41, having a surprisingly good year, 2 years removed from 107. But I'm in love, and I told Evan, with Shohei Ohtani, and my goodness, is somehow he could get to the Bay. But if I were to ask you who the face of the San Francisco Giants is, one, how would you answer that? And two, is it a good thing if you don't have an answer real quick?
The face of the franchise right now, I guess, would probably have to be Brandon Crawford, right?
Is that a good thing, Scott? And I love BC.
No. It's not a bad thing, because he's a spectacular guy. He's been a great Giant, wonderful person, great player, all-star caliber player, Gold Glove and all that stuff. But you need to be a championship contender. You need something bigger than what he is now, what he brings to the party now.
Yeah, Scott Osler here with us from the San Francisco Chronicle, and an update about the Oakland A's situation potentially, or maybe not, moving to Las Vegas along with the Warriors. And now with the Giants, Scott, I feel like I can make a case for, after his performance last night, getting a win in the All-Star game, Camilo Doval being someone that I think folks associate with the San Francisco Giants right now where they are in the season. I know they kind of stumbled into the All-Star break a little bit, picked up a series victory against Colorado right prior to. Where do you see them now as far as the impending trade deadline is concerned? Do you expect them to get aggressive, or do you see them kind of moving around the margins, much in the way Farhan Zaidi has kind of approached a lot of these deadlines, I guess, outside of 2021?
Dan, I don't want to be Farhan on this. I would hate to be in his shoes, because you're kind of building for next year, I think. But you don't want to throw away this year. Man, to think about, for instance, when people talking about Shohei and what they have to give up for him if they got him at midseason now, and if they have to give up, like, what if they have to give up Kyle Harrison and Pat Bailey and maybe two, and maybe those two, and maybe another guy or something like that? To me, that would hurt. And I'm down with Shohei, but man, I'm thinking more towards the future a little bit. I think,
Scott,
they have other guys that they give. So if they can get a really good impact player at the trading deadline or two, then they should go for it. But man, I would hate to see him trade away these gems.
Scott, I really need your help. I've been shaking Evan to get
I'm
his
sorry
answer.
about that, man.
But where are you at when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers and Kyle Shanahan? We got training camp around the corner, and in 7 years, Kyle hasn't got his quarterback. But you know what, Scott? They've done a hell of a lot of winning, and I almost give him it's more of a compliment because he hasn't had the quarterback. But where do you break down? Does he have it? Doesn't he have it? And is it his fault? And how much credit do you give him or take away from him because of where they're at right now in regard to the quarterback situation?
Man, it's a pretty sweeping question, Guru. It's I give Shanahan a plus. If it's just a plus or minus, and if I have to give him a grade or something like that, it might be like a B plus. But I see the criticism and all that stuff, and I think one of the issues is that I think we all recognize that he's one of the great play designers in football today, in terms of designing an offense. And it's not just us saying it. It's guys like Trent Williams telling me the scope of the playbook and how awesome it is and all that stuff and how it attacks everything. But I'm not sure he's a great play caller, in-game play caller. So that might be a minus. And the quarterback back and forth, not all his fault. Injuries have played a big part in that. And there've been so many other factors, but I think I like him. I like Shanahan. I think he has the players. I think the players believe in him. I think they trust him. I think he knows his stuff. And I'm not on the Kyle's on the hot seat bandwagon. I certainly see his faults and shortcomings, but I think he's been really good for the team.
No, I'm.
You got like when Harbaugh was here. Harbaugh was great, right? He did great things, but he inherited phenomenal talent. Some people tend to forget that Harbaugh inherited this world class roster and did good things with it, but he burned it out too. He burnt those guys out, and I don't think Shanahan does that. I think Shanahan's more of a not just play for 1 year and kill everybody, but play for the long haul. So I think he's been great for the team.
Scott Ostler with us here from the San Francisco Chronicle, and along those lines, because the position that Kyle Shanahan seemingly cannot find and yet is always associated with is the quarterback. And the reports from Adam Schefter about how Trey Lance there hasn't been any trade talks as his status with the 49ers is concerned, I find not unbelievable, but hard in a sense to kind of wrap my mind around, because if he is indeed fighting for the backup quarterback spot, which is completely fair in my mind based on what Brock Purdy did, but if he ends up losing that spot to Sam Darnold, I can't imagine that an organization that's looking for a young potential quarterback hasn't at least picked up the phone and made a call to John Lynch and said, hey, what would it take to potentially pry that guy off your hands? Now, if that's as far as the conversation goes, I'm willing to hear that. But do you think, honestly, that no one has inquired about the services of Trey Lance?
No, I would be amazed if nobody has. I'd be surprised if several teams haven't called, knowing his tenuous status and that they're not 100% sold on him and all that stuff. And, other teams would have to do the same thing the 49ers did with when they drafted him, which was take a leap of faith. But he seems worthwhile. He's got a lot of solid things about him. He seems to be a really super heads up guy and hard worker, and he can learn. He's apparently revamped his throwing style and all that stuff. So, man, I would think he would be a great fit for a lot of teams.
Scott, I got to do this because I retweeted your tweet last night, and as a young kid, I fell in love. Yeah, I fell in love with the game of baseball, and nothing was more sacred than the Midsummer Classic, where all 30 uniforms were on display. The prestige in each city being represented, the stitching, it meant something to me. And I had to fight all these jackals on Twitter last night that didn't give a damn about, I don't know what they were wearing yesterday, but it looked like something from a company softball, the picnic game. Can you just speak to your tweet that just hit me in the cardiac muscle about the prestige that Major League Baseball basically just dropped by not having the teams wear their own uniforms? Scott, you were speaking to my soul.
Well, speaking of soul, that represented a complete disconnect between the business side of baseball and the soul of baseball to me, because when I was a kid, the All-Star game came along and they did the pregame introductions. That was a highlight of the year for me. Those guys shot. Wow. And not only that, but I collected baseball cards, and I had all these. The uniforms, man, were just magical. There was a magic about the uniforms, like the Cardinal jersey with the two birds on it, or the Red Sox with that B, or Detroit with that mysterious D, and all that stuff. That stuff was phenomenal, man. When I played kids baseball, little league, or whatever you want to call it, I was terrible, but to put that uniform on, man, that was magic. And I think they just stripped away that magic, and it's tragic. I don't know how many $1 million they got for promoting and pimping those special jerseys, but man, that was wasted money. That was tragic.
Well, Scott, we appreciate you gracing our show with some magic, and we always enjoy catching up with you. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Evan, and Guru. Keep at it, man.
All right. Tell the missus
Stay away
and
from the Red
Gabe.
Bull.
Tell the missus and Gabe hello.
Okay, I
All
will.
right.
Thanks.
That's Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle.
From what he said, Evan, we got the TV on here in the studio.
Yep.
Have you seen any human being wearing an American or National League All-Star jersey? It's like, oh, it's about the money. Who's buying them?
So
I don't see them around.
I have the utmost respect for you, obviously, and of course Scott Osler.
I believe you.
I didn't
Where are
mind the
you
jerseys. I didn't mind them whatsoever.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Bonte stabbed me in the back. We did the video yesterday, and he was like, yeah, I can't believe they're wearing it. Then yesterday, I get to see a tweet. They're not so bad. I didn't tell him. But what are you saying?
So they are a regional-based jersey. Those jerseys, the aqua, the dark navy jerseys, are kind of an homage in my mind to the older Seattle Mariners, Ken Griffey's, Alex Rodriguez's, and then the Ichiro Suzuki jerseys of old. So
Jay Buhner.
And of course, it's in Seattle, T-Mobile Park, formerly Safeco. That and those jerseys that we're watching right now on the screen here in the studio are, to me, an opportunity for a fan or family that are from Seattle to go be able to purchase it and remember the experience that you had. That's to me the pitch. Like, I wouldn't want it to wear it to school or rock it around. Although it'd be kind of cool if you're a kid to say you were at the All-Star game and picked up a jersey, was repping my guy, or maybe someone like Corbin Carroll who's from Seattle, even though he plays for the Diamondbacks. That's kind of a cool story. I didn't mind the jerseys, although I do hear what you're saying as far as each team representing their own is kind of a dope aesthetic when you're seeing it on your screen.
No doubt. And you're right, Evan, and I'm not mad at you because you feel how you feel and you explained it. But what about, like, back in the day, Giant fans, Doval's on the mound. That's an honor and a time for people to look at that Giant jersey as they pan on him as he gets in his windup and make the pitch. And that's what's so special about it. To me, again, my prerogative, that every city was on display. Not American National. Every city, every jersey. It was like an episode of the Super Friends. Flash, they didn't just have one costume. They had the Batman had his, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Super Robin, and then that Flash. That's what made it pop.
Well,
what are we doing? That looked like you're too young to know, and Spadoni too, the MTV Rock and Jock, where they'd have the All-Star Celebrity Challenge, and that's what that jersey was.
Well, they did wear their jerseys during the Home Run Derby. That's the day before.
I melted. I didn't know that was happening. I melted watching the Home Run Derby. That's it.
It is. Look, it is cool, and in fact, it would have been awesome to see, for example, like 5 Texas Rangers at one point were on the field at the same time. The Rangers are taking over the All-Star game. It was the first time I think it had happened since the Big Red Machine in the 70s. So like that would be kind of cool. And if it was the Giants, that would be great to see 5 or 4 Giants out there. To see the orange and black, Doval and Cobb out there. But
pitched a scoreless inning.
He did. Yeah. And he also pitched against Ohtani, who a lot of people got
he made
their
a
eyes
pitch.
on.
There's rumors to
He might have. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the other part that you loved about the All-Star game, which I'm 100% with you on. The mic'd-up conversations between the teammates, or even in my mind, my favorite part is when Nathan Eovaldi was mic'd up against Corbin Carroll, and it's literally pitcher versus hitter.
Oh, my goodness.
And they have an opportunity to talk to themselves.
So you and Spadoni are too young to have your own autobiography because you ain't lived long enough yet. But if I had one, Evan, it would be titled, I Apologize. And first, I apologize to MLB because I thought the pitch clock was ridiculous. It's the best thing since sliced bread. Then I apologize, MLB and Manfred, because I thought this mic'd up stuff was like weak. Evan, it takes you really inside the game to the point of when does it become unrealistic to see if they could kind of do it with technology during a game that actually counts? Is that asking too much then? Because I get why, Goo, but if that were a real game and you could, I'm all in.
I do think that it wouldn't work in a game that matters because a player wouldn't, one, want to do it, but also it's hard to focus, right? Like we're on the mic. Imagine we're doing our own play-by-play, and we're out. I don't know, we're playing kickball or something. We're also on the radio. You can't really focus between the two, and if something actually mattered, that would be a tough sell for me. But I think this is where you can take advantage of a game that quote unquote doesn't matter. Like even in the NBA in-season tournament that's coming up. That championship game, the 83rd game where the stats go into the ether, that could be an opportunity where maybe it's a game that kind of counts because you got $500,000 on the line for each player, but it doesn't matter in the overall standings. It doesn't matter as far as, head-to-head like that kind of event is in season, but I think you could have a mic'd up. Like I would love to see in the All-Star game, I think it was Luka Doncic who was mic'd up this year on the court, but I would love to see teammates mic'd up together, like Steph and Clay mic'd up together.
Just working that synergy and, man.
Like it got me thinking back to the NBA All-Star game this year, which was largely a dud, I think, but there was a couple of sequences where you saw, for example, like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum going one-on-one. I would love to hear what they're saying to each other, if they're saying anything at all, like I'm about to give you this, I'm about to put, any type of trash talk, friendly, familiar conversation, I think would be great.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in the NBA then. No,
we haven't. And you can't see it in the MLB All-Star game because obviously the players on the same team are playing for the same league. So I would love to see the next evolution of Major League Baseball in the All-Star game, throw everyone in a draft. Throw everyone in a draft and have players from the same teams play against each other. Because at this point, you're already telling me that like the leagues don't matter. It's basically full interleague anyways. It's baked into the schedule. There's no emphasis on playing the NL versus AL. Division games have already been cut, so you're not playing 19 anymore against the same people. Put everyone in a blending pot. The game doesn't matter anyways.
Wow, but as much as I can't stand Bud Selig and the fact that he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame and that debacle in Milwaukee where the game ended in a tie, I will say this, Evan. Baseball is the one sport you can't loaf, but if you do, it's not apparent to the naked eye. The Pro Bowl died. It was a scam. Mm-hmm. But what I watch now with what it is a flag football game. The NBA, it's the worst. It's like open gym, but it's worse than open gym because they're not trying, and you could tell you should have did this or that. Say what you want about the All-Star game, Evan. The pitchers are trying to get the batters out because it would be 50-51, and it's not high scoring. So I wish they would just say, you know what? The World Series home field advantage is based on the winner of this game, and maybe we would get some action or some, Bruce Bochy in the lab trying to make changes. But baseball, as much as I love it, you can't say they were loafing last night because the game itself is the pitchers are trying to get the guys out, and the ball hit to the field. Some great defense last night from the outfielders. So I just hate that you're not on board with you didn't miss the uniforms.
Maybe that's where I got a zig where others, you and Osler.
Yeah, these young guys.
Zach. But we got action coming up in a half hour because in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to give you a chance to win, participate, and thrive in the All-Star Week prize blowout all week. Today, tomorrow, Friday, your chance to golf with Steiny and Guru, July 25th, Berkeley Country Club. Of course, we're going to be giving you a chance to win the Klay Thompson autographed jersey, Steph Curry bobblehead, month memberships to Evolved Training Center, jiu-jitsu, self-defense lessons, also $250 gift cards to Alexander Steakhouse, Buon Vino. That's all coming up at 1 o'clock. And we're going to give you a question. So I hope you've been listening from the show. If not, you can go back. You can check us out on YouTube. You can scroll back. Use the Odyssey app. Download that. Rate, subscribe to us there. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We also got Kylie McDaniel, ESPN Baseball Insider, coming up for an hour from now. Going to go through the All-Star game, a possibility of a Shohei Ohtani. We'll check that out in just a little bit. But coming up next, I do want to get back to the calls. I see you, Jason. I see you, Bud. Want to get back into the Golden State Warriors and Chris Paul's integration with this team. How have you perceived it so far? Is he pulling on the chain? Is he helping move it along? Where do you see the Golden State Warriors right now in Summer League in Las Vegas? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. We're back after this.
Are you thinking?
So big thank you to Scott Oshel. We had him at 12 o'clock. We'll be talking to ESPN baseball insider Kylie McDaniel at 1:30. Half hour away from the All-Star Week prize blowout giveaway. Your chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Golf with the boys on July 25th at Berkeley Country Club. Bobbleheads, tickets to Aerosmith, rap concerts, fitness lessons at Evolve Training Center, tickets to Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan at Chase. We got a whole hell of a lot to give away today, tomorrow, Friday, all week here on 95.7 The Game on all three shows, including Willard and Styles coming up in an hour and a half, Goose. So we got a lot going on here at the station this week.
Yeah, baby. And all those are called George Foreman heavyweight prizes, baby. I cannot wait. Evan, can I share a story with you real quick
Absolutely.
here?
It's your show.
So during the break, I love you so much. We just chopped it up.
Back at you.
Open up Twitter. Stay off of Twitter. That's my fits.
Okay.
And I have a troll, and I'm going to give my troll some love today.
What?
Because this guy, he's everywhere I look. I come out the shower, he's there. He's got a comment. Like, he takes stuff and blows it out of context, but this is how I put
notifications
the
on?
No, I just,
okay.
He added me. Wow. I'm amazed of how different Goo is when Steiny's not available. He's a lot more shrewd, less loud, and intolerable minus Steiny.
It's funny how...
From my boy, let me give him his handle, Steiny. Can I do that, Evan?
Is it at Matt Steinmetz?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
At NTD1208. Take that. But... come on, man. I ain't no different with my dog than I am with Steiny.
Well, it's funny because people don't get to see us in the green room,
right.
pre-show. Like,
yes.
I prep with you guys. It's us. John's in this week. Spadoni's
like
always here. Yeah, no, basically, we do our show before the show.
There you go.
So it is funny because when you guys get on air, obviously you have your personality. I see it through the glass. We and Spadoni talk about it. You guys bring, in my opinion, the best out of each other. But it's not like you're going at it from 8 p.m. to 12.
That's all. Thank you, man. And the fact that we have this medium, Twitch and YouTube, you can watch it. But yeah, he said that. And I've been loud.
You?
I'm naturally loud.
Yeah, those are facts. Let's get to Jason out in Oakland. Has been hanging on quietly and patiently. Wants to talk about the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Jason? You're on with Guru and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, Guru and Evan? I had to hold on because my son was in the car and he said, "Dad, is they seriously talking about Chris Paul starting?" And I said, "Yeah." and I said it in a way of like they can't be serious even having this conversation. Goo, I've been watching you for a while. Now you know Chris Paul ain't going to grow 11 inches in the next 2 months.
Okay,
3 months.
Listen,
we do need a center.
Listen.
So is Chris Paul going to play center? This is what I want to ask you. And I want to ask you this as a guy just standing on the corner and we having a conversation. Because if he's not playing center, he's sure not starting as a point guard. And we shouldn't even have that conversation. Is he starting in front of Klay? No. Is he starting in front of Steph? No. Is he starting in front of Wiggins? No. Is he starting in front of Draymond? No. Oh, we need a rebounder. Chris Paul finna get in that paint and get at least 8 or 9 rebounds per game. Why is we having this conversation about Chris Paul start? And we don't want to talk about his accolades. Klay Thompson got 4 championships, as I remember. Wiggins got 1. Steph got 4. Draymond got 4. And I believe Looney got 3 or 4. So his accolades don't even add up to our starting 5. So the conversation about Chris Paul even starting the game is rhetorical.
Listen,
we shouldn't even have this conversation. As Bay Area fans, as fans in the Bay Area, even having this conversation, I lived on the East Coast for a year. They'd be going off on the radio station right now talking about Chris Paul starting for the Warriors.
Listen, this is why I'm hurt. When your son, my nephew, gets back in that car, you don't tell him the origin of the conversation was advocating for Chris Paul to start. And if you listen to the show, family, last week I almost lost a lung because I said it wasn't a fit and he shouldn't start. And that's where I'm at. But you know what I'm doing? I'm reading the tea leaves. I'm trusting the organization. But that soundbite and why when he snapped, I believe snapped on the young lady that asked the question, that lets you know he ain't coming here wanting to come off the bench because he thinks he's a starter. So I'm not, and Evan's not, saying he should start.
Okay, during the season,
Well,
Oh, I guess we lost him. But his point's taken. He's
not.
We're only bringing it up because
you coaching?
that is the sound bite that's been sweeping the Bay Area.
It's correct. One more time, Evan.
You coaching?
No, we're not coaching. I thought I was when I said that he should be coming off the bench, but apparently that makes me a coach.
All. And that said a million words with just you coaching. All y'all telling me I'm ready. And that was my whole thing with Steiny. And I know he had the Adidas taking the victory lap because that was a big one. He called it before he was coming to town. But he assumed that he knew Chris Paul was ready to come off the bench. And the Chris Paul, I think I know, Evan, and his demonstrative style and mannerisms, I'm like, that dude ain't ready to say, I'm coming up, my neck and my back, I'm coming off the bench. And that was all the proof I needed.
Whether you like Chris Paul, you hate him, a lot of people here in the Bay Area for the last better part of 2 decades have not been a fan of Chris Paul. He is a bulldog. He's a pit bull. Like, that is one thing that he's always been. I think one of the reasons that he's attractive to the Golden State Warriors because you can have a legitimate grown-up voice in that locker room that ideally can mesh with Curry, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, and I'll even throw Looney in there. And he can help this team get back to where they want to, which is making a deep postseason run. That's why he's brought in addition to, of course, his $30 million coming off the books possibly next season.
Wow.
So Chris Paul checks a lot of boxes for the Warriors, but they check the boxes, in my mind, Goo, if he's coming off the bench,
no doubt.
Which it didn't sound like from the soundbite, nor, of course, the 1,214 games that he has started all in his career would tell you that he's willing to do.
Exactly. And don't blame us. And I know the caller and their son heard what they heard, but we did not come in today and say, and no shade at Chris Paul, he should start. That's why I told you I didn't even think he was a good fit, but I'm trusting the org. I will say this. I do wonder, because he was sitting next to Steph and Chris Paul had his lovely wife next to him, Kaminga, GP2. I love the optics of that, But I do wonder if Kerr was like, damn, CP3, you couldn't have said nothing else to that question. You were once the president of the Players Association. Come on, you can say something else without doing that to make it go viral. Because it went viral.
It did.
And to anybody that can add 1 + 1, it sounds like he wasn't happy be happy if that's his role.
It sounded like someone that, look, I think that type of attitude from Chris Paul is something that can help make the Warriors better. I know that some of the shows have been talking about another ego in the room, not helping or meshing with the Warriors. But I believe that type of mentality is what has made Chris Paul so successful, a first-ballot Hall of Famer, and I think he can still help the Warriors. But if he cannot check an inch of that ego at the door, then there does become a bit of an issue. Because you already have a huge one in Draymond Green.
The ingredients are all there.
Maybe a quieter, lesser one in Klay Thompson.
But he'll say something.
I'm sure Andrew Wiggins is going to try and get back to where he was 2 years ago. Stephen Curry remains, in my opinion, a top 5 NBA player. Like, how does that type of, you coaching sentiment fit with the rest of the Warriors, all of which, except for Klay Thompson, have come off the bench at some point in their careers?
Yeah, it just doesn't, Evan. And, again, another facet to how exciting and, do I say epic, this season will be for the Golden State Warriors. Because looking at you right now, I know they got one roster spot available. I have no earthly idea of what the 2024 Warriors are going to look like.
Well, let's get out to Bud in Oakland. Has got something to say about that. Bud, you've been hanging on. I appreciate you, man. You're on with Guru and Evan here on 95.7 The Game. What's up? What do you got?
What's good? Hey, I appreciate y'all as well, the whole organization. Listen, Guru, before I get into our take real quick.
What's up,
I
baby?
visited the Soda website, and as I scroll to the bottom of the page, I see that this program is the #1 weight loss program for the Dallas Cowboys. Is that the reason why you became a part of this program, Guru?
No, it is not, sir. What happens is our company is called Odyssey. So they got some
It's a hell
stations
of a
all
poll.
around. Yeah, that is good information. All around the country, and the local radio hosts have been on it. So we got some radio hosts in our sister station at Dallas. Get this. Some have lost 100 pounds, more than 100. And Bonte dropped 35. I'm down to Michael Jordan, so I'm with it.
Yeah, I'm on the way too. I'm getting ready to join.
There you go.
Myself. I just thought I'd throw that at you. You hit the Cowboys fan. Yeah, my take about the Warriors. Listen here, man. When it comes to about the second best player on the team, if the season started today, hands down, it'll be Andrew Wiggins, the second best player on the team. Yeah. Because we call it two-way Wiggs. He's going to do exactly what he's supposed to do. Now, granted, last season, Klay Thompson did carry the team to a certain degree. He was the guy out there doing what he was supposed to do and helped us get into the place where we were when it came down to the playoffs. And granted, we don't know what Klay Thompson is going to look like when the season returns this year. And, he gave everybody a little preview of what he could be. Now, coming off of two major injuries, we saw where he slacked at times, but at the same time, he gave us a good sign of what he could be. But at the same time, Andrew Wiggins has not sustained any, season-ending injuries that I can recall in his career. And he's still able to get out there and do it on both sides of the floor. So if you had to ask me, the second best player is pointing at Andrew Wiggins because he's going to be counted upon on both sides of the floor in the way that Draymond can't do. Draymond, he can get out there defensively, and at times he can put up points. But Wiggins he's going to give you those on every night. He's going to give you both sides of the floor every night. As far as Chris Paul coming off the bench, you were talking about accolades. What's one accolade Chris Paul doesn't have? Sixth player of the year. Everything that goes with being a role player and the bench player, all the accolades that he can attain, as well as winning a championship with these guys. He's got a chance to add to that trophy room. Something that he's never thought that he would even have. But that's something you can go ahead and say, look, well, I did this too as well. You want to look at this? I did that too. So he has a chance to add something else to the resume. And, you guys are doing a great job. Thanks for taking the call, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, thank you.
No, and look, the question was, who is their second best player, and does that make you feel comfortable? Like, if Andrew Wiggins can play
I love
the 2022 NBA Finals Andrew Wiggins, then, yeah, they're in great shape.
And that's what I'm going on. Exactly. Okay.
But how many times have we seen that Andrew Wiggins? And look, last year he wasn't afforded that opportunity. He had a lot going on. But for me to rest my sole confidence in him, I think that's a bit of a stretch. Like,
who's your second, E? Because you said you could make a case for CP3, but is there somebody not named CP3 or Wiggins to where they could get that nod from Evan Giddings?
Well, and the case was if Chris Paul, in fact, does expect to start, they start him and he plays 30 minutes a game because he's averaged 15 and 10 the last 3 seasons. I think that might be your second best player, although that's probably an issue. The second best player to me should be Andrew Wiggins. But last year, I think it was Draymond Green. He was a second team All-NBA defender, played 73 games.
I can't argue there.
Gave you something on both ends, and in the absence of Wiggins, you really had to rely on him. I think he continued to be that guy. So Draymond Green would be my choice of second best player right now in Golden State. And I hope that with a contract in hand and money in his pocket, that he wants to continue to be that guy.
No, good stuff. We'll see. And, I mean, right now, you said something earlier that we talked about, and I don't think it's getting a lot of run. And I want to know if you could tell the callers just, about our conversation about the lack of size on this team, Evan. How big of a deal is it?
That
they don't have a guy taller than 6'9".
Well, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. spoke about that, the possibility of adding not only a big, but also the current state of the roster. Here's what he had to say.
Feel good. I mean, I think coming out of the season, losing the second round, you evaluate. You talk to your coaches, you talk to your players. Obviously, our staff meets and talks and goes through a bunch of stuff. So we feel like we've addressed some of the things we needed to address through free agency, through the draft, and obviously one big trade. And I like where we're at today versus, maybe say a month ago when I met with you guys.
Hey, Mike, what about the fact that you guys don't have a 7-footer?
If there's like 5 open spots and, if we fill 3 or 4 of them, I mean, yeah, I would think we're going to add somebody with some size, but we got to be careful with the way we play, the way the league works. Just bringing in somebody that's tall, you got to be skilled, you got to have feel, you got to know how to play, and I think we've learned that over the last few years, so we'll always prioritize that, but, the taller and longer the player is, the better.
And my best friend on YouTube, Never Go Full Jeff, reminded me they do have a 6'10" player in Dario Saric, but and hopefully, that's going to be a great pickup. I'm excited, but Evan, I do wonder. It didn't come back to bite them because they were relatively small, but were they when they won the finals at 22? You weren't small when you had Otto Porter Jr. and those long legs and that wingspan coming off the bench. Also, Bielitsa. So you had size then, but do you have that now? And if you start Chris Paul and he gets his way, let's just say Evan, you're going to be small out the chute, and you're going to be older small.
They were small, but they were long. Even in the I wouldn't consider the championship team from 2 years ago big, but you had versatile, long, lengthy players, and I think that's what Mike Dunleavy Jr. is talking about. If someone like Rudy Gay, who's rumored to be a potential fit for the 14th spot, if he gets bought out by Oklahoma City, that's a player that is not a sexy name, but he fits that criteria of being long and can play multiple spots. I think that's who they're trying to get, whether it's a guard, well, hopefully not a guard at this point because you got 3 under basically 6 feet at this point. And now the perimeter is where you need to address, and it doesn't sound like they're going to carry a 15th roster spot just because of the luxury tax implications. So this is, in a way, the Golden State Warrior roster heading into next season, and Dario Saric is probably the last real playable wing that they're going to add. Like they're not. I wanted them to go get, I don't know, maybe it was Plumlee or I think Biombo's a name that people
I wouldn't have been mad
around.
at either of those young men, but just from a physicality standpoint, we got to see what Dario has left, Evan, and that's no diss to him. He, years ago could play. He was a baller. He was a cog. What does he have left? And the Warriors are going to need him to have a lot if they're going to, be a threat to Denver.
Let's check in with Gabe in Dublin. What's the chat in about the CP3 conversation we're talking about? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's up, Gabe? What do you got, man?
Hi. I was just, I wanted to check in. Someone please explain to me why we have to adapt to CP3's ego. I don't understand. I understand, but I don't, because he's coming onto our team. We got vets and we got Curry. Why are we having him adapt? Why do we have to adapt to his actions? I feel like he should be the one adapting when he's a desperate 38-year-old looking for a team to play on in a chip.
Hey, where are you at, young man? I like you.
I am in Belmont, so I just by San Mateo.
All right, okay.
Sound
like he hit the park, yeah.
Yeah, getting some shots up.
I like what he said. I mean, do you deem that's what they would be doing? Because I do. And there's no shade in that, but you guys told me he was coming off the bench. He was signed, sealed, and delivered. So now we see what he did to Miss Andrews in regard to his snappy answer. But would they, in case, be doing that, Evan, if somehow he left camp and he was a starter?
Well, let me play Satan's advocate here, something that a guy in this chair usually does.
Al Pacino.
If I'm Chris Paul, you traded for me. I didn't ask to be here. You gave up Jordan Poole and your future for me. You gave up a draft pick and 2 young players to get me.
Well, Chris Poole did come off the bench.
He did. Have I ever come off the bench?
No.
There's your answer. And now I'm not saying that that's how the conversation goes, because I think Chris Paul's smart enough to see how he can help this team, which logically to a lot of people would be off the bench. But if I'm Chris Paul and I don't want to come off the bench, well, then to your to Gabe's point about why should the Warriors have to fit themselves to Chris Paul instead of vice versa? Well, Chris Paul's saying, dude, look at my resume. I played 19 years in this league. I'm headed
they should know that. They
I'm
should
headed
have
to
known
Springfield.
That. No,
you
are.
know who I am.
Yeah, wow. There's only one of those. But yeah, I would give you one. Hey, Stein, I'm telling you, Evan, again, does this have the makeup of, do you think the Warriors thought that CP3 would be okay with coming off the bench, or do you take CP3 at his word that it hasn't been discussed? And maybe if CP3 is telling his wife, you know what, my preference, I don't want to come off the bench, but I am going to take offense to the fact that the reporters are already running with it, that we had the conversation that my role will be coming off the bench.
Well,
it's somewhere to me in that. But it still all boils down to, before you answer, a problem.
And maybe Chris Paul is also the guy that can provide the solution to this. But I think if you're the Warriors, you're probably looking, all right, how can we upgrade our roster? We're trying to trade Jordan Poole. That is first and foremost this offseason. How can we get a player back that not only keeps us at, if not above the level we were at last year, but also gives us some more financial flexibility and would be able to mesh? Because if you're looking at guys around the league that were unwilling to move into their role until they finally had to, if there is a place, and if you talked about the Warriors culture throughout this season, throughout the last decade, basically, if there is a place where you could come to and see, all right, he's checked his ego, that person's taken a step back, that person's taken a step back, it would be Golden State. Stephen Curry's come off the bench. Draymond Green came off the bench this postseason. I know Klay Thompson hasn't, but Andre Iguodala was a Finals MVP who came off the bench. That is where I think Golden State could say, all right, even though we don't know if Chris Paul would be fine with that, if we trade for him, if we get him in here, he might look around and then look inward and say, I'd be fine with taking a step back.
Okay, you know what? You were spot on, but Evan,
you don't
that's
know
a
for
lot
sure.
of things. Those are a lot of ifs and a lot of things that have to happen. Do I dare say go the Warriors' way for Chris to see it that way? Because you talked about it, and Steiny brought it up about the stench or the residue or all the problems out of the Warriors locker room. And I drive a lot of times, Evan, and I did. What do you think? You got kids. Think about the kids. I do. They're fine. But I do wonder, I think they're good. I think this locker room and this team is good now that the trade has been made with Jordan Poole.
Well, I want to sneak Paul in real quick before we get to our All-Star Blowout Prize giveaway on the other side coming up at 1 o'clock. Paul, what's up, man? You're on 95.7 The Game with Goo and Evan. How you doing? All right, Paul going once, gone. Oscar in Pleasanton, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I'm doing pretty good. How about yourselves?
Good.
All right, man. So I got two quick things to say. One, I think Chris Paul already knows that he's going to be coming on and off from the bench, starting, not starting, and I think he's going to be cool with that. I'm pretty sure that they made like an unwritten agreement when they signed him. I'm sure they reached out to him. They told him what was going to happen. And then two, about the comment that he made to the reporter, I mean, maybe it's just me, but I feel like we have all gotten so soft that people can't take a joke anymore. Because honestly, I think he was just kind of joking, putting a little jab in there. And when I first initially heard it, I laughed. I didn't take it like, oh my God, why is he being so rude? I mean, it's a joke. In my opinion, that's how I felt. I mean, am I the only one that feels like this?
That's a great point. The first time I heard it, Evan, what are your thoughts?
Well, I want to answer that on the
Come
other
on,
side,
Goo.
of course. When we give away a potential Klay Thompson autograph jersey, you're going to be opening the envelope today, Goose.
Oh,
I look
I'm
forward to
nervous.
this.
All right, they're right there. I'm ready.
We're going to clear the lines during the break. Call in 888-957-9570. We're going to ask you a question on the other side. 5 people, 5 opportunities to win some great prizes. We're going to ask you the question. You've been listening throughout the show. You should have the answer. You give it to us. We open an envelope, and you get to see what your prize is. It could be a Klay Thompson autograph jersey, could be a month membership or 2 to Evolve Training Center, $250 gift cards, could be your chance to golf with Steiny and Guru on July 25th at Berkeley Country Club. A lot of great options coming up on the other side. On the other side of this commercial break at 1 o'clock, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz here on 95.7 The Game with, of course, Daryl the Guru Johnson. And that's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Can you hum along to every 80s pop melody? Or recognize the beats of every classic hip-hop track? Whatever decade of music is your true love, you can prove it to anybody with the world's biggest music quiz game on Alexa. We play you a clip, and you guess the song and artist. Just say, Alexa, play music quiz to try it now. Test yourself, your family, and your friends with music from any decade by saying, Alexa, play music quiz. That's Alexa, play music quiz.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through September 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Slowed down, held back, inhibited.
How are you guys?
You been listening to the show?
We'll be better when you win, John.
Oh, man, I hope so. I've been listening, so let's do this.
All right, brother. The question is, Guru and I have the same face of the franchise currently for the San Francisco 49ers. Who is that man?
Nick Bosa.
It is not.
Oh, man.
Sorry, John. We got to go to Victor in Foster City just dropped. Apologies. Paul in San Lorenzo.
Oh.
Paul.
How we doing?
What is the answer to the question, who is the current face of the San Francisco 49ers?
Right. I'm saying Kittle.
It's not George Kittle.
Man.
Ay.
All right, sorry about that, Paul. We're going to go to John in San Jose. And again, this is who Guru and I identified earlier in the show as our face of the franchise. John, who is it?
Brandon Ayuk.
It is not Brandon Ayuk.
It was such a compelling conversation, I thought.
Well, and look, I feel like I gave my answer.
Yeah.
You gave your answer.
Yes.
It was the same answer a couple of times, although a lot of people had to chime in about it. Last guy up, Dave in Sacramento.
Come on, Dave.
Dave, please, do you have the answer? Guru and I's face of the franchise for the San Francisco 49ers.
What's up, fellas? Kyle Shanahan.
Let's go.
3 for 3, baby, the show. He got it.
Oh, my man, Dave. Okay, Dave, we got a couple of envelopes left with a ton of great prizes. Your options, the numbers are 1, 2, or 3, 5, 8, 9, or 10, 13, or 15. Which
one?
envelope do you want? Guru's got it in his hands.
Give me envelope 13.
I'm looking at it right now, sir. I got it shown up on the YouTube. I feel like I'm at the Oscars. Don't slap me, Will. Here we go. Let's see what you won, baby.
Wow, dude.
Congratulations. You have won a $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse and a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay, November 3rd at SAP Center. You have also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Look at him.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No, thank you, Dave. Appreciate you tuning in all show. Everyone will have a chance to win on the next show, Willard and Styles, and, of course, throughout the rest of the shows this week. But, Dave, do me a favor. Hang on. Hold on. We'll get your information and make sure you get that prize.
We're
Good.
3 for. I was getting worried.
I
didn't
was
want
too.
nobody
That
to miss our
was
show.
low-key our
I
last
don't know
guy
how
we're
the
gonna
other
take.
shows are doing, but we're 3 for 3.
Oh.
That was the last ditch effort, and I said, man. And everybody went with the normal answers.
Well, of course, we had 3 different answers coming up before, and then we finally got to, oh, my gosh. I was getting scared. I was sweating.
Steakhouse, he got a good one and a concert. He's going to have dinner, a concert, and a chance to win a jersey signed by the chef.
Well, the beat that John came out with, Ian Sue and Pilo, the Hip Hop Made the Bay, that they might be there.
Man.
So, and of course, Alexander Steakhouse. Look, anytime you're getting bread to a steakhouse. Goo, how do you like your steak?
Medium well.
Medium well?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take it rare.
How about yours? Oh, you just said it.
I like it pink. Can't lie.
You like the blood.
That's a drop.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But, and so, as we're going to transition now back to what we were talking about, Goo, with the Warriors, because we got a chance still to give away. You're going to be thrown in the hopper for the grand prize of Steph Curry autographed jersey, but Klay Thompson's autographed jersey is still up there for grabs. So make sure to tune in throughout the entire show coming up next, along with all 12 hours tomorrow from 6 to 6, morning roast, and then we'll be back on from 10 to 2, along with, of course, Willard and Styles. But we're giving away these great prizes. Are we still giving away Klay Thompson, the second best player on the Warriors jersey at this point?
Some people have called and have said it, so I just don't think CP3 would ever be my answer. And if you want to just talk about stylistically and the fit, Draymond could really, if he's listening to us, he ain't coming on, Evan. I hate to break it to you.
Well, so why is that? Why is that, Goo?
Because I know his people, his folks, and I feel like Subway didn't get him on. I got him on the last. Forget what Steiny says.
I'll give you the win there.
My timeline, I got him on. But anyway, I didn't get him on to the people. Shout out Subway. He heard that I said that I wanted him out of town. I'm not afraid of any take that I have. But you even talked to me, my point guard, the point guard. Evan Giddens, you go, Goo, there was a question before the person or persons heard that answer, and it was, would you rather have Jordan Poole or Draymond? And I just came at it from the vantage point of, you know what? I would like to see what the Warriors' offense was if it didn't have Dre. What would it look like? But anyway, neither here nor there.
Yeah, and I think it was 4 years of either.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm much more excited to see what Jordan Poole's going to be at age 27 than what Draymond Green's going to be at age 37.
I labeled him, and it stuck, Evan. I don't want to pat myself on the back. I don't do that. I don't have that trait. But I'll toot my own horn, beep, beep. I called him the junkyard dog. Like, I know what Dre means. But anyway, I getting the haircut Saturday, feeling good. So let me get Monday show together, tell Evan and Steiny I got him. Sent off, and he came back. He heard you wanted him out of town.
But that does mean he heard you, which means he's aware of you.
But the relationship is... Now, I do want to say this. This is the Norm Johnson in me.
Okay.
If
Love
I
Norm,
said I wanted him in town, we
Shout
wouldn't
out,
have got him
Norm.
on the show anyway. How about that?
Well, and you can throw this back in Steiny's face every time he says that you're afraid to come down the road of a certain player.
Now that's when he's playing. Evan, I hope you know behind the glass.
I don't think he is.
When have I ever bite my tongue?
That's
I'm
a good
snob.
point.
Yeah. Well, congratulations
I'll be
to
there
our
when
winner.
I be there.
Oh, yes, Dave in Sacramento. He is our winner from today. You'll have a chance to win tomorrow, all 3 shows throughout the rest of the week. All-Star Week, prize blowout here on 95.7 The Game. So that's a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that.
Man, I can't wait, Evan.
We
got some heavyweight prizes left, people.
We do. And we also got ESPN Baseball Insider Kylie McDaniel coming up in just about 20 minutes. And I do want to talk to him about some of the things we discussed with Osler as far as the All-Star game, but also, I mean, where the Giants are at. I thought it was not only fun just to see Giants in the All-Star game, but to see them actually play, compete, and perform well. Because Camilo Doval got the W. Alex Cobb coming in, pitching a scoreless inning.
Let's put it right on the table.
Let's do it.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control, the pest of the month, where mosquitoes
and
I got
the spiders.
Yeah, look at my boy. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. How far are the Giants from an everyday position player being an all-star?
An everyday
they
position
had two,
player.
You're right. Now, they were repped, but they were pitchers. I'm asking you, how long do you think Giant fans have to wait? And who's that candidate right now that we could see in the Midsummer Classic?
That's a good question. I think, to me, the player that is closest, partially because of his position compared to the rest of the National League, but if he keeps swinging the way he does, he keeps playing defense the way he does, next season, put this in the cap. Patrick Bailey.
You might be onto something. He has a cannon.
He is
good Lord.
Gold Glove caliber. And if he continues to swing it from both sides of the plate, I'm not saying he's going to hit 300, but, I mean, you look at the amount of catchers right now outside of Sean Murphy in the National League. I know the MVP, Elias Diaz for the Rockies, was kind of their choice by default, but that means that, to me, that position is as wide open for Patrick Bailey to make a name for himself in the National League.
Yeah, I'm with you. And what about his approach at the plate? Oh, you could say that about anybody. No, he's young, but he knows what he's trying to do, Evan. I like him, and when he's up in big situations, I got confidence in him. But that's why we fell in love with Posey, and I know he hit 300 and he was MVP. But Bailey's release is, I've seen some, I'm like, oh my God, did he just do that?
I haven't seen a catcher that throws from that angle that's as effective as him. Like, he kind of slings it, like he sidearms it in a way. Usually, just like a prototypical catcher is just right back to the ear, cocks it back, and fires like, obviously, Buster Posey obviously comes to mind, a fantastic arm behind home plate. Yadier Molina, really quick. But Patrick Bailey's got a howitzer on that right shoulder.
And you know what? Kudos to MLB because, Evan, I always said it. I think the play at the plate is one of the most exciting plays in baseball, but because of the Cousins rule, the Posey rule, and what it is now is just please. But especially that Padres-Giant game to where he beat the throw by a mile, and they say the catcher was blocking that, please. But with that said, we're seeing a lot of more stolen bases, the attempts. It's exciting. I love it, man.
Well, and I think that's where Patrick Bailey also comes into play because the guy's throwing out, 40%, 30+% of base runners.
Man.
He's been unbelievable back there. And the Giants as a whole, I think, need kind of a stabilizing presence. You don't always look for it from a rookie, but hey, if that's who you got to rely on, because Estrada on the IL, Haniger on the 60-day, they've been hit with some injuries, and guys already have had to play a bit out of role right now for the Giants. I saw another one on the Comcast business text line, 510 chiming in, Lamont Wade Jr., a potential snub from this year. I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
I'm a Wade Jr. fan.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
Although he's probably the closest. Like he's been their best hitter in the first half, absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to say the guy that broke his wrist, Estrada.
Estrada?
Yeah. But let me ask you this. You think Estrada would have made it that had nothing to do with the broken? They were going to vote you in or out regardless. You would have just had it. Yeah, okay. But I like him. But you say Wade Jr., huh?
Lamont's been their most consistent bat.
I can't wait to ask Willard and Allen about what we talked about in regard to the face of the franchise for the Giants and just all three sports, too, because the Warriors got the best one. But how important is it to you?
I don't know.
To me, it's important, Evan. Like, I don't want my pictures to be
From
like somebody said the face of the
perspective?
franchise for the Giants is Doval. I'm not mad at that, but can I get a Judge? Can I get an Ohtani? Can I get a Trout? Can I get a Barry Bonds? Can I get a Will Clark? You want those everyday pitchers to have that slot.
I mean, you're right. There are
choose.
few closers that are synonymous with the franchise, but you're really talking about Pantheon-level dudes.
Okay,
you're talking about Mariano Rivera.
Dennis Eckersley.
Although he might have even been second fiddle or on the same plane with the guy like Derek Jeter. Trevor Hoffman with the Padres.
Filthy.
Lee Smith. I mean,
Eric Gagne.
With the
Bruce
Dodgers.
Sutter.
Yeah, I mean, but all of those guys
Shout out
on their
Roll
respective
League.
teams were not the faces or the lone faces of those franchises. I think that's what you're trying to get at.
I was in the position player means so much. Like Ohtani, that's why. Evan, did you tell me the Giants, one of their draft picks, is trying to do both things?
Well, yeah. So actually, I sat down with him, Reggie Crawford, a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, Joe, we should play that tomorrow.
If you want, we got it. We got it in the can. Yeah, Reggie Crawford. He was their first-round pick last year out of UConn.
I don't think people know this.
Well, because he tore his UCL in college, so he didn't actually really start playing. Thank you, John. He didn't really start playing until this year, but they got a two-way player in him. They just drafted a two-way high school prospect.
Here we go.
Who we could ask Kylie McDaniel about coming up in about 15 minutes.
Is that the Ohtani factor, you think? And are coaches willing to, hey, you want to do both, Evan? Let's see it.
I think folks are more open to it now, but the order it usually goes is you pitch first and you have the fallback of your bat.
Wow.
Because you can always kind of
I got you.
Return in a sense, but if you're a better pitcher, I think they're going to lean that way. But look, we've seen guys that have converted. I mean, I think Tim Wakefield was a prominent hitter before he ended up getting flipped to a knuckleballer.
What about Ankiel from the Cardinals?
Oh, Rick Ankiel? Yeah, he was a pitcher and couldn't find it. Ended up being a pretty good center fielder. I know Sean Doolittle with the A's came up as a first baseman before they converted him into a reliever. It's not like you can't do one or the other or grab both. But I think the Giants, look, to me, it's not so much about trying to get Ohtani as it is trying to find the most versatile players possible for this system in which you could be playing left field one day, second base the next, hitting first, hitting sixth.
Because the Padres on line one for me, just like my wings, I like my team's traditional.
Yeah.
And I like to know, okay, my boy Tatis is going to be in center. Manny's going to be a third. Soto's going to be in left. You know what? That means something to me. I'm not telling anybody that loves the game of baseball that if you do it the Giants way, you can't win, because that would be wrong. We've seen 107. We've seen what they've done this first half. But, Evan, if you had to pick, don't you want to know that it ain't going to be a shuffleboard every day with the lineup card?
Yes, but I do think that gets overblown a bit in the sense that, like, for example, the Padres have still messed with their order throughout this year. Like, Tatis is playing right, Soto is playing left, but Tatis no longer is the leadoff hitter. Like, it's Ha-Seong Kim, who was hitting ninth.
I like him.
But he hit himself into the top of the order because a guy like Jake Cronenworth wasn't holding his weight.
He was on my fantasy.
You
got to tell me, yeah.
So
Jeez.
he also pushes Tatis back, Soto, Machado. Machado hasn't been hitting up to his top 3 MVP candidacy as of last year. So No, I don't think that it's necessarily about how much movement is in the lineup, but do you have guys that you can rely on and for consistent production day in and day out? And right now, the Giants don't have as much of that to me as I'd like to see. Part of that's because of injury, and part of it I also think is due to their general philosophy.
Yeah, and the philosophy is said player may not be in the lineup every day like you think. You may not see a Jock Peterson in there every day, Evan. And the reason that is normally you're like, oh, shucks, he must be hurt. We're weaker now. But the Giants feel like, we can run the splits. We got other options, dudes that are better against this starting pitcher to where the team doesn't miss a beat, but it's just a different name.
Well, and that's why I would love to see the Giants go out at the deadline and try and get a bat in addition to an arm. I do wonder if they will actually do it, though. Well,
how many sellers, Evan? I'm looking at the standings right now. Like, who's going to wait? The Cubs. Do you think they're still in it in the weak Central?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Stroman is, man.
Well, Stroman's fantastic. Look, if you could pry a bat, someone like, I know he hasn't been hitting that well. No one probably knows who he is, but went to St. Mary's College. Patrick Wisdom has not been hitting very well as of late. He's a big, powerful bat. You could plug at third. You could put him at first base. You could play left field. Like, those are, unfortunately, I think, going to be the type of platoon options that Farhan is most attracted to. And as much as I would love to see them go after Shohei Ohtani, here's, like you asked me earlier, kind of what I think about it.
But not no rental.
Well, but this is the thing, Goo. If you are the San Francisco Giants and you want Shohei Ohtani on your team, you're not getting him in free agency in my mind.
Oh, Evan, that hurts.
Why would the only time you will get to see Shohei Ohtani in a Giants jersey, in my opinion, is if you trade for him at the deadline.
Okay, and then what if he doesn't say you want to come back and you've given up Harrison or Luciano? What? Who would do that?
Well, that's why I
you were
wouldn't
going to
trade
win a
for
World
him.
Series.
I wouldn't trade for him for that reason.
That's what Willard and Allen were talking about.
My point is, if you really want to see Shohei Ohtani in a jersey, it's going to be a 2-month rental.
Oh, man.
And then he's going to say, give me $500, $600 million to go somewhere else.
And he's getting that from, it may even be more, Evan.
Mm-hmm. It's a blank check.
It's a blank check.
Dave Fleming on the Morning Roast earlier today said that he would, if he was the Giants, present a 2-year with an option. 2 years, like $200 million or something ridiculous along those lines. And that's the kind of blank check it might take. But if you're Shohei Ohtani, you're looking for a deal that you're going to retire somewhere.
And what about the Bay Area? Do you think just as a whole, he looks at us like, you know what? I want to be in that market.
I don't think it's so much about the market. I mean, that is a part of it.
It's about the Benjamins.
Well, kind of along we're talking about the face of a franchise. Like, it's first about what you got on the field, and then all the surrounding factors play into it. Like, Shohei Ohtani's not going to go to a team that isn't, in his mind, contending to win, especially if he's going to sign a $1 billion deal or whatever. So
it's coming. Something, a half.
And in my mind, it's going to be the Dodgers. It's going to be the two guys that weren't able to talk about on the broadcast last night at the All-Star game.
Hey, wow.
Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts.
Yes, and I'll say this. The Dodgers were eerily quiet this offseason, and they never, they lost some pieces.
In fact, they moved guys.
Yeah, no doubt. And it was like, we'll take one step back to take Ohtani forward. But if they get him, and he'd go right across the street because he's already in L.A.
Basically. Yeah, and I don't know, this might sound pessimistic, but I think there's honestly a better chance Shohei Ohtani stays in Anaheim than comes to San Francisco.
I hadn't thought about that, and I know they're 45. Dude, they're 45 and 46. I thought they were going to make the playoffs. Trout had surgery. So are you giving them no chance to make it with Trout being on the shelf?
No, I'm not.
Man,
I also think that they kind of outperformed throughout the first half. I mean, they played some good baseball, but I think they're maybe a little bit better than a 500 team, but about 500.
So they're the Dallas Mavericks of the MLB. You got Kyrie and Luka, and
without
you can't
the head
even
cases,
make the playoffs.
Without the head cases.
Yeah.
Look, they're always going to. The Angels just seem to be
and that's
in the wrong place at the wrong time. But.
And that's why the NBA, to me, and I'm asking your opinion, I know we're up against it, is the easiest sport to win. When you have one or two dominant dudes, everybody just follow. How long has Trout been an Angel? and he's been perfect, but it's more than that, Jack. That's why baseball's hard.
Well, they've tried to go out and get players. I mean, they spent a ton of money on Anthony Rendon.
Hey.
They're trying to spend a ton of money on Shohei Ohtani. They've made some interesting free agent decisions.
Okay.
I mean, Alex Cobb was a Los Angeles Angel not too long ago. They couldn't figure him out. He came to San Francisco. He's had a resurgence.
Man.
He's an all-star.
No, man.
So, I think, look, they're trying to sell the franchise. There's a lot of turmoil in Anaheim, and that is the pitch to get Shohei Ohtani not only out of East LA, but all the way up, hopefully, to the Bay. I just think it's going to be tough. And we could ask Kylie McDaniel, ESPN Baseball Insider, that on the other side. So, I think Ohtani right now he's the hottest commodity in baseball. He's all anyone wanted to talk about at the All-Star game for good reason.
Somebody just mentioned that you said Ohtani wants to win, but you said he'll remain an Angel.
I said he'd be more likely.
Oh, okay. All right,
more likely.
All right.
Because I think he also values fit and situation. Or I should say...
So the Angels, in that sense, they're ahead right now because obviously we've heard nothing about him not liking, all the stuff off the field and where he's at.
Yeah, like the Giants are probably closer to a World Series than the Los Angeles Angels are.
Oh, no doubt.
But behind the Padres, the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, well, maybe not behind the Padres.
San Diego, take a playoff. I mean, you got everybody.
They're going to make a run out of two. Coming up next, we're going to talk to ESPN Baseball insider Kylie McDaniel about this very situation. Was up at All-Star Weekend and week. Is going to also maybe fill us in on what the Giants are trying to do with their farm system, the direction of where they're going, if they got a chance, an inkling to go out and get Shohei Ohtani this upcoming summer, or even at the deadline. We'll see. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Coming up next, Kylie McDaniel, and that's all sponsored by Cars.com.
New crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like enjoying a summer night.
Oh no, mosquitoes! Why am I wearing shorts?
Without mosquitoes.
I love summer.
Like if
long way.
Hey, let me ask you this, man, because I agree with you, but Shohei Ohtani, I'm just telling anybody that will listen, has become my favorite athlete. It's incredible, and what he's doing is hard, hitting the ball out the park, shutting offenses down, and he's going to get his payday. We're here in the Bay. The Giants are in the midst of a good season at the break, but when I say Giants and Shohei, do you think that's even feasible?
I think I wrote about this a couple of months ago, which is kind of funny because the opinion a couple of months ago was like, oh, it'll start at 500 mil, probably land at 550, and then he's only continued going off since then. So now the discussion is like, oh, it'll probably be 600. Like, oh, okay, sure. Like just the opening bids will be the biggest contract in the history of American professional sports, and then we just continued moving up from there. But when I wrote that, a lot of people, I didn't ask them specifically, like, who's he going to sign with, because a lot of people didn't have strong opinions about that yet. But the Dodgers were, like, by far the most common answer because he gets to stay on the West Coast in the same area, go to sort of a gold standard franchise that has a big payroll, but also, like, jump the payroll down this year so that they can make room for some stuff in the future. But the other most likely spot to land for everybody was basically just some mix of a bunch of West Coast teams. So, like, Seattle, San Francisco, I mean, obviously not Oakland, but there's only, like, a couple that make sense. San Diego is another one that makes sense. People throw out the New York teams, maybe Chicago or Texas. But it's basically like the New York teams and a couple other West Coast teams that aren't the Angels and Dodgers are like the ones that really make sense here, given what we know about what he values, which is, A, he isn't just going for the highest number in terms of money, and B, when he was faced with a bunch of options last time, he chose a West Coast team. So, like, given those two things, having competitive money and being on the West Coast seems like the best place to be right now.
Well, along the lines of Shohei Ohtani as a two-way player, and we're speaking with ESPN baseball insider Kylie McDaniel, was up in Seattle for the MLB draft along with the All-Star Week. The SF Giants, with their 16th overall pick, selected a two-way player. Now, many probably aren't too familiar with Bryce Eldridge out of James Madison High School, Vienna, Virginia, but is that, I guess, has Shohei Ohtani opened the door for that kind of pick to be possible? I know it's the second consecutive year that they've taken a two-way player. What does that tell you about what the Giants are potentially trying to do, what they're emphasizing with their farm system, and along with the rest of the draft class, what did you make of what the Giants did on draft day?
So I wrote a sort of quick, 10 teams that stood out to me post that went up yesterday on ESPN.com, and I decided to do 4 teams that did stuff they normally do, 4 teams that did new stuff, and then 2 teams that, in my opinion, won the draft. And the 2 were the Marlins and the Giants. Because I think the Giants did a great job. And I have been, I would say, up until the beginning of this year, pretty critical, not unfairly, but I think critical of the Giants in that, like, their draft picks have been good, not great. Their farm system hasn't necessarily had a bunch of guys taking giant steps forward. Guys have been getting to the big leagues, not necessarily immediately performing. And I think a lot of hopes are being hung on Marco Luciano and Kyle Harrison in the wake of Joey Bart being, good, not great, not blowing anybody away. Mm-hmm. And then this year, the early returns on last year's first-round picks, Carson Wentz and Hunt Reggie Crawford, have been very positive. Picks I liked at the time, but Crawford wasn't pitching last year. He came out this year, and Wentz and Hunt had Velo going up and down, missed the whole season at ECU due to suspension. So it's sort of like they're both wait and see. They've both been big arrow up since then. Luis Matos, big arrow up. Kyle Harrison, I think, has continued to improve, is now knocking on the door of the big leagues. Obviously, Patrick Bailey took that big step forward everyone's been waiting for. All these things have been going in the right direction, and then it's really been punctuated by the draft, where Bryce Eldridge, they took, I think, an appropriate talent there. They might even get him a little bit below slot. I think he's a real talent both ways. They followed up with another first-round talent, Walker Martin, in the second round. And then, the next 5 picks were just guys that I liked as they got a little bit later than they should have, just focusing on value and players that are good and not just leaning into, one specific kind of player or getting stuck on guys you fell in love with. Going back to Eldridge specifically, he is probably a mid-second rounder as a pitcher. He ended up pitching through an ankle injury, which is usually a good sign because he was still a good pitcher. He wanted to stay out there. Everyone thinks he has sort of what it takes between the ears to do this, the mental makeup. While injured, he was 90-93 with an above-average slider, which is kind of blowing people away as a big 6'7" kid. So you can imagine if he was healthy the whole year, sitting 93 to 96, he could have been a late first-rounder as a pitcher. Now, as a hitter, he's 6'7", so you're probably thinking long arms, not making a lot of contact. He had some of the best contact numbers last summer out of everyone on the whole circuit. And again, because he's 6'7", he's probably just a first baseman. He's got maybe 30, 35 home run power. So the talent is here for him to be a middle of the order, say Brandon Belt style first baseman, and also be potentially a fourth starter. And if both of those happen at the same time, then you'll have that problem that the Angels had where they love to play Ohtani in right field, but he can't pitch and play right field. You kind of have to DH him. You got to figure out which one is he better at. And oftentimes you get faced with this, and one way is way ahead of the other way. Hunter Green could be a passable big league infielder, and Ohtani could be a right fielder, but you can't do everything. You have to so hopefully that problem will arise, but the talent is here to have that problem.
Kylie, speaking of pitching, I can admit when I was wrong. Before the season started, I love baseball. I said the pitching clock, I just went off. This is embarrassing. If you don't like baseball, you don't watch it. No clock. Now I love it. But last week there was a Giant game that concluded in 1 hour and 59 minutes. And to me, Kylie, I think that's too fast. Is there any concerns from yourself? Are you hearing anything about some games might go by too quick?
Wow, I was not expecting that take. I would say the thing that has been most striking to me this year is some of the problems that existed in baseball in terms of, I'll call it old fuddy-duddies trying to ruin people having fun, not having universal DH, a bunch of guys that can't hit or hitting, the game's going too slow, everyone trying to pull the ball in the air, too many walks and strikeouts and homers. All that stuff was fixed by 3 rules with shifting universal DH and the pitch clock. They've almost fixed each one of those with one rule change. The leaving guys in the minors for 2 weeks, you can call them up and get an extra year of control. They just said, hey, we'll give you a draft pick if you nail it, and now no one's really getting left unfairly in the minor leagues. It's kind of unreal, and I'd like to chalk some of that up to Theo Epstein joining a lot of the old guard in the front office to give some creative solutions to these things, people that have been actually involved in this as opposed to being essentially a lifelong politician like a lot of people in the front office of MLB have been. I've been blown away at how good they've done it, to the point where one of the biggest problems with baseball is that games are too slow and too long, and you're arguing they're too fast, moving too quickly. Sounds like they nailed it, if you ask me.
Yeah, okay, I hear you, man. We're over here laughing. I didn't expect that response, but yeah, I need more. That's too fast.
Yeah, well, guess what? You got another game tomorrow. So
there you go.
Baseball as you want. Turn on another game.
We appreciate that, Kylie. No, thanks so much for dropping by. We appreciate the insight on what the Giants got going on, the opportunity maybe to even get Shohei Ohtani this upcoming offseason. We appreciate the update, and thanks for taking some time out of your day. I know that you got a lot of draft stuff on your plate, so we appreciate you chiming in.
Yeah, look for the National League, so including the Giants draft reviews up tomorrow on the website.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. ESPN Baseball Insider Kylie McDaniel. That was him. But coming up next year on 95.7 The Game, we got the crossover. Mark Willard, Alan Stiles are in. And remember to tune into their show for the next 4 hours because you will have another opportunity at the All-Star Week Prize Blowout. Appreciate Dave in Sacramento as our winner today. We also had 2 winners the last couple of days. More opportunities coming up. But the crossover is next. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson here on 95.7 The Game.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every...
97.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah.
Crossover time. Mark Willard. Alan Styles will be in here in a minute.
Where is he?
I was looking for the wheel.
He's limping, man.
Oh, there you go.
He's coming. He's coming. Look at this guy.
There he is.
He looked like a dog. He's carrying things in his mouth. He's limping. He's got right hand full, left hand full.
Is Norm here? Because Norm has a
what's
bike.
up?
My pops have that little scooter.
Oh, man.
And I saw the scooter outside. I
Beep,
go,
beep.
who
Here comes
invited
Alan.
Norm?
I broke my back.
Yeah, he's on the 60
You guys got jokes.
No, we
on the
love you.
IL. Come on, man. You're doing it to yourself. And now you got the people on YouTube watching you do the whole
And
thing.
now you're really going to get in Dibley's banana chair. Like, you think, does that help the thing?
It is, man.
Does that hurt more?
Styles.
Well, the last thing I need is sciatica now that I got a bad
that's
wheel.
true.
So I got to at least work on that. You know what? You guys got all these jokes. When I did that show, with Dibley July 3rd. You know what he said to me? Hey, Alan. How can I help? He's getting me water. He's giving me, just words of encouragement. I get on yesterday, Steiny saying, how do you feel that you may never walk the same again? And now you guys are giving me grief. What is this?
It's not
Well, I'm not going to go full
this,
Steiny
man.
on you, but.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I listened to that show. I was like, man, he almost gave you a radio hug.
I know, he did.
Talk to me about Roy Firestone. How do you feel?
He was just happy to not have me there for a day. Let's be honest.
Since you went there.
Come on. It's not
He's probably locked in, though. Let's be honest. He knows what's going on.
Hey, I love both of you. We've been having fun. Can I throw a question? Because I've been waiting since
Of
about
course.
That's your show.
Well, yeah.
I'm going to use the Giants as this example.
Okay.
Who's the face of the San Francisco Giants? I'm going to get your two answers. And two, how important is that?
Can I answer the second one first?
You can do it however you guys got. I can't wait for both of your answers.
It's very important. It's incredibly important, I think, for an entertainment entity to have a logo that's not the letters
Steph
of their
Curry.
city. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think now you don't always get one. We could probably go around to some successful teams in sports right now that don't necessarily like a good NBA team's always got a face.
No doubt.
Because that's just the way it is. A good football team usually has a face. We just fall back on the quarterback. But I'll give you, for instance, sometimes over the last few years, the Titans have been good. I guess you go Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I was gonna give him
but
the nod, yeah.
it's a little different. But it's very important. And who is the Giants' face right now? I mean, the person who gets the most discussion is Farhan. And that's not what you want.
No. Exactly.
That's not what you want.
Okay.
You don't want your general manager to be the face of your team.
Or your manager. I think there's some people we've seen. Gabe Kapler. I mean,
that's a good-looking face.
It is. Very well trimmed face.
Alan,
Strong.
how you see
Strong.
it?
Obvious.
I see it because of what he's done for the organization and the fact that he's really
I know where you're going.
the last horseman from the even year ride. It's Brandon Crawford. It's Brandon Crawford to
But
me.
that's by
man.
if it was NASDAQ, his stock ain't up right. He ain't in his prime.
Okay, but I'm not gonna take it there. But he's essentially a version of the Giants' Derek Jeter, right?
no
and
doubt.
Derek Jeter, his last year was nothing to write home about. He's still the face.
So
it's the same thing to me.
Brandon's got a negative WAR.
I
He's
hear
low
you.
replacement
I love
level
everything
right
he's
now.
done. But
And-
Willard,
of
can I
course.
use his answer to your answer? If it's Brandon by default and they're having success, I like watching them. And Farhan's responsible for the next Brandon Crawford. How close are we from the Giants having an everyday player? Because I said the pitchers don't count. They do. Had a great night last night. But how close are we to the next Brandon Crawford for the Giants?
Who knows? I mean, that the job is open. The job is open, and it could get filled at any time. Right? It could be filled by and it also depends on what you do. Well, it could be filled by Ohtani. It could be Patrick Bailey if they win a World Series in the next 2 or 3 years, and he has a Buster Posey type of if you've got to give it to a player, it's Logan Webb. But that doesn't
one every 5 days.
I'm going Crawford over Webb.
No, because Webb's.
I am.
Love for the winner of the All-Star game last night?
Okay. Well, you know what? Well, let's go here. Well, I got two things.
Reputation.
Yeah, I got two things. Number one, who would you call the face of the team during those even years? Was it Buster?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It was Buster.
Yeah.
And now number two, looking at this team, what is your definition of face? Because if you go around and ask a bunch of random people, Name 3 guys on the Giants. Brandon Crawford's name is going to get named the most.
Sure, but that's longevity more than.
But that's part of my face.
Sure.
That's why I ask what is your
connection to nostalgia.
And my trouble with it is that he is. It's hard to be the face when you're not having that much of a current impact.
Udonis Haslem,
and you're at the end. and you're at the end, right? Yeah. I mean, shaded Brandon. You're at the end.
But this gets wonky. Like the 49ers are really good. Who's their face?
Tell him.
Kyle Shanahan.
And is that a good thing?
Kyle likes it.
I don't think so.
And that's what I believe.
It's circumstantial. It's because they don't have an established quarterback, though. But I would argue that George Kittle is pretty damn close.
Checks all the boxes.
Right? George Kittle is his versus Kyle Shanahan, who's got like a more defined 49er branding. I might argue that Kittle is ahead of Shanahan.
Yeah.
But
Once Nick Bosa gets paid, it might be him.
Maybe, but he doesn't have the personality for it.
And people like a nickname. I would say Debo isn't far. I would put Kittle over
2 years ago,
him.
Debo would be number one. I said when he beat Dallas and Green Bay and they went to the – he was like, what happened?
Well,
and
what
it's
happened
not his fault.
What happened is they got Christian McCaffrey. They started doing the Spider-Man meme. You doing my job.
Or the reports that when he scrubbed his IG, I love it.
Well,
were they using him too much? Like, was that a turnoff to him? And then now all of a sudden it's like, dude, look around. How many targets you gonna be getting? Because Brock was making sweet music with Kittle, looking like Kelsey, Ayuk, who I love.
You got a whole group of people that every year, Ayuk, man. Don't sleep on him, which you shouldn't.
I just say this, though. Also,
him,
to be the face of a franchise. I've watched. How many players have we watched do this? Where at the twilight of their career, they suddenly understand the handling of the media and your public persona.
Wow.
Barry Bonds, Kobe Bryant, on and on and on. And that's one thing I would say to Debo right now. I know that we can be annoying. We can be super annoying. I get it. We ask the same question. We think we're funny. We talk too much. I get it. You can be totally put off by doing media. But if you handle it the way that you now have a couple of times, Debo, even on this station, if you do that, there's a cost, and being the quote-unquote face of an organization is part of that. George Kittle would never have done that. He never would have done that.
Now, I just threw Debo's name out there because he is Debo, but he might not. He probably don't want to be the face.
No, I don't think he does at all.
Maybe not.
He wants the money.
What would make you three say that he wouldn't want to be the face of the 49ers?
Fred Warner would never have done that.
Well, no, okay, that's different.
But I just
but
mean
the face is
they're built differently.
But Fred Warner never would have said what Debo said to begin with, probably. Which led us all to this situation.
Probably. But again, that to me, we overplay the subject matter as if Zach Gelb was just way out of left field or inappropriate or trying to go viral or whatever. He moved off of it right away. Yeah. He could tell Debo was put off, and so he said, okay, let's talk about this year's game in Philly and how it might be different. And Debo went, bye.
No, well, they did say, we're good to go here.
What
bye.
did the handler say? We're done here.
Right.
Yeah, Ashley.
Lucas just brought up a really good point.
Hey, Lucas, I'm out.
The annoying stuff that media do.
There's a bunch.
Rich Eisen just did it to Kyle Juszczyk last week, and Kittle picked up the phone, jumped in on the interview, and was like, Rich, this is lame, dude. Come on, man. We've all answered. We're sick of answering this question. Make a joke out of it. Be a personality. And that's why. And you're right. I don't know if Debo wants it. Debo may not care. And that's fine.
It didn't sound like he did. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, he also, immediately, if that's off-putting and you can tell that's what your subject isn't really interested in talking about, I mean, well, then you might just have to cut the interview short yourself. I don't, maybe he had an idea if that's where he wanted to go with things after the quarterback.
I don't think he really he didn't have a shot. It ended so quickly. He had two little playful questions about his comments. He didn't want to do it, and then he moved on to the upcoming game.
But do you follow up twice with a player or a person that tells you that's old news? I'm not talking about it. Why do you continue to dig? Is my question.
I don't even.
If you know that a guy doesn't want to do it,
I don't think he really did. He first brought up the comment, and Debo's like, "That's old," and then he was like, "Well, do you still like feel that way, and Debo was like,
and said, "We'll find out week 13."
Yeah.
Right,
And at that point, you move.
Well, he moved. Here's the thing.
He moved on to week 13.
To be fair to Debo on the opposite media side, yes, he did move on, but he moved on by saying, "You know the Eagle fans are going to boo you, right? Do you have a message for Eagle fans?" That's Beatty. That's Beatty. What are you supposed to say?
I agree.
We talked yesterday, Willard. You could have said some vanilla answer and got it out of it.
No doubt.
But it was a Beatty question. Let's just be honest here.
So you're
Do you
saying
have
Zach
a message?
was trying to go viral?
Well, yeah, and he did.
And that's
He went way more viral by what happened than anything Debo could have
so
said.
who lost in it? Nobody really lost. Debo ain't tripping at Willard or anybody saying he handled it wrong. I'm sitting back. You're addicted social media because I admit I am.
Yeah.
I just oh Lord, it's 90 yard. But listen, it went viral. So the job was like who?
Job well
the
done.
Win was exactly.
Look, Debo didn't have to answer a question. Everybody talked about Zach Gelb more than we probably talked about him in the last 3-4 years. So to me, everybody won.
And Debo knew what he was doing, Willard, that he knew that ending was going to go viral.
Can you imagine, though, when they do play?
I don't think he thought about it that way.
Well, but if you listen to it a minute and a half after the call drops, he starts talking about how ridiculous, unprofessional.
Yeah, he went in.
He dug in on him after it was over.
And rightfully so, because of the reason that I pointed. I still think this is the most under-discussed but most important part about this for listeners to understand the way an interview comes together. If Debo had been doing this out of the goodness of his heart, like, yeah, Zach, I got 15 minutes for you because I like you or because whatever. If that had been the case, this is a different conversation, but there's a PR rep there. Debo is selling something. He asked to come on Zach's show. And the give and take is, if you're going to come on my show and we're going to promote your thing, you now owe me. Me some time here, and Debo bailed out on it. That's why it's inappropriate.
But how much promotion was there?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But
exactly.
You knew what time
so
it was.
But because that's the part that didn't go viral. I haven't listened to the whole interview, but I know the promotion part came out. They did it right off the top.
Debo got fed.
This is essentially like Debo stole. This is no different than going to the store and taking a pack of gum without paying for it. He asked to go on the show. He promoted his thing, and they said, you get 15 minutes if we promote this thing. He stayed for 5, and he left.
You got a lemon tree, right?
Yes.
Your neighbor says, hey, can I borrow some lemons? I make the best lemonade you've ever had. The neighbor comes over, borrows a bunch of lemons, and only gives you a glass. But the neighbor took enough lemons for a whole carafe. That's what Debo did. Debo just gave you a glass.
But you also said that you could come over and get lemons. You didn't say how many lemons.
That's true.
You didn't put a cap on it. So if I come over and I grab the entire tree, then you're saying, well, how come you did that? And you said, I got to have some lemons.
It's the MLB of lemons. There's no salary cap.
Yeah.
Debo.
Another reason why Debo Samuel probably can't be the face of our 49ers franchise. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, and HC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station.
I don't know what's going on in Bristol. I am not ashamed, Alan, to tell you, Willard and Evan, before I got into the business, morning talk show was my thing. It's my newspaper. First Take, Cowherd, Skip and Shannon. This morning, I know what's going on with Skip and Shannon by default.
Yeah.
Not till next month, Skip.
Skip's telling you.
You need to look in the mirror. You casting the checks. Something ain't right, okay? Then,
by the way, I'm not following what's going on. What's he saying?
They were supposed to come on last week.
Okay.
This was supposed to be, Alan Stiles leaving the show. We got somebody a line full of people that want to fill his shoes.
Still don't have somebody.
No, Skip was telling us.
So now they pushed that to August 28th. This Skip has never been off the air this long, and now they're reporting he's seething. But it's your own fault if nobody's knocking on the door. I don't know, but it's odd, and I know you want to talk about and fire off all these takes about free agency. So you're not on for a whole nother month. I'm like, man, First Take. I know Steven's got his podcast now, and he speaks out about his job at ESPN. I know Wimbledon's going on, but usually they have him on ESPN too. I need to get a life. That's not on.
Well, they always take a break during this time, but yeah, it is a little long.
I'm looking at the TV like there is life after the morning shows. So, the morning talk shows. So I say all that to find out today, with all the layoffs at the 4-letter network, I didn't know the ESPYs were on. And I'm like, Willard, Styles, should they have took a year off? Because they don't have their traditional Steph, Drake, Chris Rock.
Who is hosting, by the way?
There's no host. It's just like the video screen is going to be the
might be Devo.
I can't remember if this was on purpose or not, but the MTV Music Awards did the same thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's a new thing. I don't know if it's AI, right?
Well,
What's
we
going
know
on
they're
here?
cutting back. I just took it as.
I feel you.
Should they have sat this one out?
It's programming, so that's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, right? There's advertisers involved in everything, but yeah, like I mean,
a lot's
we've seen this
happened.
with a lot of
big
companies do layoffs, and then like a few weeks later, they're patting themselves on the back with some event, and you're like, boy, if you just taken the money. You're taking the money from there and put it towards your employees.
So MTV did that.
MTV did that.
Chris Rock.
But they were supposed to have a host. I think it was Drew Barrymore, and then somehow it fell through. Who knows? You know what? They should have just had Pat McAfee do it.
Oh, well,
he already in the building. Let him do it.
Yeah, your check's clear.
But, John's checking in. He says the reasons possibly could not be having a host is because of the writers' strike. That's currently going on.
That's a great point.
Maybe another reason we haven't heard it promoted
But
as
aren't
much.
comedians supposed to, write their own material?
I mean,
they give
who
it to
does
you,
that anymore?
It gets dicey because you go on. What is it? The 5-10 second delay? You don't catch it, Goo.
Say the wrong thing. Someone will get out of their chair and come smack you in the mouth.
Yeah, come on, Goo.
You know what I mean?
You can't put yourself out there.
You gotta be careful.
And by the way,
Anyway,
you gotta keep that left hand down when you're talking about that. Watch is blinding me. I already got one bad
You
leg.
mean the Nixon 5130?
That's the beast right there.
Flavor Flav clock.
That is
right
the
over there,
beast
my
right
God.
there.
Is it real?
Well, it's stainless steel.
Okay.
It's a Nixon. My corporate
just
days when I used to sell education, your boy was fitted, had his own office, and I'm selling $50,000, $60,000 pharmacy technology. If you wanted to be a pharmacy tech or a dental hygienist or a RN, my job is to make you in front of your parents, recommend you to the enrollment review board. So I'm not going to spend the money, but I can see some of the parents like, how much the program? And look down at my watch as if it's a Rolex. And I can look like, D, you ain't getting a deal. Then you looking like a cricket car salesman. So I had to get something more, not bling bling.
Yeah, a little less, a little more humble.
Less is more, baby.
5 o'clock meeting. You drove off in a Prius.
Tiny
Hold
a
on
giant.
second.
I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, listen, there's a bunch of interesting stuff there.
My gosh.
There's a bunch of interesting stuff. First of all, I'm trying to figure out what was the tongue-in-cheek nature of Alex Cobb's comments last night.
He's coming.
Because if you read him, he's just like, he's not coming to Seattle. He's coming to the Giants. And I'm like, this is tampering. This is wrong.
Everything.
This must be totally like Brandon Belt-ish. This must be totally tongue-in-cheek, which I do believe that it was. But a few things there. I had not realized the Alex Cobb connection until a few days ago that they were teammates.
Yep.
And the way that Alex has talked about this, he is the first person who has given us at least any insight into what makes Shohei tick. And he clearly stated the day before the game itself. He said this on Monday. He said, one thing I can tell you is money is not what is going to make this thing go round for Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, Bill Shakin spoke to representatives from a bunch of teams, and he went around to like Josh Hader. Okay, what's the Padre pitch? And then he went to Mookie Betts. What's the Dodger pitch?
Dope.
Right? He went to Rooker. He's like, what's the A's pitch? He's like, right? But he went to Alex Cobb, and Cobb had like the lengthiest answer. And he's like, well, I can tell you one thing. This money is not what is going to make that guy tick. I've never seen anyone more obsessed with winning. And then started to go into sort of internal things with the Giants organization that he thinks would work well. If you go back to when Shohei picked the Angels, which I think is something Giants fans can hang their hat on. This guy already once made the West Coast anti-establishment pick. Like, he could have been a Yankee.
Okay.
He could have been a Yankee. Mm-hmm. Billy Epler, who's now GM of the Mets, which is scary, was the GM of the Angels at the time. And the word is that Billy had been on Shohei since high school. He knew him. He knew exactly how to nail the pitch. And that's what spoke to Shohei. He made it feel like that was going to be family and perfect comfort. And what I want to know is, who is it in the Giants organization that has been doing that studying and knows how to nail this? Because he kind of needs to make the anti-establishment pick again. And he might.
And shouldn't that be Farhan?
It could be anybody. Sure, it can be.
He's got to be in the meeting, but it has
Yeah.
has someone below Farhan and around Farhan, I think is the question, been doing that kind of research. Look, the money to me is not an issue because he's getting a blank check wherever he goes. Like it could be 600, could be 700. If he signed for $1 billion over the next 15 years, would you be shocked?
Yes. No one's signing him until his 45th birthday, but yes.
Well, but the point is, like, he's getting whatever dollar sign he wants.
Right.
But it sounds like that's not what makes him tick, though. So it may
Well,
not.
it doesn't make you tick because you know you got it.
Right.
So now
I do think I actually do. I don't know a lot about Shohei. None of us do. But I get the sense if you nailed the pitch, and I don't know why a team would do this, like at this level of money, it's like throw another 25 in if it matters to you. But like if somebody felt like the right spot and offered 550 and someone else offered 575, Shohei, like, yeah, I'll take the 550. I actually think that he would tick that way.
Well, I mean, Aaron Judge got a larger offer from the Padres than he did from the Yankees.
Right. Well, sort of. Not. I mean, it was more years.
Styles,
total dollars.
Total dollars. Yeah.
Do you have, and I'm being real because I want everything good to happen to all Bay Area sport teams. Do you have Aaron Judge fatigue? Like that broke me. We did the pitches on here, had fun with it. Do you have any fatigue or lack of confidence that they could go make it happen and close the deal?
No, because once we figured out, and real quick back to who should be in that room, I think a lot of people, look, it's new media. A lot of people are more vocal now, a lot of athletes. I think Buster Posey need to be in that room because Buster's a winner.
I think
right?
he would.
He would definitely be in it. He's a winner. He can talk to Otani player to player. So he got to be in the room.
I'd like to put Alex Cobb in the room, too.
Alex Cobb got to be in the room. Alex Cobb is out there.
He may be working already.
He is working. He literally is working.
Assuming he opts in next year.
Club option. Oh. Giants option for Alex next year. Yep.
There you go. But in terms of the Aaron Judge thing, I think once we figured out that he was never, once the bubble popped, that he was never actually coming to the Giants, number one, that made you feel a little bit better, and he just played the game. He's a good businessman. That's what he does. And number two, he hasn't really been doing much this year. It's the first year in a long deal. Yeah. But what were really the chances? And I thought this even when the Giants were pitching him. When somebody
Willard
is having,
Dibbs did a show down in his hometown.
I remember.
I bought into it.
I remember. Was there good food down there? I didn't know what was.
I thought it was going to happen
one restaurant.
We found out it wasn't.
I love a small town. I love a small town.
They got me. I thought it was going to happen, man.
There were 2 words that I could describe all of what's going on in Linden. Not much. Not much.
Man.
Nothing against it.
Alan,
It
I
is
thought they
fair
had
enough.
him.
It's a block long.
At the time, we thought that they had a shot. Yeah. Then after it happened, we kind of all look a little foolish because you never had a shot. So it helps that he's not balling the way he's balling. He was balling last year. So I don't have any ill will or any fatigue. I think this is a completely different situation because of what Willard alluded to. The fact that he went to the Angels over some of these other teams. Man. And the Giants were in the mix the first time.
Yeah, but they didn't have a DH, and so you couldn't necessarily do that. Man. You didn't have a position, right? So the National League was not on the table before, and it is this time around. That's number one. Number two, though, listen, even though we got stars in our eyes about Aaron Judge, we all heard from plenty of internal baseball people who were like, you don't leave the Yankees.
You don't.
And we were like, but maybe, and we were wrong, right?
They booed him one time,
wrong.
remember that?
But remember that here, you do leave the Angels.
Okay,
yes. In fact, you seek to leave the Angels.
There you go.
Right.
I think that he wants to be on the West Coast. Look, the fact that Epler is with the Mets, that's a little scary. But I think, to me, inside track, Padres, Dodgers, Giants, and if it goes a certain way,
NL West,
I could actually see, I don't know this, but I could see where the Giants have an advantage in that with the Dodgers, you're joining a bunch of all-stars. You're not changing that city.
Here.
The Padres already have 7 9-figure contracts. How do you fit that in? The pitch to Shohei to me is this city totally changes. The city, not the team, the city in many ways becomes about you if you come here. And that may speak to him. And it's a city that's pretty comfortable, I would say, for an Asian American.
And we're thirsty for a star.
Yes,
definitely thirsty for a star.
Otani Oppo.
Well, now the Mets thing is scaring me. We want to know why.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they're not playing very well, right? but they have the ability
They
to
got
turn
the
it
people.
on. And number
They're
two,
lightweight doing it now.
you picked against the Dodgers, right? Where you went with the Angels. Now you already said no to the Yankees. Do you go to the Mets to go against the man, if you will? So that's a little scary.
Yeah, I don't know how much that matters to him. You know what I mean? Like,
but again, you're going to a team that's going to win, but it's not the cop out, not
Maybe.
the classic going to the Yankees. I'm just saying, you never know.
Yep.
And you know he's going to open that wallet.
So one thing we'll throw out to everybody today, like, what would be your pitch? What would if you were going to sit down with Shohei? What would you say to him?
I do a lot of praying beforehand, but
Man.
Sure.
Yeah, don't
Do
look
it.
at the car breaking numbers. Yeah.
All right, Guru, you're not in.
Yeah,
You are
you're
not in the room. We're going Alex,
Get out the room.
Buster, not Guru. All right, we're making our list.
All right, that's what's coming up from 2 to 6. Again, opportunity to win All-Star Prize Weekend blowout coming up next 4 hours.
Did you guys do 2 prizes? Because I heard what happened on the morning show.
No, we did 1.
So are they doing 2 tomorrow?
No,
Are they doing 2
just
tomorrow?
missed out on the opportunity.
Well, they had 5 people call in and they all got it wrong, and they went, all right,
It's on the morning show.
Yeah. It
Coming
was-
up
yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Willard and Styles coming up next, 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'm excited about that. I actually guess we just got an answer to my question, which is if that somebody doesn't win on a given show, it just keeps kicking to the end, which will be our show, Alan, on Friday. So now I kind of hope that happens about 3 or 4 more times, and we could just give away a prize every hour on Friday on our show.
It would make
Let's do it.
It would make everybody very excited and very happy, especially on a Friday as well.
Absolutely, but it's only Wednesday, and glad you're with us. Twitch, YouTube, hello, yes indeed. We continue with the All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game, and another phenomenal prize to give you at the end of the show. But I want to let you know off the top. Remember now, you got to be listening because I'm on my morning little exercise, and I'm listening to Bonte and Joe. And they're asking everybody about something very specific that Dave Fleming had said on his appearance, and people were dancing around it real close, and then they didn't get it, and that's it. There was no winner, and so be listening closely to our show today, and it could mean something fantastic for you. I got to see what's crossed out here. Nope, the autographed Klay Thompson jersey is still on the board.
Got a chance.
Still on
So
the
you're
board.
saying there's a chance.
Yep. How are you today, bud? What's
I'm
going on?
good. I'm good. Now I'm thinking if nobody got what the morning roast did, now I'm thinking, was our question a little too easy yesterday?
Probably.
Should we
Probably.
crank it up a notch
I actually
today?
think Lucas, I don't know where he just went. If you're listening, Lucas, I think our question the first 2 days, both days, Larry was here on Monday. I think they were good questions, but I think that they were potentially too easy.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want them, not saying let's flip it in the other direction and be like, what was the 17th word that we said on the show today?
Yeah.
Not going to do that.
Right.
But, let's respect the intelligence of our listeners maybe just a tick more.
Yeah.
That's going to be my request for today.
Right. Yesterday, they might have been able to get there without,
even if you weren't
without
listening.
Because I'm watching a couple days ago, I'm watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, some throwback episodes, and we might have been in the $500 range these last couple of days. We're not going to go to the $500,000 range, but we'll go to the $16,000 range. You gotta know your stuff. You gotta know your stuff.
Just because you popped your Achilles does not mean you need to start acting like an old person and watching game show reruns. Man, you are really leaning into this.
You learn a lot, though.
Damn.
You learn a lot.
Were you watching like on over-the-air cable or something?
Well, YouTube TV, and I got the Game Show Network. The Game Show Network.
All right. I was like, man.
To be completely honest, when the baby is in and out of sleep, you can't really fire up. We tried Everybody loves the bear. Not great if the 2-month-old is in the room. A lot of clanking, a lot of yelling. Wow. The bear is not a great show for having a baby.
I'm impressed by what you've said to me already. Just that you can watch anything. Like you have a baby that's 2 months old. You should fall asleep in front of any programming.
That's true. Pro tip.
Any programming.
Pro tip. Captions. You turn it real low. Just read it, man.
My 16-year-old was 2 weeks old during the Colts-Bears Super Bowl.
Okay.
Rex Grossman versus Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 2 weeks old. I fell asleep in front of the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Now, part of it is because Rex Grossman was in it. But it was also because I had a 2-week-old, and he was on my chest, and we took a nap in the middle of the damn Super Bowl. I think is the only time I wasn't at a Super Bowl party or hosting one in my entire life. And I slept through the third quarter.
Yeah, I don't know. I told you, good
About
sleeper.
that.
Good sleeper.
I know, man. You're crushing it. All right. So anyway, Twitch, YouTube, glad you're with us. Thank you for being here as always. Comcast Business Text Line, you can get in touch. And always at 888-957-9570. Speaking of Dave Fleming's appearance on the morning show, we'll let you hear a couple of the things that he said specific to Shohei Ohtani, and we'll put it out to you. I know what a lot of you think. Oh, Willard and Styles. He's not coming here. Well, listen, if I am anything in this life, or if I'm not anything in this life, it's defeatist. Does that make me a dreamer, overly optimistic? Fire away. Accuse all you want. Do I think Shohei Ohtani might be a Giant next year? I do. I think he might be. There's a handful of teams who I think have a shot at this guy, and the Giants are damn well one of them, and I am not going to flick that off of my shoulder just because that's the way a sports fan is supposed to think. So I've got in the back of my mind, one, a pitch, but two, the reasoning he might use. He might find this team more attractive than the average fan might think. But what's your pitch? What would you say to Shohei? And you can do this exercise with us. What do you think the pitch would be to Shohei Ohtani? What would you say? Why would he choose here? 888-957-9570.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, history of winning, recent history of winning, right? And then you have the players that have come through, okay, from Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, everybody. The mark that the Giants have had on baseball is undeniable, right, on Major League Baseball. That's number one. Number two, then you have San Francisco and what San Francisco is as a city, the Bay Area, what the Bay Area is, Silicon Valley. All these athletes these days, they want to expand, right? We've seen Andre Iguodala do it, Steph Curry do it. I can't really say what else Shohei's into because we're still learning about Shohei Ohtani, but I can guarantee whatever else he's into, you could probably do it very well and expand upon it out here. And I think the fact that you have a ballpark, right, that doesn't really affect you as a hitter because the lefty, what is it, 309? You got to get it over the wall.
Well, remember, that's right down the line. Like, actually, I would rally back on that comment with Brandon Belt was affected by that ballpark more than any other human being.
They're doubles
in life.
They're
yes.
doubles.
Yeah, they turned like that power alley in right center. And we have, to a degree, we could have a very healthy debate over whether or not that was a good idea.
Well,
and they have moved it in a little bit already once.
They've moved it in, and I'm talking about, down the line where you have the brick. Yep. We're also talking about Shohei Ohtani. No disrespect whatsoever to Brandon Belt, but we're talking about Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, his home runs go a little further.
So you got splash hits. You could be the splash hit guy, right? You're the guy that's putting the ball in the water, but then when you're on the mound, you're still in a pitcher's ball.
See, now that's the beauty. Yes, that's the beauty of Shohei, which is he's not Bryce Harper.
Right.
You don't have to just do the overlays and be like, oh, I don't know if you could hit a lot of home runs. This guy also wants to get outs. So that's a very interesting and unique point with regard to this specific player only.
There you go.
As far as a left-handed power hitter.
There you go. So that's my starting pitch. You know what I mean? I got some scratch work here. We can work on V2, but that's my V1.
When I said yesterday, are you fully with me? I feel like we started this conversation. Would you trade for this guy at all? Because I don't know that the Angels would do it. And oh, by the way, Roger Lodge, and if you know this name, Roger Lodge, who actually works for the Angels radio station as a host, but also for those of you who are of a certain age, do you remember the show Blind Date? Do you remember the show Blind Date, or are you too young for that?
No, I know Blind Date.
You're acting like you know it.
I've seen it. It's the one where there's three, right? There's three contestants.
That's the dating game. Okay. Blind Date was you're sending two people out on a blind date, and its hook was that there were like little air bubbles, thought bubbles on the show where you sort of like the writers were making jokes about what the people were actually thinking.
Right.
And so, yeah, it was just following people out on a blind date.
Okay.
And Roger Lodge was the host, but then he became a sports radio host, and he and I did a show together for a handful of years, and now he's with the Angels. He's going to be on our show tomorrow, and we'll get a little bit of a better sense of whether or not the Angels would even entertain trading this guy. But if they do, I am out on the Giants acquiring him in any way, shape, or form. Where are you on that?
I am in. If I'm the Angels, I would think about it because I believe that if the Angels, not that they have a great track record, but if the Angels are able, they get this historic haul, and if they're able to just within the duration of Shohei's career, if you could get one, then you're not a laughingstock anymore. Now, will they get one? I don't really have a reason to believe that they will, but you're going to get a lot of talent. If I'm the Giants, in terms of the haul that it's going to take, I'm not going to sit on the fence because I don't like when people do that. I'm probably going to say no, only because that I wouldn't do the trade, only because I believe that based on what we know about Shohei the first go-round, the Giants were already in the mix. Right. So
most definitely
they know.
were.
So Shohei already knows that there's an interest there. If I'm a random team, if I'm the Texas Rangers or somebody just trying to go in and say, hey, we want you, and this guy knows nothing about us, then I would make the move. But he already knows a lot about San Francisco, and I'm sure he's watching. He loves the game. He's a student of the game. He sees what San Francisco's doing. And to your point, San Francisco's a team who they're on the rise. They don't have a bunch of established guys. So he knows, hey, they can't move a bunch of guys for me because these guys are almost ready to go, and I'm going to look around, and it's going to be, the temptations that I'm David Ruffin by myself.
Dave Fleming this morning on whether or not the Giants should consider giving up a massive farm haul for Shohei Ohtani this month.
So that's my first thought, is that it's going to be really hard to trade for him, and I think the haul would have to be so high that even though he is the greatest player in the game right now and the most unique player of all time, I would pause before I gave up my whole farm system for 2 months of a guy when I don't believe that's going to give you much of an advantage in signing him in the. I mean, I think he's going to do a true free agency tour and consider all his options no matter where he gets traded if that were to happen.
Yeah, there's two big reasons why I don't even want the Giants to make that phone call. I want them to make a different phone call. Call his agent and explain to them why you're not bidding for his services this month. And it's twofold. A, I am not one of these people that is of the belief that acquiring him now gives you a better shot in the winter. I reject that. I think Ohtani's going to listen to all comers this winter, whether he was on the team or not. Hell, he's been with the Angels for 6 years, and it sounds like he's ready to leave there. That didn't give them any advantage at all. Right. So I reject that. But number two, I'd also tell Shohei's representatives, look, we actually have built a pretty good farm system here. We got these kids named Kyle Harrison. Some of them are up with the big club right now, Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, Carson Wisenhunt. We think these are your rotation mates.
Right.
We don't want them on the Angels when you get here. We want them with you. And here's what we see this looking like over the next 5 to 7 years, if not more. And so I would really pitch him on that. And I think that would resonate with Shohei. The other side to it, I don't think there's any way in hell the Angels trade him because it would be emotionally gutting for their fan base.
Yeah.
That fan base shows up for him, not that team. And so it just would absolutely it would be soul crushing to that fan base. And I don't think the Angels do that to their fans.
No, and we did the exercise yesterday about where everybody falls in terms of the attendance, and we know Shohei is driving. The Angels being they're in the top 10. The Angels being in the top 10 of attendance is really unheard of, and we know why that's happening. I do think the Angels are in a catch-22 because if you look at the teams that would be interested, I'm thinking off the top of my head, who are the teams that are having a bit of an aberration of a year, right? Maybe a team that, hey, we didn't expect to be here. Let's get Shohei and go for it because they're having an aberration of a year, but also our farm isn't outstanding. They're a little bit far away. Let's just go for it.
Right.
And honestly, if he walks, he walks.
Cincinnati
Whatever.
Reds.
The Reds. Why not?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, maybe.
Somebody like that. So
right.
who knows?
Yeah. Although the Angels would say, then give us Ellie De La Cruz. And the Reds would be like, hell no.
Yeah.
All right. So what's your pitch? And I'll throw out mine. Let's hear from you. 888-957-9570. All-Star Week blowout continues here on the game. Great prize is on the table. Styles is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. highly recommended. Highly recommended, but don't do it with a torn Achilles.
No.
Yeah,
I'll wait it out.
Yeah, because you can't go in the ocean. Can you go in the ocean?
I don't know. I'm
You
afraid
don't know?
to. I don't know. Not now.
Doesn't
not right
matter.
Now.
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm
torn
not.
Achilles and a 2-month-old, 3-month-old.
Yeah, no. The vacation.
You're not doing anything.
I'm hanging. I'm watching the Game Show Network. That's what I'm doing.
You're watching the Game Show Network.
Yeah.
And the All-Star Game. Watch the All-Star game?
Yeah.
I mean, I want everybody to realize this, too, as we're sitting here and Styles in for Dibs. Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Like, man, everybody understand how different this is? The only free agency that I can think of in my lifetime that will rival or potentially surpass what this is going to be like with Shohei Ohtani was when LeBron went to Miami. And there was a whole TV show for a half hour dedicated to it, and it became apparently the worst thing that any athlete has ever done to any human being in life and creation. Everybody overreacted.
Yeah.
But the decision and that show, that free agency, to me, will be rivaled by this. This is a different thing. This is a city changer. This is somebody who is so iconic already, so transcendent, so different than anything we've seen. The All-Star game was in Seattle, okay? And there were 3 moments that I thought kind of took over the All-Star game last night. One of them was when J-Rod faced Camilo Doval.
Yes.
And Doval done.
I mean,
high heat, sucker, sit down.
And he's just so chill about it. Just so chill.
Camilo, I wish in my life I could have one day where I had Doval's demeanor.
Yeah.
Calm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I want Doval's demeanor. I bet Matt Nahigian would like that too. He would like for me to have Camilo Doval, just like, right?
Yeah.
There's 40,000 screaming people. J-Rod is staring at you. High heat, blow him out, and you're just like, huh. Every pitch, he looks like he's going to peel a banana after it's over.
Right. Well, and
unbelievable.
Having Brian Wilson in the past, I think that kind of formed our idea of the closer. He's got to be, I got to give you this strong face, and I'm mean and this and that. But Camilo Doval has showed I can intimidate you without even needing to do all that. That's how good my stuff is.
How hard would he throw if he were ever amped up?
Yeah.
He might go to 108.
Right.
It's unbelievable. But anyway, that was a moment. And then this was kind of a little fun one when Rooker came to the plate. And nice job, Brent Rooker. Guy got a double out there to right center field.
Yeah.
And there were sell the team chants in Seattle.
And they cut it. Of
course they did.
They had to.
And then the other one was whenever Shohei came up. And come to Seattle chants started throughout the building. This guy is bigger than the game itself. He's bigger than the game itself. And I don't know, we think right now, like we were having this conversation the other day. If I asked you who is the biggest thing in baseball, you won't blink. Shohei Ohtani. Who's the biggest thing in football? You won't blink. It's Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Who is that person in the NBA?
It's getting dicey. And I've thought a lot about this in terms of the face of the NBA because it's been LeBron and Steph for so long. They're both elder statesmen now. Who is that next guy coming up? Depends who you ask.
Jokic, Giannis.
People are going to say Luka.
I gave Giannis a yitch. It's a Giannis, not a Yanich.
Do you have
Jokic and Giannis?
You have Tatum. I guess you got to throw Tatum in there.
Right.
Looking around. I mean, there's.
We'll see if Wembanyama is worth his hype.
Joel Embiid. You got to put him in there.
But look at that. See, we just threw out 7 names.
Right.
And we can't necessarily figure out how to piece them apart.
Still could be Ja.
Not for the moment.
Not for the moment.
I just kind of put that on the back burner.
Not right now. Here's a question, because you've been talking a lot about Shohei, culture changer, team changer, organization changer.
City changer.
Who's a bigger changer, though? Getting Shohei or drafting Wembanyama?
Oof. I take Shohei. I'll tell you. I think it's, yeah. I don't know what Victor Wembanyama is gonna do. He's already got Britney Spears up all in her feelings, so that's a good start. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's already kind of transcending just the basketball stuff. San Antonio, Texas, gonna take a minute for that to really work itself out, I would think. I'm very high on his future, but you got to see, like, it's different, man. When you get to a point where you are already in the midst of being iconic, that's where Shohei Ohtani is, and he's done that in just a handful of years without even speaking the language. I don't know that there is anything bigger in sports than Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. You'd have to go Shohei simply because he's done it.
Exactly.
Know he's done it.
Let me throw out a few things as a pitch, but let's hear from Drew in Sunnyvale on that first. Your pitch for Shohei Ohtani, 888-957-9570. Hey, Drew, thanks for calling Willard and Styles. What you doing?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, just taking some time off work, and I was listening in on YouTube, and you guys were talking about this, and when I heard that quote from Alex Cobb yesterday, my confidence has just gone through the roof. I mean, I feel like we have a real shot at this. But I guess, like, my first of all, what I would say is that if you come here, you are the face of San Francisco, right? And really, when you talk about it from that perspective, like Steph Curry is the guy right now, but as you guys say, he's in the latter stages of his career, right? So when he retires, Shohei is going to be the guy, and I would even argue that he is the guy if he were to come, even with Steph in the fold. So I mean, there's that, and I don't think people make enough of this. Like, we have a huge Asian American population here. Like, I'm Asian American. I know a ton of Asian Americans. Like, you're fans of the Giants, fans of baseball. This would be huge for the area, huge for huge for the ticket sales. In like sort of like when Barry Bonds was there, but I think it has the opportunity to be even better. So just to tell him that he's a part of that, right? And then also, like, you talk about face of the franchise, like iconic faces of the franchise for the Giants, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, Buster Posey, like, he sort of exemplifies that quiet superstar, right? And I think Shohei can really relate to that. So yeah, that's the base of my pitch, and obviously it goes from there.
Yeah, Drew, I think you got some interesting points, and what none of us know is what's actually going to land with Shohei. We know he wants to win. Everybody's going to say, "Hey, you can win here." Everybody's going to, right? The Dodgers, Padres, Giants, Mariners, Angels themselves, even though they've got a harder pitch there, they're like, been here for 6 years and we haven't won yet, but we promise next year.
Right.
Like, all of them are going to say that. The Dodgers probably the one who can swagger in on that comment the most. But I thought you brought up a really interesting point yesterday, and there's no way for either of us to know if this lands with Shohei or not. But it's like the Dodgers, yes, you can win there, but will you really feel it? They're already winning every year. They've already got 3 or 4 stars in their lineup. Do you just want to mix in with the group and go up the road and win there? Sure, you can do that. I think the Padres and Giants can also confidently say, we win around here more than we lose, and we this is what we can build around you in terms of talent. The Padres can say more about the established players they have. The Giants, I think, can say more about the players who are on the come. But the Giants are winning more than the Padres right now. I think all of that is on the table. But what you can say in San Francisco that I don't know how much you can say in L.A. and even San Diego is that you can come here and absolutely be the full focus of the entire fan base and the city. I don't know if that resonates with him.
Yeah.
But you can be the guy. You can change this city. Think of the highlights when you hit the ball in the Bay. I don't know where you fit into all of the 9-figure deals in San Diego. And are you just batting in front of Freddie Freeman and behind Mookie Betts if you're with the Dodgers? Like, you can really leave a mark. If you were to come to San Francisco and oh, by the way, your old buddy Alex Cobb plays here too.
And he's doing
seems to apparently be a thing. I didn't know it was.
He's doing some great recruiting early, and I think you make up a good point, Willard, as did the caller. And the more I think about this, the more it is so, I don't want to say easy, but it's so obvious. Now, anybody getting Ohtani is obvious, right? And we're seeing people, what about the Dodgers? The Dodgers, as crazy as it sounds, they don't need Ohtani. They have their guys. You're just another superstar. If I'm Farhan or if I'm whoever is going to lead that pitch, I say, look, I'm going to be completely honest. I get a little real honest with them and say, look, man, I've been really good at finding the hidden gems. I find guys that have lost a little bit of value, and we've kind of made them reclamation projects, and they've come back. One thing that we haven't been able to do is get that cornerstone player. We've drafted some guys that we think can be there, but ain't nobody like you in the world, and we know that. You can come in and you can fill every role that we need that we are missing. Hitting-wise, we need that thumper that we can count on. Pitching-wise, on the mound, we need that ace. You can fill both of those roles because you're the best at what you do, and it is exactly what we need. And if you look at the puzzle that we're putting together, you are the missing piece. The Dodgers, they don't have any missing pieces. If they lose, it's just because they're the Dodgers and they're choke artists, all right? We don't do that. When we got guys and we got action, we cash those checks. And you can look up out here at these trophies right in front of our faces and let you know that we really do this. We really do.
Styles, you are ahead of Guru as far as getting yourself into that room. You started to fire yourself up a little bit there.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's getting warm in here.
Yeah. Come on. Now let's go out there because right? Yeah. I got you next to Debo and Trent Williams.
Okay.
With the music coming out in the Niner games this year. Come out the tunnel.
I'm down with that.
Dave Fleming said something else that I think is also an interesting part of the pitch now. Bunch of ifs in what I'm about to say, but listen to Dave and then go with me on what this could look like next year.
I was told that one of the main criteria for him is going to be a six-man rotation. He wants a team willing to do it a little differently, like they do it in Japan. He feels like, I've heard that he feels like that's the best way for him to manage the workload of doing both for the long haul. And there's no team that would be better equipped to consider something like that than the Giants. And the Giants this year have demonstrated to him and to everybody in baseball that they can get creative with a pitching staff, and they can manage around an unusual circumstance. So I think from that standpoint, the Giants would be extraordinarily well positioned, and they have a lot of arms in the system to where I think they'd feel like, hey, we can do that.
Okay, let's take this point further and go back to what I just said. Hey, Shohei, we are not giving Kyle Harrison and Carson Whisenhunt to the Angels for you.
Yeah.
We're putting them in your six-man rotation next year.
Yeah.
Logan Webb, Shohei Ohtani, Kyle Harrison, see if it keeps working out. Carson Whisenhunt, Alex Cobb.
Yep.
Alex Cobb, who's on a club option for next year. And then a host of feels like 15 other people who can either rotate or try out for the sixth spot. Is it an Alex Wood? Is it a Sean Manaea?
Yeah.
Is it a DeSclafani? It could be any one of a bunch of people. Ross Stripling, does he figure it out? I don't know. But Dave's right. And I had never heard that before, that matters to Ohtani. The Giants are not just uniquely qualified to offer that. They're sort of already doing it in a backward way.
The openers.
Yeah.
The openers.
I don't even know what their rotation is.
Yeah.
Logan Webb comes up every 5 days, and then other than that, I'm like, can't wait for 6:45 to find out who's pitching the first inning.
Exactly.
Got no clue.
Yeah.
But I know they've won 49 of their first 90 games.
Mm-hmm.
So
they have a lot of options, and a little later in the show, we'll get into, I guess, it is really interesting. The MLB draft just happened. The percentages, right, of how hard it is to hit on these guys. And a lot of people say, why are there so many rounds? Because it is really hard to find these guys that are going to turn out for you. So if the Giants do feel like they finally have found some guys that are going to be able to not only just be in the big leagues, but produce at a high level, you can't give it away. And Shohei, if you want to be a winner, you don't want us to give it away. So even Alex Cobb doing his recruiting, going on to say, well, if there's an avenue to get him, I understand. And I know, Willie, you're not on the rental because you don't want to give up what you think you're going to have to give up.
No interest.
But I don't want to give up anything either, but I will say I do think it would help. I feel it would help.
I do. Why?
I just feel like if you are in a position where you get used to things, right? You meet people, hopefully you're winning, and you have a playoff run, even if you don't win it. I do think he's still going to go and do the Rockstar Tour, but you still have that. It's a Costco free sample, right? You're getting to try something before you sign up.
But it ain't free. It's
free for Shohei.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's free for Shohei, but I'm saying,
Shohei,
and if you like it, you buy it.
Unless Shohei is like, oh, by the way, I've heard wonderful things about this guy, Kyle Harrison, who strikes out 2 out of every 3 batters he faces. And, man, if he ever gets control of the strike zone, he's going to be a stud. And now he's on the Angels.
Yeah.
Now I don't want to stay on the Angels because the Angels can't win. So I was hoping to go somewhere else. Boy, gosh, I wish Kyle Harrison had been in San Francisco. That would have been a fun 1-2-3 punch with me and Logan Webb.
But
I'm cool.
But I'm living in a world where I'm just living in a world where hopefully you don't have to give up all of your best guys. You're going to have to give somebody. I'm not saying to do it. I'm saying I understand why a team would take the shot.
Do you know who's a great example of why I'm just not into that is Trey Turner. Trey Turner didn't get 2 months with the Dodgers. He got a year and 2 months with the Dodgers.
Right.
And they won, and he was surrounded by stars and Hollywood and sunshine. And the second he got an opportunity, he's like, I am out.
Yeah, but that's almost...
He's out. Why? Yeah. Because you want to be on the East Coast.
Right, and that's almost, if you're the Dodgers, you just have an embarrassment of riches. So that you would say that's bad business on the Dodgers' part because that was pretty open knowledge. But the Dodgers, they tend to do this because I'm trying to remember, was it a similar situation with Manny Machado? Because he was on the Dodgers for a hot second. I'm trying to remember
why. I don't think he got the extra year, though.
He didn't have the extra year, but was he a rental?
2 months.
Right, he was the rental, and they could not flip the rental. So, look, the percentage of how often it happens, I'm sure it's not outstanding. It might look like a batting average, but hopefully it's a decent batting average. But if it's Shohei, and if you are a team that's why I said earlier about maybe a team that is a little bit further away and just take a shot in the dark, that team makes more sense than the Giants where, no, you guys have been, I'm Farhan, you guys have been getting on my farm system for years now. We're finally starting to turn this thing around, although some of the guys were here before me, but I'm here now. Some of the guys are my guys. Some of the guys here before. We're finally turning this thing around. I can't afford to give these guys up, not even for Shohei.
Again, for Shohei, in theory, I'd give up any farmhand for Shohei, but this is very circumstantial.
Right. Well, it's the group. It's not any name. It's any group of 5 to 10 names.
Right. And I think I don't think the Angels would be willing to do this unless they got something that was very sellable to their fans. And what the hell is sellable when you're talking about Ohtani? I don't even know if anything is, but you're not doing this for oh, we got Matos.
No,
and
you're
the fan
not.
base being like, oh, great, we got Luis Matos. No, you'd have to give up all of them.
Well,
you got to give them all up.
No, you have to give them all up. And I mean, you're talking 5 to 10 here. And here's the thing about the whole, you're getting the next best guy. I mean, let's be honest. There have been so many next best guys that haven't panned out. That's just the nature of the beast with Major League Baseball. That's number one. And number two, how many Angels fans, Giants fans, unless you're really in the trenches, how many people knew, if you're just a casual Major League Baseball watcher, how many people knew who Ellie De La Cruz was? Who honestly knew who he was?
Nobody.
So now they know who he is, but initially, right, and it has to work out, but initially you traded Shohei for Ellie De La Cruz. Who the heck is that? And now, look, it happened to work out, but the fans are still going to be ticked off because you don't know who the biggest prospect is because they're 20 rounds and they take so long.
You won't even remember that's how your team got that guy.
No.
You won't even
remember
because it would take 3 years to get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The A-Rod and Randy Johnson deals, Houston, Seattle, those ended up being really good deals, but people couldn't even remember who it was that they got for those players when they traded them. So there's another dynamic here that I wonder. I'm just going to wonder aloud here. Maybe you can help me out with this. Maybe this is the lunatic fringe. I don't know. But you know what's fascinating to me?
What is it?
Is how many Giants fans have an inferiority complex. Do you know how odd that is to me? Do you know how many people? And hey, Austin and San Jose on YouTube, you're the latest example because I see your barrage of comments about how absurd absurd it would be for Ohtani to look at the wee little San Francisco Giants and their campy Kapler-Farhan act.
Yeah.
What is that? Do you understand the level of a brand that the Giants are within Major League Baseball? You cannot, flat out, you're wrong if you think it's anywhere outside of the top 7, and I think you're actually half a cup of crazy if you think it's outside of the top 5. This is San Fran freaking Cisco, and this is the Giants who have had recent success and are perennial contenders, quite frankly, in the last decade. And by the way, are perennial visitors to the top 10 in payroll. Has it been perfect the last few years? Of course not. I'm not trying to pitch that to you. But I find so many Giants fans, you act like your team is the Pirates, which is just so strange to me.
Yeah.
I don't know where it comes from.
No, and
where does this come from?
I don't know if it's inferiority or just pessimistic because of what everybody feels that they've missed on, being the bridesmaid and not the bride. Ohtani the first time, most recently Aaron Judge, the Bryce Harper thing. So I can see why fans are a little bit pessimistic. What I struggle with is how serious they are, right? I mean, you see people say, well, he's not going to want to come somewhere where everything is based on numbers and he's going to get pinch hit for it. It's like, okay, come on now. Is that a serious? Are we joking?
No, they're not.
You have to be joking.
Their idea is a joke,
Yeah.
but we take calls on that too. Your pitch for Shohei, or if you're one of these people like, yeah, right. Explain why.
Yeah.
Why is it you think the Giants are the Pirates? What? Where does this come from? We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We got some Purdy Lance stuff to get to in a little bit as well, but we'll keep taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Styles is in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Willard will tell you the Giants are bigger than the Yankees. Thanks, G.G. Allen, YouTube. No, he won't. No, he won't. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't swing it all in the other direction. I will tell you that, let's see, if I were just going to go brands, baseball, Yankees, Dodgers, Red Sox. Where are you going next?
Probably, you said Yankees, Dodgers.
Let me take those
Red
three
Sox.
off the board. Yeah.
Okay.
Now where are you going?
I think it would be a mixed bag. I think you got to throw the Mets, Cubs, and I would probably put the Giants close.
Phillies.
That second tier.
Yeah.
They're all in that second tier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good spot to be.
I mean, that's the Giants.
Well, because look
and
at it.
I feel like a lot of Giants fans are like, really? Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Go to Forbes. Go look at market size. Look at success. I know, actually, I feel like I can answer my own question. I know a little bit about why it's here. Unfortunately, Farhan Zaidi's process has robbed some Giants fans of their swag. Okay?
Yeah.
To borrow a little bit from Austin Powers, okay? They lost their mojo because they feel like he's in that Target dollar bin all day long looking for Lamont Wade.
Right.
And then when he finds him, he's like, look what I got for $1.
Yeah.
And we're like, that's great, but like, can you go to the back where they're selling the iPads?
Yeah.
Can we do something back there?
The stuff that's locked up, you got to call somebody to come unlock
And
it.
he's like, I keep going back there, and they keep kicking me out of Target every time I go.
Right.
I get it. I totally understand. However, it feels at a certain point like you're crying wolf when you go, okay, here's why this one didn't work, and here's why this one didn't work, and here's why this one. But I do think the Giants are still in a fairly understandable spot if you go player by player from Stanton to Harper to Judge, and this one's one that always gets prickly. Like, I try to remind people, Carlos Correa said yes. I know he doesn't play here, but he said yes, which is actually at the core of your point, not yours. The fan who's like, we don't ever get nice things. He said yes. Then the Giants said no. So the whole concept of a free agent would never say yes to this circus of an outfit over there at 3rd and King.
Right.
Not accurate.
I'm going to play
Not
devil's
accurate.
advocate,
Okay.
and I'm going to say that just how we just talked about brands and how Red Sox, Yankees, tier 1, I would say that Carlos Correa would be a tier 2.
Oh, I'll agree with you, but a north of $300 million player.
Yes.
As it was offered.
Right, but I would say that you reading off those names and then going Carlos Correa, the fans that feel like the Giants have been missing, I don't know that they're going to count that W, even if he was on the team.
Yeah, he's not Harper and he's not Judge, but neither is Stanton.
Yeah.
I mean, the names that we come up with.
At the time, Stanton's kind of fallen off.
And by the way, the Giants were in on Ohtani last time, but they play in the National League. So I would just say this. My experience in talking to many people who are sports fans and my experience in talking to people who actually work as either players, coaches, executives, or agents in Major League Baseball, the people inside the game do not view the Giants the way the people outside the game view the Giants.
Yeah.
Somehow there is a confidence problem that has spread like wildfire among the fan base. And today's Giants are somewhat to blame for that. There's no question. Because of the analytics, because of the platoons, because of the 18-man rotation. I get it. All of those things are part of why a fan feels that way. But I can promise you that inside the game, like the players in that clubhouse, we read this. What Alex Cobb said on Monday, he's like, you guys understand, the Giants do the whole taking care of the players thing better than most. The players are not like, I'm not going to that clown show.
Yeah.
That's not how the Giants are viewed in the industry.
No, not at all. Not at all.
At all.
And I would say, as far as the fan base, I'm thinking just right now, Giants fans, and there's a big overlap. Giants fans and Warriors fans, a lot of the same people, completely different.
Thank you.
Completely different views.
And Niners. Niners and Warriors fans who are also Giants, you swagger into the room.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on the road with you twice last year, you Niner fans.
Right.
You walking through the streets with your chest pop. You go walking into hotel lobbies.
Yeah.
We're about to take your team down. What? Walking down, chanting this, that. You took over Chicago. You took over the Vegas Strip.
Yeah.
You were the number one traveling fan base in America in the NFL last year. And then baseball starts, and you're like, yeah.
Right.
I'll crawl back into my hole now.
And the Warrior thing makes sense.
Sure.
Because the Warriors just won a championship in 2022. The Warriors are still rolling. We get that. The Niner thing is interesting because they're always really good, but they haven't won a Super Bowl, right? So somehow Niner fans, who a lot of them are also Giants fans, have all this faith in the Niners. And I know it's different between you're talking about getting a free agent versus winning, but you have so much faith in that organization versus the faith that you don't have, when in reality, I mean, the Giants, different regime, right? But the Giants won more recently than the Niners.
I think it's a great point, but I think I can answer it. And that is the effect of having stars. The fans have confidence in Steph Curry. They've got confidence in Christian McCaffrey. They don't have confidence in Wilmer Flores, Austin Slater. You're like, who's batting third?
Yeah. Depends on the day.
Yeah. Like,
what's the weather?
You're like Jock's batting third.
Yeah.
But not in the sixth inning.
No.
Then someone else will be batting third. I get it.
Yeah.
I totally get it. I totally get it, except for your point, which is they have actually performed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the Giants and the 49ers over the last handful of years, who has performed better? I guess it's the 49ers.
It is the 49ers, but neither of you have anything to show for it.
Right.
Right. We're close. The Niners are closer. Okay. Is this horseshoes or football?
But then, and everybody always was like, whatever point you want to make, you go back that many years, right? Like, if I go back the last 13 years, well, then the Giants have way outperformed the 49ers.
Right.
If I only go back 5 years, then the 49ers have outperformed the Giants. If I only go back 2 years, I would say, probably the 49ers, but it's kind of close.
Right.
The Giants won 107 games.
They won 107 games with a bunch of guys where you would have to Google them versus the Niners, who've been rocking with this Super Bowl ready roster for how many years now, and they have not been able to get it done.
Yeah.
You should be more upset with the Niners than the Giants.
Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, who's in a quote unquote window?
The Niners.
Nobody thinks the Giants are in a window.
No.
Except for the Giants. The Giants do.
And we will tell Alex Cobb to tell Shohei that they're in a window.
Oh, he did. he did. Alex Cobb flew up my favorite player rankings just in the last 4 days.
Yeah.
It's like he got named an all-star, and then all of a sudden he's like, and I'm going to Seattle to get my friend back.
Right.
And I was like, I didn't even know. Honestly, had that even occurred to you before last weekend, I don't know why it hadn't occurred to me, but it had not occurred to me that Alex Cobb and Shohei were teammates.
Yeah.
Nor did I know that it seems like they also had a little bit of a bond.
Mm-hmm. Well, pitchers, Pitchers. And that's the thing about Shohei. When you do both, right? When you do both, you do get to cultivate those relationships, which is also good when you're trying to recruit because, hey, I got a cool guy who's a position player and I got a cool guy who's a pitcher. Shohei can kind of get down with both of them because he does both.
No doubt.
We're just gonna talk ourselves into it. You didn't have to talk me into it, but I guarantee.
I'm telling you, man. Listen, I don't care. Even if you told me, what do you think the Giants' percentage chances are at Shohei?
Based on
put a number on it.
Based on what we have kind of broken down, if it's are we saying that the West Coast thing is real?
It's up to you.
All right,
it's up to you.
If the West Coast thing isn't real, I would say 40%. If the West Coast thing is real, I would go up to 60%.
Good Lord, those are huge numbers. If that's what you feel, how many more days until the mania starts? Those are really good chances.
Yeah.
And I know they're just your opinion.
Just my opinion. And I've been doing the show with you, so maybe before the show, I might have been down to 25% before the show. I got to be completely honest with you.
Show up, do a show with Bonte. Yeah. Be like,
I'm about 15.
I think it's -12.
The panic meter is high.
Right. We're sponsored by Cars.com. Oh, Bitter A's fan is on the line. So we've got that for you coming up next. Plus, we'll explain exactly how you can win today's unbelievable prize. Keep taking your calls on this. What's your pitch to Shohei? How do you think the Giants actually get this done? 888-957-9570. Styles in for Dibs for the rest of the week. It's Willard and Dibs. 7 prizes left. You're going to have to listen closely to the show. And in the 5 o'clock hour, you're going to have a chance to win. And yes, the Klay Thompson autographed jersey is still on the board.
Wow.
We're halfway through the week, and it is still on the board. And so is another round of golf with the hosts. So are more private classes at Evolve Training Center. So is a $250 gift card to Buon Vino and a handful of different sets of tickets to Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan. So that's all still on the table.
Sorry to be a stickler for accuracy. We actually have 8.
8. You're right. You're right because the morning show didn't. Wait here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're right. 8. That's right. It's supposed to be 7. It's supposed to be 7. But Bonte and Joe were like, okay, if you were listening to the show, what is the algorithm that leads to our ratings on a monthly basis? And then 5 people were like, Krukenkuip. And nobody got the answer. Right. And so, here we go. Now we have an extra prize. But that's good for us. It's good for us on Friday, apparently.
They're going to be very happy. Very happy listeners. Got to pay attention, though.
Got to pay attention. So far on this show, we're like, okay, if you were listening to the show at 3 o'clock, what's 2 plus 2? And then people went. So maybe there's a middle ground we can find.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a middle ground.
We'll find it. And actually, we're set to give away half of those 8 remaining prizes. 1 today, 1 tomorrow, 2 Friday.
Damn.
4 of 8.
Our show is special. Yes. Finally. Getting the recognition we deserve. I'm excited. Very, very excited. Okay. Speaking of baseball, and you obviously weren't here for this. A few weeks ago, I went on a Savannah Banana rant. You heard of these guys, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I went on a rant is apparently, and once I think it was my lovely Christy, maybe it was my mom, maybe it was both of them. Looking for things to do for the kids, and one of them sort of suggested, "Hey, I think that your son Jude, who's 9, would really love this. You should get tickets to see the Savannah Bananas because they travel around. And
right.
I think they're playing a stint in San Jose, and I think they're playing a stint in Sacramento. And so I was like open to either one of them. I'm like, this is a great idea. I'm going to surprise the kids. We're going to get tickets to the Savannah Bananas. And then I clicked on one link, and it was like, okay, if you would like 4 tickets, that will be $47,238. I'm exaggerating only a little. It was ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah. And we even had Eric Burns on and talked about it. And he's like, bro, you wouldn't even believe how many people are trying to come at me for tickets because they are so popular.
Wow.
It has become very preventative.
Right.
Like Chase Center is over here going, wow, those are expensive.
That's crazy because it
just...
I mean, they took off like wildfire. They're essentially the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
Great way to say it.
And they at first it was just in Savannah, and now they started touring, and I didn't even know they were. I know last year, I don't know when they started doing West Coast, but I know they kind of grew and started traveling around the South, and now clearly they're going West Coast. Doing great for them. They actually got a guy drafted this year.
Did they really?
And I don't know if they're guys or because of the NIL, if they're guys that can play with them and then also play in a normal league. But they got a guy drafted this year. Super random.
Well, and so they got another viral clip that went out yesterday. I don't know if you saw this, but apparently there's a rule in a Savannah Bananas game that if an opponent hits a foul ball and a fan clearly catches it, he's out.
Get out.
So this guy last night rips an absolute seed down the left field line. Okay? Hooking, foul. And this lady, she looked like she about 50 years old. She just threw a glove up. And I mean, it was a line shot down the third base line. She threw a glove up, whap, right in the glove. Ball game over. Like it was the last out of the game.
Yeah.
The whole team went and pulled her out of the stands. Celebrating on the field.
Show, man.
I mean, they get it. They get it. They totally get it.
I'm wondering because were there ever any... Because when you see something do so well and there's so many players out there, now you start worrying about copycat. And I'm wondering, did anybody ever try to copycat the Globetrotters?
Well, that's a good question. Does anybody... I mean, I'm sure somebody tried something. Everything's a copycat league.
Well, and if you're the Savannah Bananas, you just try to monopolize them and say, okay, well, we'll play you. Right, there's enough money to go around. We're still number one. No one's going to eclipse them.
Yeah, and sometimes I think things are quirky and unique enough that if you try to copy them, it's so obvious.
Right.
That it's like, what is this? But then again, if somebody wanted to do it and charge $25 for tickets, I'd be like, I'll go watch the knockoffs.
Right.
They should call themselves that.
The knockoffs.
Right.
The spoiled bananas.
There you go. We're the brown bananas.
The brown bananas.
We are the spoiled bananas. That would be the squishy bananas. How about that?
I'm into that.
Oh, my gosh. It is so expensive. I was like, I want to go. And
I got to look
like,
it up in the next break.
I don't want to go anymore.
Yeah. I have to look it up at the next break.
Wow. Bitter A's fan in Oakland is on with Willard and Styles. Hey, Bitter A's fan, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just doing some yard work today, but wanted to give you a shout about this discrepancy that you identified between players seeing the value in coming to the Giants and their fans.
Yeah, hit us. What do you think?
All right, so the players come to the Giants for all the reasons that people come to the Bay Area teams. But first of all, they come because the Giants have money. They come for the good weather, drive up the market value of all these houses around here, and they come for all the market opportunities that are afforded to rich people in the area, same way as Andre Iguodala and all the Warriors do when they come and get here. So actually, on that note, I actually think they have a good case to get Shohei just because, of all those reasons, and especially if the West Coast thing is real. So it looks good for a place for players to come and show value to the team and have a good experience. But the problem is, the reason the discrepancy is there is Giants fans over the last 25 years have been incredibly spoiled in a number of different ways. And you guys mentioned during the part of the segment where you're saying it's the same fans as Warriors fans, Niners fans. This is a group of bandwagon, very vanilla, transplant people who have come from other cities to San Francisco looking for a team, and they happen to fall into a place where they landed on 3 World Series from underdog teams that far outperformed their ability.
Hold on. But listen, Bitter A's fan. I mean, your name precedes you here with your point. Are you suggesting that the Giants fan base is largely made up of bandwagoners who showed up in 2010? Because when that ballpark was built in 2000, you couldn't get a ticket, and they hadn't won a damn thing.
It's a good call out. I think the conversation that we're having right now is you're hearing all these fans saying, why can't we sign this guy? Why can't we sign that guy? I know that Bonte is a longtime Giants fan, and he's saying the same thing. But the thing is, you've got all of these fans who have this massive expectation. Those same fans are the people who saw the Warriors win all these championships and sign all these big names, and they think that the Giants should be doing the same thing, when in reality, the Giants who won those World Series were teams that were playing scrappy, platoon, fundamental baseball. They're a really good team. They weren't necessarily a bunch of super-duper stars. And then you just mentioned, Farhan is putting together a team just like that again, and the fans are like, oh, why can't we get Giancarlo Stanton? Why can't we get this guy? And it's just because, that's not the way the Giants have ever been, frankly. And just to, bring it full circle, Bitter A's fan here, I would watch the A's games in the 90s, and I would only watch a Giants game when Barry Bonds was up. Now, he was a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-generation, arguably best player ever in baseball to watch, so that's the reason to watch him. But those Giants games in the 90s were so boring because that team was so boring to watch, man.
Well, except for Barry Bonds actually sort of goes against the point you just made, saying that the Giants are always built like that. They're not. They had the big star, and they had stars before that. If you want to go back to the Hum Baby era and people like Will Clark, and he hands the baton off to Barry Bonds. They've had big names through the year. Yeah, their World Series teams were homegrown. Mm-hmm. They were homegrown, and that's great. And I think it's one point that Farhan has really tried to drive home. And I will forever think that Giants fans don't give the organization enough acknowledgement for this fact. Farhan has come in and said from the beginning, you can't do this without a homegrown base. We've got to have a homegrown base. And the farm system was a damn wreck when he got here.
Right.
And it's not anymore. It's not maybe as far as you wanted it to be. It's not been perfect, but the farm system is so much better now, and it is starting to show the potential for some homegrown players who can contribute. So that's great. But the larger point, and, like he mentions, he used Bonte as an example. I got no issue with fans who are demanding money, players, entertainment, winning. I've got sort of no issue with that at all. But I think that's separate from what I see, which is a confidence problem. It's not demanding that they get good players. There's a big portion of the fan base that has decided they never will and can't. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know where that loss of juice happened for a lot of fans.
Yeah, and it's kind of the cool thing to do, to be completely honest. I don't it's the opposite. It's a weird bandwagon. It's not normally the bandwagon, but, well, everybody thinks that we're not going to get this guy, and we haven't got this guy, we haven't got that guy. Farhan's obsessed with numbers, and Gabe Kapler's a machine, and that's just where we're at right now. I think that it's all a part of the narrative, and I hate to use that word. I have a whole list of overused sports terms, and narrative has got to be top three.
It's big.
Top three. Ceiling is up there, too, but it is part of the narrative. It is part of the narrative with this current regime, and it's just so completely different to what Giants fans were used to in those even years. You got Bruce Bochy and Gabe Kapler couldn't be any more different, right?
Doubt,
so I just think
he's in good shape,
right?
Sorry, go ahead.
So I think that it's been a little hard for Giants fans. They haven't been won over. So if you haven't been won over, you're just a bit. And I guess maybe the word was maybe realistic, and it's kind of leaked into pessimistic because you didn't get Judge and you didn't get Bryce Harper. And I think a fan would just say, well, why should I be optimistic since Farhan came on?
Okay. I think I can answer that because name another team who's been in on all of those players.
What, Padres?
Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, do you know how many baseball fans in America have teams that laughably won't even consider something like that?
Good point.
Bill Shaken walked up to Brent Rooker the other night and went, so, what do you,
go A's there,
what's the
though.
A's pitch to Ohtani?
Go Pirates,
and that
not
guy
A's.
somehow kept a straight face and answered the question.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, Giants fans, you don't get to have an inferiority complex because you're not inferior. You're not. You beat the Dodgers in the division 2 years ago. You had someone say yes for $350 million. You've had a seat at the table for every one of these players. And your list who has said no is really like only 4 or 5 people long.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's really it. And so you're going to take all of that and you wanted to name the crowd. It's the he ain't coming crowd.
Okay.
We get that comment on YouTube 18 times a day.
Yeah.
He ain't coming. Oh, gosh. You don't look any fun to be around at all. I'm trying to tell y'all, the he ain't coming crowd, I do not want to sit next to you at a Giants game. You seem very unpleasant. You need a free bowl of chowder or something? Like, do you look around the league? Are there teams that have it better off? Yeah, few. Sure, I wish they looked like the Braves right now. But look around even the National League. Okay?
Yeah.
Look around. You're telling me that this is the he ain't coming team? This is not the he ain't coming team.
Right. And
that list is about 24 teams long, and the Giants ain't on it.
Yeah, and let's be honest, right? And you look at some of the other teams that are trying to do some good things, and there's a reason. I think what's confusing about Giants fans is that you have it's a inferiority complex for specific situations, right? Because if you ask a Giants fan their take on Ohtani, there are going to be a lot of Giants fans that say, not going to get him, haven't got this free agent, that free agent. You ask a Giants fan, how do you feel the Giants can stack up against the Diamondbacks, who are leading the NL West right now? Every Giants fan will say, I am not scared of the Diamondbacks, who are younger, right? Have a really good base. Corbin Carroll, a lot of these guys that are coming up. You should be scared. You should be scared of the Diamondbacks. You don't have an inferiority complex when it comes to the Diamondbacks. even though the Diamondbacks are leading the NL West, and they're doing it right now with young guys. They're not going anywhere. But when it comes to getting a free agent, so it's very buffet-like. I'm going to take some of this inferiority, but I'm superior here, but I'm inferior here. So, and that's just fandom.
I don't know.
That's just fandom.
I guess if I went through Major League Baseball right now, do you know how many teams that I could unequivocally say he ain't coming?
A lot.
Okay?
The Diamondbacks would be one of them.
The Rays, he ain't coming. Orioles, he ain't coming.
Adley Rutschman?
He ain't coming. Okay?
The Rays?
Even,
they don't want to pay
the
anybody.
Blue Jays, he ain't coming. I'll leave the Yankees and Red Sox out of this. I'll give you the entire AL Central. He ain't coming. Okay? American League West. I'm going to leave Seattle out. I'm going to leave Houston out. The whatever you want to call them, Athletics, he ain't coming. Angels, he leaving.
Yeah.
Rangers, he ain't coming. National League, I'll leave the Braves out. I'll leave the Phillies out and the Mets out. Marlins, Nationals, he ain't coming. In the Central, outside of the Cubs, he ain't coming. National League West, take out the Diamondbacks and Rockies. Both of you, he ain't coming. Mm-hmm. That leaves about 10 teams, and the Giants are one of them. And a lot of the fans are having a hard time. Instead of being like, where's the let's get him crowd? What happened to y'all? Is this like a COVID thing?
No,
is everybody's confidence shot in the world right now? I do think that's a lot of it. Here's another thing I hear. Oh, people are pooping in the streets, and, Ted Cruz said this. He ain't coming. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of you have this San Francisco thing as if other big cities don't have a homeless person.
Yeah.
Like, what are y'all talking about?
Well, and it's also like, let's be honest. When is the last time you saw all these athletes that we're talking about? Well, they're not going to be. Where do you think that these athletes are going to be hanging out exactly in the city? Where do you think Shohei's going to be frequenting?
Inner city Starbucks?
Where do you think he's going to be?
He's going to be in his $18 million spread and a driver who takes him to the damn game.
Yeah.
And then he's going to be on the team plane half the year. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's wild. It's wild. Joe in Stockton, you're next up here. Willard and Dibbs, Styles in for Dibbs. What's going on, Joe? What are you doing?
Oh, nothing much. I'm working, but I had to speak on what Angry A's fan was saying.
Okay.
Personally, I'm not with neither side. I mean, I would love to see Shohei on the Giants, but personally, I'm one with the times. I love seeing the Giants make, like, the 2010 team. I read a book from Andrew Baggerly, and it was called The Band of Misfits.
Sure, I remember the book.
And each team was honestly, like, each team that the Giants won was a band of misfits. Just a bunch of players that just did their roles, but they won, and they were a bunch of unknowns, so to speak. And honestly, I love it. I love seeing a team go through, like, trials, errors, and just, beat the odds, so to speak. I don't necessarily need a big team or a big player, but honestly, as long as the team's winning, I ain't going to complain.
Well, this is interesting, and Joe, thanks. I will say that, like, Farhan would, in a way, echo that, like, directly. And I think what Joe is essentially saying, when people ask a baseball executive what makes fans excited about a team, I think fans go, we want stars. And a baseball executive will usually say, no, you want wins. And they have some data on their side.
Right.
Because 2 years ago, we were all excited. They didn't have any stars. But they won 107 games. And believe me, I was the one. I took all those post-game calls.
Right.
And everybody was like, I love this team. Because it's surprising. The Warriors 2 years ago, they're surprising. You didn't see that coming. That's even better than having Kevin Durant. Didn't everybody say?
Yes.
Right? So, again, that's not anti-Shohei. The best world is both. But if you win, you will be loved, whether you want to buy a jersey or not.
Yeah. And going back to Farhan and can he build a winner, I mean, there are not a lot of, when you look at the past teams that have won World Series, it's not It's not as if everybody's getting a ring. Oprah, you get a ring and you get a ring. It's not as if World Series are just getting thrown around. I do wonder sometimes, and earlier when I was giving my speech, we talked about, look at those championships. Is it just honestly, and I hate to use the S word, that because of the 2010s, the even year championships, that fans are a little bit spoiled or disillusioned as to how easy it is to pull this thing off?
That might be part of it, but I also think that I think it is difficult to follow a legend.
Mm-hmm.
And Bruce Bochy became a legend in this town. And then a new regime took over that does things in presumably, or at least what observers would say is a very different way. And I would agree that to an extent they do. Although we talked directly to Bochy about this, and he was offended at this idea that he just ran around with his gut.
Yeah.
And I think we'll go with Affeldt. Like, that's not, he was like, I used analytics. I used analytics. Yeah, he said that directly to us. He was not just some idiot who was like, roll the dice. It says number 7. Let's go with our 7th
It's not beer league. It's not a beer league.
No, he was more thoughtful than people give him credit for. And this regime is more human than people give them credit for. But the perception is that they're very, very different, categorically opposed. And when you do that, it's very difficult to follow a legend unless you do the exact same thing right when you get here, and they haven't done that.
Right.
So I think fans have a hard time with this group.
Coming in hot. And I know we're almost up against it, but Farhan, right now, how many teams right now would be interested in Farhan if he said, fine, you know what, I can't do this. I'm done with you fans. You don't want me here. I'm gone. How many teams would be interested in bringing on Farhan right now?
Almost all of them. Almost all of them.
That many.
I'm telling you, almost all. Brian Cashman with the New York Yankees is one of the biggest Farhan Zaidi proponents in all of baseball. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers were totally ticked to lose him. Mm-hmm. Those are the 2 biggest brands in the game. And I know all the smaller market teams would love him because the guy knows how to build a team without a lot of dough.
Sure.
Right? Like he did it with the A's. He was a part of it, at least. He was a part of that. So to me, Farhan around baseball and to a degree Kyle Shanahan around football, there's a similarity there, which is there's frustration in your market. Go ahead, put them on the market. They'd last 3 hours. They would last 3 hours before somebody plucked them immediately. All right, 888-957-9570. We're going to keep taking your calls. Styles in for Dibs all week. Presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also, coming up next, we'll again explain exactly what's left in the All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game, the prizes that are on the table as long as you keep listening. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, we will have another giveaway for you, and some of the best prizes on the board are still absolutely in play. So all of that coming up next, and we keep going with your calls right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was funny. All-Star Week blowout continues. Did I take a recent chance to mention what's still on the table for you? The autographed Clay jersey's still there. Ooh, I'd keep listening.
Is today the day?
Might be. Jerry Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan. Want to go? You might. Private jiu-jitsu, self-defense lessons, Muay Thai, fitness, boxing from Evolve Training Center, which is a place you ought to check out because it's different. It's not just, hey, I'm going to go get my workout on. This is like a whole vibe and community that's being built there, and you could get in with some private lessons that'll do your mind, body, and spirit real good. $250 gift card to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, which is where we did our Warriors Summit a few weeks ago. For a lot of us, the first time we had been able to visit that place, and it's fantastic. So all of that's what's and one more round of golf with the hosts at Berkeley Country Club in, let's see, 2 weeks from yesterday, right? I think is the day that we're going there, 2 weeks from yesterday. So coming up soon, if you win that, you get to actually go out there and watch Dan Dibley putt from 200 yards away. It's amazing.
Texas wedge?
Oh, my God, this guy. He won't chip. He refuses to chip.
I don't mind a Texas wedge, but you got to work on it.
If it works, right. I don't care if you kick the damn thing if it's legal.
You got to work on your game, though, Dibs. Can't Texas wedge all the time.
He is chip averse, not like actual chips, like he'll eat a Dorito, I think.
Yeah.
But this man, if he is somewhere near the green, he is just going to whack that thing with a putter and hope that it goes somewhere near the hole.
Not incredibly surprising. No, that tracks. That tracks for me,
doesn't it? It really, really does. So anyway, we got that coming up. Keep listening because you're going to need to be able to answer a question from the show, and be able to talk about it or answer a question here coming up in about an hour and a half. So we got that still around the bend. We're sitting here after the All-Star performance talking about Shohei Ohtani. What would your pitch be if you were the San Francisco Giants? Because Alex Cobb, former teammate of Shohei, seems to be putting some legitimacy around the idea that maybe Shohei could become a Giant. Dave Fleming with some interesting things to say on the morning roast today about the whole situation. So what would your pitch to Shohei be? And then I've sort of extended it by asking the what is up with this he ain't coming crowd? Mm-hmm. Like what caused the San Francisco Giants fan confidence problem that I see from a lot? Not all of you, but a lot of you.
It is a lot. The number is growing. And I wonder how the number jumped up after Aaron Judge and Correa, even though Correa wasn't the Giants' fault, really.
Yeah, well, you can have whatever opinion you want. For me, what's relevant is that he said yes, because that's sort of what the origins of the point have always been. Oh, gosh, why is a free agent going to say yes to here? Gabe Kapler's a weirdo. Farhan's a penny pincher. San Francisco's a hot mess. And the Giants don't have any good players. Why would someone come here? I'm like, wow, really?
Yeah.
I sort of want to look at these people and I'm like, what are you doing here? Like,
right.
What are you okay?
Right. But and again, where the 1%, and we're not trying to get, I don't even know if political would be the right term here, but these guys how often do you see these athletes walking around? They're not hanging out the same spots you hang out.
Except for actually, ironically, Gabe. Gabe is actually the one.
Sure. Gabe and you saw Barry Bonds yesterday.
I did, but that was not in the inner city. Gabe is doing the inner city Starbucks, and he is riding down the Embarcadero in his black jeans. He is.
And that's really funny to me that he is trying at least to be a man of the people.
Oh, totally.
And fans have just rejected him.
Well, he's incapable because he's just different.
Yeah.
Because he rides his bike down the Embarcadero and then he does a video on Instagram about frying an egg. This is how I fry an egg and put it on a burger. I don't know. There is something Gabe probably doesn't understand this. There's something very unattainable about Gabe Kapler.
I wonder if it's kicked up a notch because of the fact that he followed up Bochy, not just how they coach, but legitimately they're completely different people.
Totally. Yeah. Bochy's like, I'm going to waddle out here on the mound, right? And then Gabe's like, freaking right said Fred, I'm too sexy plays.
Yeah.
And the guy is like strutting out to the mound as if he's on the catwalk.
I think it's the jawline.
It's the jawline?
Is it jealousy?
No one can get that. You can't attain. That's the unattainable part.
I think it's the hand tat. I really do. You got a hand tat. You got a beard that looks like it has been manicured to a T.
Yeah, but you can do that.
day.
He's born with that jawline.
No, but Lucas, I'm telling you, I got a TikTok. I don't know why I got this TikTok promo. You can rub your face. It's like a ball looking thing. You rub both sides of your cheek. You do it for a couple hours a day, and it will accentuate your cheekbones. I'm just,
I think.
How much did you pay for that, Alan?
Yeah, I didn't pay for it. I'm just saying if one could. I don't even know why. I don't know why it's in my algorithm.
What's the product called?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
I'm Alan Stiles, and I trim my beard with the thingamabob, or whatever it's called.
And I'm fixing. Yeah, I'm getting my jawline right.
Like, considering that you've got the baby at home, by the way. Like, your beard projects to be a Gabe Kapler beard. Like, yours isn't that perfect, but you have a 2-month-old.
Right.
So it is.
Okay.
It doesn't have any gray in it. I don't know if you're doing that or if it actually doesn't have any gray in it.
I'm not.
But, like, it should.
Yeah.
You should have some gray in your
I go on
beard.
the sides. The sides of my head is where I get my gray.
Okay, and what do you do with them? You just
pluck
leave them? Oh, you pluck them?
Yeah. Ooh. I know someone's going to cut that. I pluck them.
The word plucky is actually a word on this show. We use it a lot. And now it might be your nickname.
Plucky.
Plucky Styles.
There you go.
I'm into it. Not bad.
There you go.
Let's go to Anna in Santa Rosa. You're on with Willard and Plucky. Hey, Anna, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm hanging out at my dad's apartment in Santa Rosa, and right now I'm walking on a path outside.
Okay. The path of least resistance, I hope, Anna. Thank you for calling. What's up?
So, well, you said that people are not showing support for wanting, like, actively voicing that they want Shohei Ohtani on the Giants. So I was like, oh, I got to call in, because I think that Ohtani would be, not only would he be a great fit for the Giants are the team that is the best fit for Ohtani. Like, that's clear.
Why do you think that, Anna? That's the intriguing thing right now. Why do you think that the Giants are the perfect fit for him?
So, okay, there's a lot of different things that go into it, right? So it's hard to even know where to start. A lot of it has already been covered. The main thing that I think is, like, really, like, one of the key pillars that I have not heard mentioned at all is the presence not only of the Asian community in the Bay Area, like, how do I phrase it? Like, there is for centuries, there has been a cultural connection between Asia and the city of San Francisco. And this goes back to before San Francisco was American. Like, it is a part of this region, but specifically it's a part of the city of San Francisco, the international connection to Asia. And this is one of the things that Ohtani represents in the game. He's not just an international player, but he's a Japanese superstar. And so I think that there's an opportunity, if the Giants so chose, to say, like, yeah, we're a baseball team and we want to win, and we're going to win a bunch of championships with Ohtani and our young guys. Like, that whole baseball narrative exists and is, like, very logically consistent. But I think the real key to it would be for the Giants to say, look, with Shohei in San Francisco, we can really do some amazing work in San Francisco to unite the people of the Bay Area.
That's interesting. And Anna, I think that now, again, every time we bring one of these up, Anna, thank you so much. Like, every time one of these things comes up, in the back of my mind, I'm going, I don't know where that sits on his list.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if that's on his list at all. I don't know if he wants to be a conduit to bringing this community together in a way that it's lost. I don't know how much it matters to him, the history of the Asian community here in the Bay Area. But it might, and the job is twofold for the Giants. The first job is to know what makes him tick. And then the second job is to do an unbelievable job of highlighting that for him. But yeah, those things, I mean, it certainly seems like those things can't hurt.
Right.
And so some of this is on, for each baseball team, it's on them to show Shohei how they can win with him, because we know that that's his first priority. But then there's also the stuff that to a degree is out of your control, which is just where you play. And does he want to be in Seattle? Does he want to be in Southern California? Does he want to be in the Bay Area? Or does he actually have eyes for New York or Chicago? I don't know, but I certainly would think that based on what we do know about him, the Bay Area checks quite a few boxes.
Yeah, and great call, by the way. Super thoughtful. Thank you, Anna. And I don't know. The only reason I don't want to get too high on that, I think everything that was said was legitimate. I think to your point, we just don't know, because we've done this exercise before in a different version. So I don't want to put too many eggs in that basket. With Bryce Harper, he had ties to the Giants. Aaron Judge, you guys were in his hometown, right? He grew up loving the Giants.
And we crushed it, by the way.
You did.
Yeah,
you did. And like, we
didn't get him, but
you still did it. You still did it. So I'm just not sure how much that matters. But I think to your point, I would say the same exact thing. It definitely can't hurt. I don't know how much it helps, but it cannot hurt at all.
I do think this. I think, and a quick reminder that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I do think that when there's a big free agent, we tend to spend more time on the things that don't matter as much and less time on the things that do, and that's because the things that do are hard to describe. So here's what we'll spend time on. We'll spend time on, okay, what about the city and the Asian community? Okay, that's one thing we talk about a lot. Second thing we talk about a lot, money. Third thing we talk about a lot, what's the team's record right now? Those are the three things we talk about. I think you can get around all that. The money's going to be there. Shohei can find a good spot in Seattle, San Francisco, LA, or San Diego. I think he can be comfortable in any one of those cities. And whether or not the team won this year is probably less relevant to Shohei than whether or not he thinks they can win next year.
Right.
And all four of those teams could make a pitch for, no, we're in a pretty good spot and we think we can win next year. All of them have been to the playoffs in very, very recent times and have good farm systems and the like. What I think matters most is kind of like when you go tour college campuses. When you tour 4 college campuses and you come home, how do you decide which one you want? You're like, that one just felt right.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It just felt right. And I'll keep pointing to the fact when people go, oh, he ain't coming because that's stupid. Why would he not go to the Yankees or the Braves or the Astros or the Dodgers? Well, the first time around, he chose the freaking Angels. So everybody out there who goes to the cookie cutter idea, that ain't this dude. He could have been a Yankee, and he decided to be an Angel.
Yeah.
Which is different.
Right. I mean, I'm thinking now, Willard, and look, we're on day 2 here of me being on the show with you, and you're starting to, I'm taking things in a direction. You've led me in a position to where
I'm chopping your tree down.
Because now I'm thinking about this, and I might be going haywire here, but going back to the rental, and maybe there's a way we can look up the numbers and how often the rental situations work. How often do those players sign after a team trades for them? I'm sure we can find those numbers somewhere. So you look at the Shohei thing, and I start to think to myself, it could go great, but unless you get a World Series, it could also go in the opposite direction.
Absolutely.
There's something to be said about everybody seeing just the best parts, right, in a pitch. We're going to show you the best parts of San Francisco. Nothing else has to be done. You go and you do that rental. Somebody gets injured. It doesn't end up working out. Now Shohei's thinking, that wasn't a great experience. Now you've lost
all your young pieces, and it wasn't a great experience. There's no guarantee that things are going to go well. I take it back to, your sons are playing baseball pretty soon here. You're probably already, because it's real young now, the showcase life. And when you go to a baseball showcase or any type of showcase, you got to show what you're able to do. And it goes very quick. Okay, they get you in the outfield or the infield. Field a ball. Okay, he can field. Throw a ball. Okay, he's got an arm. Then what's next? You get batting practice and a lot live ABs. If you get a hit, in your mind, I just showed the scouts I'm a 5-tool player. You don't want to go up again. You don't want to play another inning because I just showed them the best version of myself. So you get them into the building, showing him the best version of yourself, showing him those championships, showing him what they've already done. You get him and things don't go perfect, and unless you win a World Series, you could argue things didn't go perfect. Could leave a bad taste in his mouth.
Like, I'm actually trying to think. Hunter Pence is an example comes to mind. Like a deadline acquisition who stayed. How often is that? And I'm going to set apart two different things. There's the deadline acquisition who stays, and then there's the deadline acquisition that is a major player.
Right.
In my opinion, when you are heading toward a $500 million free agency, you do the free agency. Like Hunter Pence is like, okay, 5 for 90. I'm quirky. I like a scooter. San Francisco, that's my jam.
Yep.
And so, I like coffee. Let's stay here. My wife loves it. That's different if Hunter was about to make $550 million. The agent and the players union will literally be like, that's nice. I hope they showed you something. That's wonderful. They can be on your list. But soon as the season ends, we're rebooting, we're filing for free agency, and we are starting from scratch with this whole thing.
Right.
That's what I feel. And again, I honestly keep going back to your pitch is better for Shohei if you've still got your farm system intact. He's not signing for a year.
No.
He's signing for 10.
Yeah.
So whoever's in your farm system, they're coming while Shohei's here. Yeah, I don't want him coming for somebody else.
And let's be completely honest. I know Shohei didn't want to do this, but in 5 years from now, you might be looking at a closer. Right? So the idea of the pitching, I don't know how long. I just truly don't know.
I think he'll always hit home runs, but okay.
But I'm saying he might not be a starter anymore. So okay, how do you view that part of what the farm system have and things like that? So things are going to evolve throughout the duration of his time here. So there's so much to look at. I also think the reason he's going to go on this Rockstar World Tour for the, call it the recruiting trips is because it's good for baseball. You talked about the Players Association. Don't take forever, Shohei, and make a decision when you want, but it's good for the league for everybody to wonder, because we were talking about this in the pre-show as well, because it's not just Damian Lillard. Okay, put him in the list of guys that have always opted out or forced their way out. He's not even forcing his way out. He's just coming up, and now he's a free agent. But baseball doesn't get this opportunity very often, and baseball doesn't see Shohei Ohtani very often. So we cannot have you, even if you know where you're going to go, brother, just help us out and do a tour and enjoy yourself, enjoy the different cities, even if in your mind you know. So no matter if you do the rental or not, he's getting that full tour, and he could be swayed.
Absolutely.
So you might as well wait it out.
Yep. That's what I think completely. I think that even if you've got all kinds of good vibes coming from the organization where you are, it reboots. It reboots, it restarts, and somebody else could absolutely grab his attention. I'm trying to think of where that, again, and I'm talking the headliner deadline acquisition who's about to be a free agent, and what do they normally do? Max Scherzer came to the Dodgers. He was out.
Yeah, I can't keep up with Max Scherzer.
Right? No joke. Trey Turner came for a year and a half, and then he was out.
Machado out.
Carlos Beltran, famously with the Giants, out.
Chapman out. Or Chapman did it a couple times. Again, another one that's hard to keep up with.
Yep, exactly. Who else? I mean, Chris Bryant out. I think it's pretty rare that somebody uses those 10 weeks and convinces somebody brand new, this is the place for you long term. Does it happen? Sure, it's happened. But
Beltran.
Yeah, I don't think that I just don't think it's the carrot that people think it is. I don't think it's the attraction that people think it is.
No, and I look at it like how the transfer portal got fired up a couple years ago now, and kids are just going all over the place. Kids love the transfer portal because you can redo the best part of high school sports, getting recruited, right? Amongst, just being in high school. You can redo the recruiting process anytime you want, right? And I think it's a cap on it or something like that. So Shohei, you're only going to get so many chances to do this. So Shohei's going to sign for 10 years, whatever it is. So he's never going to have another opportunity to get recruited like this. So there's no way, even if you've tried to woo him, and again, short of winning a World Series, what is it? Getting to the World Series and losing? Hey, man, we were so close. Is it losing in the divisional? Hey, man, we were so close. What is it that you think you can do besides winning the whole thing that would make Shohei think, yeah, I got to go back here? On top of the fact that he's still going to do the recruiting Rockstar World Tour either way.
I'm looking right now at over the last 25 years, the biggest names who were acquired at the deadline.
Okay.
Go back to 2008. The Angels got Mark Teixeira. They got Mark Teixeira from the Braves. You remember what happened after the season was over?
Was that Yankee time?
Yankee time. Randy Johnson goes to the Astros from the Mariners. I'm trying to remember then. What did Big Man do at the end of the season? Is that when he?
I don't remember. He wasn't in the Astros jersey for long.
Arizona, right? Went to Arizona. I think
feels right.
Yeah. CC Sabathia went to the Brewers, and then where did he go next?
Yankee time.
New York Yankees. Manny Ramirez to the Dodgers. Now he stayed.
Mm-hmm.
He stayed and did Manny Wood and steroids. That was fun. Yoenis Cespedes to the Mets, right? And Michael Fulmer and Luis Cessa went to the Tigers. That's the other funny part about this is to look at the players who were given up and see if anybody ended up ever being a thing, right? Can you name any of the players that were acquired in the Randy Johnson deal that went to the Mariners?
I can't.
Freddie Garcia, Carlos Guillen, and a player to be named later who became John Halama.
All right. But that goes against your argument to give up the Hall, though.
No, listen, again, a lot of these players won't work out.
Right.
Same for the Giants' top prospects. They're top 5 right now. They're not all going to work out. But I do believe that some of them will. And again, my pitch to Shohei would simply be, again, let's just take Kyle Harrison. I want him in the rotation next year.
Yeah.
I just think that's a bigger pull than, hey, did you like our clubhouse for 10 weeks? Look at Gabe Kapler's beard. Don't you want to stay?
Yeah.
I would rather be like, no, Kyle Harrison, 6-man rotation. You're going to give up Harrison and Wisenhunt when this guy literally, in baseball circles, according to Dave Fleming, wants a 6-man rotation?
I was told that one of the main criteria for him is going to be a 6-man rotation. He wants a team willing to do it a little differently, like they do it in Japan. I've heard that he feels like that's the best way for him to manage the workload of doing both for the long haul. And there's no team that would be better equipped to consider something like that than the Giants. And the Giants this year have demonstrated to him and to everybody in baseball that they can get creative with a pitching staff, and they can manage around an unusual circumstance. So I think from that standpoint, the Giants would be extraordinarily well positioned, and they have a lot of arms in the system to where I think they'd feel like, hey, we can do that.
6-man rotation. What about 12-man rotation?
Why
How about
not?
that, Shohei?
Yeah.
Could pitch twice a month. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Plenty of time for your phone calls at 888-957-9570. And you think there's been a lot of Brock Purdy, Trey Lance talk? I say there hasn't been enough. We'll explain that. Coming up, Styles in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. from giving away a fabulous prize. And again, if you're just joining us, here's what's still in the hopper. Okay? We got actually a bunch of different pairs of Jerry Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan tickets, Chase Center, November 3rd. Gold-blooded T-shirts that go along with it. I'm bearing the lead. The autographed Klay Thompson jersey is still on the table. And remember, no matter what you win, you're qualified to win a 1 in 15 chance at winning the Steph Curry signed jersey. So that goes for everybody who wins. Round of golf with a pair of hosts, TBD as to which ones you get. Mm-hmm. I think we should take the 3 winners of that prize and do a steel cage match. And winner gets me and Dibs.
Yeah.
Loser gets Steiny and Guru. And Guru, don't get mad. I'll tell you why. And then second place gets Bonte and Joe.
There you go.
Both of those shows are going to have somebody. You're going to have to wait for Bonte and Guru to swing and miss a bunch of times. And it's not a rip. That's what they're learning.
Right.
They're learning, right? You swing and miss when you learn.
God bless whoever's behind them. Damn it. And shout out to Berkeley Country Club, by the way.
Totally.
It is beautiful.
Oh, gosh. We got to go there last year and do this, and it's a ton of fun. It's a beautiful course. Mm-hmm. And apparently it's littered with people who listen to 95.7 The Game in the houses along the way. We had people with banners hanging out on their deck.
Yeah.
Like, it was incredible, the welcome out there. So that was great. But no, first of all 6 of us are complete nut jobs, so you're going to have a good time no matter who you're playing with. Mm-hmm. But if you're with either of the other shows, you're going to have to deal with a beginner, right? And then if you're with Steiny, you're going to have to be with someone who's actually super serious about scoring well that day.
So that is
that's annoying.
But that is so on brand. So there's no gimmies.
Oh my gosh,
no gimme. Hey, you got to put that out.
Right. Steiny's going to be like, I shot an 83. Nobody cares. They're just listeners who want to be with you, dude. Like, get them a beer and let's hang out, right? Shasky will be a great time. And again, if you're with us, then you're going to have to deal with Dibs putting from 200 yards away, which is fine. Mm-hmm. And his limp, which is as pronounced as yours, even though both of his Achilles are intact.
I mean,
bro looks like Robo radio host. He like straps on all kinds of gizmos, and I'm like
to play and
to come to a radio show.
Oh my god!
I mean, there's like things with straps and Velcro.
He was telling me the ACL story. He also broke his wrist. There's a lot going on there.
The reason he texted you so much and was so nice to you last Monday is because he's obsessed with injuries.
Yeah,
because he thinks he's had each of them.
Right. Well, he might not.
And if he hasn't, he's sort of intrigued by the ones that he hasn't had yet.
Yeah. Yeah. How is your golf game?
Mine, rusty.
Okay,
I'm a 9. I'm a 9. Like I can do some things on a golf course, but I do not get to play. Mm-hmm. I do not get to play, and I have been passed up by my son, and so you want to talk about Giants fans and their confidence problem? That's my deal. I'm like,
he's out driving you.
He's out everything me.
Man,
he's shot 75 twice in the last month.
Jeez.
Yeah. He can play.
Wow.
He can play.
Huh.
He can play.
Well, he got it from you.
Although we did go and brought the little guy out there too. We did go play Indian Valley in Novato. This is probably about a month and a half ago. And he always his problem is what he does not have that I have is the mental game. He still gets juiced. Like, I'm playing with Dad, and it's time to show him who the boss is. And I'm out there just like, y'all need a Gatorade?
Yeah.
Like, we're good. Right. I'm just, I'm a dad. I'm just like, I'm thrilled to be here with you.
Yeah.
This is incredible. We get to do this maybe once or twice a year. And he's like, I'm going to kill you. And right? And so who's got the advantage in that situation? Because I'm just like, we be bopping along.
Yeah, it's a marathon.
And he is grinding on every shot. And so I stood over about a 6-footer to beat him on the 18th hole. Center of the cup.
Yeah.
Take that, kid.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's because he didn't play very well. If he plays well, I got no
You got to take your W's.
I'm not shooting a 74.
Yeah.
Are you crazy? I'm not doing that. So anyway, that's all coming up here. And don't forget, Bonvino gift card and the amazing private lessons at Evolve Training Center, which could be self-defense or jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, boxing lessons, any of that at Evolve Training Center. The absolute best training center in the Bay. So all of that is still on the table if you have been listening to the show. Okay? A lot of Ohtani stuff, but I was thinking this today as well. So I told you yesterday, if the kids ever go to bed tonight, I am going straight to Netflix to watch quarterback.
Yes.
Have you all heard about this? Mahomes, Cousins, Mariota. And they did a great job, I think, of picking 3 quarterbacks that these are very different situations.
Yeah.
You got the dude, and then you got this guy who's like, right, you're in the middle, you're getting guaranteed dough. Nobody knows if you're good. Like, you're good at the day, you're not good at night, right? There's this tweener, but he is, right, a clear guy.
Right.
And then you got somebody who's just like hanging on for dear life, / placeholder in Marcus Mariota, even though a very, very high draft pick. So I watched the trailer the other day, and just the trailer, which was a few minutes long, so it took 4 minutes, and you get to see all kinds of different things about what that life is like outside of Sunday at 1 o'clock. Because the quarterback, there's nobody more famous in a sports town than the quarterback. I mean, sure, Steph Curry's more famous than Brock Purdy. That's a little quirky. But the quarterback, that's different than anything else in sports. And so I was like applying that to all the conversations we've had about Purdy and Lance. And here you got the 49er players who are all sick of answering the damn question about the quarterback. And I thought to myself, you know what? I actually think it's still being undersold. How important this is right now. And I don't mean that in a way of like, who's going to be number 2 and what about Trey Lance's career? Like, the 49ers have got to get this right. They've got to get this right now. And they have got to know who their guy is. I think they know, but he's got to now go out there and sort of prove that last year wasn't a fluke in Brock Purdy. But the window they're in, the veteran players they have, the pressure that will be on them if it doesn't go well, like, this has got to be done absolutely perfectly. And I actually think for where we're all going with Bay Area sports the next few years, there's nothing more important than that. That's my one seed in terms of questions that need to be answered.
Yeah.
Is Brock Purdy who we think he is?
Yeah. And when you bring up Steph Curry, okay, so it takes one of the best players in the history of the game to leapfrog over a quarterback. And this is a young quarterback, right? Steph is obviously bigger than Jimmy Garoppolo, but the Niners famously have never had that big name quarterback. Now, even if they did, depending on who that guy was, if he was a guy, if they had Kirk Cousins, it wouldn't have made a difference. But you're talking about Steph Curry. So it takes one of the best players in the history of the game to eclipse a quarterback. And honestly, if it was on like a daily basis, if the Niners had a Josh Allen or somebody like that, it would be closer than maybe a lot of people would think.
I guess I'll also put it this way. Like, yeah, you're right. And maybe in history, though, even as great as Steph Curry, as iconic as he's been, is he a bigger name historically in this town than Joe Montana?
Ooh, historically? Oh, my goodness. That's close. That's real close.
Right?
But they're both but you can make an argument. I mean, some people still argue Joe Montana's GOAT, though.
Sure.
And Steph is what, top 10, top 5, depending on who you ask.
And although it's also been talked about in like who's the most accomplished athlete in the history of this city, it's always been Joe Montana. And Steph is now like, hey, Joe, I'm right here. I'm right here. Like, he's got more titles, right? And just again, the how much he's talked about, the iconic nature of it, the recognizability, all of that stuff. Like, they're side by side. They're the clear 2 most accomplished. Even though I know that every ring Steph has, the other guys have. Clay and Draymond do as well. But you get it. Like, as the leader of the pack. But Dibbs says this all the time, for example, and I always disagree with it. He'll go, Brock Purdy is not even one of the top 5 most important players on his own offense or on his own team. And I counter back and I go, I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is Christian McCaffrey's better at his position than Brock is at his. Trent Williams is better at his position than Brock is at his. George Kittle is better at his position than Brock is at his. But you cannot tell me that they're more important to the offense than Brock Purdy. If the Niners are a 3-point favorite on a Saturday and it turns up that Trent Williams goes hurt, maybe it goes to 2.5. If they're a 3-point favorite and it comes up that Brock Purdy wakes up and his ankle is twisted and he can't play the next day, that spread careens down to where the Niners are an underdog.
Right. And we just saw it with the Eagles.
Right.
We just saw this, and everyone said, well, that pass rush, it wouldn't have made a difference. Sure, but I understand what Dibbs is saying, too. When it comes to Brock Purdy, we've seen this, not this offense specifically, and it's an unfair thing for Brock Purdy, but when you get to play with this many weapons, this conversation is just going to be had. But we have seen this offense with a Nick Mullins. We've seen this offense with C.J. Beathard. We've seen this offense with other guys, and it hasn't looked like this. We've seen this offense with Jimmy Garoppolo, and it hasn't looked like this. Now, is this the most souped-up version? Maybe. Sure. But I'm an eye test guy, and I saw the eye test with Brock Purdy, and he did things that Jimmy Garoppolo didn't do. And to me, and I know, some of the numbers were closer than you think. To me, again, going back to the eye test, how comfortable did you feel, right? The comfort that I felt when Brock Purdy was playing so quickly is comfort that I never felt with Jimmy Garoppolo. It was you ever watch those shows and it's just a bit of an ominous feeling? Well, something about to go wrong.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah, something about to pop out and get you. That's what it was with Jimmy Garoppolo. No disrespect. That's just a little bit of what it was. Or you'd finish the movie and it actually had a happy ending.
Man, I think you're speaking facts. Like I can remember. So remember when Brock was in and he had played maybe 6 or 7 games, and people were like, you know what, the one thing he hasn't done, he hasn't come from behind.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been faced with adversity. And then I'm at the New Year's Day game in Vegas, and Christy and I are there, and all of a sudden there it is. There's the deficit. There's the halftime deficit. There's the fourth quarter deficit. And the crazy thing was that whole time I'm sitting there watching the game, and I'm going, he gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to do it. I know he's going to do it. Like, he's got it in him. And you're right. I don't know another time in the Kyle Shanahan era where I have felt like that.
Yeah.
You're down 10, and I'm like, that's all right. My quarterback's got this.
Mm-hmm.
I've never felt that before. And I felt it that day, and he did. And yes, wonky day, weird game, but they won. Now, sure, I can counter back and say, I remember going into the season, we looked at the second half of the season schedule and we went, man, the 49ers got in a lot of advantages with the second half.
Mm-hmm.
They don't travel. They never left the Pacific time zone. Obviously their division mates all just completely, at least not all of them, but the Rams and Cardinals totally went south. There were some free victories in there for sure. So I think that's a part of the Brock Purdy conversation in terms of him going 8-0. And that's all fair.
And the defense.
Yeah, but he's got that defense again this year. I guess, I would put it this way. I'm excited about Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people are hopeful, apprehensive, questioning, or even downright like, what the hell are we doing? Put Trey Lance in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's the spectrum of people with the Niner quarterback situation. How many of you are actually excited? Excited, where like you think maybe, just maybe, they went and found their dude.
It's tough, but it is tough though, because I say what I said compared to Jimmy Garoppolo, but that still doesn't mean to me, in my mind, that I know for a fact that the Niners have found their guy. We just need to see more. We haven't seen anything from Trey. We've seen a good bit from Brock. I just still need to see more. You're also talking to a guy who believes that I need to see more. I know it sounds crazy, from Jalen Hurts, right? I mean, the Jalen Hurts.
Sure you do.
So if I feel like I have to see more
he's had one great year.
Exactly. So if I feel like I have to see more from Jalen Hurts, and I do believe he's going to be a good quarterback, how good, I don't know, then I can't also be in the same breath say, but I know Brock Purdy is their guy.
No. I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not over here making the point but I think maybe. I think maybe even probably.
Right. You have a better specific, and this is not a slight, so don't take it that way. I think specifically with this team, you feel even better.
That's fine.
Okay.
Like when people bring that up, I go, this is the only team I got. It's the only one I'm rooting for.
Right.
I don't care what Brock would look like on the Bucks.
It's the Draymond thing. Well, what if Draymond got drafted to this team?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's here. It works here.
Yeah.
So do that.
Yeah.
Because it works.
Mm-hmm.
You probably, through the history of the game, could do that with a lot of people. Okay? The big example to the contrary in recent times was Tom Brady. Remember the age-old Brady or Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went and won a Super Bowl with the dang Bucks for crying out loud, which was wild. And that was, I think, kind of the ultimate for Brady. But there are probably a lot of quarterbacks who would be better if they were somewhere else. Matt Stafford. And they'd be worse, like successful ones who would be worse if they were somewhere else. I mean, I think Mahomes transcends. I think Josh Allen probably transcends. Here's an example. Does Tua put up those kinds of numbers if he's not on the Dolphins last year?
That's going to be a no.
Mike McDaniel's not his play caller, and Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill are not his wide receivers. Tua plays for the Cleveland Browns. How's that look?
I mean, Deshaun Watson didn't look good, so probably somewhat similar.
Yeah.
Probably somewhat similar. We can do this all day because now it turns into Brady. Okay, you go to the Patriots. Was it Brady? Was it Belichick? But then also he goes to the Bucks, and the Bucks, they were a really good roster too. But then I would counter.
Okay.
But they offensively.
They had receivers.
But then I would turn it back to a lot of people say, and I think you could argue baseball, but I'm biased, that football is the ultimate team game, right? So if football is the ultimate team game, how can you then say, well, he needs this or he needs that? Yeah, we know that. That's why people call football the ultimate team game. And that's what makes Joe Burrow so impressive because he really did get it out the mud with the Bengals, and then they drafted his guys, and they've made it. But Joe Burrow, to me, and you could even make the argument, and I'm not disrespecting Mahomes here, but Mahomes, he had a ready-made team. Let's take you to the next level. Joe Burrow was working with the Bengals. Right. And the Bengals didn't have much to be happy about. And he turned that thing around. So and of course, Mahomes is a transcendent talent. Joe Burrow just started a little bit further behind than him in terms of the roster.
Like here's a guy that I'll give the reverse to. How do you think Justin Herbert would look if he were the quarterback of the Eagles? If he were the quarterback of the Niners?
Ooh. Yeah.
Justin Herbert.
He's blinging. He's probably blinging.
My man. He's awesome. The Chargers are such a weight around people's ankles. I wish you could understand after covering that team.
Same.
Oh my God.
Same breath. More faith in A, the Chargers, B, the Angels.
Ooh, to do what?
I don't know.
More faith in the Chargers or the Angels? Angels.
Really?
Yeah.
Chargers got in the playoffs last year.
Angels have won a championship.
Yeah.
Granted, that was a long...
02?
02. I don't ever want to talk about it again.
I know.
But yeah, like the Charger ownership is low-key. I know right now we focused on the A's. Mm-hmm. If I go, A's are tier A, worst ownership in sports today. Tier 1A includes Dean Spanos and the Chargers.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
They tried the move. They got the new unis. They're trying.
They're not trying. Trying to go be somebody's tenant.
Yeah.
They're trying to gravy train. They're like, we go to LA.
I don't know about 1A or 1B. I would say tier 2. A's is bad, man.
A's is the worst. Certainly, and it has been, but right now this year they hold the crown.
Mm-hmm.
They hold the crown for what's going on, no doubt. But give me the next. Who's next? Daniel Snyder sold, so he gone.
He's gone.
Who's next in all the sports? Give me Dolan with the Knicks. He's on the list.
Yeah,
but yeah, I get where you're going. They were like a viable team this year. Yeah. And Chargers were respectable. The Chargers are very much like the Knicks.
Yeah.
It's like, you're good this year. You should be better. You're kind of okay, though, I guess.
Yeah.
But, Herbert, dude. Oh.
You don't think?
He's nice.
He's nice.
He is nice.
But are we crowning him just a smidge too
A little
early?
bit, but I'm just talking to you about what I see, like
Sure.
the ability. The ability is there. And yes, he's got some things around him. He's got receivers, and he's got a running back, and he's got all of that. But it's hard for me to describe what is my opinion in terms of how the ownership of that team drags them down. Morale is always bad. You play 17 road games. I'm not kidding you. You are rooted against when you play, period. Doesn't matter what building you're in. You went out and hired a coach who thinks he's a mental gunslinger. We're going for it on 4th and 12 on our own 13.
I love
Why?
it.
Because.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we're not supposed to.
All right.
We're not supposed to.
Oh, man, he is nice. I think he would be so good. So good. And, this year, they go in the playoffs. What are they, up 30-7 or something? What was the score of that game?
They were up, what
was the score
21
at
or
halftime?
Three touchdowns, something like
I
that.
got to pull that game up. Where's that game? Give me the Chargers schedule last year. Where is it? Oh, that's the 2023 schedule. 2022 in the playoffs. They lost to Jacksonville 31-30, and they were up at halftime 27-7. That man put up 27 points on the road in the playoffs against Jacksonville's pretty solid defense.
Yeah.
Put up 27 on the road. Now, you could say, what the hell happened in the second half? But good Lord. Man, when he's rolling, he can play. He can play.
Yeah, I am just the guy that, all right, you're crowning somebody too early, and I like to see it. And every year I think is this going to be the year where Herbert starts to live up to the hype? But if you're saying he's going against, people just see the team that's on the field, right? And ultimately, here's the argument: if he is that transcendent, he should be able to fight through that because the team isn't bad. The team is much better than what Joe Burrow got to start with.
With what he got to start with, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Burrow has that might be the best receiving core in the whole game.
They're loaded now.
Yeah.
A lot of gritty.
Yeah. Yeah. And the Chargers, I mean, again, like you go, oh, he's got Keenan Allen. How many games did Keenan play last year?
Ever.
6?
Shout out Cal.
Every year, right. Mike Williams, awesome. How many games does he miss? Yeah. Didn't they? And they got him hurt. Remember they got him hurt?
It was him and Austin Eckler.
Yeah, they got him hurt right before the playoff game in a game where they were up by like 100 points or something like that. I mean, just weird stuff happens to the Chargers.
Chargers going to charge him.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, man. It'll be interesting to see Aaron Rodgers with the Jets.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting now. Got no offensive coach. Got a nice young receiver. But, like, that's the Jets. That's usually where it goes to all mess up. Who's been a great quarterback for the New York Jets ever?
I mean,
exactly. There was the time Keyshawn cried about Vinny Testaverde.
Right.
And outside of that, Joe Namath won a game one time.
Joe Namath, obviously. And Joe Namath,
Namath threw more picks than touchdowns, actually.
Mark Sanchez, he went to a couple,
Exactly.
He tried.
All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. All right, here's the deal. Coming up next, 888-957-9570. Who's the Warriors' second best player? And who needs to be the Warriors' second best player? We'll take your calls on that. We're also getting into the All-Star Week blowout. It continues, and it's prize time, so I would be listening real closely for the cue to call on that. That's all coming up. Styles is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
great point. That's a great point. When things were a bit more organic in 2022, there really wasn't. It was basically a second, or the answer is, which I wasn't going to do, but anybody is free to do it. Second best player by committee. You can do that if you want. Nobody's going to judge you, but the name that if I'm going to say the name is going to be Andrew Wiggins. But in theory, in 2022, it was basically by committee. At the end, it was Andrew Wiggins for that stint.
Yep.
Maybe throughout the whole year.
Who was it last year?
Man, well, last year wasn't Andrew Wiggins.
Month to month. February and March, it was
by committee and it didn't go well.
It was Klay Thompson.
It was Klay Thompson.
Klay was fantastic once you got to the second half of the year.
Yeah.
First half of the year, but, on many nights, it was Jordan Poole, right? Many nights, it was Klay Thompson. Some nights, it was Andrew Wiggins. Draymond has his nights. Oh, what's the fan base going to do when it's Chris Paul?
And it will be.
On a given night.
And it will be. Chris Paul makes some crazy shots when you don't expect them to. So you have Andrew Wiggins who, hey, and it's not as if the second option gets announced. It's not like the assistant captain in hockey. You wear a C and you wear an A. It's not going to be like that. But it is going to be understood, hey, well, we got rid of Jordan Poole, who kind of give us our juice offensively, and now he's gone. So Wiggins, we kind of need you. So you have Klay, who has never been a guy who's going to cook you off the dribble. He's going to work throughout the offense. He's got the quickest release that we've ever seen. That's what he does. But he's not really going to create per se. So you have Steph, and then you have Andrew Wiggins. In terms of creating, you lost a shot creator in Jordan Poole. You got a better IQ in Chris Paul, but you lost athleticism. You lost a shot getter. So Andrew Wiggins, we're looking to you. If we're looking at this, even if you want to put Chris Paul on the bench because you don't like Chris Paul, that's fine. Look at that starting lineup with no escape valve in Jordan Poole, who did help you from time to time.
For sure.
It's going to be Andrew Wiggins. When that clock is running down and they're running the same offense they've been running for a very long time, which still does well, it's going to be, okay, well, either Steph get us a bucket or Andrew Wiggins. And do you trust Andrew Wiggins to be able to do that?
Well, there's only one player on the floor who I feel like you can look at him and say, you can sort of handle all three aspects of the game, which is you're a plus defensive player, and then on offense, you can hit a three, and you can drive to the bucket. Steph Curry is close to that definition, but he's still not a plus defensive player.
Right.
And even though he will never get the credit for how great of a finisher he is around the rim, he still is not. He's never going to have the physical presence of like, I'm going to drive and absolutely jam on your head.
Yeah.
He's never going to be able to do that. Andrew Wiggins checks all of those boxes, and then in a maddening way, he just doesn't always do them. He doesn't always do them.
Yeah.
But that's why he would be my pick, is because there really isn't a situation that is called for on the floor that he can't handle. His skill set.
Yeah. When he's on, he can make every shot in the book.
Yep.
When he's on. When he's on, you think, okay, this is what we saw coming out of Kansas. This is what we saw. The guy has elite athleticism. He can get to the rack. He's got a mid-range. He's got the three. His handles aren't crazy, but for his size, he can get by some
Good
guys
enough, yep.
because he's got that length to where he's quick enough. Some of the bigger guys can't handle him, but he's big enough to where when you put a guard on him, he's smelling barbecue chicken. So when he's going, it's great. It's just some nights where either it's not going. I will say this, why I do feel good about Andrew Wiggins. I didn't see a lot of the T-Wolves, a lot of the aloofness that people got on him about. I didn't see aloofness with Andrew Wiggins. I just saw some nights his shot wasn't falling.
I just think he's wired differently than who we want our NBA player to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always been, I find this head scratching. We've done this to LeBron through the years. Oh my God, he passed the ball in a big moment. You are supposed to be a fierce dog in those situations. And LeBron is very un-Kobe and un-Michael in those moments. Like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
We're going to do a good basketball play. And this turns out that's the way it was defended. And so I'm setting up my guy over there in the corner for a shot. And so some guys are wired that way. Andrew is maybe even furthermore, like to a fault. Andrew, right? But there's something in there. There's something in there.
You saw it when he yammed on the Mavs in 2022.
When he hit Luka, you were like, oh.
Yeah. But we know now, and I think that's the scary part of that. There's a big enough sample size do we really think, from what we've seen from Andrew Wiggins in the past in Minnesota, different situation, to what we're seeing now, do we really think, has he fully turned that corner, turned that page, and is that who he's going to be? Is he just going to pick up from where he left off from 2022 and what he tried to do in 2023 and just go?
I don't think so. I don't think he is a finished product at all. Still in his 20s, and he may never be the guy we really, really, really want him to be. Because I still hear Warrior teammates, when he has a great night, I still hear them in post-game press conference comments, I still hear them say, that's the guy we want Andrew to be every night. That's the guy we're encouraging Andrew to feel like he is every night. As long as I'm still hearing that, that tells me that the people who really know what's going on share our opinion.
Right.
They also are like, gosh, if you could just do this a little bit more consistently. But look, this is one of the reasons I've always found it a little bit odd, the way people get turned off by Draymond. I understand that he's an excessive example, but we like loud. We want our NBA players to be loud. Andrew bothers people because you're like, you were the number one pick in the draft, and you just look like you're floating.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but that's Andrew. Andrew doesn't want to do an interview. I mean, the Warriors told me the second that dude got acquired, I'm like, hey, we'd love to have Wiggins on. And they're like, yeah, me not going to do that. And raise your hand if you've heard Andrew Wiggins do a radio interview since he got here.
Right. Now you can catch him. He'll got to do the post game.
Got to do what you have to do.
Right. And he's got to. I've never seen him smile bigger than when he's been with the Warriors.
Right. If Raymond says, my man, you just scored 40, you got to put a headset on and go talk to Bonte.
Yeah.
Sure, he'll do it. But it's so far out of his comfort zone. He doesn't want to do it. He's going to have something happen in his life, and he doesn't want to tell you what happened. That's Andrew. I always try, when you're looking at sports, to go, look, there's the same way outside of sports. There's every kind of person is involved here. And so there are quiet ones and loud ones and people who love attention and people who hate attention, and you're comfortable here, you're not comfortable there. That's Andrew. But I think we also then use that against him when he's not as consistently dynamic as we want him to be.
Right, because it's a tease. You know what he can do. Now, I will say Andrew Wiggins has to be the second best player on the Warriors, but outside of Steph, the most important player to me is Klay Thompson, because he opens up so much. Because of his name, he's got to live up to it. And I know last season got a little overblown because he had some great months, right? It's just the way the playoffs
really
went.
Good, yeah.
But Andrew Wiggins is always going to, when you look at this team because of what Klay has done, everybody besides Steph is going to defer to Klay. Every single time.
True.
So if Klay is open, they're deferring to Klay. So Klay has to hit. That's what makes him so important. And what really stuck out to me, just real quick, is that scene, and I know he had no choice, but that scene in the Lakers where Steph and Klay were open, and LeBron James gave the fake closeout to Klay and went to Steph. Now, again, he has to do that. And Klay went ahead and clanked that thing, man. And I'm thinking, that's what this is going to be as they continue to get older, and Klay has to hit.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. This is where, and then we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. This is where I think it gets a little unfair to Andrew. Do we agree or disagree? Every player in the NBA has off nights.
Agreed.
Okay. So if everyone has off nights, do you notice if Klay has an off night, we're like, damn, Klay, stop shooting. Well, Andrew does.
Yeah.
And we go, dude, you're coasting.
I didn't even know he was playing.
Right? So, there is a little bit of a push-pull there where Andrew is like, I'm going to lay back because maybe he's like, right, my first 4 shots didn't go in. I'm not feeling it tonight. And we're like, will you get more aggressive? Well, Klay goes the other way. I'm going to keep shooting this thing till it goes in.
Yeah.
And we're like, dude, realize that it's your off night. Why don't you shoot a little bit less? So, I don't know. There's a little catch-22s tucked into that whole thing for sure. And it's because of his demeanor and because it's a little different. But we're okay with different demeanor. Steph is a very different demeanor than most NBA stars.
Yeah.
Tommy in San Francisco. Alan Stiles in for Dibs all week. Hey, Tommy, you're on with Willard and Stiles. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call
Yeah,
on
man.
my way home from work. So I have a bit of a convoluted answer. So I think it needs to be Wiggins. I think that's fair to say, but he's probably the best third option in the league. But I think on the surface of it, it's probably going to be Klay Thompson because I have a feeling he's going to have another 300-plus three season. But I think at the end of the season, if the Warriors season is successful, we're going to look back at it and say that Chris Paul was the second best player in the team because if he has a 15-10 season, it means a majority of those 10 assists are going to Klay Thompson if we have a CP3, Dario, Klay lineup on the floor.
Yeah, but Tommy, if he has a 15-10 season, doesn't that mean he played too many minutes?
Right, and that's where this argument breaks down. Is like I don't know like how many minutes he's going to play, but I have a feeling he's probably going to play 28 minutes a game, 30 minutes a game is kind of what I think.
Damn, that's a lot. It's a lot of minutes, Tommy. Oh,
sorry.
Yep, I said that's a lot of minutes. You suggested almost 30 minutes a game for Chris Paul. I'm more in the like 24 range. All right, Tommy, thank you. But I do you want to know what my big fear is for the year? You realize that we're one Steph Curry injury away from like this thing's now all about Chris Paul. Like that's your point guard,
and then you win a ring. Chris Paul as your guy. Full circle, and then he gets to hold that over Steph.
I mean,
but Steph still would get a ring technically.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying some sort of a season ender, but last 2 years in a row, there have been injuries. I would suggest actually it's probably likely that Steph will miss a little bit of time here or there at some point.
We just don't know how much.
Right, but if it is, one of those like 3 or 4 weekers, right, your team is now centered around Chris Paul with the ball.
And we talk about the daily fantasy thing. Chris Paul's over-under on a nightly basis on the Suns or obviously they got KD. It was set at it's been a while. It was set at 9.5. 15 points. Really?
What did he average last year? I feel like he's about 14.
Really?
I think he did. I think he averaged 14 points a game last year.
Maybe it was after KD the averages dropped. Maybe.
Chris Paul.
That feels like a lot.
Let me get to his basketball reference page here. Chris Paul last year, 13.9 points per game. And 8.9 assists.
How many minutes?
How many minutes? 32. 32.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
32 minutes a game.
That's not happening.
You think?
I hope.
I do too.
And that's not to say
You're
I don't want
predicting that he's starting.
No, we said if Steph
my girl
down.
agrees with you. By the way, on the way home, she's like, "I agree with Alan. I'll take the bet."
Yeah. Oh, that
he's starting.
He is starting. Yes. He is starting.
Night.
Yes, he is starting.
Why?
But he's not getting 32 minutes.
By the way, I'll take the bet. I thought about it. I'll take the bet. What do you want to put on it?
That he starts opening night?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys
the
normally
bet is null and void if it's because someone else is hurt.
That's fine.
It's like if Steph is injured in training camp, it's a null and void bet.
All right.
But if the current starting 5 are all healthy and available and Chris starts, I say he comes off the bench.
Okay.
You say he starts.
He's starting. What are we doing?
How about like a free PT session for you?
You know what? I think I might take that.
No, I should get you. It should be different things. If you win, I should get you actually, we could do this either way. I feel like you need a date out.
Okay.
And I don't, that's going to sound wrong. Like you're married.
Yeah.
You need a night out with your girl.
Sure.
Right? So I could either pay for it or come watch your child. I'm very effective parent.
I don't doubt it.
Very experienced parent.
Grandma wants to see her. We'll give Grandma an excuse.
Okay.
And then I'll pay for you for a night out if he doesn't start.
Okay.
Deal.
And now
Alexander Steakhouse.
Now my girl doesn't even know what to root for because she could either be right or she gets a night out.
She's gonna want you to be right for sure.
I don't know. She likes to be right.
Yeah, that's true.
And she usually is. It's kind of how the relationships go usually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
All right, I'm into this.
Okay. Now we're activated. Look at you. Took you 2 weeks. Now you're already rooting for Chris Paul.
I root for what I root for what I think is going to happen, and I just think it's the cachet of the future Hall of Famer, the point guard. If he had not started on the Suns this past year, then this isn't even a conversation.
Well, sure. He's never come off the bench in his life.
Never done it. I just think it's going to work itself out.
Dude,
it's going to work itself out.
So, yes, they could do something like, and actually this would concern me. They could do something that acknowledges Chris Paul the starter without meaning that has to be the Warrior lineup for the first 7 minutes of the game.
Okay.
You can mess with it. Chris, you're starting.
An opener.
And then,
opener.
Exactly.
Yeah.
3 minutes in, here comes Loon Dog. Or here comes Wiggins. Wiggins is just smiling because he don't care.
No.
He's like, sure, start. And as soon as Klay Thompson's man has gone by him 3 times, sub in Wiggins to guard that guy. Maybe they do that, but that would concern me because that, to me, suggests that people in the organization are cowering to the presence of Chris Paul.
It's respect. That's what they would say.
Why does he have to start? Is clearly not the best thing for the organization. They are a tiny little team if that's who they start. That's a tiny little old team.
Right, I think that's more important. Tiny, old, and they would be slower.
Yes.
Right, so if you're going to be you can be small and fast. You can't be small and slow.
Who do they play on opening night? I'm trying to see who's going to be running by those guys.
We don't know.
Oh, do we not know yet?
We don't know anything about the schedule.
We don't have that yet, do we?
Nope.
Yeah, we don't. All right.
Comcast Business Text Line 925. He's 100% starting as, in quotation, respect to his veteran status.
I hate that. You know who else has got veteran status? The rest of the team.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the team are 5 champions who are all veterans.
Yeah, but
Chris is going to come in and oh my gosh. Hi, Chris. So amazing to meet you. Can I get your autograph? I'll go to the bench. I know I've got rings, but I'm going to go sit down and watch you. Number 3, very impressive. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
You coaching?
That was an amazing answer. Oh, you pluck them.
I think that's how it's gonna go.
You know who agrees with you is Smash Mouth. You know how Smash Mouth is all...
they commented on one of my things before.
They have, boy, they decided and I love it's they, but it is. I actually know their social media stuff is actually, I think most of the posts are like their manager.
Okay.
But like it's also, I think it's also maybe some of the guys.
Oh,
They're Bay Area sports fans.
Yeah.
So they're all over all the stuff. They've been saying from the beginning, dude, Chris Paul is starting.
He is.
And I hate going against Smash Mouth, right?
Yeah. Typically, they responded to something and they were going against what I said, and I spent about, I don't know, maybe 5 hours trying to think of a clever comeback using, hey, now you're an all-star, and then the time passed, and I said, I can't respond now. It's been a day.
Yeah, it's just too late.
It's too late. And then I thought of one. I can't remember it now.
They'll know that you were thinking about them all day long.
I thought of one 2 weeks later.
Do it
2
now.
weeks later.
Do it now. Now on Twitter, you can't tell when the hell something got tweeted.
That's true.
I see breaking news from Shams, and then I'm like, oh, that was Tuesday. Like the algorithm is an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to the phones in just a second. But it is 5:12 right now. Here's what I'll promise. At some point within the next 8 minutes, maybe less. Maybe less. You want less, Lucas? You're looking at me like I just messed everything up. You all right in there?
I'd say 8 in between the next 18 minutes. We will do it.
Okay. All right. And
before 5:30.
Yeah. Okay. Good. That's fine. I thought you were going to go the other way. I thought you were going to be like, no, do it now. At some point between now and 5:30, okay, we will give the cue to call, and you will line up, and we will give you an absolute brain buster of a question. But if you've been listening, you will know the answer. And if you have the answer, it is a fabulous prize your way. Here are the envelopes right here in my hand. Okay? That's what envelopes sound like when they're rubbing together. YouTube, Twitch, you can see the envelopes.
I like that.
One of these puppies has got a signed Clay jersey in it.
I really like that.
Although, apparently, word is he will not let any of you have the jersey unless you admit that he's their second best player. Yep.
Well.
Yep. Don't mess it up.
He can be. He can be. But there is a part of me. Clay took a lot this past season.
What do you mean took a lot? Took a lot of what?
Well, shots, but also
I was going to say.
But also in the playoffs, and he heard it, right? And now this is his second full year coming back from everything that went down. And there is a part of me that thinks we might get a revenge Clay.
I still think this actually in some ways is his first full season.
Yeah.
He still didn't do backto-back games until what? Like January, February? Was it, or maybe it was at least February actually, I think, before he did back-to-back games.
Yeah, it was pretty deep into the season.
And Pandia always comes on with us and it's like torn ACLs and Achilles and things like that. Don't take this personally, but he's like, right? It's always actually, so it's a year off, and then it's a year of getting back to yourself, and then you're yourself.
Right.
So it's actually 2 years, and he'd been running now for 2 years.
Right.
Somewhat part-time. Is it Komodo? Let's go to Komodo in San Francisco with Willard and Styles. Hey, Komodo, what are you doing?
Hey, yeah, just chilling, doing some housework, cleaning up.
Out of bed.
How you guys doing?
Way to be domestic, Komodo.
Yeah,
that's good of you.
Yeah, no, I think people got it all wrong. I think is legit and it's going to rip up this whole league. It's
who is?
He's just going to just go off and assist and just make everybody hit their threes and dunks all day long. I mean, I don't think they understand how important a point guard is, and that it will help Steph Curry almost hit 40 points a game, and make sure Clay will make sure he gets Clay the ball after the 10-second shot clock and help Wiggins get dunks and threes. I almost think Chris Paul's going to even help Draymond Green and Looney to almost average over 10 points. I mean, that's what Chris Paul does. He'll bring everybody's average up, and that's going to be the second guy. That's the second guy on the team there with Steph.
I don't think it's a crazy point. I'm going to stop short of he's going to rip up the whole league. Nobody at 38 is ripping up the whole league. But it sort of felt like that's where the point started, and then he meandered to he's going to make the Warriors better. I can buy that.
He's not going to be their number 2.
No, not on purpose.
Yeah, not by design.
Not on purpose.
Not by design,
no.
But I do think that, and maybe this is good because we talked about the Giants fan base and the Niner fan base and the Warriors fan base and the Warriors fan base. This is probably one of the first time the Warriors fan base has been, I don't want to say pessimistic, but they're not really, most of the Warriors fan base doesn't seem to be too high on Chris Paul.
Well,
so I'd rather in this situation undervalue him and get surprised, right, than think that he's going to, I think that when you are 38, you're not going to be overestimated. You can only be underestimated.
I think you're tapping into PTSD. We actually should change it to PTCP3 or whatever. Like that's the post-traumatic Chris Paul syndrome that Warrior fans have. And so you're right on that. I think in ways it's not only the obvious, but I don't think a Warrior fan wants the team to be centered around Chris Paul.
Yeah.
We Warrior fans have rallied against that in years past. Nobody would ever say Chris Paul's not a great player, but when I watched the Rockets play, this is what for me this is kind of when it stands out. When Chris Paul and James Harden ran a basketball team, I thought the whole team was gross. I'm just like, this is gross. Chris is falling, and James is just sitting out at the top of the arc for 20 seconds.
Also falling.
And then he drives and sticks his arms underneath your arms and lifts them up and goes to the free throw line. And thank God they missed 27 three-pointers in a row in the fourth quarter because it was hilarious.
Yeah.
I've never enjoyed basketball more than watching them fail.
The clank fest.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, and now the rules.
So, I don't want this to turn into Chris Paul and Draymond Green fall down show.
Well, it can't because of the new rules.
Right.
And the flopping.
I am excited about that. And yeah, if you're not aware of what Styles is referring to, the NBA Board of Governors approved yesterday that in-game technical fouls can be called for flopping. Now, I still challenge whether or not the refs are going to have the guts to call this, because think about what a flop does in general. If you call a flop, that means you didn't see it well.
Right.
So how are you going to see it so well that you call a technical foul? Are we going to have to review it every time?
So De'Aaron Fox came out yesterday on Twitter, and he was responding to fans and everything. De'Aaron Fox was not happy about it. Similar to what you just said. Normally, the flopping started because refs have been missing something. So now you just have to continue to get fouled. And if you do try, what if they catch it at the wrong time? That's number one. And the other thing he said was, I don't know if the text will be counted the same, but they're really trying to crack down on this. Somebody like Draymond Green, I guess if it's 2, if it's counted the same way any other tech is,
out of the game.
You're out of there. And then
that's a great question or a great point.
And then you think about the famous number, the magic number you don't want to get to. So it's going to be clunky. I think eventually they'll get there, but this season specifically, very similar to the challenge. Now they're moving to 2. If you get it right, you get another one. This is going to be weird this year. And as much as I complained about the Lakers and complained about it, and everybody complained about all the floppers out there, they're going to get your team too. And it might not be at the best time.
Absolutely. And look, I can't wait to ask Steve Kerr about this, because he was very vocal toward the end of the year in the Lakers series, especially about flopping. And he was very much a proponent of this rule that went through, and says it's been done in Europe and it's been done successfully. And so from that perspective, I have some optimism. But do the refs have the guts to call it? Because, by the way, what if you're also wrong? What are you like, that's a flop technical, and then we get the replay and the guy got trucked?
Right.
All of these are always subjective.
And the charges where, hey,
Right.
So Ryan on YouTube is saying they said you can't be ejected. They're just in game.
Okay, that's good. I agree with that. That should not be a part of points or ejections or whatever. In general, on the surface, I'm in favor of it. I'm certainly in favor of it conceptually. What is the execution like? That's going to be a question for me, because what happens both ways? And, is that call reviewable? Okay, technical foul, you flopped. Coach says, wait a minute, go look at it. And no, there was contact. All right, now what do we do?
Did he exaggerate the contact?
Right, did we rescind this or what have you? And then what about the opposite? What if you miss one? You call a foul on my guy. Review shows that they didn't even touch one another. Does the review, it's not a foul / does it turn into a technical, go in the other direction? I love it. I love the concept. I think there are a lot of paths where this turns into chaos within an NBA game.
It might be a situation where you got to just go through a rough season of it being clunky and, a lot of guys just being targeted, whether it's right or wrong, and then maybe the year after it looks a bit better.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It
has to happen.
Conceptually, I like it. I do not want people flopping anymore. For me, I don't want to say it ruined it. What really ruined it was that the Warriors lost. But that Lakers series was about as frustrating of a set of NBA basketball games that I've watched in a long time. And I'm not going to put that all on the Lakers. But Schroeder was, for me, number one.
Terrible.
Absolutely abhorrent. Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. And I think it was Lonnie Walker who one time went into the stands.
Oh, my gosh. He was breakdancing on the ground.
And he had not even been touched.
Yeah. I called him Vanderbilt. I called him Vanderflop. Yeah, he was another one.
There you go. Now, Draymond does stuff too. And so does Chris. And he's now on the Warriors. So, Jordan Poole, noted flopper.
He never even got that's how bad he was at defense. He didn't even get the flop calls.
Well, my man flops on the offensive side too. I mean, it's drive to the bucket. I'm either going to lay it in or I'm going to the first row. I'm on my head and I'm turning around looking at the officials with my hands up in the air. And it's like, dude, they're scoring at the other end.
Right.
Luka.
Do you remember the famous one from Jordan Poole where his armband slipped off during the play and he ends up stepping on it and slipping? and he looks up at the ref.
And he wanted a foul. Well, it was a foul on the armband.
Yeah, foul on the arm.
Yeah.
On the arm sleeve, yeah.
Yeah, so look, nobody's innocent. And Kerr even admitted that when we were having that conversation with him. He's like, look, this is something that has become part of the culture in the league, and we've got to get it out. And I agree. I do not think you can snap your fingers and get rid of it, though. That's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
It might be a rough year, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
And they can't, and you're stuck with it.
Yeah. All right, release the hounds, Lucas. Let's do it. Let's open up the lines right now for the All-Star Week blowout and today's prize. Start dialing right now, 888-957-9570. We are going to take 5 callers. The first 5 of you who get in, you will be the eligible callers. As we learned earlier today, if one of you does not get the answer right, you are all SOL. And that's the deal. And it just and it just kicks to later in the week. What if somebody doesn't get it on Friday? Then we just sit here for the rest of the evening like, all right. But anyway, right now, 5 of you are going to get on. We're going to line all of you up. We got a question about the show from earlier today. The first one of you to get it right, you're going to call out a number. We'll let you know which numbers are still left and available. And you pick one of those numbers, and poof, you become a wonderful prize winner who is also eligible for a Steph Curry signed jersey. So that's how it's working.
Wow.
That's how it's working. All right, so keep lining up on that, and then once we get that all tucked away, want to go back to some of the things that Dave Fleming said earlier today on the morning roast. All of it being specific to Ohtani, and I think this whole week has been sort of a message to baseball franchises about how $500 million will simply pay for itself.
Yeah.
Because this whole week has turned into, I mean, you got Guerrero winning the thing. You got the actual game itself. You got the futures game. You got all this stuff going on. And I still feel like the whole thing just turned into an Ohtani party.
Yeah. I mean, that's what everybody wanted to see. That's what everybody wanted to talk about.
Yeah. And Seattle is chanting his name, trying to get him to come there. And almost to what, if I were an Angel fan, I would be, I don't know what the word is. Is the word offended? I mean, every reporter is cruising around the All-Star game. So, where are you going next, Shohei? And, hey, what's your pitch to Shohei? And what's your pitch to Shohei? If I'm Shohei's agent, I'm sitting there like I'm in a beer shower. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
If I'm the Angels, I'm like, yo, the hell off of our guy.
No, you can't do that because you tricked off all these years with Ohtani and Trout. So this is kind of what you get. You made your bed, now you lay it.
I know, but I mean, this is like when they're walking in, hey, you boys mind if we dance with your dates? Yes! Get off of my date.
Yeah.
That's my Shohei Ohtani.
Should have treated her better.
Yeah.
Treated him better.
Well, and look, I know he doesn't know the language, but Shohei has not really done what a free agent normally does in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
He easily, even through a translator, could have been like, look, I am an Angel, and we are trying to win, and I am focused on that, and we will have this conversation when the year is over.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do that.
He didn't do that.
It's like, I would really like to, I don't know, win. I'd like to win some baseball games.
Which, going back, and I promise I'll let it go, but Aaron Judge, again, he played it so well because he even, I think it was last year's All-Star game,
Aaron.
where he said, hey, we'll see. But then he said something that just left the door, not just ajar. It was pretty big.
This is a great point you just made, because can I say something that I haven't said before? Mm-hmm. I hear so many people here go, Aaron Judge schooled the Giants. No, he didn't. He schooled the Yankees. Don't you understand what happened?
Yeah.
Did the Giants get used? Sure. Do you know what the Yankees offered Aaron before the year? Half.
Yeah, it was
half of what he got.
It was arguably disrespectful.
He went out, hit 60 homers, then said, hey, Giants, hey, you look kind of cute.
Yeah, I used to.
And the Yankees were like, what do you want?
Yeah. Hey, let's sneak through the back in San Francisco.
He schooled the Yankees, and they gave him everything he wanted.
Yep.
And good job.
It's just good business.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Giants were caught in the crosshairs. It's like The Bachelorette or something.
Well,
you had a rose.
And by the way, Ned Coletti, I remember him admitting, he's like, look, I'm either going to go for a player or the second best thing to do, drive him up for anybody else.
Yep.
Like that's our job. And the third thing to do is to be a pirate or an A and just be like, yeah, we're just over here. We'll play you in August.
Right.
That's like, so yes, the Giants got used, but the Yankees are the ones who got schooled.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. Let's give away a phenomenal prize, shall we? Okay. We've got our 5, and thank you. Dramatic music, which really gets Alan going because this is apparently what you've been watching all day when you're not
Wants
here.
to Be a Millionaire?
So
for $16,000.
That's right. Unfortunately, you have no lifelines. You're not allowed to phone a friend. You are not allowed to remove 2 of the 4 answers. There's only one answer. And we first go to Oscar in Antioch. Oscar, hello and welcome to the show.
How's it going, guys? How you doing?
We're doing fantastic. The first thing I want to do is thank you for listening to us here at 95.7 The Game.
Anytime. You guys are fantastic.
Appreciate you, Oscar. Oscar's all about business. He's like, all right, enough of that small talk stuff. Oscar, I want you to be ready. Here we go. Earlier today on the show, I said, if the kids ever go to sleep tonight, I know what I'm watching on Netflix. What did I say I am watching on Netflix tonight?
The Quarterbacks on Netflix. Quarterback show.
The Quarterbacks on Netflix. Let's go to the tape. If the kids ever go to bed tonight, I am going straight to Netflix to watch Quarterback.
Yes.
Oscar, I'm sorry you said it plural. It's singular. I'm kidding, Oscar. That's close enough. Did I scare you?
Woo!
Lucas, apparently we still need harder questions. But no, Oscar, so you've been listening like the whole damn day, like a crazy person.
Yes, I have. I would have won Bonte's, but I didn't make number 5.
Oh, you knew that answer too?
Yeah, I did.
Putting in the work.
Yeah.
100 million.
Well, no, it was 2 years with an opt-out or something like that, right? Yeah, I was listening too. And I was like, I don't know. I missed Fleming this morning. They went through 5 people, and they were like, 20 years. And I mean, all kinds of answers. But anyway, Oscar, congratulations. So here are the numbers between 1 and 15 still available. There are 8 prizes still available, so we're about halfway there. You can pick numbers 1, 2, and 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, or 15. Which number do you choose?
I'll go with number 10.
Number 10. My favorite number. Shout out Pearl Jam. Thank you, Oscar. Number 10, YouTube. Alan, number 10?
1-0.
Number 10. Here it is, Oscar.
Wow.
Yeah, there
Great
it is.
sound effect there.
Thank you. And get that envelope. I always have a little piece that falls off. All right, here it is. Oscar, congratulations. You have won 3 fitness, Muay Thai, or boxing lessons courtesy of Evolve Training Center. And you have also qualified to win potentially the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Oscar, congratulations.
Right on, guys. Appreciate you.
Oscar, great job. And go see my peeps, Jay and Jane at Evolve Training Center. I'm telling you, it is a special place. You're going to feel right at home. You can bring your family if you want. Check the whole place out. You're going to have a great time and get some free private lessons there. Congratulations. Oscar in Antioch, please stay on the line so we can talk to you further.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, Oscar. Thanks, man. Thanks for listening. Oscar in Antioch, today's winner. And we move down to 7 prizes left on the list, including still the Klay Thompson signed jersey. Man, that Thompson jersey. I think Clay is like, I want to hear what everybody says about me all week. Like, we just keep pushing it. Go to Thursday, go to Friday.
Yep. Wow.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right, so we'll do it again tomorrow, all 3 shows. We'll do it again Friday, all 3 shows, including at least 2 prizes in the final show with me and Alan coming up Friday afternoon. So looking forward to that. All right, if you missed the early portions of our show, a lot of Shohei, a lot of Ohtani today. Dave Fleming was fantastic on this on the Morning Roast. And one of the things he said, and I agree with him completely, he thinks Shohei is going to be an Angel still come August.
I guess I shouldn't say that it's impossible, but I really feel like that is unlikely. I mean, number one, I just don't see the Angels, if they lose every game from now until the trade deadline, yeah, then they'd probably entertain it. But assuming that doesn't happen, I just don't see them trading him away. And
totally fair.
The owner, you could argue with that logic. Like, you could say that in theory it sounds good. Hey, if you're not going to re-sign him and your odds of actually going to the playoffs are not that great. But I sympathize with, you've got that guy on your team. I just don't think I would want to be the guy who traded him away. And I would still feel like, hey, we're going to make our best pitch, and if he chooses somebody else, he chooses somebody else. But I'm not going to take it for granted that he's leaving us.
I don't want to offend anybody, but this is almost as emotional. Like, if you're an Oakland A's fan, you know how it felt last month? And I know, by the way, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. There's all kinds of hoops to go through still in Nevada, although I am of the opinion that Nevada just says yes. It doesn't matter what your question is.
Right.
Can we do this here? Can we do that here? Yeah, you can. So I do believe that the A's are going to end up in Las Vegas. But it's not done yet. But that feeling you had when it crossed the governmental hurdles last month in Vegas, I'm not going to compare this to that, but it's the next thing down on the ladder. I mean, Angels fans, I'm not kidding you, they'd be in tears. They would be in tears if you traded Shohei Ohtani. There is nothing that would challenge the self-esteem of a sports fan more than a team being like, we give up without reason and give away the coolest thing that has ever happened to this sport. And we just gave them away because they offered us 4 cool minor leaguers. Good God. I just don't think they can do it.
No. Do you think that Angels fans would feel differently if he walks versus him being traded?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If he walks, you're like, the player left. And yeah, that hits you in a certain way. You're like, damn, we didn't do enough to, and you can be mad at your organization and all that. But this is like giving up in the fight before it starts.
Right. And
this is a boxer going out to the ring, and it's like, ding, ding, here's round 1. And then like, you know what, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm actually out of the ring.
And you keep forgetting that you do have Mike Trout, you do have Rendon. Maybe they get right and you can sneak in possibly, but if you move Shohei during the season, you are just saying, hey, we just don't think we can do it. And nobody cares about who you got.
Like, even if you just feel like, and let's see where the Angels are in 2 weeks. They're 1 game under 500 right now. You go on a little 7-3 run out of your next 10 games. If you're sitting there with a winning record, even if you're just like, dude, you just robbed us of the last 2 months right? We could have competed. We could have had a shot. I know the Angels fan base is not the most intense thing in the world, but still, I think that's crazy. And then the other side of it is, even if he was available, do you go for that? Do you gut your farm system to get a guy who could be gone in 10 weeks? Fleming talked about that from the perspective of the Giants as well.
So that's my first thought, is that it's going to be really hard to trade for him. And I think the haul would have to be so high that even though he is the greatest player in the game right now and the most unique player of all time, I would pause before I gave up my whole farm system for 2 months of a guy when I don't believe that's going to give you much of an advantage in signing him in the. I mean, I think he's going to do a true free agency tour, and consider all his options no matter where he gets traded if that were to happen.
I know it's a popular thought. I wonder why people actually think this way. And in fact, we've been tossing around the idea of maybe getting some people on the show tomorrow who've been traded at the deadline before to ask, like, what do those 10 weeks do for you?
Right. Does it make you feel special?
Right. Does that actually give you some sort of, because I know a lot of people feel that way. Give them 10 weeks. We can spend all of our time convincing him to stay. I feel like that's overrated.
Unless you win a World Series.
Yeah, but even that.
You just don't know. Because then you might feel, okay, I got my ring. Now I can do something else.
You know what I mean? Like, once you do that, the offer is still going to need to be exactly what you want it to be. And I don't just mean about money. Like, situationally. Let's say you won the World Series if you're the Giants. And I know for a lot of people, it's like right there and then and there, it's worth it. And I get that. Give up 4 prospects for a World Series? Absolutely. But the flip side of that is okay, we won the World Series here, and then Shohei goes, okay, what do the next 10 look like before I'm going to sign here to do it again? And let's start out with, you just lost your 4 best prospects who were supposed to be here with me over the next 10 years. So I don't know. To me, the math is terrible on the whole idea.
Yeah, I think that the best thing, as funny as it sounds, the best thing for this whole trial run, the rental, would be to go to the World Series and lose. Because then you got a taste of it. We're so close, man. We're right there. We're competing. We can get over the top, but we need you back.
I get it. That's a good scenario. I just like any scenario where they're just like, we just sign him. Just sign him. We're sponsored by SC Johnson STEM, like regardless of what happens this year. Styles in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. Taking your phone calls on what your pitch would be to Shohei Ohtani if you're a Giants fan. 888-957-9570. And how Dave Fleming answered that question was really interesting earlier today. So we'll have that coming up for you next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, so real quick, I'm just going to set the table for tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game. Still, I don't know why everybody's allergic to this. Whatever the numbers that are getting called out, 3 different sets of Seinfeld and Gaffigan tickets are still in these envelopes. There's only 7 left. So you almost got a 50-50 shot of going to see Seinfeld and Gaffigan if you win. But also, in the other 4, you've got a $250 Buon Vino gift card that is paired with Hip Hop Made the Bay, SAP Center, November 3rd. You've got a two private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons from Evolve Training Center. You've got a round of golf with the hosts, Berkeley Country Club, and you've got a Klay Thompson signed jersey. That's all in there on the table for all the shows tomorrow.
Yeah.
On Thursday here on 95.7 The Game.
Those first 3 numbers I noticed haven't been picked. People are always afraid of what they think is too obvious. Who knows, man? 1, 2, and 3, both
That might be the Clay. That might be
go
the
low
Clay.
sometimes.
It could be. Go low. I'm going high-low. Go low. Yeah, man, you're right. 1, 2, 3, they're all there. 5. I sound like LeBron. Not 5, not 6, not 7. Let's go to Philip in San Jose. We were talking Ohtani, Willard and Styles. Hey, Philip, what are you doing?
I'm just driving, but I've been liking this conversation. Yeah, I would give them the message treatment. I would do whatever it takes. I would tell them, we got a young team going here. We do things differently. We're about the numbers. And introduce that we have a huge Asian population that would worship you and would come out every game. I would do whatever it takes. Even as a fan, I would eat a $25 hot dog to get Shohei here. Just as long as get him away from LA. I would just give him the royal treatment and say whatever you want. Like, give you 4 years and an opt-out. You're going to be our number 2, number 3 pitcher. You're going to be definitely one of our best hitters, and you're going to have a great young lineup that's always going to be changing to what your strengths are. I would really, really put the nuances of what we're doing in San Francisco is different from everybody else. And always say, like, hey, we're going to have Japanese heritage nights, whatever it takes to get them over here. But definitely $25 hot dogs, do it.
Yeah, Philip, I get it. I think all the teams are going to do quote unquote whatever it takes.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a blank check. I do find it interesting when people think that maybe Shohei would do a really, really big money short term deal so that he could be on the market again. If I'm Shohei, I wouldn't do that. Why would I? Especially as a 2-way player. Yeah, I'm taking injury out of play, right? And Shohei hits free agency at age 29 in a different way than some of the previous stars. You know, you look at the way the Padres handled Tatis, for example, and it's like when you see that you got a 22-year-old stud, you just go, okay, $300 million right now.
There you go.
And they just take injury out of play. Shohei has not made that much. I mean, he's made a lot, but for who he is in the sport, like, do you know off the top of your head what he's making this year? Do you
Not
know?
off the top of my head.
What would you guess? Shohei Ohtani, what is he making this year?
I want to be way off here, embarrass myself. What is he making? 40?
He's making 30, okay, as an arbitration 1-year deal. But do you know what his career earnings are with the Angels?
Give it to me.
42. That's
crazy.
it.
That's insane.
And I know, that's it. No, but that's it.
Yeah.
So, like, if I've made $42 million and someone's got a $500 million on the table, I'm not lessening the years. I'm not doing a 2-year, $120 million deal because it's like, oh, it's $60 million a year. Right. Like, no. Give me 50 a year for 10 years.
Right.
Or 55 a year or whatever you're going to do there. So I don't know why he would necessarily do that. I'm most intrigued. I don't know Shohei, but I'm most intrigued by what you said yesterday, which is of the teams that I think are the players, Dodgers, Padres, Giants, and let's go Mariners also. If I said those were the top 4 landing spots for Shohei, I'm interested in the idea that A, the Padres already have like 7 9-figure deals on the books. And the Dodgers sort of offer this feeling of like, just tuck yourselves in to a bunch of stars who are already winning.
Yeah.
Versus the Giants or the Mariners where you could be like, you're going to take over the city and it's your club and it's a young club that can win. That would speak to me.
Yeah.
he not me, but I don't know. Like, to me, the Giants do have something to offer there.
Out of those names, out of those teams, you could say that the Giants give the biggest opportunity for complete pandemonium. Complete pandemonium. Just, you are a rock star, right? You go to the Dodgers, you already got Freddie Freeman. I know none of these guys are Shohei. You got Freddie Freeman, you got Mookie, you got all these guys. And it's LA. Half the time they show up late, right? I mean, you have true.
This is a good fan base.
Fine. It's a good fan base. It's fine.
I'll give them that.
Well, they better be good. They're good every year.
Yeah,
they got the highest payroll. They better be good.
They root for the Dodgers, which is just a horrible lot in life. Like, but anyway, I mean.
So I just think that the Giants give a very unique opportunity. And another thing is, and I keep going back to that thing he said or that speech he gave before the World Baseball Classic. I think Shohei wants to compete, which, going to the Dodgers, the Evil Empire West version, I don't think he wants to do that. And I also think that he is a baseball purist and he wants a rivalry. And that's why I would take out the Mariners.
That's interesting.
Because I think going to the Giants, you get up for the Dodgers.
Sure.
You got an opportunity.
Angels don't have one.
Padres don't have one.
Mariners don't have one.
Out of those teams.
The Padres think they have one.
That's why the Mets.
It's by the way, I'm sorry, Sacramento Kings, to bring this back up. The Padres are super adorable. Their fan base is now grown. They're in a great place. They're one of the top attendance teams.
It's rocking out there.
It is rocking. I love Petco, but they think they're the Dodgers' rival. They do.
The I-5 series, whatever. Fine.
They're not.
Yeah.
LA looks at San Diego and they're like, that is an amazing weekend away.
Right.
It really is.
Right.
Love you, San Diego. LA is not happy about San Francisco. I like where your head is at, because to me, does Shohei going to LA, I mean, are the Dodger fans excited? Beyond. But what's the footprint on that city if Shohei goes to the Dodgers? You play right down the street from LeBron James and Anthony Davis, okay? You tuck into a lineup with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, right? Like, there's two football teams right down the road. Aaron Donald is here, and we could go on and on. Justin Herbert plays here. Now, it's not like we don't have stars, right? Steph Curry is outside the parking lot for the Giants.
Yeah.
But this guy would rival that. I just think he changes this city.
He does.
I don't think he changes that city.
Because you can't change LA. That's the whole thing. It's not just that is the one place, as crazy as it sounds. He's got to go to a big market. They already have. There's just too much going on in LA. That feeling of this is my. It's not going to be, as long as LeBron is there. It's not. LA will not be Shohei City. Now, does he want that? I don't know.
I don't even think it can be your city if you're a Dodger.
No.
Whoever the Laker is whose city it is.
No, if LeBron leaves, it ain't going to be Anthony Davis unless they get somebody else.
Bro, the Lakers are the deal.
Not Anthony Davis.
The deal. No, like, if there's no good player on the Lakers, then the Lakers jersey is the face of the city. No Dodger can be the face of LA. You have to be wearing a Lakers jersey.
See, but don't say it like that, because that sounds like a challenge.
Well,
Shohei might want a challenge.
All right, then I won't say it out loud again. By the way, what is the pitch? Listen to what Dave Fleming said.
I was told that one of the main criteria for him is going to be a six-man rotation. He wants a team willing to do it a little differently, like they do it in Japan. He feels like, I've heard that he feels like that's the best way for him to manage the workload of doing both for the long haul. And there's no team that would be better equipped to consider something like that than the Giants. And the Giants this year have demonstrated to him and to everybody in baseball that they can get creative with a pitching staff, and they can manage around an unusual circumstance. So I think from that standpoint, the Giants would be extraordinarily well positioned, and they have a lot of arms in the system to where I think they'd feel like, hey, we can do that.
Okay. I mean, that's an interesting one, too. And the Giants, in many ways, are already doing that. But a whole lot more on this coming up tomorrow, plus more prizes as we've been doing all week, All-Star Week blowout. Styles, great job, man. Want to do it again tomorrow?
Let's do it.
Okay. So coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, the best of the game. Full hour of the best content from 95.7 The Game today. And we had a lot of it, and it's all going to be hosted by Sterling Bennett. For Styles, for Sterling, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.